Blood Warlock, Succubus Partner in the Apocalypse. Chapter 351 Negotiations fail and the war begins. I don't understand beast language. How about you try again? The only sound that could be heard was apparently Xietain's voice. Those words traveled far and wide across the battlefield for all to hear, and silence reigned for several seconds. However, this silence did not last long, as it was soon broken. What Xietain estimated to be approximately 120,000 goblins or more seemed to understand his words and the mocking intent behind them, as all of the small but evil green creatures began to growl and yell intangible words in his direction. Many of them even took a step forward while baring their long fangs at the same time as others slammed their weapons against the ground as if they wanted to show how angry they were. The expression on the faces of the 5 leaders of the goblin army also became contorted when they heard such words, and even the calm and seemingly always composed Xietain could not stop his aura from bursting outwards, causing all the goblins to unconsciously muffle their growls and look at him with reverence. Perhaps Xietain was unaware of how insulting his words were, since he was a human, and from his birth until only recently mankind was the only intelligent race on Earth, despite often committing stupid acts that even an ape would not commit. However, what he had just said was extremely humiliating for the goblins. This was because the goblins considered themselves to be a superior race due to their intelligence, and because from birth even the weakest goblin was already level 2. Therefore, being compared to beasts that were dumb and without any sense of intelligence, the goblins were naturally enraged beyond words. I'm trying to cooperate with you. But if you only know how to insult our goblin race, I'm afraid this place will become your graveyard, and this day next year will become the anniversary date of your death. Xietain's voice sounded extremely calm. However, in the middle of the silent battlefield, his voice was clear enough for most of the living beings present to hear. Moreover, Xietain could sense the hidden anger in his voice, which showed that the main goblin leader was making a great effort to restrain himself. Won't you reconsider? Xietain asked, with narrowed eyes, before waving his hand and letting out a strange shout towards the sky. Coo! The goblins let out strange sounds from their mouths, sounds that seemed to be a battle cry, before 30,000 of them charged towards the human convoy that was advancing at pitifully slow speeds. It did not take long for them to catch up, as the convoy had barely covered a little more than a kilometer. Apart from Shangguan Bing Shui, the people with the highest rank were Kong Lan and Fu Xiefeng, being followed by Lu Yin, who temporarily held the position of captain. Since Lu Yin was the person with the most knowledge in operations of this kind due to the fact that he had spent his whole life as a high commander in the chain of police officers, he was usually the one who took charge. However, Shangguan Bing Shui proved that she could also command armies. Every team leader, pay attention to my order. She looked at the green goblins a little over 200 meters away, and her blue eyes flashed coldly as she calmly directed, form a star formation around the vehicles with passengers and supplies, ignore the vehicles with beast bodies and forging materials. Focus entirely on defense. I want every soul evolver to position themselves back to back and protect each other. Because there were many new recruits who still needed more military training, it was a bit chaotic at first, and many panicked when they were surrounded by what seemed to be a sea of enemies. However, the calmness in the voice of the woman standing bravely over the dead body of a huge scaled rhinoceros made them unconsciously relax a bit, and they slowly began to adhere to the orders they had just received. The muzzles of the light machine guns and assault rifles were pointed at the goblins, while the several soul evolvers at the front held on to their weapons tightly. Many of the soldiers and soul evolvers could not help but tremble when they saw the clear difference in numbers. However, after what happened 2 nights ago, they all unconsciously believed that somehow or other, numbers were no longer so important, at least not when next to them stood monsters capable of annihilating entire armies with their attacks. Therefore, they all had determined looks, even though their hands were sweating tremendously. Inside what was once a human base, Xietain looked at Xietain indifferently. He did not stop the movement of the 30,000 plus goblins at all, and instead decided that it was time to get started and end this farce once and for all. Reconsider, he repeated with coldness, and then replied, what am I supposed to reconsider? I have absolutely nothing to consider to begin with. On the contrary, I have a proposal to make to you, goblin. The audacity. Crare, the blue-skinned goblin who had split the building back of Xietain in 2, shouted angrily. You want to offer a proposal? Don't you realize the position you're in? You fucking stupid human. Xietain's eyes suddenly shifted at lightning speed towards Creer's position, and with a thought, he directly spent 70 mana points to activate blood manipulation and send a magical attack towards him. Creer's face changed as he felt the invading power, causing the blood inside him to go wild and out of control. He hastily began to consume his own mana in an attempt to undercut the internal magical attack, but to his horror, he found that it was not as easy as he thought it would be. PFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFF blood flew uncontrollably from within. His eyes widened in shock as he stared in disbelief at his own blood, unable to believe what he was experiencing at this moment. Crer's magic stat was 570 points, which he figured was enough to deal with anyone below the second order. Unfortunately to him, Xietain's magic stat added to the treasures he carried in his body was close to 800 points. With such a large difference, it was no wonder Crer met a miserable fate despite putting up a resistance. Crer, hey, you useless dick, are you okay? The other 4 leaders of the goblin race had different kinds of reactions when they saw the miserable condition of their companion. Crer was in no condition to care about the reactions of his fellow goblins, let alone respond to them. He raised his head and looked at the human he initially thought was a weakling in disbelief. Who told you that you can speak? Xietain looked at Crer with wide eyes like those of a person who had gone mad with rage and said in a chilling voice, I'm already lowering myself by talking to you, filthy beasts. Since it is like this, I want only the leader of the apes to speak, not some random ape like you. Do you understand my words, goblin? You. Crer felt anger bubbling up inside him. Since when had he, a glorious second-order goblin who could have whatever he wanted whenever he wanted, ever received a humiliation of such magnitude in his life? Even when he had been defeated by Germinder in the past for the position of the main leader, he had not felt so humiliated as he did now. If I hear a single more word come out of your filthy mouth, then I swear to you by the most precious in the world to me, which is my family, that I will rip your head off before you can even utter a second one. Xietain cut him off, and the murderous intent in his heart reached its peak. The faint crimson aura around him suddenly burst out completely and in an instant reached Germinder's level, even tending to surpass him in no time if it kept going like this. Crer's expression froze, and the next words he had planned to say due to his anger got stuck in his throat. Even with his arrogant personality and need to express everything loudly, he didn't dare say anything more when his bulging eyes met the human's seemingly crazed gaze a few hundred meters away. Unconsciously, Crer felt that if he said one more word his life would truly end here. How about you listen to my offer now? Xietain decided to completely ignore all the goblins and focused on the main one. As he looked at Germinder, who was obviously the strongest goblin among all those present, he said in a calm tone of voice, you and the 4 beside you can leave together with the first-order goblins. In return, the unclassified goblin army must surrender and become slaves to my human race. How's that? That's not a bad deal, huh? The reason why Xietain was willing to let the 5 second-order goblins go was not out of fear. He was confident that sooner rather than later they would all end up falling at his feet. The problem and the real reason he proposed something like this was because while he had no problems, the same could not be said for the convoy a kilometer outside the base. How many would die in this confrontation? Xietain did not know the exact number, but he knew clearly that they would probably not be few. As for the reason why he proposed that the unclassified goblins become slaves was because he had witnessed with his own eyes how the lower goblins obeyed the orders of those higher up unconditionally. This also meant that if Germinder, who was the strongest among them, ordered to obey Xietain, there was at least a 60 to 70% chance that they would do so despite their unwillingness. Even if Xietain did not like goblins, because of all the things they had probably done to many humans so far and the things they would do in the future, a cannon-fodder army of over 100,000 goblins was not something he could overlook. Many things would become enormously easier for him if he could control these goblins in one way or another. Unfortunately, just like Xietain, Germinder was also an extremely proud leader and fighter. Germinder had endured several times, tolerated the insolence of the human in front of him, and had even proposed an extremely generous deal. However, the human in front of him not only did not appreciate his kindness, but also showed open disdain and challenged his authority again and again. Bang! A strange yellow-colored aura burst outward with Xieminder's body as its core, and the ground around him cracked before splitting into hundreds of fragments. The massive pressure not only caused the concrete to crack and shatter, but also caused the surrounding area to start sinking bit by bit as the eyes of the main leader of the North China Goblin army filled with anger. "Last chance, human," he barked loudly, losing all previously displayed calmness. "Last chance, low-life goblin." Xietain retorted, and his lips curved upward slightly, looking carefree. Bang! Xieiminder finally lost it completely, and with a loud bang destroyed the entire area 10 meters around him with a mighty stomp, launching himself towards Xietain like a cannonball as he slashed with his claymore ferociously. What a great pity. Xietain shook his head, even though his words and the wild rude grin on his face did not express the same. On the contrary, he even seemed satisfied with the goblin leader's frank reply. Blood Warlock, Succubus Partner in the Apocalypse. Chapter 352. Xietain goes on a complete rampage. Xieiminder was not only a second-order existence, he was an extremely powerful one at that. Having reached level 87, Xieiminder could proudly consider himself as an existence that was at the top of the second order. Goblins belonged to a race that had a high birth rate and whose growth speed could only be considered frighteningly fast. Among them, 70% of goblins did not have much chance of even reaching the first order, forget about advancing beyond it. Therefore, the geniuses of the goblin race was something that the universe could rarely see from its birth. Let's take Xieiminder as an example. He was a second-order goblin level 87, only 13 levels away from reaching level 100, which was the milestone to break into the third order. This alone was impressive enough, and he was probably one of the few goblins in history to have made it that far. Of course, to all this had to be added the lightning-fast speed at which all living things on planet Earth were evolving, as well as the innate advantage of birth. However, there was one big problem. This problem was that even if Xieiminder was extremely talented and grew at surprisingly fast speeds, in reality, it was extremely improbable that he would ever make it beyond the third order. Goblins were born, developed, and evolved at much higher speeds than most humans. However, everything that had advantages also had disadvantages, and the soul record was a universal existence or system that was so far considered fair. Therefore, the goblins faced a milestone that was basically impossible to overcome once they set foot in the third order. Still, considering the current Earth stage of evolution, the 5 leaders of the goblin army were undoubtedly supreme existences. This was especially so for Xieiminder. Unfortunately, Xietain was an anomaly that should not exist, an existence that had broken all the parameters envisioned by a 6th-order existence like Lilith, the world he was born into, and even the soul record itself, as it took hours to find a suitable path for him. Bang! While Xieiminder was moving very fast, in Xieitain's eyes it was actually a movement speed that he did not need to fear. However, instead of dodging the enemy's fierce incoming attack, a mysterious smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Xieiminder felt that something was wrong at the sight of Xieitain's smile. However, by the time this premonition appeared inside him, he had already arrived right in front of the human, and there was no turning back. Moreover, the bubbling anger burning inside him made it difficult to reason clearly and adhere to such reasoning. Xieiminder bellowed at the top of his lungs, and his arm muscles bulged to the max as he slashed his sword furiously downward. Bang! The ground beneath Xieitain's feet was crushed even before the attack landed successfully, and the atmospheric pressure seemed to disappear for an instant as proof of how furious Xieiminder's attack was. Boom! The earth shook, and without any hindrance or impediment, the huge bone claymore struck Xieitain's body hard and smashed him to the ground. Rumble. As he felt the earth tremble beneath his feet, Xieiminder's pupils constricted to the size of a needle when he heard the unmistakable sound of lightning flashing beyond him. Not good. Xieiminder soon realized the reason why he had previously felt that something was off. He had been tricked by the enemy. A thought flashed in his mind, and without even looking back for lack of time, he shouted, "Crare, behind you." Crare might be arrogant, but he was definitely not a mental retard incapable of comprehending what was happening before his eyes. Watching as the body of the human he hated to the marrow of his bones decomposed into nothingness, he had already realized that Xieiminder had failed to restrain the first-order human, and his animal instinct warned him that his life might be in mortal danger. Hearing Xieminder's warning cry, Crare hastily raised his bone sword and slashed without looking back. The powerful wind energy shot out from the blade of the sword like an unstoppable whirlwind and swept everything in its path. Bang! 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 Hundreds and thousands of goblins behind it were immediately torn to shreds. Greenish blood splattered everywhere as cries of pain filled the chaotic battlefield. However, Crare was not attacked as most expected. Although he was confused, he was inadvertently glad he was not targeted. Crare was sure that if he and that human exchanged places, he would definitely attack without hesitation, as the hatred between the two could be said to be greater. What Crare did not know was that Xietain did not hate him more than the rest. In his eyes, all goblins were the same, despicable rapists and murderers who only hunted for no apparent sense or reason. Even so, Xietain made use of his previous discussion with Crare to confuse the enemy for a brief moment. Swoosh! Abil, the mage and priest of the goblin race as well as the royal advisor and strategist of the army, suddenly felt the atmosphere around him shudder for a brief moment. This small movement could go unnoticed in most cases, and everyone would think that an irregular breeze of wind passed by. However, only one thought was born in Abil's head when he felt that small movement. Shit! Boom! A thunderous explosion shook the tympani of all the goblins 500 meters around the blast, and those within a 100-meter area directly fainted due to the shock. The upper half of Abil's body exploded into a mess of flesh, blood, and bones, flying up into the sky and then raining everywhere in a messy manner, and even the staff was not spared from the total destruction. The lower half remained on its feet for a brief moment before slowly collapsing to the ground. Some of Abil's blood landed on the body of the female goblin named Kurano as she was relatively close of him. She was forced back several steps due to the remaining shockwave, but her mind was in a daze as she felt the warm blood slowly raining down her cheek. Abil. Abil just died, the female goblin muttered in shock. Kurano's purple eyes looked at the handsome human 100 meters away and saw that this human whom she planned to make into her trophy and doll upon which she could unleash her unbridled lust was now holding the greatsword that was previously sealed in the scabbard on his back. You have absorbed the soul power of second order Albil level 69. You cannot gain extra stats by being in the course of an evolution trial. Green letters flashed in Xietain's retina, and as he swung his greatsword with a loud swish that made the air burst outward, the fragments of flesh that had been stuck on the sword flew everywhere. Even though he had just ended the life of a second-order existence, Xietain's expression remained unchanged. One needed to know that despite the difference between Xietain and Abil being only 19 levels, the true difference between the two was like comparing the highest floor of a building to the lowest floor of that building. They were completely different levels due to the stage they were both at. Bastard! Xietain heard the enraged roar of the goblin army's main leader followed by a loud bang, and judging by the atmospheric pressure increasing more and more, it became all too evident that Xietain was approaching at thunderous speeds. Bang! Xietain stomped the ground and launched himself like a whirlwind of explosive wind towards the female goblin. The distance of a few tens of meters closed in a mere instant, and he raised his sword high as the murderous intent in his gaze bubbled to the brim. Kurano was startled to see the expression on the human's face before her. Hastily she lifted both hands, and both of her hands seemed to transform into two strange curved blades. Seeing the female hoblin dare to take the blow of his greatsword with what appeared to be two weak blades, Xietain secretly sneered and could already imagine the creature's arms bursting into a bloody mess. However, to his surprise, such a thing did not happen. As if his blow had met with a huge cotton ball, most of Xietain's attack was repelled by a strange force. Kurano had been completely unharmed. The remaining force behind the blow was not enough to cause Kurano to get hurt. Moreover, with surprising agility she masterfully harnessed the remaining force to send herself flying in the opposite direction, increasing the distance between her and the human by tens of meters in less than a second. Unfortunately, Xietain had already made up his mind to claim her life. Shadow blink. Kurano's eyes widened as in mid-flight she realized that less than a meter away the human she had left behind just a moment ago suddenly appeared. How could this be possible? She couldn't believe it, and her expression of disbelief exposed it. Xietain didn't even give her time to react as he clenched his left fist tightly and punched fiercely towards Kurano's chest. Stop! Xietain ignored Jiminder's shout again, and contrary to what the goblin demanded, he added even more strength to his fist. Bang! From a distance of less than a meter, and after being taken by surprise, Kurano couldn't even respond in time when Xietan's fist went straight through her chest, crushing her heart and destroying her lungs before she was sent flying tens of meters while blood splattered all over the ground. Kurano, no! Jiminder shouted in fright and terror at the sight of Kurano taking such a heavy hit directly in a vital area. He hastily stopped his enraged charge and ran to her to check her condition. Kurano was a goblin who had been born on the same day, in the same place, and at the same instant as Jiminder. After fighting countless battles together and evolving shoulder to shoulder, the relationship between the two was not different from the one of blood siblings. While holding her in his arms, Kurano opened her mouth to say something while her tired eyes looked at Jiminder's as if trying to communicate with her gaze. Unfortunately, the only thing that came out of her mouth was a large mouthful of fresh blood along with fragments of internal organs and broken bones. Finally, her eyes lost all light and her head fell weakly. She had died. Jiminder's lips trembled as he witnessed this. In less than 5 seconds, the proud and ever-arrogant him had lost an old battle comrade with whom he had experienced many things, and had also lost someone he treasured as a family member. Jiminder's body trembled as he remained on his left knee, still holding Kurano's lifeless body. No one knew what this great goblin leader was thinking or feeling at this moment. You have absorbed the soul power of Second Order Kurano level 73. Xietain ignored Jiminder's bizarre reaction and finally relaxed a bit. Having taken off 2 second-order beings, and 2 of whom he had the least information about their abilities, he felt as if a heavy burden was lifted from his heart. Although he was secretly surprised at how terrifyingly powerful he had become in such a short time, he was aware that this was not the right time to act with surprise, since regardless of how overwhelming it seemed, the truth was that at this point he had activated lightning movement, invisibility, and shadow blink to perform surprise attacks at the speed of light. If it wasn't thanks to these powerful skills, Xietain wasn't so confident that he could take out 2 second-order existences with such ease. Blood Warlock, Succubus Partner in the Apocalypse. Chapter 353 Taboo. As Crare looked at Abil's mutilated body, his whole being, and even his own soul and will to fight trembled uncontrollably. He was well aware that if that fierce attack had been directed at him, if that giant sword that did not miss at all with Jiminder's weapon struck his body, then his fate would most probably not have been any better than becoming a pile of meat paste just like his goblin companion. On the other hand, Enak, the second-order goblin archer, stared wide-eyed at Kurano's lifeless body. Then, as if thinking on something, he looked at Jiminder, and seeing him seemingly calm, he realized that he might soon see the main leader of the goblin race angry again, as he had only seen him once in his short life. Meanwhile, Xietain completely ignored any fear, suffering, or surprise the goblins might be feeling. He took the opportunity where even the unclassified goblins seemed to be stunned due to the surprise of seeing 2 of their leaders falling like flies, and turned to stare into the distance. "How long do you think you can hold out?" he asked as he picked up his radio. In the distance, Shangguan Shui's communicator lit up and Xietan's voice came out of it a moment later. She looked at the army of approximately 30,000 goblins that seemed to have frozen, and after thinking quickly for a moment she replied, "If it were only me, I have absolute confidence that sooner or later I can annihilate them all. But the problem is that if I want to protect the people here, that won't be possible." "What about the barrier of Nangonglingshin?" Xietain asked hurriedly. "Wait a moment," Shangguan Shui replied, and after a few seconds turned back to the communicator. "Nangonglingshin can extend her barrier in a straight line up to a maximum of 100 meters at present, but she can only keep it up for 1 minute at most, since the larger the size of her barrier the greater the mana consumption to maintain it up." Xietan's mind was racing at lightning speed as he considered every possible solution to the current problem. Letting just over 700 armed men, of which about 1/3 did not even have a 50% chance of hitting the enemy's head from 100 meters away, fight against an army of over 30,000 enemies, was no different than sending them all to die. Even with the support of approximately 300 soul revolvers, things would not change much as the goblin level was too high despite being unclassified. Even if 1,000 humans somehow managed to resist a rain of thousands of bone arrows and the melee attack of the goblins, the survivors in the middle of the defensive formation would definitely be slaughtered. What Xietain needed was time for his troops to mature even a little more, enough to stand and fight for themselves. Only then would all his efforts be worthwhile. However, with all the things that were happening in such a short time, it was basically impossible for the humans to grow up quietly. After thinking about it for a moment, Xietain remembered something and hurriedly asked, Bing Shui, now that your main skill evolved to second order, do you think you can set up an ice barrier big enough to enclose everyone and protect them? In the end, Xietain could only rely on Shangguan Bing Shui for this. There was no way he could divert his attention while facing 3 second-order existences, of which one of them was capable of launching ranged attacks. After a moment of silence, Shangguan Bing Shui's reply reached his ears. If it were 2 nights ago, I'm afraid that doing such a thing would not be possible. But the mana consumption of my skill was greatly reduced after evolving to second order, and I acquired a second activation. Although I'm not 100% sure, I'm at least 90% confident that I can withstand the large-scale mana consumption of a giant defensive barrier for approximately 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Xietain muttered to himself as his eyes glittered uncannily. Do you think you can beat those 3 in 10 minutes? Shangguan Bing Shui asked through the transmitter with some insecurity in her voice. Although she was quite far away from the center of the actual battlefield, the truth was that even from her position she could sense 5 terrifying auras unknown just a moment ago. However, not long ago 2 of those 5 powerful auras disappeared without a trace, leaving only 3 remaining. Shangguan Bing Shui soon realized that Xietain must have used some powerful skills and mysterious methods to wipe out 2 enemies in such a short time. However, such powerful skills usually had a long cooldown span or high mana consumption, so it was impossible to use them continuously and could usually only be used once per fight. I'm afraid that 10 minutes later, or it might even be a little earlier, depending on the enemy's attack intensity, I will run out of mana. Shangguan Bing Shui said in a serious manner, by that time, even though I will be able to stay alive without any problems thanks to my melee ability and stats, my overall battle ability will fall tremendously. I definitely won't be able to protect the rest. Xietain's reply was not long in coming from the other side of the communicator. That's fine. 10 minutes is more than enough, and even if it was half, that will do as well. Shangguan Bing Shui blinked her beautiful eyelashes in amazement upon hearing Xietain's extremely confident tone and wondered if he was planning to make some kind of suicide attack. Otherwise, she could not understand how he could finish such a difficult battle as the one he was about to experience in such a short time. However, so far, Xietain had never been arrogant to the point of blindness, so she finally decided to trust him without hesitation. Okay. I'll do my best then. Immediately after the communication was closed, Shangguan Bing Shui activated her Ice Maker skill. The frost mist gathered in her palm swiftly, and under her exquisite control, it solidified to make what appeared to be small ice stakes. In just an instant, she had formed dozens and dozens of small ice stakes. However, Shangguan Bing Shui did not stop here, as her work was not yet finished, and these ice stakes were no more than useless creations without the next step she was about to take. After taking a deep breath, she closed her eyes and activated the second ability of her Ice Maker skill, the ability to create traps and activate them at will. She focused all her will, and a small frown that did not diminish her beauty in the slightest appeared on her face automatically, this being proof enough to show how much effort she was putting into this. After all, this was Shangguan Bing Shui's first time using the second activation of her Ice Maker skill. Even if she knew the theory of how to use this second activation, thanks to the rune engraved inside her soul, it did not mean that she would immediately become an expert just because she had the knowledge. It was similar to driving. Even if you know the theory of how the pedals and gears work, theory and practice were 2 completely different things. After several seconds, she finally finished and slowly opened her eyes to look at her creation. The ice stakes were the same as any ice stake Shangguan Bing Shui had created before to claim the lives of her enemies. However, if one looked with careful eyes, one would easily notice that inside the slightly bluish ice there was a strange white-colored mist hovering constantly. After finishing, Shangguan Bing Shui approached several soul evolvers and instructed them gravely to very carefully begin staking the stakes around the grounds they were currently occupying. Less than a minute later, she received confirmation that all the ice stakes had been placed as she instructed. Now all that was left was to wait for the bang that would most likely herald the beginning of the end. At the base, Xietain decided not to immediately attack Xietain or any of the other 2 goblins. He even decided not to attack the army of approximately 100,000 goblins surrounding him and instead waited patiently. Of course, the reason he did not attack was not out of kindness to the enemy by any stretch of the imagination. The real reason he didn't attack was to wait until his Shadow Blink skill was off cooldown again. Shadow Blink had become one of Xietan's most powerful and deadly skills from the moment it evolved and mutated from its previous weakened version. Furthermore, this skill only had a short cooldown time of 60 seconds, which, while not making it too practical for non-stop combat, given the current circumstances, Xietain couldn't help but thank the goblins in his heart for being so generous. Approximately 50 seconds after Kurano's death, Xietain slowly stood up. His expression was extremely serious, and the goblin's eyes seemed to spit fire as he looked at the human from a short distance as if he wanted nothing more than to eat him alive. Xietain sensed his gaze and naturally looked at him. However, his expression was indifferent and cold, as if Xietain's anger was nothing more than a joke in his eyes, something unworthy of even mentioning, let alone something to pay attention to. "You killed Abil and Kurano." Xietain spat under his breath and seemed to be doing his best to contain the volcano of anger inside him about to erupt. "Kurano and Abil?" Xietain looked confused before he realized what Xietain was saying, thanks to the records he had just absorbed not too long ago. "Kurano? Abil?" Xietain sneered with a playful smile. "I didn't know that you, foul beasts, are also brave enough to name yourselves." Xietain absolutely detested the goblins' behavior. He abhorred this race of greenskins who raped as if it was something fun and was willing to do anything to annihilate them until there was not even a trace of their existence left. If his words could make Xietain suffer, he would gladly do so. In the process, he would also make the enemy lose their ability to reason, which would make things easier for him sooner or later. Kakik. Xietain laughed oddly, as did all the goblins. He glared at Xietain as he spat out viciously word by word. "I swear that I will peel your skin millimeter by millimeter. Then I will do my best to keep you alive while I let even the lowliest soldier have his fun with your loved ones, before finally taking their lives with my own hands in front of your eyes. I want you to feel what I felt then and what I feel right now." The playful smile on Xietan's face slowly faded, bit by bit, until all that remained on his face was the very representation of indifference. Without words, without warning, his feet erupted with over 700 strength points, and the ground exploded into countless pieces that flew everywhere uncontrollably. However, Xietan's body was no longer there. As if by prior agreement, Xietain also disappeared from his previous position, and an instant later, the ground exploded just as it did with Xietain an instant before. Xietain's silhouette became bigger and bigger in Xietan's eyes. Without hesitation and without thinking too much, he swung his greatsword backward and then stopped dead in his tracks as he used centrifugal force to slash forward with all his might. Xietain also slashed furiously with his claymore while gritting his teeth, and the hatred in his eyes seemed capable of piercing all defenses. Blood Warlock, Succubus Partner in the Apocalypse. Chapter 354, First Order, Xietain vs. Second Order Xietain. When the two swords that were 2 or more meters long and whose width was enough to compare to half the body of a grown man collided with each other, the whole world seemed to have fallen silent for a brief moment. The wind stagnated, the breeze from the forest trees seemed to stop blowing, the roars of the goblins were silenced, and even the clouds in the distant sky seemed to have stopped for a moment. During that brief instant that a normal person could quite possibly not detect, Xietan's black eyes met Xietain's strange greenish eyes. One gaze was indifferent and ice-cold, while the other gaze was filled with hatred as flames burned within. Rumble. The earth began to rumble, and the sound became louder and louder with each passing fraction of a second. Before any of the creatures present could react, the raging hell that seemed to be being contained by unseen hands finally broke out. Boom! A massive shockwave shot out in the form of a sphere with Xietain and Xietain at its center, extending hundreds of meters in just a second. Inak and Kraer covered their faces with both arms as they did their best to fight against the fierce pressure that pushed them further and further back regardless of how much they struggled. Their feet dug firmly into the ground, leaving deep grooves and destroying the concrete as if it were mud instead of stone. Both of them were proud and powerful second-order existences, but just a mere resulting shockwave was enough to force them back several meters. Enak and Crare sweated at the thought of what would happen if one of those swords fell on their bodies, and when they remembered Abil's miserable fate, the two goblin leaders finally began to feel fear, realizing the reason why even Xietain didn't want to face the human before them and going so far as to be willing to let him and his family go, something unheard of until now. But the two of them suffered the least thanks to their tremendously powerful physiques. Those who suffered the most from the clash between Xietan's blazing scale greatsword and Xiemainder's bone claymore were those unclassified goblins who were approximately 500 meters near the center. Hundreds of goblins that were hit by the shockwave exploded and turned directly into blood mists that soon joined each other to form a dense red cloud. Fragmented bones and small pieces of flesh flew everywhere, staining the bodies of their fellow racemates who were fortunately out of range of the shockwave. In the center of the bloody battlefield, the red sword and the white sword firmly joined with each other as if they wanted to merge. Bang! After the initial explosion passed, a powerful bang awakened all the goblins from their shock. However, all they did was fall into even greater shock when they saw the reason for the bang. PFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFF as big as Xietain finally faltered. His bone claymore was pressed down with even greater power than before, and the body of the main leader of the northern goblin race was sent flying like a kite whose string had been cut. The veins in Xiein's arms seemed to have broken out as his muscles exploded. Blood spurted uncontrollably from his mouth, and as he flew backward, unable to control his own body, Xietain left a trail of blood wherever his body passed. Boom! The building that had previously been cut in two by Crer's attack in a moment of showing his arrogance was now completely demolished as Xiein's body slammed into one of the walls. Xieinr continued to fly for another 200 meters, killing several goblins that were in his path in the process before finally falling heavily to the ground, leaving a thick trail of dirt and debris. Xieinr. Enak's eyes went wide as he stared in utter shock at the goblin and the existence he most respected since gaining a sense of self. Xietain couldn't believe what he was seeing either. In the past, he had experienced how terrifying Xieinr was firsthand and had also seen it once, in a burst of rage, annihilate a large human force at the edge of China's territory. However, that same Xieinr had been sent flying like a rag doll and harmed to such an extent for not being able to take a blow from the human before them. Xietain felt as if his senses had shut down as he watched the scene before his eyes. Slowly, Xietain turned his head and looked at the human he had earlier taunted and even dared to threaten. He shuddered as he realized that in stark contrast to Xieinr's miserable appearance, that human wearing black armor and carrying a huge sword had actually not even moved an inch from his original position. How can this be possible? Enak muttered again in shock. How great the difference in strength between the two of them had to be for Xieinr to be sent flying like that. Even now, Enak and Xietain could only sense the power of a first-order existence from Xietan's body. The front of Xietan's hair was considerably long after not receiving a good cut in quite some time. At this moment, several strands of hair partially covered his eyes, so it was not easy to discover what kind of expression his gaze had. Without saying a single word, he lowered his blazing scale greatsword and let it fall to the ground before starting to walk towards Xieinr with leisurely steps. The heavy but at the same time sharp sword, crafted from hundreds of hard and tough scales, left a ridge with every step he took, and the sound of the ground being pierced was the only sound that could be heard. Xieinr felt as if his head had been struck by a huge hammer weighing several tons, and his brain seemed to have turned to mush. With extremely unsteady steps, he struggled to get to his feet. This caused the injuries on his arms and most of his body to widen, spurting blood at faster rates than before as his monstrous natural regeneration struggled to counteract this. The main leader of the goblin race shook his head to shake off the dizziness that assaulted him, and an involuntary grimace of pain appeared on his face as his greenish eyes looked with slight surprise at the human walking ever closer. Ku. Kakik. Xieinr chuckled as he felt the incredible murderous intent of the human before him released, despite his seemingly casual appearance. In the end, you are a human after all. Before Xieinr had a chance to utter another word, Xietain raised his head slightly and looked at him with his right eye. His mouth moved softly and he muttered words that the top leader of the goblin race failed to make out or hear. But what happened next reminded Xietain that the human being in front of his eyes not only had incredible physical capabilities, but also possessed strange magical abilities. Xietain suddenly felt an enormous amount of mana and magical power assaulting the inside of his body, aimed directly at his heart. The anger he felt at Kurano and Abil's death was forced to subside as fear set in. Hastily, he sent most of his mana to fight off the invading attack. Unfortunately, Xietain was a pure warrior and his active skills were all to boost physical attacks, which he had practically activated all of them in his previous attack. Just as Lilith had said before, 99% of melee warriors had no talent or great magical abilities. Xietain was not one of those rarities who managed to enter that meager 1%. Cough. 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 Xietain managed to deflect the internal magical attack from his heart to other parts of his body after consuming basically 95% of his mana reserve. However, although he avoided immediate death, he was unable to prevent several of his internal organs from receiving critical damage. As a consequence, the proud goblin could not help but stagger backward while continuously coughing up several mouthfuls of blood along with small pieces of flesh belonging to those damaged organs. The unclassified goblins went berserk with fear and roared before rushing forward. However, Xietain didn't even look at them, and with a fierce swing of his hand backward along with the consumption of another 300 points of mana, he created over 1,000 blood threads extremely thin and hard to notice with the naked eye. Swoosh. 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 The blood strands streaked across the skies and danced across the battlefield as if they were arrogant and powerful dragons. All the goblins that crossed their paths could not even comprehend what was happening before their bodies were ripped to shreds. Some were decapitated on the spot, other goblins were cut straight from the waist down, and when their upper halves fell to the ground the beasts cried out in pain, others were simply cut diagonally while others lost their limbs and could only fall to the ground writhing in pain. As he walked closer and closer to a collapsed Xietain, Xietan's face turned as pale as a sheet. However, his steps did not falter at all and he continued to manipulate the blood to make his enemies' lives become their own hell and to make them wish they had never shown themselves in his presence. At this point, Xietan's mana had now fallen to just over 100 points. This was the consequence of using around 400 points to cause fatal damage to Xietain's internal organs, added to the previous consumption of the skills he had activated to kill the two goblins named Kurano and Abil, as well as the creation of that huge blood sword. Previously, Xietain had planned to kill all the goblins slowly, taking several minutes to perform this feat. That way, he could save at least 60 to 50% of his mana for emergencies. However, after hearing Xietain's words earlier, all those spare thoughts flew out the window without a trace. Angry like he had never felt before in his entire life, Xietain completely unleashed himself without any intention of holding anything back. His only desire was to wipe out all the creatures around him, but before that he had to do something about the anger bubbling up inside him or he might end up suffocating to death. Xietain slowly raised his head as he felt a shadow looming over him. His beastly eyes met the eyes of the human who was currently looking down at him without even lowering his head. Before Xietain could even say anything or plot an attack that would bring him back into the ring, Xietain fiercely struck with his right leg, directly impacting the burly goblin's jaw. Bang! Xietain felt as if hundreds of stars twinkled in his vision. Indistinctly, he felt his body flying out of control as well as the sound of lightning and thunder, but at this point the pain he felt had made it too difficult for him to think normally. With second-order lightning movement still active, Xietain transformed into a black shadow and with the 900+ temporary agility points he currently enjoyed, he appeared behind Xietain's body, flying backward. Xietain released his sword and dropped it heavily on the ground. Then, he nimbly caught Xietain's body with both hands and mercilessly increased the gravity x15 as he slammed his knee upwards and forced Xietain's body to fall. If this attack connected, it would be a miracle if Xietain's spine didn't snap into two pieces. Blood Warlock, Succubus Partner in the Apocalypse. Chapter 355, Immensely Overpowering and Ice Bastion. Stop. Inak finally snapped out of his daze and bellowed loudly. Perhaps the goblin archer was aware that the human would not stop his movements at all, as despite his earlier shout, Xietain still fiercely pulled the string made of beast tendons rearward. A strange bone arrow similar to a drill was waiting to be released as Xietan's hands trembled slightly due to the strength he was exerting to pull the string of his weapon to its maximum. However, his movements were still a lot slower than those of Xietain. Crack. 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 The sound of bones breaking seemed to be even more terrifying than the miserable cries and screams of the unclassified goblins and first-order ones that were being slaughtered by the 1,000-plus blood threads that Xietain was mentally controlling. Still trapped by Xietan's hands, Xiein's eyes widened and opened as much as possible, as if threatening to pop out of their sockets at any moment. Tears quickly accumulated as a piercing scream automatically escaped from his mouth along with a gush of blood. Xiein's scream was heard even by Shangguan Bing Shui and the rest of the survivors in the distance outside the base. That's how terrifying it was. Everyone shuddered in fear at the scream that seemed to be the cry of a ghost in grief. Enhanced drill, enhanced speed, triple arrow. Xietain shouted the name of 3 skills at the same time, and the strange arrow in his hand took on a slight sandy yellow hue before shooting off at full speed as his grip on the bowstring relaxed. The arrow traveled at a speed that completely broke the sound barrier, and the tip spun continuously in the process of flight. A war tank would be turned into a pile of scrap metal immediately if this kind of attack hit. Xietain coldly snorted and without saying a single word kicked his blazing scale greatsword without looking back. The greatsword was hit with all of Xietan's strength and shot out with the tip pointed in a particular direction. There didn't seem to be anything in its trajectory when it suddenly stopped in mid-flight before a powerful explosion sent it flying. Boom! The bone arrow, shaped like a drill as well as Xietan's most powerful attack, was stopped in its tracks. The greatsword flew through the air before landing far away somewhere in the sea of goblins, out of Xietan's reach and sight. Whether it was whole or not was still unknown. What? Crare cried out in shock. Even Xiein's could not take Xietan's best attack the way the human before him had done. On the other hand, Xietain felt as if his soul had left his body and his grip on his weapon hesitated for the first time since birth. Of course, the reason why Xietain managed to suppress such a powerful attack was because he not only used his 750-plus strength points, but also used gravity manipulation to lighten the weight of the sword and propel the speed at which it flew, which consequently also increased the power behind it. In the distance, the goblins surrounding the army of mankind finally could no longer wait for any kind of command. With fear overcoming them and taking possession, the beasts roared and charged forward with their swords and spears held high. The goblin archers raised their bows and fired immeasurable numbers of bone arrows that momentarily obscured a patch of the azure sky. With thousands of arrows falling from the clouds at the same time, there was no doubt that at least half of the gunmen would die, while many soul evolvers would also fall without life. For an instant, it seemed that the roars of the beasts in the forests were silenced as they sensed a second battlefield being unleashed. The humans were not idle about it either, and despite their fear, they bared their own fangs. Fire! The several team leaders roared practically at the same time, and the hundreds of armed men shouted at the top of their lungs as they pulled the trigger of their guns relentlessly. Bang! 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 The goblins were fast, and so were the arrows that fell quickly as they were drawn to the ground again by the gravity of the world. However, no matter how fast they were, it was impossible for unclassified existences to go faster than the speed of a bullet. Thus, by the time it seemed that everything was within their grasp, the goblins had to pay a heavy price in order to cover a few hundred meters of distance. Hundreds of goblins collapsed per second. Because of how many and densely packed they were, even a blind man could easily hit a goblin's body with each shot by simply aiming and firing straight ahead. Goblins fell to the ground on their own blood or that of their fellow goblins. Some lost their lives immediately after taking a bullet hit to the head, while those less fortunate received different numbers of bullet wounds in varied parts of their bodies before falling to the ground and screaming in pain as they felt their lives gradually leaving their bodies alongside the blood loss. It was only about 10 seconds before the front line of the army of now less than 30,000 goblins reached the first defensive line of the human army formation. By that time, the number of goblins that had been killed exceeded 5,000. Moreover, the most surprising thing was that the arrows had been stopped by Nangong Lingxin, Shangguan Bing Shui, and other soul evolvers with active defensive skills, so the humans did not suffer any real casualties except for some light injuries. To have defeated 5,000 enemies with 0 casualties was quite a feat considering the difference in numbers. However, this only happened thanks to the humans taking advantage of the distance and firepower disadvantage of the enemy. The real problem would start now, when the remaining 25,000 or so goblins reached the human defensive perimeter. How were about 1,000 humans going to defend themselves against 25,000 goblins that not only had an average level equivalent to that of human soul evolvers, but the advantage of using firearms would immediately disappear when goblins with swords and spears or knives arrived to engage in close combat? Such a thing was not possible no matter how much one thought about it. Fear and despair were visible in the looks of every human present as the survivors sobbed or screamed in terror inside the various modified vehicles. Many of them cursed by Zemin and the other leaders like Shangguan Bing Shui for wanting to leave the base, while others took the opportunity of what seemed to be the last second before death to embrace their loved ones while apologizing for their own lack of power to do anything about it. Just when all seemed lost, an incredibly cold celestial voice, like that of an ice fairy, echoed far and wide. "Ice Bastion," Shangguan Bing Shui called out the words that identified what she wanted to create as she crafted the various ice stakes and raised her delicate hand towards the sky. A large wave of mana burst outward with her as the center, coming into contact with the several tens of ice stakes an instant later. Flash. 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 A faint blue flash shone on each ice stake, and when the melee goblins reached the distance of 50 meters, Shangguan Bing Shui's multiple traps activated at the same time to form a massive array. Swoosh. 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 Huge walls of ice rose into the sky, curving after reaching the height of 20 meters before they began to merge with the ice walls growing from the ice stakes located in the rear. In addition, the ice walls also widened, merging with the ice walls of the ice stakes that had been placed on the different sides. Several goblins jumped in an attempt to attack the humans, but their bodies only hit the ice wall hard before being rejected. A number of bone arrows struck what appeared to be an impenetrable turtle shell, leaving only tiny marks that did not even serve to weaken the defense of the ice barrier. From the inside, the soldiers, soul evolvers, and survivors watched in amazement as a huge fortress magically rose above and around them all, protecting them from the ferocious attacks of the malicious goblins. The ice was transparent from inside the bastion, so everyone could see the enraged and vile expressions of the small green creatures. Those with bone swords slashed without any skill in an attempt to break through the defenses that impeded their steps, and those with spears stabbed again and again unsuccessfully in an attempt to break through the thick layer of ice that blocked them from their targets and prey. The nearly 4,000 humans automatically looked up at the position on which the woman who rightfully occupied not only the position of the woman most longed for and dreamed of by countless men of the faction, but also the position of the second most powerful and authoritative existence right after the supreme leader. Still standing on the body of the 10-meter-tall scaled rhinoceros, Shangguan Bing Shui looked like an ice goddess in her sky-blue armor. Her silver hair danced gently as her beautiful face turned slightly pale, making her look extremely pitiful and evoking everyone's desire for protection. "Great, we're alive. Thank God. Thank God?" We should be thanking her instead of God. It is not known who started it, but the survivors who had already given up began to shout Shangguan Bing Shui's name out loud, worshipping her as if she were the true goddess of their faith. They even forgot that a moment before many of them had cursed her and all the high commanders of the base for leaving to the south. As she was showered with cheers and praise, Shangguan Bing Shui secretly gritted her teeth. She couldn't care less about the stupid things the survivors were doing at the moment, nor was she in a position to give any kind of order. All her attention was focused not only on providing constant mana to the ice bastion to keep it standing and to repair the openings created by the countless goblin attacks, she also needed to focus on controlling the temperature of the place as much as possible. With so much ice, the humans were currently locked in an ice chamber capable of freezing them to death in a matter of minutes. If not for the fact that Shangguan Bing Shui's ice maker skill had evolved to second order 2 nights ago, which gave her more information and knowledge as well as control over the skill, she would not have been able to control the temperature of the ice she created by herself. Shangguan Bingshui realized that she underestimated Mana's consumption of creating a castle over 20 meters high and almost half a kilometer long and wide a little too much. At first, she thought that she could withstand 10 minutes even with the goblins attacking, but now she realized that she could barely resist 6 at most, and it wouldn't be much of a surprise if that amount was reduced by a couple of minutes depending on the circumstances. Her increasingly exhausted blue eyes looked in the direction of the main battlefield. Even though she couldn't see what was going on there, the frequent explosions, screams and curses, as well as the strange behavior of the goblin race were enough to tell her that Bai Zemin had already started his own battle. Moreover, he seemed to have the upper hand at the moment. Shangguan Bingshui could only secretly pray that he would finish as soon as possible and hurry up before she was running out of every drop of mana. Blood Warlock, Succubus Partner in the Apocalypse. Chapter 356 A Great Duo. Bai Zemin felt the temperature in the area plummet. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a huge ice structure in the distance rising steadily. He also glimpsed what appeared to be countless ant-like goblins doing their best to climb the ice walls in search of an opening. So she's already made her move. Not bad, he muttered to himself as he nodded calmly. His voice was cold and indifferent, like that of a demon from hell out for blood rather than the voice someone usually used to praise somebody. At his feet, Jiminder's body lay limp, and if it weren't for the groans that escaped from his mouth occasionally or his tear-filled eyes informing that he was still alive, anyone would have thought he was a corpse lying in the middle of the road. Jiminder used both his hands in an attempt to stand up, but his legs would not respond no matter how much he ordered them to move. He couldn't even muster the slightest amount of strength to stand up, let alone walk. No, instead of saying that he failed to muster the necessary strength, it would probably be more correct to say that Jiminder couldn't even feel the existence of his legs. The entire lower half of his body was completely cut off from the sensory nerves of his brain. He had lost all sensibility completely, and even pain was no longer something to worry about. What did you do to me? Jiminder asked in what could only be described as a terrified and almost meek voice. That high and mighty voice he had used in the beginning, when he met Bai Zemin face to face for the first time, could no longer be felt anymore, and even his anger-filled voice had completely disappeared. The current Jiminder was like the polar opposite of his past self and did not seem to have the same pride he enjoyed and brimmed with before. Bai Zemin looked at him with his eyes looking down, not even bothering to lower his head a millimeter. Jiminder's body was curved into a peculiar angle, impossible to reach unless one's body was literally invertebrate. Blood was constantly pouring out of his back, staining the ground on which he lay red. Furthermore, the thorn protruding from Bai Zemin's deep black armor on the knee was stained with blood, and his right leg also had a large gush of blood running freely down to his boot. He didn't even bother to answer back to Jiminder. In Bai Zemin's eyes, Jiminder was no different from a corpse at this moment. If previously he was willing to let him go to avoid major losses and for the long-term good, the current Bai Zemin would not let the goblin in front of him go alive even if the world collapsed before his eyes. Jiminder had said words that Bai Zemin could not tolerate, let alone forgive. If what the main leader of the goblin army in the northern area of China had done was just insult him or threaten his life, then Bai Zemin would have simply scoffed just as he had done with all the enemies who eventually ended up falling to their knees in front of him. But what Jiminder did was threaten the safety of his family, the ones most precious to Bai Zemin and the very reason he fought in the first place. His family was the motive why Bai Zemin did not collapse even now, despite the great burdens his seemingly formidable but in reality extremely fragile back bore. They were the reason why, despite being only 20 years old, he was acting like a mature old man most of the time. Therefore, anyone who threatened the safety of those important to him, even if it was just empty words that Bai Zemin believed would never be carried out, was something he could not tolerate. However small the possibility, Bai Zemin would not let go of any uncertainty of such magnitude. Slowly, he turned and faced the gazes of Anak and Krer. The last two leaders of the goblin race standing stared at him as if they were looking at a monster. Neither of them dared to attack Bai Zemin at all. If even Jiminder, who was twice as powerful as them, was crushed as if he was an insignificant ant, then it was clear to both Anak and Krer that they would not be able to change anything even if they tried. Anak's most powerful attack proved it, being casually parried by a kick from Bai Zemin. The human didn't even turn his face and simply kicked his weapon. As if that wasn't enough, it was still controlling those strange but lethal blood threads to take the lives of hundreds of goblins per second. Even now, the goblins were still dying one after another, and the army of previously close to 100,000 that had stayed here had now been reduced to less than 60,000. You too. Just leave. Xietain waved his hand impatiently as he looked at Anak and Crare before saying casually, by the way, and just in case. Take these filthy beasts with you and run as far away as you can before I change my mind. Anak's eyes flashed strangely when he heard this, and he secretly exchanged glances with Crare. The goblin archer seemed to have thought about something when he suddenly raised his bow and activated his skills to power up his attacks before launching without warning an extremely powerful arrow that didn't miss at all with the previous one. His target was, of course, Xietain. Anak was sure that the reason why the human before him had uttered those words was because after demonstrating superior and overwhelming power on such a scale, he had most likely exhausted himself completely and could no longer fight. Ugh. Anak suddenly frowned as he felt a huge amount of sharp pain from his chest. He lowered his head in confusion, but a moment later he figured it was better not to have done it. The powerful arrow struck Xietain, causing his body to explode into pieces. However, it wasn't blood and flesh nor was it bone fragments that flew everywhere, it was only tiny flashes of lightning that flickered for an instant before disappearing. At the end of the day, a beast is still a beast no matter how smart they look. Like the voice of the demon, Xietain spoke indifferently from behind Anak. His fist had completely pierced through the skin of the goblin archer. Not only did it pierce the skin on the back, it also completely destroyed the left shoulder blade and went even deeper, destroying Anak's heart and smashing past the lungs exiting through the front area of the body. By activating the second ability of lightning movement and creating a perfect clone of himself in conjunction with the skill invisibility, Xietain had switched places with his clone after he said those words. Then, he used Shadow Blink to blink at the shadow of the goblin farthest away from him but closest to Anak before finally taking advantage of the goblin's roars and cries to camouflage the sound of the lightning flashing on his body. Anak didn't even notice when Xietain had appeared at his back, and by the time he launched his arrow, it was too late for regrets. You have absorbed the soul power of second order Anak level 74. Xietain waved his hand casually, sending Anak's lifeless body flying and finally freeing his arm stuck in the goblin's chest cavity. Without a word, Xietan's indifferent gaze fell back on Crare several dozen meters away, a distance that, for beings with the high agility they possessed, could be closed or extended in just an instant. I'm leaving. I'm getting the hell out right now. Crare shouted anxiously as his fear-filled eyes met Xietan's, and for the first time in his life he wished to never meet with someone ever again. Just get the hell out of here, you scumbag. Xietain replied calmly. Crare didn't dare to challenge the patience of the demon in front of him and hurriedly let out a shrill howl towards the sky. The goblins that were being slaughtered stopped stupidly trying to charge forward and paused at the leader's call. As if it was foreseen, the more than 1,000 blood threads also stopped and ceased slaughtering the green-skinned creatures. These blood threads had cut the bodies of so many enemies that blood was constantly dripping from them, which made them visible to everyone, and they had already lost the surprise factor a long time ago. Even those goblins that were a kilometer outside the base and more than 3 kilometers away from the central battle site stopped their assault on the ice bastion erected by Shangguan Bing Shui after hearing Crare's call. They all looked towards the base with their ugly faces and mouths slightly open before they began to run quickly in that direction, completely abandoning the mission they seemed so determined to complete no matter what. Xietain watched all this from the side and his heart trembled with lingering fear as well as envy. Fear because if a goblin of the third or even fourth order were born among the goblins, then that supreme existence would immediately obtain an army that would listen to it and carry out its commands without hesitation. Envy because he longed for an army as orderly as that of the goblins, obedient to the point of ignoring their own wills. Even though he knew that such a thing was not possible for mankind, it did not stop Xietain from wanting such a thing. Crare took a last sidelong glance at Xietain, who grunted on the ground and looked at him with bloodshot eyes as if he wanted to swallow him alive for being a traitor. Then, ignoring the gaze of the former main leader of the goblin race, he looked at the corpses of the 3 goblins who less than 10 minutes ago were standing and enjoying overwhelming strength just like his own. After doing so, Crare once again howled towards the sky before running off into the forest in the distance without even looking back. The unclassified goblins and the less than 10 first-order goblins that managed to survive from the Blood Threads hunt looked at Xietain for a second before following in Claire's footsteps. Because Xietain had been terribly weakened by Xietan's relentless attacks, his soul power had been suppressed accordingly. Therefore, and as a consequence of this, Claire's soul power seemed to be much higher, so that all the lower goblins followed him and obeyed without hesitation. It did not take more than 2 minutes for the goblin army to completely disappear from Xietan's line of sight. They had arrived in a mighty and ostentatious manner, with numbers approaching 150,000, which included dozens of first-order and even 5 second-order beings. However, less than 10 minutes later, that huge army left again, except that not all of those who arrived left. Most of the first-order goblins had been slaughtered like flies. The unclassified goblins were destroyed and would have been wiped out in their entirety in a couple more minutes. Even 4 of the 5 leaders leading the goblin race, 4 of the 5 most powerful second-order existences, had fallen like dogs. Among them, the main goblin leader had even been captured alive by the enemy. Xietain surveyed the chaotic battlefield that was finally silent once again, and a sigh of relief escaped from his mouth, letting out all the heavy air in his lungs. The first large-scale confrontation between Xietan's faction and the goblin race had finally concluded. The final result had been the overwhelming victory of the humans, achieving a perfect record of 0 deaths. All this was achieved only with the perfect union and synchronization of 2 people, a man and a woman. Blood Warlock, Succubus Partner in the Apocalypse. Chapter 357. Red-Eyed Xietain. In the area outside the base, on the main road to the south, Bing Shui watched with wondering eyes as the goblin army fled into the distance, and the first reason why the goblins were fleeing that came to her mind took the form of a young man who surprised her more and more every day and made her hopes in the male gender grow at least a bit. This person was naturally Xietain. If it wasn't him who forced the goblins to retreat, then who else? Although Bing Shui had no idea how Xietain was able to get an army of tens of thousands of goblins to flee in panic, she had her own conclusions about it. Of the 5 terrifying auras from before, 3 of them disappeared completely and another one fled north. The last one is in an extremely weakened state, to the point where it's hard to notice. She muttered quietly to herself. What do we do now? Kan Lan approached her while still keeping her vigilance up. Fu Xiefeng and the rest were still leading the troops of gunmen and soul evolvers to hold the defenses, as they didn't know if the goblins would return or not. If they were caught off guard, then the forces of mankind would be destroyed in an instant by the green-skinned creatures, and they were well aware of it. Bing Shui listened to Kan Lan's question, and after a brief pause of consideration, calmly instructed, "Let everyone keep their positions. I will hold this ice bastion for another 2 or 3 minutes, and if in that time nothing happens, then I will go check on Xietain." "All right." Kan Lan nodded hurriedly and did not discuss the matter. She was also worried about Xietain, since even though they had a soul contract that bound them to each other and assured the other that they were both alive, it wasn't as if Kan Lan was able to know if Xietain was critically injured or not. Bing Shui's thoughts were similar to Kan Lan's. Although she wanted to think that he had not been injured or suffered any mishaps, somehow she felt that it might not necessarily be the case. Time passed extremely slowly from the point of view of the survivors. Regardless of whether they were an armed human, soul evolver, or a normal citizen, they were all tense as they cautiously and vigilantly surveyed their surroundings for anything green that moved other than the leaves on the trees. Bushes in the distance would occasionally sway, and a small wild beast would scurry off across the street before disappearing into the adjacent forest, scaring everyone to the marrow of their bones. It was obvious to anyone that the fear of the large number of goblins that had assaulted them not too long ago, as well as the ferocity of these creatures that were barely about 3 feet tall, had left a deep mark on the hearts of most. This was understandable considering that only a few moments ago they were just 1 step away from crossing the gates of the underworld without being able to return to the world of the living ever again. Fear was a rather complex and sometimes even a weird emotion. These battle troops feared the goblins even though some of them only received minor wounds during the fall of bone arrows, suffering 0 casualties in the entire confrontation. On the other hand, they did not fear the wild beasts as much, even though many of their battle companions have already died before the claws and fangs of these beasts. The soldiers also feared the zombies horribly, even though they were clearly slower and much weaker than the wild beasts. This was because the zombies not only had grotesque appearances as a result of the deterioration of their bodies due to the inability to control the mana that slowly corroded them, but were also feared because of the factor that a mere scratch meant the end. Even now, Shangguan Bingshui and Bai Zemin were not immune to the invasion of infectious mana. Approximately 3 minutes after the army of tens of thousands of goblins disappeared without a trace, Shangguan Bingshui's mana reserve dropped directly below 10% and her pretty face was almost as white as a sheet, barely with some blush on her cheeks due to mental exhaustion. Finally, she deactivated her Ice Maker skill, and having lost the mana supplement, the big ice bastion slowly began to lose its firmness. The Soul Evolvers joined Shangguan Bingshui to launch several powerful attacks, and with Nangong Yi's final roar having activated his First Order Barbarian Strength skill, one of the walls finally fell, revealing a hole large enough for 2 big vehicles to drive through side by side. "You all wait here," Shangguan Bingshui instructed Lu Yin and the rest earnestly. "I will go check on Bai Zemin's situation. Leave the engines running and prepare to leave immediately." "Roger." Lu Yin, Fu Xiefeng, Nangong Yi, Nangong Lingxin, Evangeline, Kong Lan, as well as the various soul evolvers with some power and prestige nodded in unison upon hearing her words. Shangguan Bingshui didn't delay any longer after seeing everyone get to work, and with a bit of vigor on the tip of her small foot she shot out towards the south gate of the former base, disappearing from everyone's sight in a few blinks of an eye. Bang! 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 Shangguan Bingshui slowed her steps as she drew closer and closer to what she judged for obvious reasons was the center of the battlefield on which Bai Zemin and the main forces of the goblin army had clashed not long ago. Her blue eyes looked casually and composedly at the surrounding mess. Hundreds of buildings, houses, huts, and other types of human constructions were now nothing but a pile of rubble. Although there were several others still standing, their condition was so pitiful that it would probably be better to tear them down completely and build a new one there. Red blood had stained the entire area, and the putrid smell of iron filled the entire atmosphere. If not for the fact that Shangguan Bingshui had already gotten used to this peculiar smell after experiencing so many things and going through so many battles from the beginning of the apocalypse, she would definitely not have been able to continue walking as casually and calmly as she was doing now. The mutilated bodies of tens and tens of thousands were piled up everywhere. No matter where her beautiful eyes fell, it was impossible not to see at least a few goblins torn into several pieces littering the ground in a disorderly manner. Although Shangguan Bingshui was clearly aware that many of these goblins had been killed by the shockwaves resulting from the clash between powers far above them, her eyes could not help but glitter with a hint of surprise. Just how many goblins did he kill? She muttered in disbelief. Bai Zemin was powerful, there was no room for doubt. Shangguan Bingshui had seen his power personally, it wasn't something someone else had told her. However, he was, at the end of the day, a human who as far as she knew had not yet broken through to the next stage of power on the rank of orders. A human, no matter how strong he or she might be, should have limits to what he or she can do alone. One must know that what Bai Zemin was facing was over 100,000 goblins that, despite being unclassified existences, were only one stage below him, and he was also facing dozens of first-order goblins just like him. Finally, he was also facing 5 supreme second-order existences. But not only did he kill 4 of those 5 second-order creatures, since Shangguan Bingshui could not sense the aura of the 4th one more now, he had also inflicted such losses on the goblin army. Only now did she finally understand how he had forced the goblins to retreat. She clenched her small white fists and gently bit her lower lip. Her sky-colored eyes shone with resolution. She was definitely not willing to be left behind. Even if she couldn't be as powerful as Bai Zemin was, her pride as a woman and her own self wouldn't allow it. Bang! 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 What's that? She muttered under her breath as she raised her guard a little more. Wasn't the battle already over? Then where were those constant explosions coming from? Soon, she arrived at the place where Bai Zemin fought the second-order goblins and understood the origin of those explosions. The body of a goblin that was clearly different from the others lay lifeless on the ground. Judging from the aura that the creature's body exuded, Shangguan Bingshui did not take long to understand that this goblin was a second-order existence when it was still alive. Moreover, she could also see the corpses of 3 other goblins whose aura was somehow close or similar to that of the first goblin. The problem was this. Just over the dead body of the first and biggest goblin, a person wearing a full body armor as black as the starless night was shaking his fists at the speed of lightning. Bang! 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 The fists fell heavily on the face of the goblin corpse without pause. What was once a face, at this moment, was nothing more than an absolutely unrecognizable pile of pulp flesh, and the once black gloves that the attacker wore were now completely blood-stained, as was the front of the armor and some of the once jet-black hair. Bai Zemin? What are you doing? Shangguan Bingshui asked, dumbfounded, and was about to approach when a slightly cold voice made her footsteps stop dead in their tracks. Don't come closer. Wait a little longer, it will soon end. The voice was filled with warning as well as a bit of fear, surprise, and a hint of reluctance. Although it was extremely difficult to comprehend, Shangguan Bingshui instinctively felt that it was better to obey and wait rather than approach carelessly. Bang! 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 Just like a machine that had been broken, Bai Zemin punched Jiminder's corpse over and over again. Even though the head of the once main leader of the goblin race in the northern area of China had already exploded and the flesh turned into liquid after being crushed again and again, he continued. When the flesh that had turned into red liquid evaporated after being smashed by Bai Zemin's hot and powerful fists, about 10 minutes later, he stopped and slowly stood up. Finally, it's over. He sighed and his shoulders slumped as if he was exhausted. When Bai Zemin raised his head and his eyes met Shangguan Bingshui's, she could barely restrain herself from taking a step back and finally understood the reason why he had warned her earlier and why his voice sounded so foreign and distant. Bai Zemin's eyes, which had previously been black as gems, magically acquired a slight rim of crimson around the edges. It was just a flash, and that crimson color disappeared so quickly that Shangguan Bingshui even believed for an instant that it was an optical illusion. However, she fully trusted what her eyes had just seen. What happened to you? She asked with concern and a slight frown. Hearing the tone of the woman in front of him, Bai Zemin felt slightly moved. He was aware that a woman like Shangguan Bingshui, who was cold as ice to everyone, would definitely not fake her tone of voice just to act friendly. Since she sounded concerned about him, it meant that she really saw him as an important friend. In the end, he sighed and said exhaustedly, apparently, I just acquired another annoying skill. Blood Warlock, Succubus Partner in the Apocalypse. Chapter 358, Blood Berserker's Wrath. Another annoying skill? Shangguan Bingshui looked at him puzzled and tilted her head in a super cute way. Bai Zemin was in no mood to observe the beauty's behavior before him. On the contrary, he let out a bitter smile as he recalled the events that happened several minutes ago. While he was beating Jiminder one-sidedly black and blue, Bai Zemin could slowly notice how his ability to reason things out with a level head, as in most cases, was beginning to become cloudy. All he wanted was to wipe out everything and every one of the goblins. The level of hatred he began to feel towards this race of small but vile green-skinned creatures was reaching such high levels that even Bai Zemin himself realized that it was not normal. Because he was currently slaughtering hundreds of goblins per second, it was naturally impossible for Bai Zemin to pay attention to every single record that was being engraved within his soul. As a consequence, he completely ignored any messages that appeared in his retina and focused entirely on the battle he was fighting at that moment. It was right at the instant he broke Jiminder's spine that he finally realized that something was not right with his behavior. This was because while Bai Zemin had a savage and violent fighting style, making his enemy suffer in such a way was actually not something he would normally have thought of, since Bai Zemin's priority in a death fight was always to take the enemy's life before the enemy took his. This was a rule he had imposed on himself from the instant he killed that level 5 Big B. Such a rule was one that Bai Zemin had been following until this day. Curious and a little worried about his own behavior unknown even to himself, Bai Zemin began to search through his most important records. Because he had always been looking at his records periodically with Lilith, he became quite good at it, so that even when he had to split his focus, he managed to find the source of the problem in no time. Because the user is in a state where anger threatens to blind him completely, one of the skills belonging to the one who walks the path of the Blood Berserker has been automatically unlocked. You have learned a unique skill. Anger. An emotion that all living beings feel at least once in their lives. However, there is a special kind of anger in which reason completely disappears and all reason ceases. When anger reaches its peak, even the destruction of oneself to achieve a purpose is no longer madness. You have learned the passive skill Blood Berserker's Wrath. Blood Berserker's Wrath, unique passive skill. When the trigger switch is triggered, the user falls into Wrath mode. Resets the cooldown time of all skills on cooldown at the moment the user goes into Wrath mode and reduces stamina consumption by half. Increases the adrenaline flow and as a consequence increases strength by plus 400 points, increasing exponentially according to the user's anger level. The skill Blood Berserker's Wrath possesses 5 levels of Wrath, each level is activated automatically depending on the triggered switch. Side effect. Depending on the Wrath step, the user's rationality will gradually begin to fade, with the 5th level being the most dangerous and lethal. This skill cannot level up. This skill cannot evolve. Switch of the 1st level of Wrath, threaten loved ones. Loss of rationality equivalent to 10%. Switch of the 2nd level of Wrath, unknown. Loss of rationality equivalent to 15%. Switch of the 3rd level of Wrath, unknown. Loss of rationality equivalent to 30%. Switch of the 4th level of Wrath, unknown. Loss of rationality equivalent to 50%. Switch of the 5th level of Wrath, unknown. The loss of rationality depends on the mental condition of the user, being able to recover 100% of consciousness at certain times but going completely insane at others. For the skill to be cancelled, the user must end and completely suppress the rage against the reason for which the skill was activated. Ignoring the fact that he had no idea what a unique skill was, when Xietain skim-read the skill description, his first thought was that he had received a powerful skill. He was incredibly happy at first. However, as he read more and more, that happiness began to turn to concern when he realized that the skill he had just unlocked was not only powerful but also incredibly dangerous. Calling the skill Blood Berserker's Wrath a double-edged sword just like gravity manipulation was not an exaggeration at all because while it granted the user a great deal of power, the reality was that in return the user also had to pay the consequences depending on the power received. For example, Xietain could perform devastating attacks by multiplying the Earth's gravity x15 within a certain range along with his monstrous strength. However, the consequence was that even his own life was not guaranteed. The same was true for this newly acquired skill, only instead of putting his life on the line, the consequence was to lose degrees of rationality depending on the level of wrath triggered by the activation of the skill. This might seem insignificant, but the loss of rationality was extremely dangerous as at the highest levels one would even fail to recognize even their loved ones. It was after realizing how dangerous the situation he was in even though his life was in no real danger that Xietain made the decision to end the war. Even though he really had the desire to wipe out all the goblins that had come before him and that 10% loss of rationality had made his desire to completely wipe out the race of the one who threatened his loved ones, he fought against himself to restrain it. Was Xietain kind? No. He was definitely not. While he did not consider himself evil, he by no means believed he was a saint. It was absolutely impossible that Xietain decided to let Crare and the rest of the goblins go just because he suddenly received a glimmer of enlightenment. Xietain realized that little by little he was starting to lose more and more rationality as well as control over his own actions, so scared he decided that it was better to put a stop before things got completely out of control. In the end, after Crare and the rest of the goblins disappeared from his sight, Xietain stopped repressing the madness bubbling inside him and released himself completely. Xietain became an extremely pitiful existence under Xietan's uninterrupted fists. After several tens of punches, the second-order goblin's head exploded and died, but even then, Xietain did not stop and continued. This was because, as strange as it seemed, his anger had not yet been completely suppressed after taking the life of the one who released it. After Shangguan Bing Shui heard Xietan's brief but concise summary, she finally understood many things, and the strange behavior she had just seen in him finally became clear. While Xietain had not told her in quality detail everything his new skill bestowed or how it worked, the fact that this skill had the side effect of taking part of the user's rationality as a consequence of its automatic activation was extremely frightening. The scariest thing about passive skills with automatic activations was that they could not be bypassed by the user. If the skill was good, then great. But if the skill was detrimental in some way, then that's where the problems began. To make matters worse, skills learned voluntarily or involuntarily could not be removed. After all, learned skills were runes that became part of one's soul. At the end of the day, it was not as if one could casually erase part of one's soul. Shangguan Bingshui knew that for Bai Zemin to have acquired such a skill, something extremely serious and important to him must have happened. Her eyes automatically moved to the lifeless body of the goblin he had been beating until recently, and despite her curiosity, she decided not to ask any questions. After all, she didn't want to make him feel sad, far from it, by remembering or thinking about bad memories. By the way, Shangguan Bingshui decided to change the topic of conversation a bit, and as her gaze fell on a shiny object in the distance, her pink lips curved slightly as she said cheerfully, "I see you've received more good items." Bai Zemin followed her gaze, and when he saw the object she was looking at, a small smile automatically appeared on his face, which, despite being covered with several drops of blood, still looked handsome and added several points of heroic bravery. As Bai Zemin's soul power became purer and purer, his soul became stronger and stronger. As a consequence of this, Bai Zemin's body began to improve by leaps and bounds, as did his appearance. The current him was not aware, but Shangguan Bingshui was. That the current Bai Zemin did not lose in terms of appearance even to Chen He, who was the most attractive person in terms of face she had ever met. But this was also normal. Although Chen He's genes were somehow better than Bai Zemin's in terms of appearance, although he had suffered less from the deterioration of life due to his good family circumstances, Bai Zemin had killed no less than 100 first-order existences and 7 second-order existences. His genes had been improved to an incredibly high point after his own soul became purer and purer through absorbing and assimilating so much good quality soul power. Shangguan Bingshui couldn't help but think about Wu Yujin and what kind of reaction that girl would have when she sees him again once they arrive at the beginning village in a few days more. Naturally, Bai Zemin was not aware of the thoughts of the woman beside him. From his own point of view, matters such as his face was not something to be overly concerned about. All his attention was mainly focused on becoming more powerful as quickly as possible, and if he could become the ugliest man in the universe in exchange for being the most powerful, he would gladly and without hesitation accept the trade. His gaze was focused on the treasure orbs and other items he had received in this battle, his spoils of war. Considering how difficult and hard the battle he had just experienced was, the soul record naturally could not be stingy, or could it? Bai Zemin was no longer so sure of this after he gave it some thought. With a small frown, he walked around the grounds. His attention was mainly focused on the area where he had killed Abil, Kurano, Enak, and Jiminder. Shangguan Bingshui also helped him in his search for the treasure, and with the teamwork of the two of them it took about 30 minutes. The two left no corpse unturned to make sure they were not missing anything. Bai Zemin and Shangguan Bingshui looked at the pile of objects in front of them and then looked into each other's eyes. As if they were mentally connected, they both said at the same time exactly the same words. "I think I now understand how people who hit the lottery feel." The two were stupefied looking at each other as neither of them expected such a thing. In the end, the two could not help but burst out laughing, and Shangguan Bingshui's smile was so beautiful that fortunately there was no other human around other than Bai Zemin, whose heart was extremely difficult to be moved by beauty. Otherwise, that unfortunate one might fall in love unilaterally only to end up heartbroken in the future. Blood Warlock, Succubus Partner in the Apocalypse. Chapter 359 Farewell North Camp, returning to the beginning village. In front of Bai Zemin and Shangguan Bingshui's shining eyes, a large number of treasure orbs were stacked next to each other. The number might not be colossal nor enough to make those worlds that have been constantly evolving be surprised. However, for a world like Earth that had just started the evolution process less than 2 months ago, such a number of treasures appearing at the same time could be considered a rarity. I wonder if any other faction has obtained such a large amount of treasures in a single shot. Shangguan Bingshui casually inquired. There are definitely at least 200 normal treasure orbs and a few rare ones here. Bai Zemin nodded and added, in addition to the various skill scrolls, with this we will be able to build up a new troop of soul evolvers or empower the current ones even more. Because Bai Zemin's soul power was becoming purer and purer, his own soul seemed to be becoming picky as well. What did this mean? Put into simple and easy-to-understand words, a large amount of the unclassified soul power of the low-level goblins was rejected by his soul. What did this result in? Easy. Since the soul power was not absorbed, the soul record converted what it could into treasures or skill scrolls. Although there were no tens of thousands of treasure orbs, even though Xietain killed tens of thousands of goblins, these few hundred were enough to make him happy. He even wished that the goblins would come back again so that he could obtain another few hundred of treasures more. Unconsciously, his hand moved to his leather bag and gave it a little pat. The movement was small, but enough to attract Shangguan Bingshue's attention. She looked at him and chuckled as she said with a smile on her face, "Even though you only got a green-colored orb in this case, there were a few yellow orbs. I guess you'll be able to enjoy some extra magic-grade treasures soon." "Yeah." Xietain nodded with a faint smile. "Besides, I also got a good stuff. I'll show it to you later." Shangguan Bingshue's curiosity piqued upon hearing this. However, seeing that Xietain was acting mysterious, she didn't ask further and simply nodded, deciding to wait and see. After finishing collecting all the treasure orbs, skill scrolls, and any other drops the goblins might have dropped, Xietain decided it was safe to let a group of survivors enter the base now. It had been quite a while and the goblins showed no signs of returning, which meant they really wouldn't be coming back. At least, the odds of such a thing happening were extremely low, and Xietain didn't think that second-order goblin named Crare would be such an idiot as to return after they encountered the incarnation of annihilation either. Approximately 10 minutes later, a large group of survivors mounted on a few buses returned to the base. The faces of many turned pale at the sight of the carnage, and there were a few who could not help but vomit as the putrid smell of death assaulted them. The few soldiers who accompanied these survivors to make sure nothing bad happened looked at Xietain as if they were looking at a true god. How could they not be revering him? The young man before their eyes was the physical representation of a man with the power to destroy an army by himself. Many felt their hearts pounding fiercely, and the blood of several of them began to bubble to the brim. With this kind of leader, what did they have to worry about? Who was there to fear? The ones they should fear were those who pointed their spears and swords against them. Those who should be worried were those who dared to oppose their steps. They, as members of the faction of such a monster with human skin, would naturally benefit greatly not only now, but also in the future. After a brief moment when things got slightly out of control in the presence of so many corpses, more than 300 survivors began to pierce the goblin heads in search of soul stones. Fortunately, goblin skin was not too tough and from a certain point of view was only slightly tougher than human skin. On top of that, the survivors were using knives forged from the bones of wild beasts, so it was not a challenge to pierce their skulls at all. Still, Xietain underestimated the number of slaughtered goblins too much, or perhaps he forgot that the reason why he and Shangguan Bingshue were able to go through every single body in search of treasures was thanks to the incredibly high agility they had. Even after 2 hours, the 300-plus survivors had barely covered a little over 10,000 corpses, of which they found over 2,000 unclassified soul stones and a few first-order soul stones. In the end, another group of 600 survivors had to be called in and mobilized to help the previous one. Otherwise, even after 10 hours, it was not certain that the job would be completed, and Xietain did not feel like staying another day in this place. Approximately after another 3 hours, around noontime, the more than 60,000 goblin corpses had gained another hole in their broken bodies. Those who had formed a soul stone within them were stripped of this valuable item, and those who had not were kicked aside by the survivors. While Xietain could have taken all these corpses away, the truth was that the material of the unclassified goblins was not good for forging. Therefore, instead of bothering with it, he simply ordered to collect as many weapons as possible and load them into a separate truck. Even a broken bone arrow was not left behind. Of course, Xietain sternly ordered to take the corpses of the first order and second order goblins apart. The quality of these bodies was incomparable to that of the unclassified goblins, and even if they were not as high quality as that of the beasts of the same stage, they were still good forging material. Lu Xiaoyao approached Xietain and, while looking at him with complicated eyes, quietly reported, "Leader, everything is ready. We can leave immediately." This young man in front of her had arrived at the North Camp a little over a week ago. He came out of nowhere and without warning, killing one of the former top leaders of the base and taking his father's position as if it was his own in the first place. At first, Lu Xiaoyao was naturally upset, and in her eyes, Bai Zemin was nothing more than a barbarian who would sooner or later get his retribution. However, as the days passed, her mindset slowly began to transform. As she matured and observed the movements of this young man not much older than her, she realized that Bai Zemin was not a bad leader, and despite his imperfections as well as his vicious tendencies, everything he did was always based on the benefit of all, whether in the short term or in the long run. Therefore, her thoughts about him also began to change. Now, Lu Xiaoyao felt that having such a leader was not so bad after all. Besides, with the strength demonstrated by Bai Zemin, no one in their right mind would ever dare to oppose him unless they wanted to die. Even an army of tens of thousands of soul evolvers of the goblin race was overwhelmed, while tens of thousands of other remnants were forced to flee like homeless dogs, all done by him alone. While looking at that straight back, Lu Xiaoyao felt as if she was looking at an unreachable mountain. Bai Zemin stretched his hand forward, and the crimson pearl floated a few inches above it. A huge suction pull came out from inside the pearl as a strange wave of mana spread out in the distance. He activated blood manipulation, and under everyone's shocked gaze, thousands upon thousands of liters of blood floated through the air in his direction before being absorbed by the tiny pearl, disappearing without a trace. No matter how many times they saw it, they still did not cease to be amazed. The scene of seeing countless drops of blood floating down and filling the skies was by no means small enough not to be shocked. After absorbing as much blood as possible and separating it according to quality inside the liquid storage pearl, Bai Zemin pointed his right hand towards the mountain of corpses, and with a thought, the skill of the blazing ring on his index finger was immediately activated. Crimson flames flew out to form what appeared to be a fire dragon, engulfing the corpses of the unclassified goblins. It was only a few seconds before a huge bonfire seemed to ignite in the middle of the now destroyed base, and the smell of death permeated the area. A few minutes later, the sound of engines echoed all around, and with the sun blazing high, a motorcade of over 200 large and small vehicles set off in a southerly direction. The vehicles soon disappeared further into the distant horizon, leaving behind as the only evidence that they were ever there a large mountain of corpses that seemed to weep in silence as they slowly turned into nothing but ashes, which the night breeze would spread across what not long ago was a terrifying and bloody battlefield. The journey back south had its pros and cons compared to when Bai Zemin, Shangguan Bing Shui, Nangong Yi, and Nangong Lingxin had traveled north to take control over the north camp. One of the clear advantages was that when the group of 4 led by Bai Zemin advanced northward, they had to clear a section of the road. This was improved even more when the large group led by Fu Xiefeng and Kong Lan responded to Shangguan Bing Shui's call and also headed north. Basically, although there were some obstacles such as vehicles that were overturned by wild beasts, the entire road was clear, and except for worrying about some areas destroyed by some massive-sized creatures, the convoy of vehicles was able to progress smoothly at a much faster speed than before. However, this advantage was basically nullified by the 2 major disadvantages. 1. The number of vehicles was much larger due to the large number of survivors. In order to avoid getting separated and thus prevent possible deaths or straying, everyone's speed had no choice but to become more moderate than it actually could be. 2. The heavy weight of the corpses of many wild beasts that could not be dismantled in time due to Bai Zemin's rush to return to the beginning village as soon as possible. These giant corpses caused the speed at which the vehicles were moving to fall by default, and since no one wanted to push the engines any harder than they already did, the speed could only be kept to a reasonable maximum. 2 days later, Bai Zemin was sitting in the back seat of a very large military jeep. This military jeep was found in a village not far from their current position, along with several dead bodies and bullet shells. Bai Zemin and the rest estimated that a small military group probably found some trouble in that place, as there were several human corpses on the ground along with a big number of zombies. Beside him, Shangguan Bing Shui had her eyes closed, and judging by the slight movement of her upper body as well as her steady breathing, Bai Zemin could easily tell that she must be asleep. Even though it was 4 o'clock in the afternoon, it wasn't as if they had much to do but sit around bored, and sleeping was probably the best thing they could do, since that way time would seem to fly faster, and they could also keep their stamina points always at the maximum possible for any battle. While Bai Zemin was enjoying the silence riding near to the head of the convoy, news came from the front just in time as the survivor driving the jeep stopped the vehicle. Blood Warlock, Succubus Partner in the Apocalypse. Chapter 360 Nangong Lingxin takes a step ahead. Leader, we've got some problems straight ahead. The voice of one of the team leaders leading the advance came from the vehicle's radio. Bai Zemin recognized the person's voice immediately, remembering that this was one of the few soldiers who decided to risk his life to become a soul evolver. In fact, this person was currently level 18 and was one of the most respected soul evolvers while being extremely loyal to Bai Zemin since thanks to him, this man named Lian Zhu went from being a mere officer to someone with prestige and honor. Lian Zhu, report the situation. Bai Zemin calmly replied as he looked to his side and noticed that Shangguan Bing Shui was already fully awake and attentive. Roger that. The person named Lian Zhu immediately responded and began to narrate the events. About 1 minute later, Bai Zemin finally understood everything and calmly replied, "Got it. I'll be right over. You guys hold your positions and don't let the creature get close. If it gets too near, simply do what is necessary to stop it. I'll most likely get there first though." Lian Zhu replied in the affirmative and soon the communication was closed. Bai Zemin looked at the woman sitting next to him and said calmly, "That's the way things are. I'll be right back." "Okay." Shangguan Bing Shui replied in a slightly lazy voice and without much worries. Seeing the usually stern Shangguan Bing Shui act like a sleepy little girl, Bai Zemin didn't know whether to laugh or cry while the driver almost couldn't believe what he was witnessing. Of course, Bai Zemin knew that the reason Shangguan Bing Shui was acting like this was because she had full confidence that he would be able to solve the problem that had arisen. Otherwise, she herself would be the first person to step forward. It was just that in this case there was no need. After opening the door of the military vehicle, Bai Zemin stepped out. "Leader, do you have orders for us?" Several team leaders of soldiers and soul evolvers leading 10-man squads approached as they saw him get out of the jeep. All of them had just received the report from the convoy's leading head, so several were hoping they could accumulate some merits even if they were small. "No need." Bai Zemin shook his head and waved his hand as he calmly said, "You guys keep the engines running, we are departing again soon." Without waiting for a reply and putting some power on his feet, Bai Zemin burst out with the speed of lightning and disappeared from everyone's line of sight in an instant just like a ghost. The various soldiers and soul evolvers who witnessed this were not surprised as they had seen how incredible their new leader was. However, the driver of the military jeep in which Bai Zemin was riding together with Shangguan Bing Shui could not help but gasp. Shangguan Bing Shui gave him a sidelong glance before completely ignoring his reaction. She turned her attention to the scenery outside and as her blue eyes mirrored in the glass, no one knew what she was thinking. Bai Zemin's movement speed was surprisingly high even if he didn't use all of his agility to avoid consuming too much stamina. Moreover, since the vehicle he was riding in was a short distance from the front, it didn't even take more than 5 seconds to reach the front area. By the time he got to the front area, there were already several people outside the vehicles. All of these people were either soldiers with firearms or soul evolvers with swords, spears, maces, and other types of melee weapons. As for the normal survivors, to avoid problems they all traveled in the center of the vehicle formation, being protected from the front and from the rear. This way it would be much more difficult for any enemy to raise commotion in case one appeared, as even in the midst of the survivors there were some troops stationed to maintain order and security. Leader, Fu Xiefeng and Kong Lan immediately approached when they saw him arrive. Although their relationship with Bai Zemin was very good, enough to be allowed to address him more freely compared to the rest, they both treated him with respect when there were more people around. After all, Bai Zemin had to maintain a certain status and prestige in the eyes of the masses to avoid being treated too casually. Bai Zemin nodded and looked at Kong Lan before asking, "How are your injuries?" Kong Lan smiled slightly as she heard his question and noticed the slight concern in his voice. She answered honestly, "Thank you for asking, leader. But don't worry. My shoulder is completely healed now and my hand will be as good as new by tomorrow." As if to prove her point, she moved her back and shoulder muscles so that Bai Zemin could see that she was really a lot better. She even waved her hand gently as proof that the fractures were almost completely healed after being treated with magic for 3 days, counting today. "That's good." Bai Zemin sighed and nodded with a faint smile towards her. Even though his faction now had another healer, Kong Lan was by far a lot more powerful than Wang Jie. After all, Kong Lan's mana and magic stats were the stats of a genius in contrast to Wang Jie's average stats. After making sure that Kong Lan was alright, Bai Zemin walked to the front, calmly crossing the thick defensive line that had been formed by several armed officers and soul evolvers. All of them were looking forward with a bit of tension. Approximately 300 meters ahead there was a bridge connecting a sub-district to another sub-district, and it was necessary to pass through there to get to the other side. The other way was to cross the deep water river that ran below, which was clearly not feasible as terrifying beasts could occasionally be seen looming out of the water for brief moments. If a human fell into the water by accident, there was no doubt that they would be devoured in an instant, and even a powerful soul evolver could not resist too long before falling in. After all, humans were land creatures, not sea creatures. Another way to reach the south was by the road that Nangong Yi and Nangong Lingxin had traveled when they fled from Kongrong Sun back then. It was just that this road had several deviations that made it more difficult to travel. It was precisely for this reason that the Nangong siblings traveled through this area, as it was good for losing their pursuers. Seeing the bridge, Bai Zemin sighed wearily as he realized that they would lose more time here. Previously, all the vehicles blocking the road had been moved aside, so the passage was supposed to be completely unobstructed. However, forget about encountering a clear path as it was supposed to be. Bai Zemin estimated that were it not for the existence of the soul evolvers, even a day's work carried out by 100 people might not be enough to clean up the mess in front of his eyes. The bridge was extremely long, at least 300 to 400 meters. As far as the eye could see, a large number of different-sized creatures lay lifeless on the bridge along with several overturned or wrecked vehicles. There were even some parts of the bridge that had been destroyed and were currently collapsed onto the structure. But this was not the only problem. Moving vehicles and dead creatures were not the only obstacles present. Bang! 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 A strange creature approximately 5 meters tall was making the ground vibrate with every step it took, and the bridge seemed to be struggling to support it. The strange creature's body was covered in a thick layer of slightly purple skin, its swollen muscles were the size of a truck and its legs were as thick as a small house. In the strange creature's right hand was the body of a giant wild boar of about 2 meters. It was just that in comparison, the boar's size was insignificant and unworthy of mention. The creature seemed to notice the humans in the distance as it used its large red eyes to look at them, causing the gunmen to unconsciously step back and only the soul evolvers to barely stand their ground. But what happened next made even the evolved humans shudder in fear. The strange creature raised its right hand and to the level of its mouth before taking a ferocious bite on the giant boar's back, causing hot blood to splash on its body and face, which gave it an extremely ferocious appearance. Fu Xiefeng swallowed saliva and said a little unsure of himself, "Big BR leader. That thing? Is that thing a zombie?" Bai Zemin nodded and said indifferently, "It seems to be a first-order zombie whose evolutionary path is brute force." When the others heard his words of confirmation, they all trembled at the same time as their eyes flashed with worry. Like all other conscious living beings, zombies had also been evolving non-stop. While so far the strongest enemies that Bai Zemin's faction had encountered were the wild beasts, this was because the district they were in was mainly plagued by forests. However, the most dangerous and terrifying enemies for humans were actually the zombies. Zombies were the main enemy that mankind had to worry about the most at this time as they plagued the world with their overwhelmingly higher numbers. Moreover, zombies were the only creatures that had infinite stamina, as they did not need rest or sleep. They could attack endlessly and even ignore any kind of pain. "Do any of you wish to fight against this zombie?" Bai Zemin asked casually as he looked around. Bai Zemin had no interest in the giant zombie. To him, these first-order existences did not represent the slightest of challenges, and although the soul power was tempting, he preferred to let his troops train. After all, first-order existences were not cabbages that grew everywhere and were still rarities. This could be seen by the fact that even after going deep into one of the district's forests for a whole night, Bai Zemin had barely managed to hunt down 2 or 3 of them. His words had not finished falling when a voice immediately rose up. "Let me do it." Bai Zemin turned slightly and looked at the person who had just spoken. It was Nangong Lingxin. "Are you sure?" he asked with a raised eyebrow. From Bai Zemin's point of view, Nangong Lingxin was a powerful soul evolver. It was just that she was mainly focused on defense rather than offense. Don't worry, I'm sure. Nangong Lingxin nodded confidently and stepped forward. After finishing off all the beasts the other night, I got a good skill that I've been wanting to try, but the opportunity hadn't presented itself until now. Let me do it, please. It's fine with me. Bai Zemin nodded but then frowned as he said in a serious voice, the problem is that you can't let the bridge fall. Do you think you can do that? Nangong Lingxin used her two beautiful honey-colored eyes to look at him and nodded firmly as she said in a confident voice, believe me. With my barrier, even if that zombie wants to take down the bridge, it won't be able to do that. Those words were a bit arrogant. This was especially the case because Nangong Lingxin was still an unclassified existence, while the giant zombie 300 meters away was clearly a high-level first-order creature. After thinking about it for a brief moment, Bai Zemin finally nodded and calmly said, all right. You can have it yourself in that case. Even if problems arose, wasn't he there to solve them? Blood Warlock, Succubus Partner in the Apocalypse. Chapter 361, The Courage of a Beautiful and Hot Woman. Besides improving himself, Bai Zemin really needed Nangong Lingxin to become as strong as possible in the shortest possible amount of time. Her energy barrier skill was very valuable to Bai Zemin as her defense was even greater than Shangguan Bingshue's ice creations. The more powerful Nangong Lingxin became, her usefulness to him and the amount of help she would be able to give him in the future would increase accordingly, so no matter how Bai Zemin looked at it there was nothing to lose. Nangong Lingxin's eyes sparkled with gratitude as she looked at the young man in front of her. She was fully aware of how important this bridge was to Bai Zemin. A single mistake meant that they would all have to turn around to go back the way they came and thus find another way. If that happened, not only would the 2 days of travel so far be wasted as well as fuel and food, but they would also have to travel another 2 days to retrace their previous steps. After finding another road, they would have to slowly clear the route as unlike this one probably no large group had passed by there to have the need to move vehicles and other obstacles. In the end, they would probably lose about a week of time before finally reaching the beginning village. To say that the bridge before them was a treasure was not an exaggeration from a certain point of view. At least, it would be one until all the vehicles crossed to the other side. Therefore, Nangong Lingxin felt a little touched by the trust Bai Zemin was placing in her. Of course, she was aware that with him present, major mishaps were unlikely to arise. But this did not diminish her inner joy at all. Be careful. Nangong approached and said in a deep voice as he looked at his younger sister. Other than his father in beginning village, his sister was the only thing he had in this life and losing her would leave him devastated. Nangong Lingxin said nothing and simply nodded firmly. She was aware that if she received even the slightest scratch from the giant zombie it would be all over for her, although considering the power that monstrous beast was demonstrating it was likely that one slap would be enough to crush her small body. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, she advanced with firm steps while maintaining her head up and looking at the giant zombie that was still tasting its food without worrying at all about the army in the distance. She wore leather armor that clenched every curve of her body tightly and clung to her figure perfectly, exposing part of her white thighs and her waist along with the junction of her limbs to prevent her movements from being obstructed to a great extent. Her extremely hot body, especially the bust area, continually attracted the gaze of countless men no matter where she went. In fact, were it not for the fact that it was widely known that Nangong Lingxin was not only a powerful soul evolver on the verge of breaking through the barrier to the first stage of real evolution as well as one of the 3 people who came alongside the supreme leader to conquer the North Camp, it was highly likely that some powerful official would have tried to do something to obtain her. Although using strength was firmly forbidden and was punishable with death, if it was not exposed no one had anything to worry about, and a woman with a seductive beauty like Nangong Lingxin's was enough to tempt and cloud the thoughts of most men. Naturally, so far there had been a number of men with prestige and some power who had approached Nangong Lingxin in an attempt to woo her or to gradually get closer. However, she did not seem interested in romance. This led many to believe that, perhaps, she was only interested in a one-night relationship, which was also fine with them. After all, a young 27-year-old woman like Nangong Lingxin should also have her own physical needs in the bedroom. Unfortunately, this did not seem to be the case either, since the last time someone dared to make an indecent proposal to her without the slightest tact was beaten black and blue by her own hands. In the end, Nangong Lingxin became a sun-like existence. She was beautiful and extremely hot, but if anyone tried to get close to her, they would definitely get burned. Ignoring the heated gazes she felt pricking her back, Nangong Lingxin advanced with her head held high like a proud and arrogant swan. She wasn't worried at all, even though she knew that the difference in power between the giant zombie and her was definitely great enough to die in an instant if she was hit. The reason behind her confidence came from the fact that she precisely needed to be attacked. The giant zombie noticed a tiny human approaching its area and stopped its movements, ceasing to eat the body of the mutant boar it had killed and captured earlier. Roar! A terrifying roar came out of the beast's mouth, and just when everyone thought it was a warning sign, the giant zombie raised its right arm high in the sky and extended it backward. Then, under the stupefied and scared gaze of everyone, the creature swung its arm fiercely forward and released its grip on the mutant boar's corpse. The 2-meter-tall but incomplete body literally flew like a cannonball towards Nangong Lingxin. The different soldiers and soul evolvers were terrified to witness this, and many of them even closed their eyes as if they did not want to see the scene of such a beautiful flower being crushed. Even Nangong Yi could not help but worry for the safety of his beloved sister. The strength with which that giant zombie had thrown that animal's body was enough to compete with him after activating all of his power-up skills. This did not mean that Nangong Yi could compete against the giant zombie at all. After all, a scratch meant the end. It was precisely because of this that he did not dare to step forward when Bai Zemin suggested that one of them deal with the beast. Nangong Lingxin did not panic and instead hurriedly extended both hands forward. Her mature voice rang out. Barrier, flash. Multicolored light flashed in her soft palm, and in an instant, the light spread out to form a 3-meter-wide barrier whose thickness was comparable to that of a normal concrete wall. Bang! The mutant boar's corpse powerfully impacted against the barrier erected by Nangong Lingxin, causing the barrier to shudder fiercely and even tiny cracks to appear. Nangong Lingxin's curvy body shuddered for a second before she gritted her teeth and expended a small portion of her mana to repair the damage on the barrier. She could not afford to have her barrier destroyed, as the consequence would be to suffer a huge backlash. For a few seconds, the resulting strength after the throw made by the giant zombie caused Nangong Lingxin to have trouble resisting. However, when this strength was completely nullified, all that remained was the natural weight of the mutant boar's corpse, and this no longer posed any challenge for her. The giant zombie roared again before beginning its forward charge. Although it was like a raging bull, its agility was only around 40 points. This, while enough to make a normal human despair and completely different from the slow movement of normal zombies, was no big deal in Nangong Lingxin's eyes. Nangong Lingxin reduced the size of her barrier to only 1 meter wide, which also caused the required mana consumption to be reduced to 1/3 compared to the previous 3-meter-wide barrier. Then, she activated the skill she was eager to test. Her thick red lips moved slightly, and she whispered in a voice that only she could hear. Reflect. A huge wave of invisible mana burst outward and in an instant blasted the giant zombie's body. Bang! The beast was taken by surprise, and without even knowing what happened, its charge was stopped as it was forced to take several steps back. A bizarre roar escaped automatically from its bloodied mouth, while the right arm, the place that received the impact, bled continuously. Awesome! Nangong Yi relaxed as he shouted in joy and surprise. Even he didn't know that his sister had gotten her hands on a skill of such quality. The night the beasts attacked the North Camp space, Bai Zemin had said that the scrolls and treasures everyone obtained from their hunt that night would belong exclusively to them. This caused many to become much more powerful overnight, and in return, Bai Zemin gained even more prestige among his troops and stronger soul evolvers. Bai Zemin was also slightly taken aback, as he could not even notice how it was that Nangong Lingxin attacked at the first instant. He didn't expect her to acquire such a good skill, but he wasn't upset either, as he knew that if it was him who slew the beast she killed, which was probably first order, he definitely wouldn't have received anything due to the huge power difference. Nangong Lingxin did not wait for the giant zombie to recover and instead leaned her body forward as she ran at full speed to begin what was a fierce melee combat. After all, despite the fact that she was a mage, her skills were focused on melee and ranged fighting equally. The giant zombie steadied its body and swung its fist downward with the intention of crushing the small ant-like human. Bang! The fist the size of a giant truck cab impacted harshly on Nangong Lingxin's barrier, causing the cracks to reappear. However, the cracks were soon repaired and the same thing happened as before. Bang! The wounds on the giant zombie's right arm opened even wider and the beast let out a roar that sent chills down the spine of everyone watching the battle from a distance. Apparently, this first-order zombie was not immune to pain like the unclassified zombies. Nangong Lingxin seized the opportunity and unsheathed her sword from her small waist. With a swift movement to the side, she jumped and slashed the zombie's arm. Although it was just a normal slash with no ability, her sword was a rank 1 weapon with over 400 physical attack damage. Surprisingly, when her sword struck the zombie's skin, a clanking sound echoed across the battlefield. She frowned as she felt the hardness transmitted from the blade of the sword to the hilt. Her frown deepened slightly as she noticed that she had barely managed to pierce 1 centimeter of skin. Considering how thick the beast's arm was before her, even 1,000 cuts would not be enough to pierce it completely. The giant zombie suddenly grabbed a nearby family-sized car and used it as a weapon to smash Nangong Lingxin. She, fortunately, was counting on her barrier to save her life. Boom! The weight of the car, the weight of the giant zombie's arm, the gravitational force as well as the strength that the creature had used to defy the frictional force caused by the wind, all came together as one and caused dozens of cracks to appear on the magic barrier. Nangong Lingxin's little mouth opened slightly and a small grunt of pain escaped from her half-open lips. She immediately gritted her teeth and to prevent the cracks from spreading further, she increased the supply of mana to the barrier. Flash! The multicolored glow over the barrier increased several folds and the cracks disappeared without a trace. Followed by this, Nangong Lingxin's voice sounded again and only the zombie with 0 intelligence heard it. Reflect. Boom. The left arm with which the zombie was clinging to the car suddenly bent at an impossible angle backward and a roar that shook the bridge caused the eardrums of several armed men 300 meters in the distance to start bleeding. Bang! The giant zombie's body fell to the ground and Nangong Lingxin seized the opportunity as she activated another of her reserve skills. Blood Warlock, Succubus Partner in the Apocalypse. Chapter 362, Cat's Eyes. When Nangong Lingxin arrived at the beginning village together with her older brother and her injured father, she decided to join without hesitation after hearing that apart from losing part of her freedom there were only benefits. Of course, all this downplaying the matter of a possible betrayal, but the her of that moment never thought of betrayal since no matter how powerful she or her brother were, they definitely could not survive alone for a long time and even less so with their father, who was just a normal man without any power. After Kong Lan healed her father, she and her brother Nangong Yi met Shangguan Bing Shui and shared their skills with her. Immediately after that, they both officially joined the faction that a young man named Bai Zemin was leading and began to team up with other soul evolvers and armed troops to gather supplies and expand the controlled area while searching for survivors. A week later, Nangong Lingxin met Bai Zemin. Since she was new into the faction and it was the first time she had met him, she naturally had to talk about her skills as well. It was just that Bai Zemin's attention had mainly focused on her energy barrier, ignoring the skill that was then one of her two. As time passed, Nangong Lingxin acquired the skill Lightning Movement after consuming the lightning fruit that Bai Zemin bestowed to her not long ago, and the skill Reflect after killing a first-order beast, so her active skill pool was 4 and would be only 1 away from the limit set by her power scale were it not for the fact that one of these skills had been obtained through the consumption of a natural treasure. Lightning Movement, Energy Barrier, Reflect, and her 4th active skill was a not too flashy one but still useful in certain circumstances. For example, this skill was very useful in the current situation. Seeing the giant zombie fall, Nangong Lingxin didn't even hesitate for an instant as she hurriedly sent out a mental thought along with a mana wave to stimulate the rune that had a strange drawing engraved on the surface. Cat's eyes. She muttered and immediately felt a slight stinging in her eyes that for an instant forced her to blink. When her eyes opened a moment later, the world before her did not seem to have changed at all, and for an instant, she even went so far as to think that the skill had not been properly activated. However, when Nangong Lingxin looked at the giant zombie that was struggling to stand up with some difficulty due to its size and weight, she noticed that there were several fluorescent green dots marked on the giant zombie's body, dots that previously she could not see with her honey-colored eyes, but with her current light green eyes she could. Cat's Eyes, First Order Active Skill, Level 2, consumes 20 mana points to activate and 1 point every 3 seconds to keep the skill active. Effect: increases the user's vision range by 50% and increases perception by 15%. When fighting against enemies whose size is at least 3 times that of the user and whose strength exceeds the user will be able to see the weak points of an enemy that does not exceed the user's level by more than 30, thus pointing out places where the defense is especially low. After deactivation, Cat's Eyes goes into cooldown for 3 hours. The sword in Nangong Lingxin's hands flashed under her sharp and swift movements. Rays of sunlight reflected off the blade of the sword constantly, and with each swing of her wrist it was as if countless sword slashes were sent towards different parts of the giant zombie's body. The giant zombie roared in pain as it received several attacks in sync on areas that were not only its weak points, but were also in poor condition due to the injuries it had suffered earlier. Nangong Lingxin's attacks were fierce and precise. She not only attacked the giant zombie's arms, but also attacked its eyes, throat, legs, etc. It was only a few seconds, but in that brief moment, the giant beast's body was bathed in its own blood. Nangong Lingxin's sword, which previously could barely break through the giant zombie's defense, now seemed to have been transformed into a legendary sword as it easily pierced through the skin and flesh of the mutant creature. Swoosh! As she focused on attacking, a breeze of wind from one of her sides snapped her out of her murderous frenzy and without even looking hurriedly moved the defensive barrier to that side. Bang! The giant zombie had swung one of its legs like a whip, and the blow had been so strong that Nangong Lingxin was forced back a dozen meters even though her body had not been hit directly. A thick crack appeared on the magic barrier, and even though Nangong Lingxin was constantly supplying mana, that crack was only slightly repaired but did not disappear completely. This was proof that she was running out of mana and draining fast. Ugh! A small whimper escaped from her lips as she used her sword to stop her body. Maintaining 3 active skills was by no means a simple task for an unclassified existence like her. Even less so when all of these skills were of first order. Realizing that she had to end this quickly, Nangong Lingxin did not give the giant zombie a chance to stand up, and ignoring the pain she felt in her chest charged forward like a fearless and brave tigress. The giant zombie evidently could not move with complete freedom due to its exaggerated muscles obstructing its own movements. However, its power was undeniable. Seeing that the hateful human was coming back for more, the giant zombie's red eyes glowed viciously, and with a ferocious roar, it smashed its hand up and down. The air pulsed and the atmosphere seemed to freeze as a result of the beast's strength. What was worse was that with the magic barrier damaged, Nangong Lingxin knew instinctively that it would not be able to withstand this attack. All or nothing. Nangong Lingxin gritted her teeth and deactivated her defensive skill, completely giving up on defense since it was of no use at this point. However, even though she deactivated 1 active skill, she used her remaining mana to activate the only active skill in her arsenal that had not been used by her in this day so far. Lightning movement. Lightning crackled over her leather armor, illuminating her flawless skin and sending chills up and down her body. Only a few inches from being struck, her limber waist swayed tantalizingly, and an instant later she seemed to disappear from her previous position. Boom! The zombie's giant hand struck the bridge, causing it to shudder, and under everyone's startled eyes, the part that had just taken the impact broke away from the rest. The bridge was about 100 meters wide, but now, a large amount of concrete flew straight down and hit the waters below hard. A huge wave rose high in the sky, and as the river water swirled fiercely, several creatures appeared near the surface, baring their sharp teeth menacingly. There was even a small goldfish that had mutated and was now comparable in size to a shark before the apocalypse. It was clearly a powerful first-order beast. Seeing approximately 10 meters of the initial part of the bridge being ripped away by the giant zombie's ferocious swipe, Xietain did not panic at all. As long as there was room for the caravan to pass, it was enough, even if they had to pass that part of the bridge one by one. Swoosh! Nangong Lingxin appeared right above the chest of the huge beast. Her size was completely disproportionate compared to the creature beneath her feet, similar to an ant next to the walls of a house. When her now green eyes, due to her cat eye skill, met the beast's red eyes, all Nangong Lingxin saw in that gaze was murderous intent without the slightest sign of intelligence. But even if there was, the creature before her eyes had long since stopped being human, and the condition of its body was proof of that. A tiny fluorescent, that would normally be impossible to reach due to the size difference, entered Nangong Lingxin's eyes as she stared right at the center of the monster's forehead. With barely a couple of seconds remaining before her mana was completely consumed, she stepped forward and stabbed ahead with her sword. Puchi! The tip of the sword's blade easily pierced the creature's forehead, burying itself beyond the skull as if it were a hot knife cutting through butter. Nangong Lingxin's body bowed, and she made use of her own weight to plunge the entire blade of her sword all the way to the hilt into the monster's head. The giant zombie shuddered for a moment before its mouth let out a strange sound and its movements froze completely. Nangong Lingxin put a foot on the beast's face and then pulled her sword back. Blood slowly flowed from the small hole along with small fragments of what appeared to be brain matter, giving the already hideous creature an even more horrifying appearance. You have absorbed the soul power of First Order Brutal Zombie level 42. You have obtained Strength plus 67, Agility plus 7, Health plus 42, Stamina plus 64, Mana plus 19, Magic plus 18. Nangong Lingxin gasped heavily and needed to make use of her sword to steady herself without falling. Her body was bathed in sweat, some strands of her lustrous dark hair had stuck to her lovely pale face while her chest rose and fell repeatedly as proof of how desperately her lungs were searching for air. Not bad. A slightly lazy but with a hint of praise voice came from somewhere, attracting her attention. Nangong Lingxin raised her head and used her tired eyes to look up at the top of one of the columns supporting several decorative bars on the bridge. There, sitting on the edge of the column, the shadow of a person was vaguely distinguishable under the bright sun behind its back. Although she could not see him, she knew that this person was Xietain as his voice was unmistakable. That self-confidence was clear as day and as big as the sun. A happy smile automatically appeared on her face, causing many men in the distance who saw this to feel their throats go dry. Nangong Lingxin was happy, how could she not be? Even though she was only a level 25 unclassified existence, she had just defeated and killed a first-order existence higher than level 40 with her own hands. Even if all the conditions had been set before her to win, a victory was a victory. However, the exhaustion of not only stamina but also mana made Nangong Lingxin finally unable to take it anymore. Unable to help herself, her eyes closed and her body weakened, slowly losing her grip on her sword. Swoosh! A large glowing red hand caught her body before she fell while another smaller hand grabbed the sword and returned it to its sheath. Xietain waved his hand casually and the red hand flew into the distance. As Nangong Lingxin was slowly lowered by the giant blood hand under everyone's surprised eyes, Xietain's voice rang out. Nangong, you take care of her. The rest of you, prepare to move. We are leaving immediately. Xietain confirmed that there was no soul stone in the giant zombie's head, and by the time everyone raised their heads, he was nowhere to be seen. He had disappeared like a ghost, as quickly as he had appeared. Nangong hurriedly took his sister's body in his arms and retreated from the front, entering a vehicle and personally taking care of her until the moment she woke up. Nangong Lingxin's heroic bravery along with her strength and fighting ability had been demonstrated before all. Many men felt ashamed of themselves, and those who had previously had the idea of wooing her could not help but feel unworthy. Blood Warlock, Succubus Partner in the Apocalypse. Chapter 363 Meeting again after being separated by a long distance. With the death of the First Order brutal zombie that was blocking the road, now all that was left was to slowly start moving the vehicles at the front that had been overturned or sent flying into the middle of the bridge by the sudden movements of the beast or some battle that may have broken out there. After Xietain retreated from the front lines, several soul evolvers and armed soldiers carefully advanced and began to move out the troublesome vehicles cautiously to clear the way. On the other hand, Fu Xiefeng stepped forward and aimed Infinite Reduction, the epic grade treasure, and pulled the trigger in the direction of the brutal zombie's corpse. The energy beam immediately began to work, and in a matter of seconds, the creature's body had been reduced to a small miniature. Then, with the teamwork of several soul evolvers, the body was moved to one of the modified trucks. Most of the soul evolvers had followed the advice of the veterans, focusing mainly on 3 stats: strength, agility, and finally stamina. These three were the main stats to ensure minimum safety in combat against zombies and other enemy creatures. Regardless of whether it was in movies or books, Xietain had always seen or read that raising a mage was much more difficult than raising a warrior. Now, he was experiencing it in real life. Anyone could be a warrior, but not everyone could be a mage. This was because not everyone had a high magic stat at the beginning of evolution like Kong Lan, and distributing points to that stat at the beginning of the apocalypse was not a good idea unless someone powerful protected you until the time you got big enough. This was precisely what happened with Kong Lan, since at the beginning she was the weakest by far, needing everyone's protection until several days later when her investment in mana and magic began to show its fruits. You took longer than I thought. Any problems? Shangguan Bingshui looked at Xietain curiously as she watched him return to the interior of the vehicle. He ordered the driver to start the engine again and then looked at her before replying, "It's nothing important." It was just a giant first-order zombie blocking the road to the south. Nangong Lingxin took care of the creature splendidly. "Oh?" Shangguan Bingshui raised an eyebrow in surprise and said lightly, "That's quite surprising. I think other than the past you, Chen He, and myself, probably only Kai Jingyi has the ability to fight against a first-order existence, despite being only an unclassified existence. To think that Nangong Lingxin would also become so powerful, fighting against an existence one stage higher was a bit odd but not too surprising either. There were always several beings in every world capable of accomplishing such a thing. On the other hand, killing a higher stage existence was considered an amazing feat in the entire universe. Relatively speaking, very few existences had the ability to do such a thing. Each and every one of them were geniuses among geniuses, beings capable of becoming higher existences if they did not fall before reaching the necessary requirement. Even though Nangong Lingxin's enemy was exactly the kind of enemy she did not fear thanks to her skills that were perfectly suited to combat strength but slow-type existences, a victory was indeed a victory. You, Evangeline, Kai Jingyi, Nangong Lingxin, Chen He. Xietain calmly reviewed aloud, "For now, you five can be said to be the central pillars of the faction. Although Fu Xiefeng, Kong Lan, Zhong De, and Nangong Yi are extremely powerful, they still need a signature skill, something that becomes their fatal moves, to take the life of someone who surpasses them in terms of power." Shangguan Bingshui was silent for a brief moment, and after some thought, she realized that Xietan's words made a lot of sense. Leaving aside Xietain himself and Shangguan Bingshui herself, Evangeline, Kai Jingyi, Nangong Lingxin, and Chen He had their specialties that somehow made them stand out from the rest. For example, Evangeline's whole body was a lethal weapon. Kai Jingyi was not only fast and quick to learn the use of different weapons, but also extremely cunning like a fox. Nangong Lingxin possessed a powerful defensive skill capable of withstanding the blows of a being in a higher order, which served to buy time and seek a path to victory. Chen He possessed a very high talent for melee and ranged combat, which if not for monsters like Xietain and Shangguan Bingshui would probably make him the most powerful of the faction. All of the aforementioned had in some way or another the ability to oppose beings that surpassed them. They were true geniuses. Some of them were born privileged, as was the case with Chen He, while others had to work hard to get where they were, as was the case with Evangeline. "I think you also forget one person." Shangguan Bingshui suddenly thought of something and pointed. Xietain looked at her puzzled, and after a moment, he asked, "Who?" "It's Xietain," she said earnestly. "Xietain?" Xietain blinked blankly before the image of a beautiful young woman appeared in his mind. Even though it had been little more than a week, for an instant he had even forgotten Wu Yijun's existence. After all, a lot had happened during this period of time. Even though her skill, plant empowerment, allows her to fight several hundred enemies and even thousands at the same time, I don't think the current her possesses the ability to fight a first-order being while she is an unclassified existence. Xietain reasoned calmly. Wu Yijun was undoubtedly powerful. In the entire faction led by Xietain, apart from Shangguan Bingshui, Wu Yijun was the only one with the ability to be able to kill hundreds of enemies in an instant as long as she had plants or seeds around her. However, this was not enough to consider her a genius, at least, not from Xietan's point of view. As the vehicles began to move again, indicating that the march had resumed, Shangguan Bing Shui gently shook her head and said something that greatly surprised Bai Zemin. Currently, Xietain has already become a first-order existence 3 days ago. Oh? That's great. Bai Zemin was naturally pleased. A first-order existence might be nothing in his eyes, but for a faction as it was, a first-order existence was no different from a powerful guardian and general. But Shangguan Bing Shui was still not finished. She continued. Do you know what was one of the requirements Xietain had to complete for the soul record to allow her to break through? Bai Zemin narrowed his eyes slightly as an idea flashed in his heart. Looking at him silently, she stared at him to study his expression before slowly saying. To advance to First Order, Xietain had to defeat a First Order plant-type creature and obtain a First Order soul stone by herself to then evolve her plant empowerment skill to the next stage. Bai Zemin's eyes lit up upon hearing this, realizing what those words represented. After a moment of silence, he chuckled and said quietly, I guess you can count her too then. Nimachem. Shangguan Bing Shui nodded in satisfaction and didn't say much more. She just hoped that her best friend's efforts would not go unnoticed by the person she was trying to surprise to catch his attention. Time passed very slowly, especially since the trip was extremely tiring and boring. Since no one had anything to do, 90% of the time was spent inside the different vehicles. The only reason they got out was to prepare food and eat. Except for meal times, all the survivors spent all their time in the vehicles and even slept in them. While many were anxious to get off, no one said anything, much less dared to complain. They were all people who had already seen with their own eyes how cruel the outside world was and were aware of how blessed they were to have people willing to protect them. The various drivers of the vehicles rotated every 6-hour turn, allowing the others to rest and spend time with their loved ones. Throughout the ride, while the caravan encountered a few zombies or mutant beast attacks, nothing too major happened. All problems were solved before they grew to become headaches for the soldiers or soul evolvers. There was not even one instance where Bai Zemin's strength required presence, so he was able to relax. Although it was not much, the fruits of his efforts were slowly beginning to show. Although these fruits were still small and unripe, at least he began to see and understand the reason why Lilith always tried to make him build an army that would follow his commands. If everything required his presence and act, Bai Zemin might fall due to exhaustion or neglect important things due to lack of time. 3 days later, a huge caravan composed of more than 300 large vehicles was moving at a steady speed along one of the main roads leading to Baiquan Subdistrict, the subdistrict bordering Yanqing District and Chongping District. In the distance, the drivers of the first vehicles in the caravan caught sight of a large lineup ahead, which caused them to unconsciously slow down. A large troop of armed men, consisting of 200 soldiers neatly dressed in military uniforms and another 200 men dressed in light armor and swords, were firmly guarding the passing road, and anyone who wanted to force their way through this area would definitely have to pay a huge price. As apart from this troop of 400 men, there were also several vehicles with mounted weapons and some heavy machine guns on top of what appeared to be a large wooden wall. The first vehicle leading the caravan stopped 100 meters away, and little by little the rest of the vehicles following the lead vehicle slowed down until finally coming to a complete stop. A modified military jeep came out from inside the base, stopping 50 meters away from the caravan. The doors opened almost simultaneously, and 4 people got out, 2 men and 2 women. All 4 appeared to be young enough to be college students. One of the males was burly and tall with a serious look, the other was handsome like an elf from the legends, and his bright eyes sparkled with excitement as he stared at the vehicle from a short distance away. As for the women, one of them had a small and lithe body along with a witty smile on her face, the other had an incredibly sexy body coupled with an angelic face and pure eyes that stared at the vehicle from a short distance with the same intensity as the aforementioned man. The lead vehicle started up again, moving forward and stopping 10 meters away from the modified military jeep. The doors of the lead vehicle opened in unison and slowly, 4 people descended. As in the previous case, those who descended were 2 men and 2 women. The 8 people looked at each other in silence for a few moments, each one of them with different thoughts. Although they had not seen each other for several days in the midst of this chaotic world, being far from each other by a distance of several days' travel, the 8 did not feel in any way strange when they met again. After all, these 8 had fought countless battles together since the first day the world changed with the appearance of the soul record and the activation of the world's mana. The 8 of them had been part of the initial team that, after much effort, not only managed to escape from the university that had then become a prison, but also managed to form together what was now a large faction with almost 10,000 survivors and a powerful army of armed and evolved men. The 4 people who descended from the modified military jeep were Zhongde, Chen He, Kai Jingyi, and Wu Yijun. On the other hand, those who had descended from the lead vehicle of the huge caravan were Fu Xiafeng, Bai Zemin, Shangguan Bing Shui, and Kong Lan. None of them knew if they would still be alive tomorrow. Safety was not a guaranteed thing for anyone, and each of them was aware that perhaps a moment later it would all end. However, as they had done in the past and as they had done to this day, they would fight. They would fight together. After all, for better or worse, the 8 of them were a team. Bai Zemin's thoughts were probably the most indifferent. He was using his sharp eyes to see if he could get anything from the aura of the people before him to understand what level of power they were at. However, he didn't have too much free time to think or to analyze things, as one of the women on the other side did something that shocked him. Blood Warlock, Succubus Partner in the Apocalypse. Chapter 364, Love, Out of Control Emotions. Wu Yijun looked at the 4 people in front of her for an instant. However, this instant was so brief that she even forgot the presence of her best friend after half of a blink of an eye. All her attention was automatically focused on a single person, as if her eyes were attracted by a great and powerful magnet whose attraction was so great that it could not be avoided, but she also did not fight against that attraction and let herself be deeply drawn in. As she looked at the face from 5 meters away, Wu Yijun noticed how her heart began to beat erratically and her emotions that had been running wild for almost half a month threatened to go out of control. This was a familiar face to her, but at the same time different, a face she had not seen for almost 2 weeks. He had become even more handsome than before. Such a thought flashed in her heart and a complex light shone in her eyes. How many handsome men had Wu Yijun met in her life? Too many to count. How many of these men had tried to woo her favor either by their family backing or by her natural beauty? Too many to count. Yet, in the face of the man before her eyes and the one person reflected in her gaze, they were all as insignificant as a small wooden boat in the middle of a stormy sea. None of them were worthy of raising waves, let alone fighting the storm that was capable of deciding when a wave would rise. When was it that she began to feel attracted to the young man before her? Wu Yijun knew the answer to this question. The moment when her emotions began to change and when this young man began to attract her eyes wherever he went was precisely that fateful day. That day when despair weighed on her weak but firm heart, when with the eyes of a wild beast he faced a large number of zombies and even battled with what was then a supreme existence at the university. It was at that time that Bai Zemin somehow gained the attention of a proud woman like Wu Yijun, and she, who was like a swan that never gave a second glance to a man, did not notice how slowly that slight curiosity periodically turned into attraction until it became what it was today. Was what she felt for Bai Zemin love? Wu Yijun did not know. It was impossible to know. After all, what was love to begin with? There was no clear answer to this question, just as there was no single, absolute description for the word that this emotion represented. However, if what she felt was not love, then what was it? On the first day that Bai Zemin left for the north to conquer mankind in that area, Wu Yijun slept peacefully and did not think too much about it. However, when she woke up the next day, the first thing she did was to look for him unconsciously, only to later remember that he was no longer at the base. It was from the second day that the problems began for her. Sleeping became challenging, the taste of the mutated beast meat that was a treasure began to be tasteless and graceless, her queen-sized bed no longer felt as comfortable as in the past, the cozy nights in the mansion she shared with her friends became cold, etc. Chen He often visited her. After all, they were friends since childhood and could practically be considered siblings. He had told her many times that she had lost weight, that her face was beginning to lose its color and brightness. But Wu Yijun could do nothing despite being aware of these facts. She could do nothing. She could not fight the wild longing that burned in her heart, more and more anxious to see the face of that person once again and to hear his confident and firm voice. Several days ago, Wu Yijun asked Chen He if he did not miss Bing Shui, the way they both called her. Chen He replied that of course, he missed her madly and could not wait for the days to pass faster to see her as soon as possible. At that time, Wu Yijun did not continue with the topic and simply nodded. However, her heart was filled with doubts. If Chen He was just like her and longed so madly to see the person he loved, then why were they so different in their behavior and attitudes? Why was it that while she could not sleep or eat properly, he could still rest comfortably and enjoy delicacies even more delicious than those of the past? Was Wu Yijun wrong? Was Chen He wrong? Was she really in love as she thought she was? Was Chen He as much in love as everyone thought he was? In the end, she could not find a precise answer to any of these questions. However, she did find an answer that in one way or another left her satisfied. If she cared enough about a man to lie awake at night, lose her appetite because she didn't know if he was eating properly, and not be able to enjoy the warmth of her home because she was unaware if he was getting cold. So this had to be love. There was no other option. If what she felt wasn't love, then what was it? Obsession? Wu Yijun did not believe that the emotion called obsession was capable of taking away the sleep of a woman like her who always had everything and with such a proud personality. If she wasn't as proud as she was, maybe it could be. However, such a thing was not possible because Wu Yijun loved herself too much to become senselessly obsessed with a man. Now that the person guilty of her difficulties appeared before her once again, she unconsciously wanted to cry and shout out her grievances. Even though the man she was looking at could not really be blamed, Wu Yijun felt as if she was a little child being bullied, and it was exceedingly difficult to hold back the tears that threatened to fall at any moment. With thousands of eyes watching, she could not afford such a thing. After all, her position was too important, and showing weakness at such a time could cause some instability in the masses. As she stared at that pair of black eyes looking forward with calm and even a touch of indifference, Wu Yijun did not notice at what moment, but before she knew it, her small steps had brought her to be at a distance, close enough to be able to smell the scent that belonged only to him. The scene of him was peculiar, but if Wu Yijun had to describe it, it would be in 2 words, like chorus radiata. This was a very peculiar blood-red flower native from Asia, also known as flower of hell or flower of the underworld. Such a unique type of scent and fragrance, the representation of danger. A kind of danger from which there was no escape. It somehow suited the type of person the man before her was. Bai Zemin looked at the beautiful woman in front of him, dumbfounded. What was she approaching him for? Somehow, he believed Wu Yijun would run to Shangguan Bing Shui like in many movies when friends close enough to be sisters met again. Even more so considering how dangerous the current earth was. However, before he could inquire about it, Wu Yijun reached one of her small hands forward and clutched at his shirt. Then, under the surprised gaze of the other 7 people nearby, she brought her face close to his firm chest and took a deep breath. Then another. And then another. And another. Wu Yijun, who felt lost, seemed to have finally found her place in the world. While delicately holding the border of his shirt, she began to take deep breaths, completely ignoring people's gaze and forgetting for a moment any feelings of embarrassment. This kind of scent is really intoxicating. She thought as she unconsciously took a step forward, wanting to feel more of the warmth emanating from his body and wanting to be embraced by the male hormones that surrounded him. Bai Zemin was at a loss for words and for an instant didn't know how to react. As if he was looking for answers, he looked at Shangguan Bing Shui waiting for some kind of explanation. Shangguan Bing Shui completely ignored Bai Zemin's gaze and instead looked at her best friend who seemed to have completely lost herself in her own world. Her beautiful sky-colored eyes flashed with a complicated light at the same time as her heart realized that the woman she considered as close as a sister might have fallen too deep into the river of love to emerge to the surface again. Seeing Shangguan Bing Shui say nothing but noticing the complicated light in her eyes, Bai Zemin finally realized one thing he had been ignoring. Even if he was inexperienced with the opposite sex, he was not an idiot. He wasn't a dense guy incapable of noticing something so obvious. Apparently, Wu Yijun had really started to truly love him. This truth hit Bai Zemin very hard, and for an instant he could only stand there, not knowing what to do. He would be lying if he said that he did not feel flattered that a beautiful woman of the highest level like Wu Yijun was attracted to him. However, nothing was simple. Leaving aside the fact that the current Bai Zemin had first to find his family before he entertained the idea of any kind of romance, the matter of love was one he preferred to avoid even though he was fully aware that he could not avoid it forever. After being bitten by a snake, you will be afraid of ropes for 10 years. In the past, Bai Zemin suffered, and it was only by good fortune that he managed to get back on his feet. Even though he had already overcome what happened at that time, the fear of the memories he had experienced was not something that could be erased just like that. Therefore, he could only stand there, frozen, letting the beautiful woman do whatever she wanted while he tried to find answers to his questions. Zhong De, Kai Jingyi, Kong Lan, and Fu Xiefeng looked at each other with complicated smiles as they watched the scene unfold before their eyes. The four of them were fully aware that Wu Yijun was hugely interested in their leader, it was just that they did not expect her to do something so daring in front of so many eyes. On the other hand, Chen He sighed in his heart at the sight of this. However, his attention refocused on the beautiful silver-haired woman a short distance away, and his heart, that had been quiet during this time, jumped back like a crazy horse. Shangguan Bingshui was looking at Bai Zemin and Wu Yijun when she suddenly sensed a person approaching, and even without looking, just based on the other party's aura, she immediately recognized who it was. After all, she and this person had known each other for a long time. "I'm glad you're okay." Although he had so many things to say to her before, Chen He felt stuck when he was in front of her. In the end, he could only say the first thing that came to his mind and the first thing he thought of when he saw her. Shangguan Bingshui smiled slightly and nodded as she calmly said, "I'm also glad you're well." Chen He looked at Wu Yijun and Bai Zemin out of the corner of his eye before saying in a low voice, "Looks like Yijun finally couldn't hold it in anymore." Shangguan Bingshui looked to her side and nodded without saying a word. She didn't want to talk too much now, as she still had to think carefully about what to do with Chen He. After what seemed like an eternity, Bai Zemin finally regained control over himself. Slowly, he put his hands on the small shoulders of the woman who clung to him tenderly, and gently pushed her back. Blood Warlock, Succubus Partner in the Apocalypse. Chapter 365 Hard-working Wu Yijun. After what seemed like an eternity, Bai Zemin finally regained control over himself. Slowly, he put his hands on the small shoulders of the woman who clung to him tenderly and gently pushed her back. Wu Yijun was shocked and for an instant felt like crying as she felt that her confession had just been rejected even though she had not said a single word, which was not necessary, as it was difficult to be more direct than she was being. Fortunately or not, just as Wu Yijun felt as if everything was crumbling before her and within herself, Bai Zemin's words pacified her. "We should go inside. We have a lot of work to delegate. We'll have time for warm moments, it's just that this isn't a good time." His voice was calm and his eyes were as relaxed as a lake that had been silent for countless years as he looked at everyone. Even the way he looked at Wu Yijun was not awkward at all, despite what had just happened. "Why yes." Wu Yijun hurriedly nodded as she looked into his eyes with a slight blush on her baby face. With so many survivors joining the base, the change in the overall structure will be huge. Besides, a lot of things also happened during this time that needs urgent checking. Seeing the woman in front of him leave it at that, Bai Zemin was secretly relieved. He would already find time in the near future to settle this matter, it was just that currently, it was not the right time. Shangguan Bingshui also nodded, and before Chen He could say what he had in mind, she entered the vehicle from which she had exited a moment ago. Then, from the outside, her image could be seen beyond the front glass of the vehicle as she gave orders to the several leaders waiting in the caravan. Chen He secretly smiled bitterly and forced a smile as he watched this. In the end, he also shook his head and walked towards the military jeep after greeting Bai Zemin and the rest. The union of approximately 5,000 survivors was not a simple task for the beginning village. Things could be much simpler if these 5,000 joined gradually and slowly, but when they all joined at the same time everything became a little too complicated. The new survivors needed houses according to their different statuses within the faction, the spaces where relief food was distributed on a daily basis needed to expand, those who had power and prestige in the North Camp needed to adapt to the change as they slowly began to get to know the upper echelons of the beginning village, etc. There were too many things that required time and it was not something that could be taken care of in just 1 or 2 days. Fortunately, Bai Zemin had the help of people like Kai Jingyi, who not only led a powerful army of soul evolvers but also possessed great authority when it came to politics. With Kai Jingyi, Lu Xioyo, Wu Yijun, and several other people working as a team, everything slowly began to take shape. The only thing Xietain had to do was to delegate orders from behind the scenes and make slight changes to some things that had been dealt with in a manner not too appealing to him. Another 4 days passed in an instant and the beginning village was extremely noisy. Xietain walked through the streets of his establishment, and as he observed the situation around him, a feeling of pride was naturally born in his heart. During his absence, the other leaders were not slacking off, as although the process of conquests had slowed down, the number of lands controlled and surviving under his faction had been steadily increasing. At this point, Xietan's faction had over 8,000 survivors, which meant that in the span of his absence, beginning village had received the arrival of approximately 2,000 more survivors. However, the person who had worked the hardest while he conquered the North Camp was undoubtedly Wu Yijun. Thanks to her, many things had changed for the better. "Big brother, I want to eat that." A cute and sweet voice reached Xietan's ears, pulling him out of his inner thoughts for an instant. Xietan's body was dragged away, and when he looked beside him, he saw the pretty Luo Ning pulling his hand in the direction of a stand where a woman was selling some candied fruits. Thanks to Wu Yijun, who invested not only a lot of time but also part of her own resources obtained to boost trade, the various survivors began to cheer up and try to start a new life in this new world. Mankind needed to start adapting and moving forward. They could not stay stagnant forever. While it was temporarily impossible to implement a new currency, a simpler method of payment had been created where there were different colored tickets that represented a certain amount of food of different types. With this type of method, employees in different types of jobs began to receive tickets in the form of payment that they could use to buy whatever they wanted instead of receiving a fixed rate of food. In addition, these colored tickets had been created using a special paper that only grew from a mutant plant that Wu Yijun was sure no normal person could have, since she could only cultivate it thanks to her own skill as well as a huge amount of luck. There were even some soul evolvers who started hunting wild beasts and then selling the meat or setting up their own businesses. After all, while every soul evolver was in some way or another tied to the army, in their free time they were free to hunt and do whatever they wanted with their spoils of war. Xietain looked at the woman on the other side of the candied fruit stand and then asked, "Little Ning, choose whatever you want." Luo Ning nodded with a big smile and then began to look at the products with sparkling eyes. The current Luo Ning had already reached level 24 and was a powerful warrior despite her young age. Even if she was young and small, the pay she received was very high, to the point where she could be considered a rich young miss within the Xietain faction, making her the major supporter of her home and surpassing her elder brother Luocheng with ease. However, Luo Ning still loved to make others buy sweets to her, as during these 4 days she took advantage of any instance when Xietain was free to drag him around with her to the different stands, using her charm to force him to buy delicious delicacies to her. While waiting for Luo Ning to make her decision, Xietain felt a gentle tug on his left sleeve and looking beside him saw another little loli looking at him with spoiled kitten eyes. "Xiang Feng, is there anything you like? Big brother will buy it for you," he said with a small smile. Xiang Feng's eyes sparkled at these words, and then she did not hesitate as she pointed to a caramel apple. Although she was a year older than Luo Ning, Xiang Feng was just an ordinary girl who would shortly start her schooling again. Still, Xietain did not push her away just because of this, and when the girl wanted to and he had time, he would also take her out for a walk. Soon, Luo Ning had also made her decision. She had chosen a banana with chocolate. "Aunt, how much for these two? I see you have 2 cute little sisters here." The woman at the stand smiled gently as she took what Xietain asked for. The thought of him being a pervert never crossed the woman's mind, as everyone in the establishment was fully aware that the high command punished such behavior with death regardless of who the offender was. Xietain did not know whether to laugh or cry upon hearing this. If not for the fact that he was waiting for some people to arrive, where could he be here wasting his time? 2 chocolate bananas and 2 caramel apples. "A red ticket will do it." The woman finally handed the candy to the girls with a smile, not worried that they wouldn't pay her at all, since not far away there were several officers patrolling the area. This was another proof that security was considerably good in beginning village, another reason why the eyes of the survivors no longer looked hollow and lifeless. A red ticket was equivalent to 200 grams in food and was the ticket whose value was the smallest of the 7 food tickets introduced. While this was not a good measure, at least it was better than nothing until a new currency was intruded, a currency that the survivors would not be afraid to use for fear that the faction would fall, but that would take more time, power, and gaining everyone's trust. Xietain took out a bundle of papers of various colors, and the woman's expression changed noticeably when she noticed several violet tickets. The violet-colored ticket was the most precious, and a single one was equivalent to 100,000 kilograms worth of food. The person in front of her had several of them. Who is this person? The woman almost died of shock and could barely calm down a bit when she finally realized that fortunately she did not disrespect the young man in front of her in any way, or she could get into big troubles. Someone with such wealth definitely could not be someone common. When this thought popped into the woman's mind, she didn't dare to act as casual as before and immediately said in a trembling voice, "This. You don't need to pay." Although this was her livelihood, she knew that she could not offend people with great power, or even if the rules were strict for everyone, some people might find ways to make her life miserable. Xietain was confused at first, but soon realized his mistake and could not help but smile bitterly. These tickets were handed to him by Wu Yijun a couple of days ago while he, she, and some other people were having dinner together. As Xietain was the highest leader of the establishment, naturally he could basically do as he pleased, so these tickets were just useless paper in his eyes. However, in other people's eyes, these tickets were symbolic of status and power, something he had unconsciously overlooked. And that's not how it works. Xietain shook his head and placed a red ticket on the counter. You work and therefore you will receive your payment accordingly. Those are the rules and everyone must follow them. This? The woman looked at the red ticket and hesitated. However, before she could say anything else, the young man in front of her had already turned and carried the two little girls away, disappearing into the crowd in an instant. Xietain spent approximately 2 hours together with Luo Ning and Xiang Feng before the relaxation hour was over. Xiang Feng was handed over to her mother by Xietain while Luo Ning clung to him as they were heading to the same place. While holding the girl's hand, Xietain made his way to the building where the important meetings were being held, moving further and further away from the masses. By the time he reached the area near the building, except for a few armed troops, no survivors could be seen roaming around. After all, this was a private area and only a few were allowed access. Inside the building, in the meeting room, approximately 100 people were gathered in small teams, muttering quietly to each other. If it were in the past, it would be impossible for so many people to fit into just one room. However, a few days earlier, several walls of the building had been knocked down and the hall had been enlarged, so now even if the number of people doubled compared to today, there would still be enough space to accommodate them all. Shangguanbing Shui, Chen He, Wu Yijun, Kai Jingyi, Fu Xiefeng, Zhong De, Xiao Ming, Yin Tu, Lu Xiaoyao, Lu Yin, Luo Cheng, Gu Tao, Old Ji, and many more. Each and every one of them was either powerful soul evolvers, leaders of a team of at least 50 armed men, or were in high positions among the pyramid of power. It looks like the king will make some changes. Xiao Ming spoke quietly to Luo Cheng. Luo Cheng nodded and muttered, "From what I understand, he finally thought of a power scale to differentiate us all. I heard Miss Wu Yijun say that the structure of the army will change now that our troops number is close to 2,000. Blood Warlock, Succubus Partner in the Apocalypse. Chapter 366, Transcendent and Blood Spear Legion, Troop Restructuring. So far, the casual army structure that Xietain had set up with Chen He's help had no problems, and launching small-scale attacks on some surrounding villages or forming teams to go in search of supplies or survivors was not a drawback. However, a couple of days ago, Fu Qigong, who was an experienced ex-military man, raised problems that Xietain had not realized before. After all, Xietain was just an ordinary young man before the apocalypse. Regardless of how powerful he had become after constantly evolving by absorbing soul power, things like establishing an army or organizing troops were not something he was experienced in. Even with the passive skill Special Forces soldier, all Xietain gained was the combat experience and weapons knowledge of humanity's best soldiers before the apocalypse. As far as army organization was concerned, he was basically a blank slate. One of the problems with the current situation of the army was that the highest level the men could reach so far was the position of team leader. With this kind of crude setup, it would be extremely difficult for others to rise through the ranks, and therefore it would be difficult for everyone to give their best. No one would try too hard if, at the end of the day, there were no juicy rewards waiting behind all that effort. Only people like Fu Xietain, Kong Lan, and a few others had different positions comparable to those of a commander or captain, but even then these positions were not very clear as the teams were too dispersed, which made it difficult to mobilize the troops in times of urgency, needing too much time to respond in times of crisis. After discussing the matter with Fu Qigong for almost an hour, Bai Zemin finally realized that he had to make some changes. Even more so after Wu Yijuan informed him that the Baiquan camp and the team led by Zhong De had some differences of opinion, that although they did not lead to fatalities, several evolvers from both sides were injured. The Baiquan camp and Bai Zemin's faction were destined to be enemies. After all, Bai Zemin needed to rule China's mankind in less than a year's time, so, such great powers with the ability to oppose his rule could not be allowed to stand. In addition, he needed to pass through the area covered by the Baiquan camp if he wanted to reach the neighboring district where his family was located. According to Wu Yijuan, some people from the Baiquan camp came to request their surrender and hand over all power, or else they would be branded as traitors of the country and the people. Of course, Wu Yijuan simply scoffed at this and sent them back where they came from. What a joke! She was the granddaughter of the second most politically powerful person in all of China, but a small mayor and a platoon commander armed with a few tanks wanted to brand her and the faction she had worked hard to slowly shape together with many trusted friends as traitors. Wu Yijuan barely restrained the urge to laugh in the face of Camp Baichuan's envoy at that time. However, that encounter basically sealed any possible friendship. Unless something big happened, Bai Zemin could not imagine how his faction and the enemy camp could come together on good terms. In the end, Wu Yijuan, Chen He, Shangguan Bing Shui, and Fu Qigong along with Bai Zemin worked for almost a full day to form a very simple but extremely useful new scale of military power. Although the positions to be filled were not many because the current army was only around 2,000 men, in the future many would have the opportunity for advancement and a goal to fight for. For days after Bai Zemin's return to beginning village and after the survivors of the North Camp began to adapt to their new lives, Bai Zemin had called each team leader to the government and military building. A huge table had been set up along with several chairs. As more than 100 people chatted with each other, the status of the past did not matter at all. Before the arrival of the soul record on Earth, some were mechanics, others were farmers, businessmen, soldiers, police officers, students, and so on. Although the past of each of them was different, due to the change of the world they were forced to fight to survive and adapt, finally being gathered under the command of a young man. Leader Xiaoming, you have been following the king from the beginning. I am sure you will get a good position, said a soldier named Rong Tao. Xiaoming shook his head, and while looking at a couple of people, he pointed out, that's not necessarily so. Zhong De, Fu Xiefeng, Kong Lan, Kai Jingyi, and several others have followed the king even before me. Even Luo Cheng, despite not being a soul evolver, his little sister Luo Ning is a brave and fierce little tigress whom His Majesty holds in high esteem. I'm afraid the competition is not easy at all. The same kind of conversation, but with minor differences, could be heard everywhere. Just at that moment, Bai Zemin walked into the room wearing casual clothes next to little Luo Ning, who was clinging to his hand while looking at the surroundings of the great hall with curious eyes. As soon as Bai Zemin made his appearance, the gaze of all the team leaders focused on him. They all looked at him with glittering eyes, and the murmurs and whispers disappeared practically in an instant. Bai Zemin walked to the main seat and calmly sat down before taking a calm look at the faces of those present. Although there were many people inside the hall, some of whom were from the beginning village and others who had come from the North Camp as was the case with Lu Yan, Bai Zemin could recognize each and every one of them. After all, these people were chosen by him or recommended by his trusted men to occupy the position they were currently in. We will officially begin the meeting. Wu Yijuan, please. Bai Zemin said in a deep voice, releasing just a hint of his extremely pure soul power. The reverence in the gaze of most grew while others were greatly shocked. Among them, Chen He seemed to be looking at a ghost, as it was hard for him to imagine how someone's soul power could become as impressive and heavy as Bai Zemin's, as even though he clearly wasn't aiming to hurt anyone, Chen He felt his soul shudder for a split second. Wu Yijun slowly stood up and everyone's gaze instantly changed focus, focusing on her immediately. The current Wu Yijun had a small smile at the corner of her lips, and it was obvious that this smile was not only a professional smile, but it was a smile of real happiness. The twinkle in her eyes when her gaze met Bai Zemin's caused some people to start whispering quietly for a moment before the room fell silent again. Her entire body seemed to radiate an aura of confidence that, while it was always there, now seemed to have increased in several folds. This confidence did not come from her strength, nor from her intelligence, much less was it the result of her high birth. It was confidence born from her existence as a woman. During the last few days, although Bai Zemin had not given her a clear answer and none of them had mentioned what had happened before, Wu Yijun had noticed that he did not reject her in any way, and the days when they were working as a team she sometimes noticed that he was deep in his own thoughts while looking at her. At the very least, Wu Yijun knew that Bai Zemin was no longer completely indifferent to her, and that was a big step from her point of view. Shangguan Bing Shui, who was sitting just to the right of Bai Zemin, noticed this change in her friend. Her blue eyes shifted between the two's faces, and a peculiar glint in her gaze masked her inner thoughts. We will now announce the appointments settled by His Majesty. Effective from today, the military teams formed before are completely dissolved and the governmental positions will cease to exist. 2 different columns of power were created, being one for the fighters and one for those who are part of the tactical team supporting the front lines from the back. Wu Yijun took some documents and began to slowly announce in a clear voice. From now on, regardless of whether you are military, soul evolver, or logistics personnel, everyone will stop receiving food as a pay basis and will be paid with different colored food tickets depending on each person's rank. I will begin by first explaining the power distributions. Wu Yijun paused and looked at Bai Zemin. Seeing him nod, she continued. As had been mentioned several weeks ago, a nobility system will be implemented and will begin to go into immediate effect. However, there have been some changes compared to the past. Starting from today, our faction will be called Transcendence and the government will be divided into 7 noble levels. Level 7 nobles, the lowest of the echelons within the nobility, and level 1 nobles, the highest. As far as the army is concerned, the division will remain the same regardless of the future number of troops. However, in the future, as our faction's army grows, the scale will increase. Now, I will announce the army structure chosen by His Majesty. From largest to smallest, the division will be Legion, Brigade, Battalion, Team. At present, the total number of armed troops our Transcendent faction possesses, leaving aside the Soul Evolvers, is 1,597 soldiers. Each team will be composed by 100 soldiers, each battalion will be composed by 2 teams, each brigade will be composed by 2 battalions, and finally, each legion will be composed by 2 brigades. Wu Yijun paused for a moment to look at the report in her hands and could not help but feel proud of Bai Zemin, unconsciously also feeling proud of herself as if he was her man. With the arrival of the North Camp and the unification of both factions after his conquest, the number of troops shot up by more than 100%, and that number was continuing to grow with the applications of survivors to join the army. At the present time, due to the limited number of armed troops, only 2 legions of armed troops will be formed, but this number will grow in the future. However, there will be a 3rd legion composed exclusively by soul evolvers. Wu Yijun announced calmly, and ignoring everyone's stare, she continued. Our Transcendent faction currently has 712 soul evolvers, which will be immediately integrated into the 3rd legion, whose name will be Blood Spear Legion. This 3rd legion will be under the direct command of a single person, His Majesty. Except when His Majesty is not present and the situation warrants it, no one will be able to command or mobilize the troops of the Blood Spear Legion. Wu Yijun paused and looked at the faces of the people in the room, causing everyone to hold their breath. Now that the new structure had been announced, it was clear that there was only one thing left to do. Now, I will announce who will be the leaders of each team, battalion, brigade, and legion. Along with this, the person designated will also be given a level of nobility consistent with their position, and from that point on, the person who will manage their respective position will go on to receive a monthly payment in accordance with that position within the faction. Everyone's breathing stagnated for a moment, and many could not help but clench their fists, especially those with the greatest chance of obtaining high positions. After all, this was a crucial moment, as many would rise and others would fall. No one wanted to fall. No one wanted to be overtaken by those in a position similar to theirs. However, in times of change, it was impossible to avoid such things. Blood Warlock, Succubus Partner in the Apocalypse. Chapter 367, 3 Legions. Now, I will proceed to announce the positions of every one according to the new power structure. Wu Yijun announced, and while reading the document in her hands continued, "Before I continue, I would like to clarify that the top positions for each major position will all be soul evolvers. Please keep that in mind." Many people were excited, some were relieved, and others smiled bitterly as they shook their heads after hearing Wu Yijun's last words. While many of those present were soul evolvers, there were others who were not. After all, not everyone had the courage to face strange beings that mutated in foreign ways. According to the current armed forces of our transcendent faction, the First Legion will be composed of, as mentioned prior, 2 brigades, totaling 800 armed men. The name of the First Armed Legion will be Blood Sword, and the commander of the Blood Sword Legion will be Zhong De, who at the same time will receive the title of Noble Level 2. The vice-commander of the Blood Sword Legion will be Nangong Yi, and he will receive the title of Noble Level 3. The captain of the 1st Brigade of the Blood Sword Legion will be Xiao Ming and will receive the title Noble Level 4. The vice-captain of the 1st Brigade will be Lu Yen and will similarly receive the title Noble Level 4. The captain of the 2nd Brigade of the Blood Sword Legion will be. The lieutenant of the 1st Battalion of the 1st Brigade will be. The lieutenant of the 2nd Battalion of the 1st Brigade will be. The sergeant of the 1st Team of the 1st Battalion will be. The sergeant of the 2nd Team of the 1st Battalion will be. Wu Yijun paused for everyone to finish comprehending what had just happened and noticed that the people who were named looked incredibly happy. Although Zhong De's expression did not change, it was clear that he was satisfied with the treatment he was receiving and felt that showing loyalty to Bai Zemin in the early stages of the apocalypse was worth it. On the other hand, Lu Yen smiled bitterly as he realized that in the span of almost 2 weeks he had gone from being one of the top leaders of a faction to become the second in command of a brigade that made up an even larger legion. However, after a moment's thought, he realized that it all made sense. Hadn't Bai Zemin told him that his position would be far less than what he could have gotten if he decided to join him 100% back then? Now, I will pass on to the naming of the 2nd Legion of our transcendent faction. The name of the 2nd Legion will be Blood Whip Legion, and its immediate commander will be Chen He, who will also receive the title Noble Level 2. The position of Vice Commander will be held by Fu Qigong. At the same time, he will be awarded with the title Noble Level 3. The captain of the 1st Brigade of the Blood Whip Legion will be. With this, the positions for the 2 legions, 4 brigades, 8 battalions, and of the 16 teams have been decided. Wu Yijun announced in an indifferent voice. In total, 30 military positions and 30 noble titles of different levels were conferred depending on the position and importance within each legion, which was not small. However, in this room, there were about 100 people waiting for an assignment. Realizing that it was all over, many were extremely disappointed while others were confused. Wu Yijun completely ignored whether some were sad or not and went on to explain, "Now, I will continue with the Blood Spear Legion and its structure. As mentioned earlier, the position of the main leader of the Blood Spear Legion will be held by His Majesty Bai Zemin, and only he has the right to mobilize this unit in normal times. Under required circumstances, the command of the Blood Spear Legion will fall into the hands of Shangguan Bing Shui, who will at the same time receive the title of Noble Level 1 and whose power goes into immediate effect." Saying this, Wu Yijun looked at her best friend out of the corner of her eye and could not help but smile, feeling joyful and proud of her accomplishments. Shangguan Bing Shui's eyes also sparkled slightly, and when she looked at Bai Zemin she couldn't help but let her cold eyes mellow a little. She was truly proud of herself, for this position that had just been conferred upon her had been achieved through her own efforts as well as her constant demonstration of self-worth. From a very early age, Shangguan Bing Shui suffered from a deep trauma as she witnessed her mother suffer. Although she hated politics and all that went with it, she dreamed of one day occupying a high position, the higher the better, so that she could show her mother and the whole world that a woman did not need a man to reach high, to spread her wings and fly. Now, although the position she held was only of importance in the faction of Xietain and to the outside world, it was nothing more than a joke to laugh at. As she looked at the young man calmly observing everything from the main seat, she felt extremely confident, sure that sooner rather than later her position would be big enough to shake the whole world. Everyone looked at Shangguan Bingshui, some of them with envy and others with flattering smiles. While many expected this kind of outcome in some way, hearing the verdict was something completely different from mere speculation. The current Shangguan Bingshui was literally above all and only below one. Then, let's continue. Wu Yijun was about to continue, but when she looked at the name below Shangguan Bingshui, her expression froze for a moment. She looked at Xietain with pleasant surprise, and as she saw him nod, a smile as beautiful as a flower bloomed on her face, lighting up the hall completely and making most men's hearts beat uncontrollably. Unconsciously, she straightened her back more, highlighting her assets even more than they already were as she announced in a cheerful voice, while Shangguan Bingshui will be the second leader in charge of the Blood Spear Legion, I will be the assistant deputy leader, and according to His Majesty's wish I will be granted the title of Noble Level 2, the effect of which begins to work immediately. Wu Yijun was incredibly happy. How could she not be? The position she had just been bestowed was incredibly high. It meant that the man she loved trusted her enough to give her such great benefit and power. As Xietain looked at her, he sighed in his heart as he silently apologized. The real reason why he granted this position to Wu Yijun was not fair at all, and even he felt bad about what he was doing. With Wu Yijun in love with him, the chances of her betraying him were basically nil. Moreover, with her close to Shangguan Bingshui, in case the beautiful silver-haired woman decided to do something against him, it was very likely that Wu Yijun would do her best to stop her, and there was even some chance that she would report it to him. Even with his passive skill stone heart in continued effect, Xietain couldn't help but feel a little bad about what he was doing. While he wasn't playing with the woman's emotions before him, it also wasn't fair to give her hope that he honestly didn't know if he could ever reciprocate. However, what choice did he have? At the moment he was basically alone, surrounded by strangers whom he had just met a little less than 2 months ago. He needed people to confide in. No, more accurately, Xietain needed people he didn't need to worry about a possible betrayal. With no one in which he could trust completely, scared of being betrayed and not only dying but also suffering emotional pain, the lives of thousands on his shoulders, the possible fate of his race, etc. There were too many burdens on Xietan's back. Any other young man his age would have collapsed long ago. Perhaps he did not realize it, but the fact that he was showing guilt towards Wu Yijun for what he believed he was doing wrong was incredible in itself. This was because his emotions were constantly affected by a powerful third-order skill. Unbeknownst to Xietain himself, his personality and character were slowly being molded into the shape of a new him. Kai Jingyi will receive the title Noble Level 2 and will be the leader of the 1st Brigade of the Blood Spear Legion. Kong Lan will receive the title Noble Level 2 and will be the deputy leader of the 1st Brigade of the Blood Spear Legion. Fu Xiefeng will receive the title Noble Level 2 and will be the leader of the 2nd Brigade, while Evangeline will receive the title Noble Level 3 and will be the deputy leader. The leader of the 1st Battalion of the 1st Brigade belonging to the Blood Spear Legion will be. The deputy leader will be the leader of the 2nd Battalion. Wu Yijun paused to drink a cup of water as her throat felt a little dry after speaking practically without rest for so long. After announcing the structural order of the Blood Spear Legion, which would be solely composed of soul evolvers, she finished. This concludes the military and social restructuring of our faction. In all, a total of 48 noble titles of level 4 and higher have been granted, which gives the appointees plenty of privileges. All those who were not named among those present will receive the title Noble Level 5, and depending on whether you are a soul evolver or not, you will go on to join one of the newly established legions. After saying those words, Wu Yijun sat down and laid the papers on the wooden table before finally looking at Xietain. Even when she tried to mask it, it was quite difficult to hide her emotions after what she did several days ago. Wu Yijun felt extremely fearless at this moment. Xietain silently observed the rejoicing expression of some as well as the bitter or dissatisfied expression of others. He knew that even though many might not be happy with the treatment that was bestowed upon them, no one would say anything. "There is one thing I would like to clarify before we conclude today's meeting," he said with a deep voice and sharp eyes. "Those with a higher level of noble titles should not be too complacent. The reason you were granted this title is purely based on your contributions made to the faction up to today, but your noble level could fall in an instant the next day and your position snatched away by someone else. Those who did not receive a clear position or who are not satisfied with the level of their titles need not worry too much either. There are many ways to raise the level of your title. For example, become a powerful soul evolver, demonstrate great leadership ability, make a great discovery, etc. Everyone can fall and everyone can rise. Absolutely nothing is set in stone." The eyes of those who received high-level titles became serious when they heard this, and the eyes of those who were still not satisfied with the treatment they had just been granted flashed brightly. They all realized that while they were comrades, brothers in arms, friends, etc., they were also rivals. Who did not want to live a better life? Who did not want to leave their name engraved in the records of history? Who among those present did not want to honor their fathers, siblings, husbands, wives, sons, daughters, who had died when the apocalypse suddenly broke out? They all wanted to enjoy the highest level of privilege and give their families the best treatment. With this new structure of military power and levels of nobility, they now all had a target to aim at and fight for. If Xietain succeeded in conquering the country, then they would be heroes. They would be the ones who would write the history books that future generations would read and glorify. Blood Warlock, Succubus Partner in the Apocalypse. Chapter 368. Bing Shui and Xietain talk about Xietain, another kind of achievement. After the conclusion of the meeting, all those inside the big hall left one after another. Although there were many who hoped for something better after this meeting, the last words spoken by Xietain served to raise the courage and fighting spirit of all those with great ambitions. The ambition was dangerous, and Xietain was aware of that. After all, when a character was ambitious, they were highly likely to be willing to do anything for power, which in turn could lead to a possible betrayal or takeover. However, he didn't care too much about this. If someone was brave enough to attempt something against him, then what awaited them was an extremely miserable fate. Xietain believed that, at least, most of his men were aware of this fact, and if they were not, then he would simply have to use the first ones to go astray to show the rest of them the consequences of going off the course he had set. Just as Xietain was about to leave, Shangguan Bing Shui approached him and stared at him for a moment. "What's happening?" Xietain asked without looking at her, finishing putting away some papers. She watched his appearance working, and no one knew what she was thinking. After a moment of silence, she finally said calmly, "I wanted to thank you for the position you gave me earlier. I know well what it means to hold a title of the highest level and also to have the power to mobilize the faction's most powerful legion in times of need." Xietain chuckled, and yet without looking at her, he put the documents away in the small cabinet next to him. After that, he looked at her and said with a slight smile, "Don't overthink it. About 70% of the reason I gave you that title and position is because you earned it through your own efforts. Similar to Wu Xietain, you are the other person who has worked the hardest for the faction. As a leader, I think I can't be so stingy, can I?" Shangguan Bing Shui's lips curved slightly upward and her eyes twinkled playfully. She looked at him like a mischievous little fox and said with amusement, "Leader? Weren't you king?" Cough. Xietain cleared his throat and walked towards the exit. Without looking back, he said with a hint of mockery of his own, "Rather than king, considering that there are barely around 10,000 subdites under my kingdom, I think it might be more correct to call me bandit." That king had so few subdites? He was probably the first ever. Damn, even the number of territories he controlled was barely a couple of villages. Even if his skin was thick, he still felt ashamed of his current reign. Then, he simply disappeared beyond the large wooden door. Bandit. "Ha ha ha, I think that title is also correct." She muttered and giggled softly even though she was alone inside the room. Her giggle was clear and soothing like the pure water of a river flowing gently among the colorful rocks, while the smile on her usually cold face was as warm as the sun lighting up the world with a beautiful rainbow after a fierce storm. As she looked at the place where Xietain had just disappeared with a dazed look for more than a minute, Shangguan Bing Shui was forced to return from the dream world when another person appeared. "I wonder what happened to make our princess stunned looking at nothingness?" Could it be that some gentleman just won your heart with honeyed words? In love? Wu Yijun entered the room with a small smile on her charming face and looked around. Not finding the person she was looking for, a glint of disillusionment flashed in her eyes before disappearing without a trace. She had left earlier and planned to wait until everyone left before returning to chat with Bai Zemin, as she knew he had some paperwork to sort out before he could leave. However, she did not expect him to finish so soon. Shangguan Bingshui looked at Wu Yijun and was surprised to hear her words. She opened her eyes wide and said dumbfounded, "In love? Me? Are you sure you're feeling well, girl? Hee." Wu Yijun came over and gave her a hug while giggling like a happy baby. Shangguan Bingshui didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she watched her best friend's behavior. If someone saw them at this moment, they might even come to think that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. What's wrong? So cheerful all of a sudden? Shangguan Bingshui asked in confusion. As if she had thought of something, she blurted out of nowhere, "It may be that Bai Zemin." To be honest, even she herself was surprised when Wu Yijun announced that Bai Zemin would be conferring such a great position on her. Although Wu Yijun was currently a first-order existence, intelligent and hard-working, the truth was that Shangguan Bingshui knew that the merits her friend had gathered so far were not enough to sit in such a high position. Now, seeing Wu Yijun so happy, Shangguan Bingshui naturally came to the conclusion that something must have happened without her knowledge. This made her feel a little odd, but she didn't know if it was because she didn't know what was going on in her good sister's life or any other reason. After all, Wu Yijun and she always told each other everything since they were little. No. It's not that. Wu Yijun blushed slightly, as even though Shangguan Bingshui had not finished her words, it was extremely easy to understand what she meant. Her heart raced at the mere thought, and this only helped to make her more sure of her feelings. This also made Wu Yijun determined to fight for what she felt no matter what. Then where did all this happiness come from? Shangguan Bingshui asked, stupefied. Even if Wu Yijun was always cheerful and kind, at this moment she was exuding happiness and joy from every fiber of her body. Wu Yijun finally broke away from Shangguan Bingshui's embrace and said with a small smile, "It's no big deal." "Well, it is to me. It's just that in the past few days, that man and I have been spending a lot more time together. Even though most of the stuff we talk about is just work, faction, future, etc. It's very important to me and I really cherish those little moments. You're really in love, aren't you?" Shangguan Bingshui sighed, and an intricate light flashed in her eyes as she looked at her best friend, who was as close to her as a blood sister. She had grown up together with Wu Yijun, and even though there were many times when they could not see each other for different reasons, the two were always extremely close. Shangguan Bingshui knew that the number of Wu Yijun suitors were so many that they could form several rows a couple of kilometers long. Even in the university alone, the number of men courting her was easily a couple of tens of thousands. Isn't it ironic? Wu Yijun smiled with a hint of bitterness as she said quietly, "I remember when I told you 2 years ago that I doubted I would ever fall in love with anyone. I was fine with my family's arrangements, you know. Marrying a man from a prominent family, giving birth, and that sort of stuff. Thousands of outstanding men pestered me tirelessly without receiving anything, but look at me now. Here I am, completely head over heels for a guy younger than me who doesn't even seem to care about me more than the normal." Shangguan Bingshui looked at her without saying a word, however, she let out a small incomprehensible sigh. Even to her it was surprising. Not only what was happening to Wu Yijun, but also what was happening to herself. After a brief silence, Shangguan Bingshui said in a somewhat awkward tone of voice, "I don't think it's as ironic as it sounds. It's just that this guy, Bai Zemin, that man he's unusual. Some kind of anomaly." Wu Yijun looked at her with slightly widened eyes of surprise and said puzzled, "Did something happen while you were in the north?" For someone with Shangguan Bingshui's cold and indifferent personality to show an expression as complex and difficult to describe as the one she had at the moment, Wu Yijun felt it was extremely strange. Even more so considering that she was making that kind of expression for a man. With her intelligence, she naturally came to the immediate conclusion that something must have happened while Bai Zemin and Shangguan Bingshui were conquering the North Camp a couple of days ago. Shangguan Bingshui hesitated for a moment when she heard her friend's question, and for a second she did not know what to say. Wu Yijuan's eyes glittered uncannily as she noticed the hesitation in her good sister's eyes. Just as different thoughts popped into her head, Shangguan Bingshui finally spoke. Indeed. A lot of things happened. Shangguan Bingshui sighed and began to slowly narrate the events that happened since the first day they arrived at the North Camp. From the meeting of the mother and daughter pair starving and desperate almost beyond salvation to the surprise attack by the goblin army just as everyone was preparing to leave and when humanity's defenses were at their lowest point. Shangguan Bingshui gave a fairly accurate summary of what happened during the nearly 10 days they were at the North Camp and only skipped the boring trip back south. Bingshui, you. Wu Yijuan looked at her with wide eyes and said in a reprimanding tone, "Why did you put yourself in that kind of situation if you didn't fully trust in him?" What Wu Yijuan was referring to was of course the event when Shangguan Bingshui ate the lightning fruit and went into a state of coma for a full 24 hours. While Wu Yijuan herself had full confidence in Bai Zemin as he was the man her heart cried out for, Shangguan Bingshui's case was different from her case. I had to do it. Shangguan Bingshui shook her head gently and slowly explained, Bai Zemin is a very, too powerful man. Besides, his personality is capable of making people unconsciously open up to him and trust him, even I was no exception. I had to check if that indifferent and cold but at the same time loyal and proud personality he showed before everyone was his true self. At most I would only have lost my purity. Although Shangguan Bingshui said it with apparent indifference, Wu Yijuan had known her for many years. It was impossible for her not to notice the slight changes in her eyes as she said those last words. She stepped forward and hugged her briefly before returning to her previous position. She looked into her eyes and said with a smile, "So, it looks like Bai Zemin didn't disappoint you? Disappoint her?" Shangguan Bingshui forced a smile into her heart. Far from disappointing, he really amazed me. She said in a clear voice and glanced at the door to make sure no one was eavesdropping. That's why I said that this man is an anomaly. His personality may be far from perfect, he is arrogant, disdainful, often cold and to some extent cruel. However, he is also honorable and proud enough to keep his hands and eyes off my body. He was even capable of getting my friendship and trust to the extent that I told him about my past. Even if Shangguan Bingshui did not express it openly, she was fully aware of how beautiful her face was and how tempting her curvy body was. The fact that a man was able to stand his ground regardless of the circumstances, more so when she was completely vulnerable, was a feat that so far only Bai Zemin had achieved. Blood Warlock, Succubus Partner in the Apocalypse. Chapter 369. A great man wants to smack your ass. Eh? You told him about your past? Wu Yijuan blinked with surprise shining in her dark eyes. You even told him about your father? Shangguan Bingshui nodded calmly, not caring at all about the word father. Even if she hated that man to the marrow of her bones, she could not deny the fact that he was her father and that his blood ran through her veins. Not only that. Shangguan Bingshui rested the weight of her body on one of the large columns supporting the roof of the building and noted, thanks to him, I even stopped hating that man so much. Although I still can't tolerate him and will make him suffer at least a portion of the pain that my mother and I suffered because of his irresponsibility, at least I have no more thoughts about taking his head. In the past, Shangguan Bingshui aspired to the short-lived dream of claiming a position high enough within the government cabinet to make her father's rule a living hell and, if possible, take everything away from him. Something like killing him never crossed her mind, since even if one set aside the great security Xianyuan Wendian had as president of one of the most powerful countries in the world, his own strength was nothing to scoff at. However, when the apocalypse broke out and the possibility of evolving rose before her eyes the moment the soul record appeared on Earth, Shangguan Bingshui no longer restrained herself and her thoughts ran wild and unbound. If she acquired enough power in the midst of this chaotic world, she would be the dictator of life and death, therefore, she would be the one to hold that person's life in her hands. But her talk with Bai Zemin changed many things, among them, her way of thinking. No? Not anymore? Wu Yijuan could not believe what she was hearing. She was aware of how great Shangguan Bingshue's hatred for her father was. Her hatred for him was so great that the only real goal in Shangguan Bingshue's life other than making her mother happy was to make her father's life as unhappy as possible. Wu Yijun many times tried to help her to let go of that hatred, tried countless times to make her live her own life. Unfortunately, she could not. Therefore, now that she heard that a single talk with Bai Zemin made her good sister could at least leave some of that hatred behind, Wu Yijun felt incredulous and for a moment did not know how to react. Not anymore. Shangguan Bingshue shook her head. Then, as if she was remembering something, she spoke as her clear-skied blue eyes were lost in the view outside through the huge window at her right. He said words that made me reconsider many things. After thinking it over, I realized that there was no point in hating that man to such an extent. After all, it was partially his attitude that shaped my personality and my being to be what I am today. To hate him to the breaking point would be the same as rejecting my own personality and my own self. Wu Yijun fell silent and lowered her head, thinking carefully about what she had just heard. The scene was silent for a minute or two as none of the two women present said anything, and it was only when a glimmer of understanding showed in Wu Yijun's bright eyes that the conversation resumed. "I understand," she said with a very soft smile, and as she looked at the girl before her, who was basically like her family, she said in a gentle voice, "I'm happy for you, Bingshue. You finally started to walk your own path, leaving that thorny path where you were chasing the back of a person who didn't even turn once to look at you." Shangguan Bingshue chuckled and said calmly, "Well, I wouldn't say it's a radical change. But a change is a change at the end of the day. Even the tallest skyscraper was once small and even the most powerful existence was once weak. Everything starts small and even the white clouds in the sky were once drops of water on the earth." Wu Yijun nodded at the realization of this fact and looked at her silently. Shangguan Bingshue also looked at her friend, and although she had not said anything, it was easy to notice that Wu Yijun looked hesitant about something. It was as if she wanted to say something but wasn't sure how to go about it. "Yijun? What's wrong?" she asked with a slight frown. "No." Wu Yijun was about to shake her head but stopped herself as she saw Shangguan Bingshue's worried frown turn to one of anger. In the end, knowing that it was not good to hide things from someone who was always open with her, she said, I was wondering, what kind of life or experiences did he live to say such meaningful words even though he is so young? It is said that when one falls in love with another person, even the smallest of details cannot slip away from one's attention. The current Wu Yijun was very curious about Bai Zemin. She longed to know more about him and to be able to close that seemingly small but actually incredibly large distance between the two of them. About that, Shangguan Bingshue hesitated as to whether or not she should tell her what Bai Zemin had confided in her. While he didn't seem concerned at all about that past and also didn't seem to care about that girl who hurt him, Shangguan Bingshue felt that it wasn't good of her to talk about something so private that someone else shared with her. She felt that if she did that, regardless of whether Bai Zemin would be upset or not, she would be betraying the trust he deposited in her. In the end, even though Wu Yijun was her best friend, she shook her head and said in an apologetic tone of voice, "I'm sorry, Yijun. But I think it would be disrespectful if I talk about such a private topic just like that." Don't worry. Wu Yijun hurriedly shook her head while waving her hands nervously. "I'm just curious, that's all." Shangguan Bingshue smiled faintly upon hearing this and did not continue with the previous matter. Instead, after thinking about it for a moment, she said with a hint of concern in her usually indifferent voice, "Yijun. Are you sure it really must be him?" "It must be him." Wu Yijun didn't even hesitate for a second. She said in an extremely serious voice, "He has been the only man who could make my heart beat like this. It is only him who makes me feel at peace and safe just by his presence. Any other man is no good." Shangguan Bingshue sighed as she heard this and shook her head. After a slight hesitation, she said quietly, "In that case, you'd better get ready. Getting Bai Zemin's heart will definitely not be easy." Wu Yijun's small mouth opened slightly, briefly showing a glimpse of her pearl-white set of teeth. She felt that she figured something out from her friend's words, but even then the steadfastness in her gaze did not waver at all. Seeing her so determined, Shangguan Bingshui finally chuckled and said in a somewhat uncanny voice, "Well, in return for your efforts, if you manage to get his love, I'm sure you will be an extremely happy woman in the future. All the sadness and hardship you have to go through to get there will surely be richly rewarded when you reach the destination." After all, he is an anomaly. A consensus was reached between the two ladies that, regardless of his faults that every human being had, Bai Zemin was indeed a great man. This conversation ended here, at least for today. But who knows, a similar discussion with the same subject as the core might take place in the future between the two friends. Achoo! On his way to his village, Bai Zemin suddenly stopped and sneezed. Am I catching a cold? Such a thought flashed in his mind for a second before he immediately dismissed it. Even if the nights were cold, he shouldn't have caught a cold, right? Considering his current evolutionary level, a normal cold was impossible for it to break through the defenses of his current immune system. Therefore, another idea popped into his head, one that was soon discarded as well. Bai Zemin did not give the matter much thought and continued walking. Due to everything that had happened in the previous 4 days, he did not even have time to check his spoils of war obtained after slaughtering tens of thousands of goblins. After all, as the leader of a growing faction whose boundaries were expanding day by day, Bai Zemin didn't just need to worry about leveling up or searching for survivors. Just like any leader, he needed to read many documents, listen to ideas, approve some and disapprove others, and so on. The amount of work Bai Zemin had to do during the 4 days when the North Camp survivors were adjusting to life in Beginning Village was immense. If not for the fact that there were people like Lu Xiaoyao, Kai Jingyi, Wu Yijuan, Lu Yin, and others there to help him, even now he would be immersed in paperwork. Suddenly, he felt his nose itch, and before he could do anything, the unthinkable happened. Achoo! Bai Zemin stopped dead in his tracks and muttered under his breath, "Damn it, is someone talking bad about this elder? This father will beat your ass a couple of times if I find out who you are." Then, he proceeded on his way as he looked at his surroundings cautiously. Walking out of the building where the meeting had been held, Shangguan Bingshui suddenly took a hand to cover her mouth and nose before a small, delicate sneeze escaped her. "Eh? Are you okay?" Wu Yijuan, who was standing next to her, asked with wide eyes. Shangguan Bingshui looked behind her and then to her sides before shaking her head and saying, "Someone is probably talking bad about me." "Oh, well. Considering our positions, it's normal for people to talk bad about us. Even more so about you." Wu Yijuan shrugged her shoulders. The two women soon disappeared from the scene after that. What kind of expression would Shangguan Bingshui put on if she knew that the person who was talking bad of her and saying that he would give her a couple of smacks on the butt was actually none other than Bai Zemin, the great man she was talking about just a few moments ago? Surely her expression would be interesting to witness. An unknown place. The wind was blowing strongly, strong enough to turn the body of a normal first-order existence into a pile of chopped meat, as the countless wind blades were too powerful and terrifying. This was a world without an Earth-like sun, so the environment was considerably dark, even the leaves on the trees grew deep black. The whole atmosphere would be rather gloomy were it not for the 2 bright stars that dimly illuminated the world. On top of a mountain surrounded by huge forests, a giant castle of majestic appearance stood proudly. The tallest tower surpassed the clouds, and the dark-colored walls were surrounded by mighty futuristic-looking cannons with the power to wipe out high existence of the Fifth Order with ease. Several groups of men and women could be seen patrolling the surroundings, walking on the wall while keeping serious faces on constant alert. Clearly, they were all taking their vigilance very seriously, even though the odds of an attack on this place were as low as the odds of the universe suddenly exploding. 2 handsome men dressed in heavy armor and carrying swords at their waists guarded the main entrance. Both as straight as spears and with extremely solemn expressions. However, the solemn expression on the 2 handsome men's faces practically collapsed in an instant when a beautiful beyond words woman appeared in the distance. Blood Warlock, Succubus Partner in the Apocalypse. Chapter 370, Demonic Army, Bloody Succubus Lilith. The 2 guards who protected the entrance to the magnificent castle were 2 supreme Fifth-Order existences. The power of both of them was enough to wipe out people like Bai Zemin and all life on Earth with ease as long as they were given enough time. Both were heroes of their respective worlds, and before evolving into Fifth Order, joining a faction of higher existences, the two men were worshipped and revered by their race. However, when the two men saw the woman approaching with slow steps from the bottom of the path connecting the mountaintop to the forest, it was as if they were two small mice who saw a big mountain cat. As they blushed and their hearts pounded, they both hurriedly lowered their heads and looked at the toe of their combat boots as if it were the most interesting thing in the world. The woman's black hair swayed gently and gracefully despite the great gusts of wind. The two bright stars acted like two small suns, illuminating her snow-white, flawless skin. As she passed by the two men guarding the gate to the castle, she completely ignored their existence, and even though she could feel the slightly altered breathing of the two males, she continued to move forward without worrying about them at all. After what seemed like an eternity, the two guards raised their heads and looked at each other at the same time. "Are really scary." One of them gulped and swore he could feel his heart thumping against the chest plate covering his upper body. As expected from the only woman capable of rivaling the Archangel Uriel, belonging to the army of those white pigeons in terms of beauty. The other soldier could feel his crotch in its peak state as he said bitterly, "Just her scent and a small glimpse was enough to turn me into a complete joke. Not for nothing is she a succubus. Her aura of charm is something else," said the first soldier. Then, as if thinking about something, he said in a low voice, "Recently, things have gotten a little out of hand. It seems that a world controlled by those pigeons was destroyed and the demonic energy makes them suspect that we were the cause. That's why His Majesty Lucifer summoned all the higher-ups. To even summon the bloody succubus, it has to be really bad," said the second soldier before silence reigned once more. The woman these two men were talking about was, of course, Lilith. The current Lilith looked completely different compared to when she hangs out next to Xietain. The playful and kind smile that was always on her face naturally was nowhere to be seen. Her red eyes, that usually flashed with amusement whenever she teased him at this moment, were indifferent and cold like two sharp blades ready to claim lives. On the way to the castle's meeting hall, Lilith met many Fifth Order existences patrolling the surroundings. She also encountered several Sixth Order existences heading towards the same place as her. However, when these Sixth Order existences who were on her same scale of power saw her, they immediately decided to deviate and walk down another hallway, evading her as if she was the most terrifying evil in the creation. Unlike that aura similar to that of a protective and charming elder sister that always surrounded her when she was together with Xietain, the current Lilith's aura was not only extremely charming but also exuded danger all around. No one dared to engage her in conversation despite her beauty. As she reached the end of the long hallway, a door approximately 50 meters high appeared before her. The door appeared to be made of normal wood, but in reality, the wood it had been forged from was capable of withstanding the attacks of Fourth Order existences for some time before collapsing. When Lilith approached the door, it opened on its own as if it had intelligence within itself. Bang! The double door slammed against the walls, causing a rumble that for a moment seemed to make the entire castle tremble. There were already several people inside the huge hall, so when Lilith made her appearance, everyone's eyes automatically moved towards her. Some of them immediately looked away in fear and others looked at her with unhidden lust. Lilith walked elegantly towards the large table in the center of the room. Her signature black dress hugged her curvy body, tightly giving her an extremely seductive appearance that provoked gasps from a large number of beings regardless of gender or race. She did not need to show even a tiny bit of cleavage to become the instant focus, stealing the spotlight from all the demon women present. Even though there were other succubi present with great charm and beauty, they could not compete against her. "Oh? Lilith, it's been about 2 years since we last saw each other." As Lilith sat down in her designated seat around the large circular table, where there were already approximately 50 beings before her, one of them was the first to greet her. He was a very handsome man. His beauty had reached the point where not the slightest imperfection could be seen on his face. Although he wore light silver armor, the muscles of his body made many of the women seated around the table and women who did not have the qualifications to sit there but were looking on standing up feel hot all over. Only those who had the strength of at least a Sixth Order existence had the right to sit around the big table. Those Fifth Order existences could only stand in the hall as a sign of respect. Lilith looked at the man for a moment before ignoring his existence again and looking at her delicately manicured nails with indifference. "As cold as ever, eh?" The handsome man chuckled, without caring at all about the cold shoulder he had just received. On the contrary, when his demonic golden eyes met Lilith's ruby-colored eyes, the man was moved beyond words. This man was an existence of the seventh order and one of the 10 beings who possessed such power within the demonic army. His nickname was Crow. As for his real name, Lilith did not know, nor did she care. The demonic army had the custom of calling its members by a nickname instead of the real name they had used when they were still lower existences. Only a few called the rest by their true names. Crow, you've been trying to woo the bloody succubus for a decade and you still haven't given up? At this point, you're starting to embarrass the hell out of me," said loudly a burly man with a giant sword on his back. Crow looked at the burly man and said with a graceful smile, "Hellscar, long time no see. I heard you challenge Doom Roar of the Dragon God Kingdom. Why don't you tell us a bit about it?" Hearing those words, everyone's eyes immediately moved towards Hellscar. Even Lilith slightly raised her head to look at him. Hellscar, one of the first generals of the demonic army and a powerful existence of seventh order. His physical strength was basically unsurpassed, and the number of lives his sword had claimed in a single night caused an entire continent to be dyed red. Doom Roar, another seventh order existence and one of the most powerful dragons under the command of the Dragon Monarch. The reason behind his name came from the fact that one of the Heavenly Moon Army's fortresses collapsed with one of his roars, burying everyone inside forever. Battles between seventh order existences were extremely rare, so it was no wonder that even the indifferent and cold Lilith was curious about it. Hellscar snorted, and his powerful voice made the atmosphere shiver as he said loudly that coward Doom Roar should change his name to Bitch Cry. I was out of his world challenging him for a whole month, but he didn't even dare to show his tail. Bored, Lilith shook her head and looked down at her hands again while ignoring everyone else. Ha ha ha. Crow burst out laughing, causing some of the demon ladies to give him flirtatious looks that he ignored. Hellscar, I'm sure while you were freezing to death in outer space, Doom Roar was enjoying the warmth of his wives' bodies. Ha 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 ha. Crow, you bastard. Do you want to die? Hellscar was not a man of good temper to begin with, so when he heard Crow's taunt he immediately clutched the hilt of his massive sword. Crow raised both hands and said without losing the smile on his face, I surrender, I surrender. I don't want to look like a savage in front of Lilith, unlike you. Humph. Hellscar snorted loudly and his eyes flashed strangely as he said, I heard that the bloody succubus has spent the last 2 years looking for a person, and that's why she was missing. Crow, probably while you were playing with your little worm, she was already enjoying the warmth that a real man can give instead of wasting her time listening to your bullshit. Pa ha ha ha. Crow's face changed as he heard this, and the smile on his face slowly faded away. Upon seeing this, a large grin appeared on Hellscar's face, which gave him an extremely frightening look due to the deep gashes on his face, gashes that he himself refused to let regenerate as he felt that these were his medals of honor after emerging victorious through defeating powerful opponents. There's no way such a thing is true, you battle-crazed bastard. Crow said viciously, and his golden eyes suddenly turned completely black along with the scara, leaving nothing but deep darkness in his gaze. Hellscar laughed out loud as he felt Crow's aura pressing the atmosphere around him. The other seventh order existences also smiled as if they were about to see something funny. When one lived for a long time, long enough to forget when they were born and forget who their parents were, life could become very boring, especially when one reached a level of power where there were practically no challenges waiting for them. The members of the demonic army were quite savage and often even killed each other just out of boredom. Therefore, these seventh order existences were more than interested in seeing Crow and Hellscar fight. Unfortunately, the sixth order existences were not in good condition as they endured the insensible pressure released by Crow's aura. They all turned pale, and only Lilith's expression remained impassive, being irrefutable proof of her power and thus gaining everyone's respect. Those fifth order existences directly knelt down on their knees, and some fainted while bleeding uncontrollably, unable to resist at all in the face of the pressure of someone so powerful. If it's true or not, why don't we ask her? Hellscar thundered and with a big smile looked at Lilith. Bloody succubus, why don't you tell us what you've been doing during these years? You've even skipped the annual meetings. Everyone's gaze focused on Lilith immediately. However, not many managed to withstand her charm, and most simply stared at her in a daze, losing the ability to hear clearly. Lilith looked at Hellscar and Crow with indifferent eyes. She didn't seem to care at all about the difference of one order between her power and theirs, as she said coldly, "You too, who do you think you are?" "Hellscar, I don't have to explain to you what I do with my life. As for you, Crow, you really should stop wasting your time. Don't you already have over 10,000 women? Stop being an annoying eyesore around me, or I'll freeze you to death." "Pa ha ha ha." Hellscar laughed out loud without caring at all about Lilith's harsh words. "I really miss being on a battlefield next to you, bloody succubus Lilith." However, Crow didn't seem satisfied and pressed, "Lilith, what were you doing?" Lilith stared at him for several seconds before a charming smile bloomed on her face. Blood Warlock, Succubus Partner in the Apocalypse. Chapter 371, 6th Order Lilith vs. 7th Order Crow, Lucifer appears. Lilith's smile was truly beautiful. Her capacity of attraction and beauty was similar to that of a rainbow suddenly appearing in the midst of the clouds, surprising all sentient beings and attracting their eyes like a magnet. Many inside the great hall felt their breaths freeze for an instant and their senses blurred. At this time, if Lilith so wished, she could easily have claimed the lives of many of the higher existences present. In a battle between powerful existences, a split of second was enough to send one's head flying through the air, and Lilith had the ability to enchant her enemies with her natural beauty and succubus aura. Crow felt his breathing become heavy, and as he stared at Lilith's black dress hugging every inch of her skin, he couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. Even Hellscar, who usually cared for nothing but fighting against powerful enemies, couldn't help but gawk for a moment before looking away as he muttered something under his breath. "Crow, do you really want to know what I've been doing?" Lilith's voice was as sweet as sugar and as gentle as a spring breeze. Everyone present unconsciously relaxed when they heard her miraculous voice. Crow nodded as his eyes, that had now returned to normal, stared dazedly at the wonderful woman before him. From the moment that Lilith had joined the demonic army, he had been trying to woo her over and over again but always failed. In fact, the number of words Lilith had directed at him this night added together amounted more than all the words she had ever directed at him in the past. Crow did not give up, however. A woman of such quality who was not only incredibly beautiful but also incredibly powerful and whose arrogant pride seeped from deep within her soul. Only such a challenging woman was capable of igniting his primal desire. While Crow was weakly falling under Lilith's spell due to his excessive self-confidence, she gladly seized the opportunity that he himself granted her. Lilith did not attack or anything similar. On the contrary, she smiled charmingly and looked off into the distance as if she was remembering good times while saying in a dreamy voice. "Just as Hellscar stated a moment ago, I was looking for a person. A man, to be precise. At first, my search was just for fun, but as the days went by, I was very surprised at how charming this man was. Unlike the rest, he has the ability to look me in the face without losing control of his head and without his little brother going wild. This man unknowingly brought up a challenge that I couldn't refuse." These words snapped Crow out of his slight daze, and as he circled his own mana to resist the charm Lilith exuded with every word and with every gesture, his expression slowly grew uglier and uglier. "I teased him in many ways. I jumped on top of his body, questioned his manhood, raised the most erotic scenarios, leaving not much to the imagination, and many other stuff like that. However, that man turned out to be more magnificent and capable than I initially estimated, as he managed to resist against my temptation over and over again." Lilith sighed dreamily as she played with her deep jet hair while suppressing her charm and deactivating one of her active skills called speech proficiency. Murmurs spread around the room as everyone finally came to their senses. The males could not believe what they had just heard, and the curiosity of the females itched tremendously, especially the curiosity of those female existences that had focused on a path based on charm, illusions, and other beauty-based skills. To these types of females, men were comparable to toys. They could have practically anyone they wanted whenever they wanted, and the appearance of a being capable of challenging them was a rarity. However, if there really was a man of the magnitude Lilith had just described, then many curious and bored women would probably want to try to test him. Even more so when this man even managed to resist the temptation of the most beautiful woman of the demon race. Heh. Crew suddenly scoffed and shook his head as he calmly said, "Such a thing is not possible, Lilith. Both you and I know that." "Oh, but I really don't lie, little crow." Lilith blinked her eyes innocently and then finished off, "Even when I lay on his bed in revealing and wildly sexy lingerie, that guy bit his lip to keep from jumping on me. That man was brave enough to give me a strong slap on my backside that just remembering it makes me want to get back into his embrace immediately to feel his big hands and firm grip on me once again." Bang! Crow finally couldn't stay sane any longer and, unwilling to listen any longer, released his aura completely. The floor, capable of withstanding the attacks of fifth-order beings, cracked almost immediately, and the stone table began to creak as if it would crack at any moment. Those sixth-order existences that had just broken through the threshold not too many years ago were directly sent flying several hundred meters before impacting hard against the metallic rocky-looking walls of the castle. "Oh, Crow finally lost it, haha." A woman with an incredibly seductive body chuckled softly and waved her hand as she created a barrier to protect the fifth-order existences and thus prevent some of them from dying. This woman was called Fire Sorrow by everyone. She wore a luxurious purple robe to match the color of her hair, her lips were also colored deep purple, and her violet eyes undoubtedly made her an extremely beautiful belle that, in tandem with her explosive body, immediately turned her into a dangerous bombshell for males. However, no one dared to disrespect her, and those who dared were probably not alive to tell how it happened. This was because Fire Sorrow was one of the most powerful and talented mages in the history of the universe. Her power had reached the stage of the Seventh Order. Fire Sorrow was highly valued by the leader of the demonic army. This was because mages possessed unparalleled destructive power, and their importance in large-scale wars was several times higher than that of warriors, because with a single spell they were capable of wiping out entire troops. "Enough of this nonsense, Lilith. You will be my woman, and I am the only man who will embrace you," Crow said through teeth clenched to the point where his jaw was clearly outlined. His soft eyes were gone and only anger was left, on the verge of exploding out of control, making the previously elegant man turn into a murderous devil in just a few blinks of an eye. "Embrace me? You? I'm afraid that's for me to decide, and guess what? There's a man who's slowly earning that right. Did you hear? A man, not a little crow like you," Lilith said with a smile that wasn't a smile. Her ruby eyes glowed and the aura of her body also burst outwards stronger and stronger as she spoke word by word slowly. Unlike the black aura surrounding Crow's body, the aura surrounding Lilith's body was deep blue with small specks of white. Both auras converged at a midpoint and lightning began to crackle as if they were battling each other to see who would devour the other. "Oh. Battle of the soul." Hellscare laughed as he clapped his hands. "It's been a while since I've seen one." Fire Sorrow and the rest of the Seventh Order existences frowned as they saw that things were getting out of hand, as none of them expected Crow to overreact in such an exaggerated manner. Although Lilith was undoubtedly powerful, no one believed that she had the power to actually challenge Crow. Little did they expect her to actually have the courage to enter a battle of the soul against someone clearly stronger. As Lilith's aura and Crow's aura clashed and clashed relentlessly, small black lightning flashes with golden edges crackled in the middle as a warning of space on the verge of collapsing. The entire castle shook fiercely and fragments of rocks began to slowly detach from the ceiling and walls. Even if the castle was built with the best possible building materials, two beings with the power of the Seventh Order colliding inside was not something this castle could withstand. If it was on the outside, maybe, but inside was a big no. Hey. If something happens to the castle. Hellscar swallowed heavily as he looked at Fire Sorrow. The beautiful, hot mage rolled her eyes as she said with obvious discomfort in her voice, "Why didn't you think about it before you opened your mouth? You damned ape." Hellscar shut his mouth as, despite being somewhat hard-headed, at least he could understand his own faults. What happened next made many gasp. Something unthinkable, something no one thought possible. The deep blue aura with white flashes suddenly seemed to receive a great boost and its pushing power grew enormously. The black aura battled, but gradually began to freeze and its power began to give way. Crow's face changed greatly as he saw this, and disbelief shone in his desperate eyes. On the other hand, Lilith's face was as cold as frost as her ruby eyes filled with murderous intent stared at the person before her. Battles of the soul were extremely dangerous. These battles represented a battle between the soul of two existences where the victor could snatch the soul power of the other. None of those present expected things to escalate to this point. None of them expected Crow to get so angry, but at the same time, none of them expected Lilith to not only back up her words with such ferocity but also to have enough power to back her up. Unfortunately, no matter how much they wanted to stop this madness, a seventh-order existence was not capable of stopping a battle of the soul unleashed by beings within the same scale of power. Just as a small part of the black aura was frozen and the ice joined the deep blue aura with white flashes to attack, an exasperated voice rang out. "All right, that's enough." Bang! An incredibly heavy aura fell from the sky, perfectly hitting the spot where Lilith's and Crow's auras collided. The explosion caused the stone table that was barely resisting to finally collapse and break into two pieces. Crow took 2 steps back while holding his chest with a slightly altered expression. Lilith also took 2 steps back. However, her indifferent expression did not change even when she received the following message in her retina. "You have absorbed part of the soul power of 7th Order, Crow level 852. You receive strength plus 200, agility plus 120, stamina plus 45, health plus 95, magic plus 201, mana plus 280. Just absorbing a small and insignificant portion of Crow's soul power had caused Lilith's stats to grow to levels similar to what Zemin would get if he defeated second-order beings, while he was still a first-order being risking to suffer fatal injuries to kill the enemy. If he knew this, he would probably cry tears of blood. However, if he knew that the seemingly simple confrontation Lilith was going through was just as deadly as a physical battle, his thoughts would change in an instant. "You too, look what you have done." That table was built with starstone taken from inside a constellation, and its history goes back over 2,000 years, but it was destroyed just like this because of you. Everyone's eyes, including Lilith's and Crow's, followed the voice only to see a black portal appear in the center of the room. A handsome man beyond redemption stepped out of the portal, bringing with him a frighteningly chilling aura. Blood Warlock, Succubus Partner in the Apocalypse. Chapter 372 Powerful Lucifer's Eccentric Personality. When they saw the man who appeared in the room after passing through the portal, everyone on the scene immediately bowed in respect. To make these proud higher existences who had overcome and broken the chains of mortality bow, the identity of this man who had just appeared definitely could not be simple by any means. Even though 7th Order existences inside the Great Hall were no exception. Lilith looked at the man who had just appeared and studied his appearance for a moment. Waist-length golden hair, his complexion was slender, his arms looked frail, his skin was as white as the clouds in the sky, and his eyes were of bright emerald green. This man's appearance was beautiful enough to be mistaken as a woman. This man was none other than Lucifer, the founder and leader of the demonic army. One of the most terrifying and powerful existences in the entire universe. The extent of his power was unknown, but it was unquestionable that normal 7th Order existences presented no challenge to him. "All of you just sit down." Lucifer waved his hand, and just as he was about to order everyone to sit down just as he did at every meeting, his eyes fell, for the second time on the table destroyed in 2 halves. "Your Majesty." Crow raised his head and looked somewhat embarrassed. "Crow, Lilith, how am I supposed to be rewarded for this?" Lucifer said in a serious voice. However, his voice was so soft that it was hard to take him too seriously. This table was snatched from under the nose of that little god of heaven's army, and it was one of my war trophies. This? Crow looked at his space storage ring for treasure, but soon stopped. What thing could he have that someone of Lucifer's caliber didn't? Probably nothing. Just then, Lilith raised her head and said with a faint smile, "Your Majesty Lucifer, how about I get you some new pajamas?" The people inside the room looked at Lilith with weird expressions. However, they then looked at Lucifer's current attire, and for a moment they didn't know what to think about it. New pajamas? Lucifer's eyes lit up when he heard this. The current one he was wearing was a cloth shirt with sleeves so long that you could barely see his fingers. In addition, he was also wearing a pair of sleep pants made of cloth and even wore a pair of black fluffy slippers on his feet. "What are these pajamas you speak of made of?" Lucifer asked curiously as he stared at Lilith as if he feared she would disappear in the next instant. seeing the clear interest of one of the most powerful existences since the moment the universe was born for some clothes to sleep in. The higher existences inside the big hall blushed as they recalled embarrassing events of the past. On one occasion, when the major factions of higher existences gathered together due to certain circumstances, Lucifer appeared wearing the exact same pajamas he was wearing at the moment. Although no one laughed, it was obvious that they were holding back the urge to burst out laughing. This event became something that none of the members of the demonic army wanted to remember. However, that event served to prove to everyone how much Lucifer loved comfortable clothes. Lilith smiled slightly and said nothing. Instead, she gently caressed the ring on her ring finger, and with a quick flash, a change of clothes floated before her. "You can feel its texture personally," she said as made the clothes float towards Lucifer gently. There was an unadorned white t-shirt, a pair of gray-colored baggy pants, there were even a pair of white-colored bunny-eared slippers to match the shirt. Lucifer took the clothes in his hands and began to feel the texture. The sparkle in his eyes became more prominent as he felt the softness of the shirt and pants. "I want you to give me 5. No, 10. 10 of these, and I'll forgive you for breaking my table," Lucifer said in what he thought was a deep voice as he looked at Lilith, casually putting the pajamas away in his own space storage. They all looked at each other in silence, not knowing what to say about it. Even the corner of the beautiful Fire Sorrow's mouth twitched a couple of times as she looked at Lucifer before sighing quietly and secretly shaking her head. The look in her eyes said that somehow she already expected something like this to happen. Lilith chuckled and casually pulled out several sets of pajamas and even other types of clothing. She sent them all flying gently towards Lucifer as she calmly said, "Your Majesty, you can have all of these as compensation." Lucifer's eyes lit up and he hurriedly began to inspect the clothes one by one. Although he had several personal tailors with great talent and clothes made of great materials, Lucifer really liked to have clothes of all kinds made of different materials. This particular clothing was the first time he had seen it. Versace, Nike, Adidas, Umbro. Lucifer muttered several words that no one understood. Lilith barely held back the urge to laugh at the thought of the kind of expression Xietain might make if he saw the fearful and terrifying demon humanity often spoke of, acting at this moment as if he were a child who discovered a new toy. All those clothes had been taken by Lilith while visiting different stores on Earth when she was bored. There were multiple marks and various types in her space storage ring, however, most of them were sexy clothes for herself. So far, only Xietain had seen Lilith wearing such clothes. Realizing her thoughts, Lilith blinked in surprise and a complicated light shined in her ruby-colored pupils. Each time and without her noticing, her thoughts inadvertently moved to Xietain. This made her not know what to do about it. "With this, your debt is settled, Lilith." Lucifer put everything away in his spatial storage and his gaze towards Lilith softened a bit. It was as if he was looking at a good friend instead of a subordinate. "Thank you for your kindness." Lilith bowed slightly and said calmly. Lucifer's personality was one of the reasons why Lilith decided to join the demonic army rather than any other higher existence faction. Since he was someone quite carefree, she wouldn't have so many strings attached, and that was precisely what she needed. Lucifer nodded and then looked at Crow, causing Crow to shudder slightly. "What about you? Do you have any good clothes for me?" Lucifer said in a lazy voice. Hearing this, everyone felt like spitting out 10 liters of blood and dying right there. Even the corner of Crow's mouth trembled a couple of times. However, when he looked inside his spatial storage item, his face turned black. He did indeed have clothes in there. But the problem was that those clothes were all incredibly valuable treasures. "Humph." Lucifer snorted, causing the temperature to plummet. "Crow, Lilith already settled her debt, but there is still half a broken table left to pay for, and since you are also guilty, naturally you must compensate me." "True, true." Hellscar nodded heavily and said loudly, "Crow, since you entered His Majesty's house and destroyed his furniture, it's only natural that you pay for it." Crow almost spat out old blood when he heard Hellscar. With no choice, Crow gritted his teeth and pulled several pieces of clothing out of thin air. There were pants, there were t-shirts, there were coveralls, there were boots, shoes, etc. But the most incredible thing of all was that each piece was at least a rank 5 item. The defense of these pieces of clothing was high enough to save someone's life countless times before the durability of the item dropped to 0. Lucifer waved his hand and a wave of mana sent the clothes flying in his direction. Under Crow's red eyes, Lucifer inspected each item of clothing one by one before nodding indifferently as he said, "Even though they're not as good as Lilith's, I'll let it go for today." Then he simply put everything away as if nothing had happened. Crow felt his heart almost explode as he watched everything disappear before his very eyes. Even if he had several subordinate tailors, finding natural treasures of rank 5 and above was not easy at all. Lilith's expression was indifferent, and regardless of the thoughts of others, she didn't seem to care at all. It was as if the demonic army was one group and she was another group apart from them. "Then, let's begin the meeting," Lucifer said calmly as he waved his seemingly boneless hand in front of him. Swoosh! A giant round table appeared floating a few inches above the floor, and then, with a loud bang, it fell heavily. "This?" Fire Sorrow's eyes widened as she looked on as the broken table disappeared and an identical, but completely undamaged one replaced it in an instant. Lucifer sat comfortably in the chair that appeared to be a throne with black wings on the back, and seeing everyone still standing looking at the table said in confusion, "What's happening, everyone?" "Sit down quickly." Crow blinked coming out of his surprise, and as everyone sat down he stammered, "This? Your Majesty, Lucifer." "About the table." "Oh, this table?" Lucifer leaned his head on the table and said lazily, "This table was also found in that constellation over 2,000 years ago. I have like 20 of those with me. He has like 20 of those tables." Fire Sorrow forced a smile and shook her head. Crow felt the world before him spin and his blood pressure rose several folds in an instant. He was on the verge of fainting. He was furious. If it wasn't for the fact that the man before him was someone he respected and held in high esteem, besides the fact that he couldn't beat him, Crow felt that he would have definitely torn him into a million pieces. After taking a deep breath to calm himself down, Crow finally managed to get his mood back to normal, but with some difficulty. After all, he was an existence that had lived for several millennia. "Before your Majesty begins, I would like to apologize to everyone for my indecorous act," Crow said in a soft voice, returning to being his elegant former self. Then, he looked at Lilith and said in an apologetic voice, "Lilith, I'm so sorry about earlier. I lost it for a moment because of my feelings for you." Lilith didn't even look at him. In fact, she didn't look at anyone. She looked like an extremely proud and arrogant swan with her neck up in the sky. Crow shrugged and didn't pursue the matter any further. He still firmly believed that what Lilith said earlier was a lie, not believing at all that among the higher existences there existed a man as impressive as the one she described that Crow himself did not know. Of course, Crow would never have thought that far from being a higher existence, the man of which Lilith talked about was just a young man in his early 20s in the process of completing his mission of breakthrough to the Second Order. Such a thought never crossed his mind. "Since the previous charade is over, let's get this started so I can go to sleep once and for all," Lucifer said in a sleepy voice. The eyes of the various existences of 5th, 6th, and 7th Order flashed weirdly. Apparently, the leader of the demonic army was not too surprised by the fact that Lilith had just defeated Crow, who was more than a few levels above her and even a whole stage above her, in a battle of the soul. Blood Warlock, Succubus Partner in the Apocalypse. Chapter 373, The Suspicions Fall on Lilith. "So, let's begin with this crap," Lucifer said as he yawned with tears in his eyes. "Your Majesty, vocabulary." Fire Sorrow said in a stern voice while in her heart she smiled bitterly. "Eh? True." Lucifer nodded and leaned back, letting himself fall onto the back of the throne-like chair. "Well? Then let's begin with this meeting." Everyone straightened their backs when they heard this. It was extremely rare for Lucifer to summon all the major powers of the demonic army in one place. The only time something like this happened was when they were all supposed to come to this castle to report the progress of the different higher worlds that each of them guarded. However, such a meeting had already been held 4 months ago, so it would be another 8 months before they should meet again. Just taking into account the aforementioned was enough for everyone to know that the matter this time was serious, and while several of them had their own guesses about the main topic of this meeting, none of them spoke up and waited for the leader to continue. Well, I guess most of you already know what I'm going to say," Lucifer said, trying to sound serious, something he failed to do due to the lazy look in his eyes. "That old codger. I mean the God of Heaven. He's been a bit noisy recently, interrupting my sleep sessions repeatedly. It seems that the world Petra was destroyed not long ago, and some pigeons, that's not right. Some angels were sacrificed along with the world itself. The existences inside the hall, regardless of whether they had the qualifications to sit around the large round table or not, managed to ignore some parts of Lucifer's dialogue as they were used to his manner and carefree personality. They all immediately understood the matter in question, and several nodded with looks that suggested saying, as expected, "What the hell have we got to do with all this nitty-gritty?" Hellscar said noisily with a confused expression on his face. "If instead of wasting your time trying to challenge Doomroar you had done your duty, you would probably already be aware of this information that has by now traveled among the 8 major factions, Hellscar." An elegant lady wearing heavy plate armor and with 2 swords sheathed around her waist interrupted. This lady stood approximately 6 feet tall, making her considerably tall among females whose appearance was human. Her hair was black, short in a bob style, and there was an aura of power between her eyebrows. Her beauty was different from the typical beauties and was more of a brave type beauty, which in conjunction with her hardened expression made her appear extremely tenacious. "Valiant, do you think I have time to waste with these sort of stuff?" Hellscar asked as he looked wide-eyed at the lady who had just interjected. "It's clear anyway that those scared pigeons are just lying." "No, they're not lying," replied Valiant, whose power was that of a 7th-order existence and the 4th most powerful in the demonic army, leaving aside Lucifer. "How do you know?" Hellscar shouted and was about to pound the table with his big fists, but remembering the scene from before, he stopped in mid-swing. "You're noisy, Hellscar." Valiant ignored Hellscar's shout casually, and Lucifer muttered under his breath as his eyes threatened to close at any moment. "Why do you always have to shout?" The leader of the demonic army muttered before saying in the middle of a yawn, "Fire Sorrow, you do it." "Okay." Fire Sorrow nodded and then pulled out a strange device from somewhere. The device was strange looking. It looked like a small round-shaped smart floor cleaner. Fire Sorrow set it down in the middle of the table and then injected some of her mana while mumbling some words in a language that obviously didn't belong to Earth. Flash. A faint flash of light shone from the top of the strange circular device, and a moment later, that small flash grew until it became a sphere. The sphere continued to grow in length and width before finally stopping when it reached about 50 meters of diameter. Soon, a strange, but at the same time familiar, 3D image appeared inside the sphere of light. The scene shown was undoubtedly the universe. Distant stars could be seen shining in the distance, and there was even a large planet whose colossal size took up most of the image. None of them knew what part of the universe was it. However, they all gasped as their eyes came into better focus. The colossal-sized planet did not move, it did not rotate on its own orbit like all planets. Worse yet, the planet seemed to be sealed by a thick layer of purplish-black ice similar to obsidian rocks. Even more striking, a powerful dark energy was seeping from deep within the ice layers, so anyone looking at it for the first time would immediately think about the demonic army. Firmament fragment. Hellscar's eyes widened and he unconsciously shouted those 2 words as he abruptly stood up. Everyone fell silent as they stared at the image displayed by the strange device. However, even though they said nothing, the look in their eyes made it clear that they all agreed with Hellscar's words. While rubbing his head because of Hellscar's shout, Lucifer said in a low, soft voice like that of a child, "MHM. Well? It can only be a firmament fragment, and it must be a pretty powerful one at that. After all, there shouldn't be anyone with the power to seal a higher world just like that." Judging by what was visible to the naked eye, the world Petra was finished in an instant. Fire Sorrow gently bit one of her long purple-painted fingernails and muttered, "Even the will of the world and all higher existences were slaughtered in a heartbeat." Even if it was Lucifer himself, he probably did not possess the ability to do such a thing. At least not using only his natural power. This was because while he was capable of destroying the world Petra, doing so with a single attack was inconceivable and insane. If higher worlds were so easy to destroy, the universe would have lost all of its worlds years ago during the countless wars waged by each faction in order to obtain more resources and natural treasures. Bloody succubus Lilith. Valiant suddenly looked at Lilith and broke the silence that had formed after Fire Sorrow finished her words. Lilith raised her head and said casually, "Do you need something, Valiant?" Valiant was not intimidated by the icy stare that Lilith's ruby eyes were sending at her. Her expression remained unperturbed as she said in a tone of voice that was neither high nor low, "If I'm not mistaken, aside from those unusual attacks with your sword, you also control the ice element practically to perfection, don't you?" Everyone's gaze fell on Lilith upon hearing these words, and remembering the battlefield 5 years ago, they unconsciously nodded in agreement with Valiant. Half a decade ago, a great battle was fought between the 8 factions of higher existences for the sake of taking control of a new world that had just entered the 5th stage of evolution, successfully becoming a higher world. This had been a very important battle, as the higher worlds could go for centuries and even several millennia without the appearance of one. Since it was impossible to reach an agreement and everyone wanted the treasures that the new world had to offer, the war was inevitable as always when it came to natural resources. That was the first war in which Lilith took part, as she had only been a member of the demonic army for 10 years. It was also in that battle that she earned the title of Bloody Succubus, which made countless beings tremble with fear when they heard it, and the survivors of that fierce and deadly war never wished to meet her again. Ironically, and despite the fact that she received the title of Bloody Succubus, most of the enemies that fell before Lilith did not drop even a drop of blood, as they were either completely frozen in ice statues or received mortal wounds that were sealed as soon as they appeared. At Valiant's question, Lilith's indifferent expression did not change at all and replied coldly, "So what with that?" This was only the 11th time they had all met Lilith, except for a few chance encounters as they roamed the universe. None of those present knew her too well, and she couldn't be said to be particularly close to anyone either. Valiant, on the other hand, was a veteran general in the demonic army, a dignified and mighty 7th Order existence who had been with Lucifer almost from the moment the faction was established. The difference in status between the two women was huge, and if it was in the past, Lilith's arrogant words might have made some people angry. After all, it was a tactful rule that the new ones had to respect the old ones. This was so in the factions, and it was also so in the Earth jobs. It was just that the current Lilith possessed the qualifications to talk to Valiant as an equal. Although it was brief and lasted only a few moments, the battle of the soul between Lilith and Crow was more than enough for everyone to understand that not only was her charm and beauty impressive, but her soul power was of extremely high quality. Although they still weren't sure if she could really overcome a 7th Order existence in combat with her 6th Order power, it was undeniable that Lilith was a genius among geniuses and elite among elites. Since no one wanted to be on bad terms with someone like this, no one gave Lilith a bad face. Moreover, there were also a vast number of men present who were secretly in love or fascinated with Lilith. Valiant didn't seem to mind Lilith's tone either. Her expression and glance didn't change at all when she said in the same flat and neutral tone of voice as before, "No, it's not much. I was just wondering if you could show off your skill one more time for all of us to see. It's been roughly 5 or 6 years since the last time." Despite Valiant's words, everyone understood that she was suspicious of Lilith to some degree, and that was why she made such a request. However, some people looked at Valiant with weird eyes. "Are you suggesting that I am more powerful than His Majesty Lucifer?" A faint smile bloomed on Lilith's lips, and without waiting for a reply she said easily, "Well, I guess it doesn't matter anyway." Then, under the watchful eyes of all present, Lilith circulated her mana, and with a simple thought, a rune in her soul flashed brightly. The frost spread at the speed of light with her at its center, and before most could react, the entire hall had been frozen. The elegant floor had been sealed in deep black ice, the ceiling, the walls, the plants, decorations, the table, and even the chairs on which everyone were sitting, everything became ice statues without losing their shape. Excellent control over mana. Fire Sorrow couldn't help but praise, and a glint of appreciation shone in her eyes as she looked at Lilith. Lucifer lazily opened his previously closed eyes and murmured, "Just saying, but if the plants died, you'll have to give me more clothes." The corner of everyone's mouth twitched a couple of times when they heard their leader's clear murmur, but no one said anything about it. "Is that enough for you?" Lilith asked casually as she looked at Valiant. Wonderful magic." Valiant praised honestly. While Lilith's dark energy was there, the power behind her ice-like magic was completely different from the divine power exuded by the ice that had wiped out the world Petra and its inhabitants. Moreover, while the color was similar, that was all, similar but not the same. The color of magic could not be altered, so at the very least it was clear that Lilith had not done it herself, and Valiant's doubts flew out the window. Valiant, isn't it clear that a firmament fragment was used? Even His Majesty has said so. Hellscar bellowed aloud, why are you gunning against the bloody succubus? Are you jealous of her beauty? Chill, I prefer women like you. Valiant didn't even look at him and her expression didn't change at all. With a single thought from her, the black ice that sealed the entire room quickly receded, and in a few blinks of the eye everything had returned to normal. The warm temperature, the decorations, the plants, the table, the chair, everything was perfect as if nothing had happened. Seeing that not even a leaf of the plants inside the room was falling or damaged, a glint of disappointment flashed through Lucifer's eyes as he said quietly, what a pity. Blood Warlock, Succubus Partner in the Apocalypse. Chapter 374, Smart Lucifer, Joker Consequences. Alright, you guys don't need to doubt the bloody succubus so much. Lucifer straightened himself in his seat with some difficulty and gently waved his hand as he said lazily, just as it could have been her, it could also have been anyone inside or outside this room. Has your Majesty figured anything out yet? Fire Sorrow seemed to notice something as she asked with a slight frown. Machem, something like that. Lucifer nodded softly and said quietly, in a galaxy distant from this point, there is a constellation that is not visible from every point in the universe, unlike the vast majority. That constellation was named Ice Goddess because of how especially low the temperature is in that area of space. You can even see the frozen stardust. The gist of the matter here is that a few years ago that constellation was brimming with power, which suggested that the firmament fragment with the will of that existence was still there. However, not long ago, the constellation's power began to slowly decay. In other words, Your Majesty suggests that the culprit of the events that happened on the world Petra must have used the power left behind by the will of that existence? Crow inquired with a frown. If that's the case, then it's basically impossible to find out who the culprit was. Fire Sorrow sighed and gently rubbed her temples as she said, if the will left behind by that ice goddess or ice god possesses dark energy, then even the angels themselves could be the culprits of this. While it made no sense for the angels to destroy one of their worlds from which they obtained vast amounts of natural treasures every year, let alone slaughter their own just like that, what Fire Sorrow wanted to convey with her words was that literally, anyone could be the culprit. Machem. Lucifer nodded and then said with his eyes closed, so, no need to overthink it. This bullsh. That's not right. This meeting is simply for the purpose of calming the white-feathered ones down a bit. They themselves also know that our demonic army might not be the culprit and probably someone is trying to incriminate us. Bang! Hellscar finally couldn't help but hit the table hard. Fortunately, he restrained himself and this table had been forged using a treasure called Starstone which made it extremely sturdy, or else it would have collapsed immediately. Damn, he shouted out loud and the walls of the room shook, those fucking feathered bastards are really asking for it. Do they think we're scared of them and that they can intimidate us or what? Lucifer had already covered his ears the first moment he finished speaking as if he knew what was coming next. He looked with tired eyes at Hellscar and there were even slight dark circles under his eyes as if he hadn't slept for several nights. It's the opposite, you stupid ape. Fire Sorrow sighed and said in a complicated voice, it's because we're stronger than them that they try to give us some trouble and that's also why none of the other factions said anything despite the circumstances. Hellscar's face changed when he heard Fire Sorrow's words and instead of feeling proud at the fact that the current demonic army was more powerful than the Heaven's army he looked more gloomy than before. In fact, everyone seemed to have awakened from a dream and the look of the vast majority changed. Some for the worse, others simply sighed as they looked down at their own hands. Well, however it goes. Lucifer stood up and stretched his body, making his bones crack softly. This meeting ends here. All of you scram wherever you came from. Remember we will meet again in a few months. As everyone stood silently without saying a word, Lucifer seemed to think of something and said out of nowhere, bloody succubus, you stay in the castle. Fire Sorrow can probably give you a tip or two on a variety of stuff. Lilith frowned slightly for a second but the next instant she was back to normal. While she was an amazing talent, she was still relatively young and there were many things she still didn't know and many more in which she was inexperienced. Having an extremely powerful and experienced mage like Fire Sorrow whose age was at least a dozen millennia old would definitely be good for her growth. At the same time, Lilith could also take the opportunity to get more information about the universe to help that man who was currently far away on the small blue planet called Earth, struggling hard to grow up quickly. Understood. Thanks in advance. Lilith nodded and bowed to Fire Sorrow before leaving the room as she thought about what Zemin might be doing and if he was missing her or not. Inside the hall, only Lucifer and Fire Sorrow stayed. Neither of them said anything, and after a few minutes, Lucifer walked towards the huge window more than 20 meters high that overlooked the back of the castle. From there, he could see how Lilith was heading to the training ground that had been built with materials strong enough to withstand the attacks of the Seventh Order's existences for a certain period of time. These types of materials were rarities among rarities, since as long as they were given time they could regenerate on their own. Your Majesty? Fire Sorrow inquired, puzzled as she looked at the back of the lazy leader of the demonic army. Lucifer looked thoughtful as he stared at Lilith's seductive back and her shapely hips that swayed tantalizingly with every step she took. His eyes held not the slightest lust and his mind held not the slightest impure thought as he muttered under his breath, Fire Sorrow, how long has it been since the bloody succubus joined our faction? Fire Sorrow didn't understand the reason behind Lucifer's question but answered anyway, if this subordinate doesn't misremember, Lilith joined our demonic army a little less than a decade ago. Lucifer's head tilted to one side as if he was too sleepy and without energy to stand up straight. However, Fire Sorrow knew him well enough to know that while Lucifer appeared to be a lazy fool, anyone who underestimated him would not live to tell the tale. Approximately 10 years. Space rift. The weakening of the ice goddess constellation. The destruction of the world Petra. Hundreds of thoughts flashed simultaneously in Lucifer's head as he watched Lilith disappear beyond his line of sight. How could someone who reached his position, the position of a total supreme of the universe, be anyone normal? Lucifer was not only powerful, his intelligence was nothing to scoff at. Fire Sorrow, I want you to search around the world Petra, said the leader of the demonic army suddenly. Excuse me? Fire Sorrow looked at him blankly. If I'm not mistaken, there must be about 2 or 3 galaxies beyond the galaxy the world Petra is in, and the soul record had not yet reached that area, Lucifer said in a lazy voice. Find out if the beings in those areas began to evolve or not. This? Oh, okay. Fire Sorrow looked puzzled but in the end, nodded anyway. A leader's command was absolute command and Fire Sorrow really respected the man in front of her a lot. Therefore, even though she didn't quite understand what was going on, she decided to carry out the task. About Lilith. Teach the bloody succubus everything you know, Lucifer said calmly. The more the better. Don't hold back. With the bloody succubus talent, she will be able to become more powerful in a short time. After you finish training her, you can start with the task I just gave you. That's fine with me. However, there is something I don't understand, Your Majesty. I hope you can help me clarify my doubts. Fire Sorrow hesitated for a moment before making such a request. Tell me, Lucifer replied with laziness in his voice. You suspect Lilith? More than suspicious. I'd say I'm 90% confident that the destruction of the world Petra was caused by the bloody succubus. Lucifer said casually, his voice unaltered. Fire Sorrow's expression changed slightly as she heard this. After a moment of silence, she asked quietly, since Your Majesty is so sure, then why? You want to know the reason why I don't lock up the bloody succubus and force her to talk or something similar? Lucifer finished what she wanted to say. Yeah. Well? Fire Sorrow nodded with a slight frown. Lucifer didn't answer right away and instead looked up at the sky. His bright emerald eyes focused on the 2 nearest stars that glowed red and orange like 2 suns. He seemed to be remembering or thinking of something far away. To be honest, it will be a pain in the ass to do anything against the bloody succubus. I'm afraid she might let the devil slip out. He said words that left Fire Sorrow even more confused than she already was. Release the devil? From what Fire Sorrow understood, Lucifer was the devil himself. Lucifer didn't give too much explanation either and instead said again in a sleepy voice, Go, Fire Sorrow. Also, if you find a race of humans on any of those worlds that started evolving recently, I want you to see if you find anything strange on any of them. I'm afraid that might take me some time. Fire Sorrow said with some mental exhaustion. Even if it was her, she could not cover such vast distances in such a short time, and carefully studying the races would take even longer. Even weeks or months would not necessarily be enough time for her. You just need to do it. If you find any anomalies, just inform me. You don't need to intervene or anything similar," Lucifer concluded before falling silent. Seeing him waving his hand as if dismissing her, Fire Sorrow bowed and walked away without another word. Lucifer remained silent in the same spot as his eyes flashed uncannily. Then, he took a step and stepped through a black portal, appearing in the middle of outer space. As he gazed into the emptiness before him, his lazy appearance disappeared for an instant. It only lasted a moment, but those eyes filled with sleepiness turned deadly serious and sharp as a mortal sword as he gazed into nothingness. Just like a joker, it can bring salvation or destruction. However, when the joker appears, the game is destined to end faster than planned. He muttered under his breath before his mouth fell open wide as a yawn escaped from what seemed to be his very soul. With tears of exhaustion in his eyes, he said quietly, "Well, whatever it may be, I plan to see it all through to the end." Lilith, that's an interesting name. Who cares? It's not like this has anything to do with me, and as long as things get a little more fun it will be enough. Shit. So sleepy. Soon, all was silent, and the place where one of the most powerful beings in history stood not so long ago was now empty once again. As she waited for Fire Sorrow to arrive in the training room, Lilith had no idea that Lucifer had practically seen right through her. While she was very smart, cunning, and her plans perfect, Lucifer was a monster who, despite his youthful appearance, had already lived hundreds of thousands of years. To him, she was literally a baby, and from the moment she joined the demonic army, something she had wanted to hide was seen by the leader of the faction. Fortunately, Lilith was right about one thing: Lucifer was not an overly controlling person. As long as he knew what was going on, he would be more than happy to watch everything from the side with his eyes narrowed due to his seemingly endless sleepiness. If it were any other faction leader of higher existences, she probably would have run into a lot of trouble, as they all always wanted stability and to have everything that happened under their control. Planet Earth, China. I finally have some free time. Xietain scrubbed his hands impatiently as he pulled out various items he had stored away. Soon, his king-sized bed was filled with different shiny objects, scrolls, papers, stones, etc. Because of everything that had happened during the last few days, only now he had time to take a good look at his spoils of war after defeating the goblins. Although he already had a rough idea of what was to come, he had only just taken a quick glance at the items he had collected. Besides, looking at them inside the vehicle wasn't comfortable at all, so he didn't do it on the way back to the beginning village as well. Xietain decided to do so now before finally capturing Baiquan camp once and for all. From now on, he would have to pick up the pace if he wanted to finish his breakthrough quest to Blood Mystic within the time limit. Blood Warlock, Succubus Partner in the Apocalypse. Chapter 375: Magic Blast and Ending Sorrow. The first thing Xietain did was to separate the treasures he had obtained for their type. The skill scrolls went to one side, the sheepskin scrolls went to another side, the soul stones to a different one from the previous two. Next, Xietain separated the treasure orbs depending on their color. He had received treasure orbs of red, orange, yellow, and finally green, 4 different colors. Although most of them were red, his mood did not waver at all. It took him about 5 minutes to do all this. However, he was not finished yet, because after separating them by the type of treasure they were, Xietain also had to separate them by their quality, just as he had done with the orbs. Starting with the soul stones, Xietain separated them depending on whether they were unclassified, first order, or second order. Following the soul stones, he began to work with the skill scrolls. The total time it took him to do everything was roughly about 10 minutes. As he looked at the different mountains on his bed, he nodded in satisfaction. While it seemed like what he was doing didn't have any meaning, in reality, that wasn't the case. By separating the spoils of war by the quality, he wouldn't have to go through the description and statistics of each treasure one by one too carefully, and could focus mainly on what he knew would be of use to him. After all, for the current Xietain, a normal grade treasure was no longer of much use. As if to prove this point, he took one of the red-colored orbs and gently clenched it. A pair of gloves appeared in front of him, and as he took them in his hands, he whispered softly, "Combat gloves, +8 strength. Can turn a normal punch into a killing punch." That was all. Even the description of the item was bland and indeed exaggerated. Xietain shook his head and put down the normal grade gloves next to the red-colored orbs. Ignoring that pile of orbs, he focused on the much smaller amount of orange orbs, rare-grade treasure orbs. The number of rare-grade treasures was around 60. Compared to the approximately 180 normal-grade treasures, the difference was remarkable. However, 60 rare-grade treasures was a huge sum from the current Xietan's point of view. If I had all these treasures at the beginning of the apocalypse, so many things would have been so much easier. He didn't know whether to feel good about himself or whether he should feel bad as he muttered such words. Clearing his mind of such meaningless thoughts, he began to break the orange treasure orbs one by one. Approximately a minute or two later, in front of Xietain were 58 rare-grade treasures. There were Xianyuan swords, there were triple bolt crossbows, there were compound bows, there were full coats, combat dresses, earth bracelet, blazing ring, etc. All of them granted around 20 and 30 stat points each, being the combat dresses and the full coats the ones that granted more stat points in total but only 5 points to each one. The other treasures such as Xianyuan swords and the like awarded points to a single stat or maybe two, but the quantity awarded was higher in comparison. What caught Xietan's attention a bit was that he did not find items similar to his spiritual earring. Although it was also a rare-grade treasure, it definitely had to be a rarity among its kind, since even after breaking open more than 50 orbs not even one appeared. All these treasures will be used to raise a new troop of soul evolvers. Xietain decided the fate of all these normal and rare-grade treasures right then and there. Unlike a nonsense monster like Xietain, 99.9% of soul evolvers in his faction were just normal soldiers, of which 99% of them gained 2 stat points every time they leveled up, and that was all since they defeated only enemies of equal or lower level than them. What did this mean? Simple, they all had normal, average stats, with nothing to highlight. Simply put, treasures that increased +5 stat points were incredibly valuable to them, as it was no different than getting a boost of several levels on a hit. The only reason why Xietain preferred to use forging equipment was because the defense granted by armor and the physical or magical attack power of weapons was far more useful to him than receiving 20 strength points or any other stat. After all, enemies of his level could not threaten him at all, and only those peak second-order existences could, just maybe, represent some threat to him. As for rare treasures, these were, as the name implies, rarities. These types of treasures should not appear in large quantities. It was just that thanks to Xietain being an anomaly, as Shangguan Bing Shui constantly referred to him, as well as Lilith, his faction and his subordinates could enjoy benefits that they normally could not. Xietain estimated that the power of his troops would increase by no less than 200% when all these treasures were handed over. After finishing with the orange orbs, Xietain moved on to the bright yellow orbs. 5 magic-grade treasures. He murmured with enthusiasm in his voice. Magic-grade treasures were of great help even to him. Although there were few opportunities so far where he had required their use, this was only because not many enemies that required the activation of such treasures had appeared. Xietain estimated that perhaps only total peak second-order or possibly third-order existences could force him to have to make use of some external power in order to win. With 5 flashes of yellow light, 5 new objects appeared before his hopeful eyes. First, Xietain picked up a jet-black earring that caught his attention. The reason why the small object caught his attention more than the rest was because it somehow looked ominous and domineering. Then, he looked at the information in the object. Mystic Earring, magical treasure grade, when equipped, automatically increases the user's magic by +50 points. One time every 2 days you can use the attached skill Magic Blast. Magic Blast drains 95% of the mana remaining in the user's possession at the moment of activating Magic Blast and increases the magic stat by a % equivalent to the absorbed mana. The magic attack power of your next attack increases in relation to the absorbed mana, and the increase of the magic stat where 200 points equal x1 the previous power, and its maximum is x5. Xietan's hand trembled slightly as he read the information from the small black earring and almost let it fall to the ground. Really powerful. Powerful and dangerous. Xietain exclaimed to himself. The mystic earring was an object that could literally be called a double-edged sword. It was an item that possessed a skill that, after being activated, would immediately drain the user's mana reserves almost completely, thus leaving the user not only with a severe headache and feeling nauseous due to the sudden consumption, but would also cause the user to have just enough mana to activate one or maybe two other skills, even none at all, depending on how much mana the earring user's mana reserve had. Imagine losing your ability to activate or sustain any skill in the middle of a death fight or in the middle of the battlefield. It wasn't much different than being dead. Unless you had an amazingly powerful physique that allowed you to fight as an equal against your enemies, you would definitely die. If in an online role-playing game you suddenly lost all your mana in the middle of a duel against another player, you would definitely lose the fight unless the difference between the two sides was big enough to ignore the damage the enemy's skills could inflict on you. Simple as that. However, in exchange for putting you in such a dangerous situation, the mystic earring would reward you with a tremendously powerful attack power. Xietain thought of many ways to use this skill, and just imagining the outcome sent a massive shiver down his spine. I'd better be careful with this, he whispered with a hint of fear in his voice as he pierced his right ear. Now, both of his ears had earrings in them and there was no room for any more. While the soul record allowed 2 Xianyuan swords to be wielded at the same time, the increased stats would only be sent by one of the 2 swords. Still, the sharpness and lethality of the weapon would be there. However, 2 bracelets, earrings, or any other accessory of the same type would have no effect on the user. Also, for some reason, the soul record was actually similar to the systems that were often seen in video games. Simply put, Xietain could not fill his ears with earrings even if he was willing to look like a punk, and he could not fill himself with necklaces or bracelets even if he was willing to look like a tribal chieftain. Just imagine it as if you had already used up all the equipment slots and your character's status window was full. Xietain continued talking to himself, still not quite used to not having Lilith at his side to chat and joke with. Come to think of it, don't I have too many double-edged swords in my body? Xietan's eyes widened wide at such a revelation. Gravity manipulation, blood berserker's wrath, the recently acquired mystic earring. At this rate, wouldn't he end up dying one day because of his own skills? Xietain smiled bitterly at the thought of this and shook his head. Soon, Xietan's attention was drawn to an object that, when he saw it, almost caused tears to fall from his eyes. So beautiful. So bright. So magnificent. He stretched out his trembling hands and then caressed them tenderly, almost sobbing with emotion. Boots. Finally, he had gotten new boots. Even now, Xietain continued to wear the damn boots he had received in college. Normal grade treasure boots that barely boosted his agility by plus 10 points. Even if these boots only gave plus 5 more agility points, he would already be satisfied with that. Come on baby, make daddy happy. He said words that would probably get the attention of a certain succubus if she were present. Boots of Ending Sorrow, magic grade treasure, when equipped, automatically increases agility by plus 25 points. Despite their extremely light and elegant appearance, they hide a very sad story behind them. One time every 7 days you can activate the skill Ending Sorrow Speed. Ending Sorrow Speed, for 50 minutes increases the user's agility by plus 100 points. As a consequence of the boost, the user will not be able to move its legs for 24 hours after the deactivation of the skill. Seeing the boost of plus 25 points of agility, Xietain was so happy that he wanted to scream. After all, it was a net gain of plus 15 points of agility once he replaced his current velocity boots. However, when he saw the fierce punishment for using the special skill of the boots, Xietain finally understood the reason behind the item's name. This made his urge to scream still there, but instead of wanting to scream out of joy, he wanted to scream out of anger. But when Xietain finished reading the item's information, his face froze and his lips moved on their own as he muttered, "Note, if the user's agility stat is higher than 500 natural points, the side effect of the skill Ending Sorrow Speed can be ignored." Xietain looked at his natural agility. 772. A big smile appeared on his face to the point where all his teeth shone under the glare of the sun coming through the window. Ha 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 ha, he finally put his hands on both sides of his waist and began to laugh as if he had lost his mind. From heaven to hell and then to heaven again. That was how he was feeling right now. Blood Warlock, Succubus Partner in the Apocalypse. Chapter 376 Inner Heart Mirror. After calming his excitement over the new boots and the attached powerful skill whose side effect would not affect Xietain in the future thanks to his natural agility points exceeding by a wide margin the threshold required to ignore the immobility, he took off the old pair of normal grade treasure boots and replaced them. "You two have done well, you deserve a good rest." He patted each boot as he put them aside. These boots had been his second pair of boots as the first pair had been destroyed during his first battle against a First Order existence. However, this second pair of boots had been with him longer than almost all of the equipment he wore on his body, with the blazing ring and the broken bronze bell being the only two comparable. Therefore, to him, they had a bit of special meaning. After his happy mood returned to neutral, he picked up another treasure, a ring. The ring had a rather unique aspect, as instead of being completely circular with a hole in the center through which the finger would pass, it actually had the symbol of a tree on the top, and instead of being completely circular, it had 4 root-like extensions growing from the tree which served to hold it firmly on the finger. It was the first time Xietain had seen such a strange ring, but he had to admit that the model looked quite interesting. Green Defender Ring, Magic Grade Treasure. It was forged using branches from a powerful third-order plant-type creature several centuries ago, and it is said that part of the creature's will now resides within the ring. When equipped, it automatically increases the user's mana by plus 20 points and health by plus 15 points. In addition, one time every 24 hours you can activate the attached skill Xietain Defender Summon. Xietain Defender Summon, convoke the Xietain Defender creature using the remaining will of its past self. The creature's power is equivalent to that of a second-order beast initial stage and possesses its own skills. The duration of the skill is 2 hours. Reading the information contained in the records of the Green Defender Ring, Xietain sighed. It really was an item worthy of being a magic-grade treasure. In fact, it was probably one of the most powerful magic-grade treasures from many points of view. At this stage of the apocalypse, probably very few humans could contend with a second-order existence, and surely all of them were either great fighters or had incredibly high luck to reach the point of being in possession of so much power. However, the oddly shaped ring in Xietain's hands granted its possessor the skill to summon a plant-type creature with a power equivalent to a second-order existence. Even if it was only second-order initial stage, a second-order creature was still a second-order creature. Moreover, the summoned plant-type creature would possess its own skills, which made it even more terrifying. Plant-type creatures were in some ways the most terrifying nemesis of large-scale armies. This was because many of these creatures possessed the ability to strike with long tentacle-like whips, and others could even hide their roots underground to wreak havoc in the midst of armies. Unfortunately, this ring was of little use to Xietain. If he were someone weaker, then he would gladly equip the Green Defender Ring immediately and jump up and down with joy. However, his power at this point was clearly beyond a normal second-order existence. In fact, the current Xietain even doubted that a peak second order could defeat him even if it put up a bit of a fight. In other words, what use was it to him to summon a creature in the second-order initial stage to fight against a second-order peak or even third-order? Probably not much, since the difference between an initial second order and a peak second order was completely different from the difference between an initial first order existence and a peak first order existence. After all, to reach the absolute maximum of the first order stage, one only needed to climb 25 levels and would immediately find oneself on the threshold of the next stage. However, from the initial second order stage to the absolute maximum second order stage, there was a difference of 50 levels. More difference in levels equaled more difference in stats, and consequently greater was the difference in power. This would only increase more and more with each order, and there would come a point where it would basically be impossible to jump levels to fight unless one had hundreds or even thousands of stat points above one's own level. This was also the reason why existences capable of level jumping were so rare and distant from each other. As he rolled the eccentric ring between his fingers, Xietain thought for a moment what to do with the object. However, he didn't have to think about it too much, as he immediately decided who the future owner of the ring would be. Hadn't he previously thought that he should start looking for some defensive equipment for when he found his family in the near future? This Green Defender Ring was a good start. It will be for her, he decided as the image of a young girl 3 years younger than him flashed in his mind. Although it had only been about 6 months since he had last seen his younger sister Ming-Chi, a lot had happened during the past span of time. Xietain felt that a lifetime had passed since the last time he hugged his loved ones, and now he regretted tremendously for taking for granted all those hugs and kisses he shared with his family in the past, believing that it was normal and would always be like that. When the effect of his stone heart skill kicked in, it was hard to get his mind back to normal. It took Xietain almost 10 minutes to return to his previous state of mind once he thought of those 3 people who were always in his subconscious. After putting away the green defender ring inside his bag, Xietain picked up the 4th magical grade item and the second to last one. This item was actually a deep black bracelet with 2 thin dark purple lines that intertwined several times with each other like a string of genetic code along the length and width of the bracelet. Purple end bracelet, magical grade treasure. It was forged using rank 2 metals and possesses some of the power of a rank 3 lightning seed. When equipped, it automatically increases the user's magic stat by plus 30 points, and one time every 6 hours you can activate the attached skill Lightning Chain. Lightning Chain, as the name of the skill suggests, it releases a chain of purple lightning and strikes all enemies within a range of 50 meters in front of the user without distinguishing between allies and enemies. The power of the attack is proportional to the user's magic stat as well as the magic attack power. Although it was not as amazing as the green defender ring, the ironic reality was that the purple end bracelet was of more use to Xietain compared to the ring. After taking off the earth bracelet, Xietain equipped the purple end bracelet and his magic stat received a plus 20 boost, which was equivalent to 10 levels if one wanted to obtain that many status points in magic. Now there was only one magic grade treasure left, the last of the 5. Xietain looked at the final treasure and scratched his head in confusion. This last magic treasure turned out to be a hand mirror whose edges and back were black with pure white decorations. But the most striking thing was that this mirror was actually broken. He couldn't even see his own reflection clearly there. Still, this was the first time Xietain had seen such a treasure, so he somehow estimated that it should be a rarity among rarities even if it was broken. After all, it was a treasure that came out of a magic grade orb, and so far he had never been disappointed even if in the end he couldn't use the treasure or if it didn't match him. After finding no answers for himself, he finally gave up and stretched his hand forward to read the item's records. Remnant Inner Heart Mirror, magic grade treasure. This was once a great treasure that enjoyed great power and mystical abilities. However, it now only possesses a single skill, but even then it was greatly weakened. One time every 24 hours you can use the skill Inner Heart. Inner Heart. To activate the skill, it is necessary to point the mirror at another entity so that their appearance is reflected in the crystal. Effect. You can discover when someone is telling you the truth or lying, but it only works on beings that are no less than 1 stage below you. What? Xietain couldn't help but exclaim in surprise as he read the information of the artifact in his hands over and over again. However, it was clear that the records in the mirror did not change just because Xietain read them several times, and they would not change no matter how many more times he read them. It really was an impressive treasure. A treasure that had the ability to tell who was lying and who was not. Even if this mirror didn't give any statistics, only its single attached skill was insanely powerful and useful. To many, this mirror may not be of much use compared to a strength-enhancing treasure. However, in Xietan's eyes, it was a priceless treasure. This was because he was a faction leader. What was in the factions? By nature, every faction had traitors. But with the mirror in his hands, he could catch the traitors or would-be traitors before things got out of hand. Soon, however, he frowned as he realized a not at all minor problem. 1 stage below. Simply put, the difference had to be 1 order for the mirror effect to work on the other party. The current Xietain was a first-order existence, and he would probably stay there for a good while longer. Even if his actual power was far beyond what his current stage represented, it was indisputable that he was still in the first order of the power scales. This also meant that he could not use the effect of the Inner Heart skill to know whether or not another first-order existence was lying, regardless of whether or not Xietain was tremendously more powerful. However, the frown on his face soon stretched and his expression returned to normal. Even if the treasure was currently useless against other first-order existences due to Xietan's own incapacity, the truth was that the number of first-order humans he had met so far were not too many. Most of the soul evolvers were still unclassified existences. Bai Zemin could use the mirror effect to clean out as many traitors as possible before they all break through and in case he was still in the First Order. Although the 24-hour cooldown time was somewhat cumbersome as it would waste many uses in case the other person had no evil thoughts, from another perspective it could also be said that the mirror would help Bai Zemin trust a little more his own subordinates who fought for him and deserved a certain level of trust. Unconsciously, Bai Zemin thought about Wu Yijun, and remembering her possible feelings for him, he felt that the mirror effect might be good to confirm it. However, he soon dismissed such thoughts. Even if he ignored the fact that Wu Yijun had already advanced to First Order, Bai Zemin felt that it would be disrespectful to do such a thing. If Wu Yijun really loved him as it seemed that she did, then she would surely be hurt if he brought up something like that. Since Bai Zemin had already experienced how painful heartbreak was, he naturally did not want to make someone else suffer because of him. At least not as far as was reasonably possible. One of his life mottos was the simple but precise phrase that went like this: "Don't do what you wouldn't want others to do to you." Therefore, the thought of using the mirror on Wu Yijun once he advanced to Second Order was only there for a second before it died as quickly as it was born. First of all, he would have to make sure to talk to her to clarify many things, and then, he needed to make his priorities clear so that she would understand that nothing would be easy. As for love, to be honest with himself, Bai Zemin was still somewhat afraid of such an emotion. Otherwise, his stone heart skill would not have been born. Blood Warlock, Succubus Partner in the Apocalypse. Chapter 377 Endless Blue Lotus Flame, God-Grade Treasure. After he finished observing and analyzing the broken mirror, which turned out to be an awesome treasure but at the same time slightly complex to use due to Bai Zemin's own limits, he carefully put it on the nightstand next to the bed. Although he knew that destroying the treasures that appeared from the treasure orbs was not a simple task, Bai Zemin could not help but want to be careful. What if the mirror was broken even more than it already was? Wouldn't he be taking a great loss? Better safe than sorry. Eventually, Bai Zemin's eyes focused on the last treasure orb that still lay on his bed if one ignored the number of red orbs piled to the side as if they had been discarded. What a beautiful green color. He rubbed his hands together excitedly before finally picking up the orb that represented an epic-grade treasure. Although Bai Zemin had killed 3 second-order existences, his luck was not as good this time and he only obtained a single green-colored treasure orb. However, he was also not dissatisfied with the result because, to be honest, Bai Zemin knew perfectly well that the battle had been much easier than he initially estimated. The goblin army and the goblin leaders had basically come to say goodbye to Bai Zemin, and as a farewell gift they gave him a large spoil of war. That was how things really seemed. With a firm grip, the green orb in his right hand was soon filled with cracks, and a brief moment later the sound of something similar to a glass cup breaking after falling to the floor rang out in the silent room. Flash. Green light flashed for a few seconds, forcing him to close his eyes for a brief moment. When he opened his closed eyelids again, Bai Zemin was very surprised to notice that the flash of green light slowly changed to a blue flash. But the most surprising thing was that the temperature inside the room rose abruptly and without warning. Unconsciously and with his mind on constant alert, Bai Zemin quickly jumped back as he gazed at the ball of green light that gradually became more and more navy blue. Even without him holding it, the ball of light floated more than a meter above the floor with no problem at all. About 5 seconds later, the green light had completely disappeared and the ball of light was nowhere to be seen anymore. What's this all about? Bai Zemin couldn't help but raise his voice as he stared wide-eyed at the object or whatever it was floating a short distance away from him. In fact, Bai Zemin knew perfectly well what this object that floated suspended above the floor as if gravity had no effect on it was. However, even he could not believe it. The reason behind his disbelief stemmed from the fact that this was by far the strangest treasure Bai Zemin obtained from a treasure orb, even several times stranger than infinite reduction. The object was navy blue in color, and its color deepened more and more as one moved away from the edges to look toward the core. It was about the size of a palm at this point, looked small, and swayed gently as it floated there. The crackling sound filled the room and the ambient temperature rose to what seemed to be the temperature of the worst summers experienced in China. In fact, Bai Zemin believed for some strange reason that this temperature could rise even higher than this. Fire? A flame? Xietain wondered dumbfounded as he curiously watched the dancing flame a short distance away. Although he knew inwardly that nothing bad would happen, his wariness toward the world in general and distrust toward the unknown made Xietain only dare to take one step at a time, very carefully approaching the blue-colored flame. When the distance between him and the flame closed to only 2 or 3 steps, a green message flashed across Xiein's retina. Endless blue lotus flame wishes to establish a soul pact with you and become your subordinate. Do you wish to accept? Xiein's expression froze when he received the message from the soul record expressing the intention of the small flame in front of him. After he finished comprehending what was happening, his expression changed and slowly became somewhat weird as he looked at the flame that was still dancing carefree through the world. This was, without a doubt, the strangest message Xietain had ever received in his life if one left out the first day of the apocalypse when the soul record arrived on Earth. Even though it felt a little strange in his heart, he didn't even hesitate, so when he came out of his initial astonishment he said as if he was giving a verbal command to Siri or Alexa, accept. Of course, the soul record didn't respond as those two artificial intelligences would. Instead, what happened left Xietain dumbfounded for the second time in less than a minute. Swoosh. The palm-sized blue flame suddenly shot out at full speed, and due to the surprise as well as his naturally lowered guard after receiving the message from the soul record, Xietain couldn't even react. Before he knew it, the flame had struck his chest. Xiein's face turned slightly pale at the thought that he had just received a fatal injury, and 1,000 thoughts flashed through his head in just an instant. Even if his health stat was high, if his chest was pierced and his heart destroyed, then even if God himself descended to this world he could not save him. However, he soon realized that he felt no pain, and as he looked down, he did not notice any bloody holes. Just when his mind was blank and with no answers, another message from the soul record flashed in his retina. In the past. It was one of the 5 most powerful flames born under the forces of the universe and carefully bred by a talented warrior to become a terrifying combat weapon. After the fall of its previous master in combat, the endless blue lotus flame refused to submit to another master, and despite the numerous efforts of countless beings to subdue or destroy it, none succeeded because, as its name suggests, the endless blue lotus flame is a limitless flame that never goes out as long as it still has soul power to consume. However, over the last 1,000 years, the soul power reserved by the endless blue lotus flame was almost entirely consumed, causing it to fall from a god-grade natural treasure to its current pitiful state, an epic-grade natural treasure. After hesitating for a long time, the barely conscious little will of the endless blue lotus flame submitted to the soul record and until now has been waiting for a new holder. Holy Mother of God! Xietain shouted so loudly that he was sure his voice had been heard even to the outside of his mansion. However, how could he care about that now? At first, and while reading the extremely long message from the soul record, Xiein's expression was quite calm and not too surprised. This was so even though he read that the flame he had just formed a strange pact with under the name of Soul Pact was one of the 5 most powerful flames in the universe, at least in the past. However, as he read more and more, the surprise in his heart grew to the breaking point. This breaking point was when he learned that the little palm-sized flame that had just given him the scare of his life had once been a god-grade treasure. God-grade, Holy Mother of God. At such a thought, Xietain cried out again as he sat down on the bed heavily. Although he had no idea how difficult it was to obtain a god-grade treasure, there definitely shouldn't be many in the universe. According to what Lilith had once told him while she was being lazy, god-grade treasures possessed the strength to challenge the most powerful beings in the universe. However, as he thought about it, Xiein's excitement cooled down considerably and his face became slightly serious as he muttered, "Wait a moment. If a god-grade treasure possesses power capable of challenging the mightiest in the universe, then how did the endless blue lotus flame master fall?" After thinking about it for a long time, the only plausible answer Xietain found to this terrifying question was that probably the previous master of the endless blue lotus flame had fallen prey at the hands of another being just as powerful or slightly above and possessing a god-grade treasure as well. He did not want to think beyond that because he inadvertently felt that only despair would wait ahead. Pushing the terrifying thought deep into his head, Xietain finally came to the conclusion that the treasures coming from the orbs falling from the body of slain enemies were once in the past forged artifacts and even entities nurtured by another living being. Xietain estimated that probably the soul record used the soul power that failed to be absorbed by the winner to move a treasure worthy of victory depending on the difference in strength and sealed it inside a treasure orb. Then, when the treasure orb was crushed by the winner, the item sealed there would come out. Now that Lilith was not there with him, his natural intelligence began to flow rapidly and his thoughts became much more fluid. After all, not having someone to depend on or rely on to know everything, Xietain could only handle everything by himself. Alright, let's see what's going on with this. Xietain took a deep breath before closing his eyes and focusing on the depths of his body. More precisely, on his soul. Xietan's soul had no form, it was like a strange reddish-colored gas or smoke that was simply there inside his body. However, as he became stronger, he could feel how little by little that gas became denser and denser. He wondered if it would ever become liquid or even solid in the higher orders. But right in the middle of all that scarlet cloud of gas, Xietain perceived a faint deep blue light flickering steadily. This faint deep blue light was the small flame with which Xietain had just formed a soul pact. He knew it since after forming that strange pact he could feel the small flame inside him, and if he was calmer before he would have even realized that the small flame did not have the slightest evil intention towards him, so he would not have been panicked. Xietain stretched both hands forward and said in a low voice, "Endless blue lotus flame, come out." At first, Xietain wondered what was happening. Soon, however, he noticed how both his hands lit up with a faint blue flash. Slowly, a small flame of fire emerged from inside his hands, and a few moments later, Xietain found himself watching the small flame the size of a baby's palm gently swaying as it was floating an inch or two above his hands. His face lit up at the blue glow of the small flame. What was most surprising was that in stark contrast to the previous temperature spike, this time, the temperature of the room did not change at all. As he stared at the small flame and marveled at its beautiful color, suddenly Xietan's heart fluttered. For an instant, he felt as if someone was watching him or trying to tell him something, but the next moment that feeling simply disappeared, making him wonder if he was going crazy. Blood Warlock, Succubus Partner in the Apocalypse. Chapter 378 Soul Pact Effect. Dismissing almost entirely the idea, or rather the feeling, that urged him a moment ago, Xietain stared at the small blue flame floating on the two joined palms of his hands, and soon the information from the records of this small entity flashed in his retina. Endless blue lotus flame, epic grade treasure, a flame with sensibility and a will of its own. In the past, it was tremendously powerful and its fire represented the infinity. It is said that once an attack with endless blue lotus flame was launched, the flames would spread to the ends of the universe limitlessly and sweep away everything in its path. Its current power has been greatly weakened, and the sensibility that turned this natural treasure into an intelligent entity is in deep sleep. To awaken the sensibility and enrich the will of endless blue lotus flame, the master of the flame needs to feed it with soul stones. The more soul stones and the better the quality, the clearer the effects and the faster the recovery process. Soul Pact Effect - Passively increases by +40 all the user's stats as natural points / passively increases the user's fire resistance by +20% / passively increases the power of fire-type physical and magical attacks by +10%. Xietain sighed as he looked at the terrifying number of stats he had received after forming a soul pact with the endless blue lotus flame. Increasing all stats by +40 points and to top it off in natural points was simply insane from his point of view. 40 points in each stat added up to a total of 240 stat points. However, another thing that Xietain also liked a lot was receiving fire-type elemental resistance. With this type of resistance, his adaptability to hot environments would be a lot higher, and the damage that fire-type attacks would inflict on him from here on out would be reduced by quite a considerable margin. But what terrified Xietain was the +10% increase in his physical attacks with fire power and his magic spells. This might be the smallest percentage among all he was getting from the endless blue lotus flame, however, to Xietain, that 10% was the most scary. This was because he, a fighter who aimed to completely overwhelm and finish off his enemies as quickly as possible, an increase of 10% in his most powerful attack to date was simply immense. Just imagining a crimson blood judgment powered by gravity manipulation, plus the activation of the Mystic Earring's magic blast skill, plus the newly acquired 10% extra damage to fire-type attacks, and adding the power of the endless blue lotus flame on top of that. Xietain gasped for air as he imagined the result in his head. He definitely couldn't use that skill so casually, or he would definitely end up killing his allies. My skills. Don't they seem to be too well interconnected with each other? Xietain finally realized something that he had previously not been paying much attention to. While he had been very careful and selective with the active skills he learned for obvious reasons, even he himself was surprised as everything seemed to come out too perfect. Fortunately, and this wasn't a novel, or else there was sure to be a reader who would jump up shouting excitedly, "Plot armor! Plot armor!" Xietain laughed at his own thoughts and then put the endless blue lotus flame back inside his body. He could feel how the little deep blue flame was practically exhausted beyond words. Next, he would feed it some soul stones to strengthen it. Talking about soul stones, Xietain was really excited to know the way he could increase the power of the endless blue lotus flame. At the very least, he was aware that soul stones were the way to go, and he wasn't lost having to find the right path like a headless fly. Approximately 10 minutes later, Xietain had finished counting the number of soul stones and skill scrolls obtained after his goblin hunt. Of course, the soul stones that Xietain counted were only a tiny fraction as far as unclassified soul stones were concerned. It was simply impossible for him to waste his time counting how many there were, as there were definitely several thousand. He had only brought a few with him, as it never hurt to have some on his body just in case. In the end, inside his bag were 154 unclassified soul stones, 32 first-order soul stones, and 1 second-order soul stone. Although it was a pity that 3 of the second-order goblins he had killed did not have a soul stone inside their heads, in a sense Xietain already expected something like that to happen and was even prepared not to receive any second-order soul stone. As for skill scrolls, there were a few dozen of those. None of the skills caught his attention too much except for a few that made him curious, but nothing more. In the end, Xietain kept a few scrolls for his family, such as First Order Active Skill Earth Shield, Active Skill Mortal Vines, First Order Active Skill Feather Walk, Active Skill Fireball, Active Skill Lightning Bolt, and several other active and passive ones. As for him, he finally got a passive skill he didn't count on until now. Speed Boost, Unclassified Passive Skill, Level 3. After learning this skill, increase agility by plus 20 points permanently. Surprisingly, and despite being only unranked skills, the passive skills that permanently improved stats were quite difficult to obtain. As for this level 3 unranked passive skill, called Speed Boost, in Xietan's faction, very few people possessed it, and while he as a leader might have appropriated the scrolls, it would not look good for him to act that way in front of his subordinates. Besides, it wasn't as if Xietain lacked agility at this stage of the apocalypse either, so even though he was interested in the skill, he just tolerated it. Now, he could finally learn his own without leaving room for bad emotions to take root in the hearts of his subordinates. Before I start upgrading this skill, let me check if what I saw that day is correct. Xietain got up from the bed and picked up the last item he had yet to inspect. It was an ancient scroll made from what appeared to be sheepskin. Another recipe or construction blueprint. Goblin Magic Cannon, Rank 3, a construction blueprint for a weapon created by a talented blacksmith and artifact builder belonging to the goblin race. The power of the Goblin Magic Cannon is enough to crush second-order existences and threaten the lives of those of the third order. To forge it you need a metal with a minimum rank of 3, magical powder, third-order soul stone. It has a range of 500 meters in a straight line, and there must be a lapse of 120 seconds between each shot per barrel to avoid overheating and possible collapse of the armament. It really is. Xietain nodded with a rather calm expression as he surveyed the information he had just received. This Rank 3 Goblin Magic Cannon could potentially be the weapon that mankind would have to rely on in the future. Although it was still impossible to build it, possessing the construction blueprint and knowing the limits of the weapon as well as its operation was of great help in preparing the necessary things for the assembly of the weapon. Xietain had many ideas in his head, and he was sure that if he received the support of other brilliant minds, they would definitely improve even more. Of the requirements needed to build the Goblin Magic Cannon, Xietain had nothing. However, at least he had the formula to make the magic powder. Moreover, while the construction process required a metal of at least rank 3, Xietain was fairly certain that even metals of rank 2 would work. Of course, the consequence would probably be the collapse of the magic cannon after one or hopefully a few shots. But even if the cannon ended up collapsing after a few shots, as long as it saved the human base it would be protecting it would be more than enough. The material loss was bearable, but the annihilation of the race was not. Xietain kept the construction blueprint of the goblin magic cannon while in his heart he prayed that no talented blacksmith would appear in that foul goblin race that ran free in the land of his world. Although rare, it was true that there were some fantasy stories or novels in which goblins were genius artifact builders and even had some blacksmiths almost comparable to the legendary dwarves who loved the forge. After putting away the construction blueprint, Xietain went straight to the log of his newly learned skill Speed Boost and looked at the evolution requirements. Evolution requirements. Speed Boost Unclassified Level 3 Level 4. Soul Stone, 2 out of 2. Do you wish to evolve the skill to the next level? Xietain did not hesitate and immediately proceeded with the evolution. A few seconds later, the evolution was complete and the Speed Boost skill became an unclassified skill of level 4, now granting him 30 points of agility passively. But he did not stop and continued. Speed Boost Unclassified Level 4 Level 5. Soul Stone, 6 out of 6. Do you wish to evolve the skill to the next level? Yes. Speed Boost Unclassified Level 5 Next Order. Soul Stone, 12 out of 12. First Order Soul Stone, 2 halves. Do you wish to evolve the skill to the next stage? Yes. The skill Speed Boost has successfully evolved to First Order Enhanced Dexterity Level 1. First Order Enhanced Dexterity Level 1 Level 2. First Order Soul Stone, 2 halves. Do you wish to evolve the skill to the next level? Yes. Do you wish to evolve the skill to the next level? Yes. Do you want to evolve the skill to the next level? Yes. Xietain did not stop and continued to evolve the skill he had just learned until the skill now called Enhanced Dexterity reached the peak of the First Order. The reason he had to stop there was because just like some of his main skills, Enhanced Dexterity required Second Order Soul Stones as an evolution requirement, and even though the current Xietain had around 3 Second Order Soul Stones he was definitely not willing to spend them right now. He would only use them if he really had no choice as they were a priceless treasure at this stage of the apocalypse. It was also precisely for that reason that Xietan's blood manipulation skill was still at level 1 of the Second Order. To evolve blood manipulation to Second Order Level 2 he needed 2 Second Order Soul Stones, something he was naturally unwilling to do. At least not now, when he starts hunting Second Order existences to complete his breakthrough quest once he heads to another world, only then would Xietain start evolving those demanding skills. In the meantime, all his skills would stay as they were since it wasn't as if he needed to evolve them anyway, thanks to the fact that with his current power he could handle almost everything. Even if he had to face a Third Order enemy. In the end, the skill Enhanced Dexterity reached the maximum of the First Order and now looked like this. Enhanced Dexterity, First Order Passive Skill, Level 5, automatically increases the user's agility by plus 100 points and reduces stamina consumption while running out of combat by 5%. The 100-point increase in agility was certainly eye-catching and great, however, what appealed most to Xietain was the 5% reduction in stamina when running out of combat. Although this secondary passive effect only worked while out of combat, it was great for traveling long distances and would most likely show wonderful results in the future. Blood Warlock, Succubus Partner in the Apocalypse. Chapter 379, The Two of Them Alone. A room. A bed. Looking at the amount of First Order Soul Stones he had left, Xietain hesitated for a moment. Currently, he possessed 18 First Order Soul Stones within his bag as he had previously consumed quite a few to evolve the passive skill Enhanced Dexterity. Even so, there were about 10 soul stones stored in the faction's treasury as there were several other First Order creatures that were defeated in groups by other soul evolvers and armed men. Of course, the losses were not small but not colossal either. However, obtaining the treasure-filled corpse of such a powerhouse definitely made up for it. The reason why Xietain was hesitating was because he did not know what to do next. Although First Order existences were gradually beginning to appear more naturally, and although they were still a rarity, it was no longer at the level of a month ago. The First Order Soul Stones were indeed very valuable treasures in Xietan's eyes. So, he didn't know whether he should stop there or continue evolving his passive skills. Screw it, let's try one more and then stop there. He finally made up his mind and started looking carefully at his passive skills before finally stopping in one. First Order Bronze Skin Level 5, a skill that not only increased Xietain's stamina but also turned his skin extremely tough and protected him from external attacks. But the real reason why Xietain chose this skill was because he wanted to check something. Bronze Skin First Order Passive Skill Level 5 Next Order. Evolution Requirements - Stamina stat above 700 points without external support, complete. Soul Stone, 30/30ths. First Order Soul Stone, 15/15. Do you wish to evolve the skill to the next stage? Xietain almost spit out 2 liters of blood when he saw the evolution requirements for the Bronze Skin skill. To go from level 4 to level 5, the skill barely asked for 9 unclassified soul stone, and the amount of points needed in the stamina stat was 300 without external support. However, to go from level 5 to the next stage, the greedy skill actually wanted 30 unclassified soul stone, 15 first order soul stone, and more than twice as many natural stamina stat points than before. Even if the advancement between levels and orders were 2 different worlds, there should be limits to the insanity. Just as Xietain was about to evolve the skill, he remembered something he had forgotten and jumped to his feet. His eyes glittered uncharacteristically as he pulled out the small pearl of liquid storage. "It's not like I lose anything by trying," he muttered as he activated blood manipulation and sent a pinch of his mana to the inside of the pearl. Swoosh. 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 There were exactly 5 thin strands of blood flowing out from inside the small liquid storage pearl in Xietain's hands, and under the control of his second-order blood manipulation skill the blood slowly accumulated until a few seconds later there were 5 balls of blood. Xietain stopped drawing blood from inside the small pearl when he judged that there should be about half of a liter of blood in each floating ball. As he carefully observed the blood before him, he easily noticed that although the 5 groups of blood belonged to second-order existences, the difference in quality between them was quite obvious. This blood belonged to 5 of the 7 second-order existences that Xietain had defeated in combat and killed. The reason why the other 2 types of blood were not there was because the blood of the second-order archaic bear that had been defeated first after a fierce death fight had already been consumed by him, and the blood of the second-order poisonous bloom spider had left nothing behind after being stricken by Xietan's blood trident. Without further ado, Xietain did not beat around the bush and slowly controlled the blood of the lowest level creature, which if he remembered correctly had the name Abyll, that goblin whose upper half exploded after being hit by Xietan's blazing scale greatsword. The reason he did this was because he didn't want to risk any kind of backlash, since the blood of second-order existences was quite potent. By absorbing small quantities and going from the lowest level to the highest, Xietan's organism would gain some resistance and his stats would be higher. Soon, the blood of the goblin level 69 named Abyll rushed into his organism and began to fight wildly as if it wanted to wreak havoc inside him. Unlike that time when Xietain drank the blood of the second-order archaic bear, and even though the level of the goblin named Abyll was higher than that of the bear, Xietain did not feel so much pain as to make his face twitch as it did back then. A few minutes later, the discomfort disappeared and the information from the absorbed record in the form of a message flashed across his retina. Magic +32, mana +37. For the next 60 seconds, reduce the mana consumption of the skills used by 10%. Oh? Xietain raised an eyebrow with surprise glittering in his eyes. The second message was something that Xietain was in no way expecting, but was certainly a welcome surprise. As he looked at the approximately 8 liters of blood collected from the goblin Abyll, Xietain felt his heart flutter lightly at the discovery of what might be a new treasure. He had just drunk approximately half a liter of blood, as from previous experience he knew it was the necessary requirement to absorb most of the power contained in the blood of the defeated creature. While this worked only once, the side effect did not necessarily have to be activated only once. An idea flashed in his mind, and after a moment's thought, he approached the door to his room. When he opened the door, a beautiful woman with a strikingly seductive body immediately bowed and smiled beautifully at him as she said in a polite and respectful voice, "Lord, do you need anything?" This person was Qin Ming, Xietan's housekeeper and the first woman to stand up when he and his group took control of this village after defeating the 4 previous leaders who ruled with an iron fist and oppressed everyone while doing whatever they pleased. The current Qin Ming no longer had that burn around her mouth, a wound that had been caused by one of the 4 previous leaders of the camp due to her unwillingness to become his plaything. Under her maidservant dress, even the bruises that plagued her skin had completely disappeared after consuming first-order mutant beast meat, and her skin had become much silkier, shinier, and her overall beauty had increased by several folds. Qin Ming, look for. Bai Zemin paused for a moment as he was about to say Shangguan Bing Shui and instead said, "Tell someone to find Wu Yijuan and tell her to come, it's important." Qin Ming's eyes flashed in a strange way, and without a word she bowed and left. Seeing her go, Bai Zemin returned to his room to continue absorbing second-order blood. The reason why he preferred to call Wu Yijuan instead of Shangguan Bing Shui was to avoid unnecessary trouble with some people. Besides, Wu Yijuan's position was more suitable for what he was about to do. Soon, Bai Zemin absorbed 500 milliliters of blood belonging to the second-order explosive flame ape level 71. The current was much more powerful compared to when Abil's blood entered his body, and Bai Zemin felt as if his soul was going to burn for a brief moment. Fortunately, he had gone slowly and gradually, or else it could have been extremely painful to directly consume the blood of a fire-type beast without cooking it or mixing it with other foods to reduce its effect, which Bai Zemin did not want. He aimed for the maximum benefit. Even if he had to go through a great deal of pain, he was willing to bear it. Strength plus 24. Magic plus 25. For the next 30 seconds, increase fire resistance by 15%. Bai Zemin's eyes lit up again and his lips curved slightly upward. Without saying a word, he proceeded to drink 500 milliliters from the female goblin, whose name, if he remembered correctly, was Kurano. Kurano's blood was much easier to absorb. Bai Zemin didn't even frown once during the whole process, and about 5 minutes later he was done. Agility plus 28. For the next 10 seconds, the chances of being sent flying by an enemy are reduced by 10%. Reduces the chance of being sent flying? Bai Zemin was startled when he read the second message. Did that mean that if he reached 100% his feet would always be steady as Mount Tai and not move at all even if a fourth-order existence were to strike? Although it sounded a bit crazy, it really seemed to be so. Of course, whether he survived the strike or not was another different matter. However, Bai Zemin was simply surprised to see a new non-trackable statistic, and that was all. He was fully aware that reaching 100% in anything was no simple task. Even Lilith had pointed that out earlier when he said that his chance of causing critical hits with his attacks was steadily increasing. After drinking some of the blood of the female goblin Kurano, Bai Zemin went on to drink the blood of the second-order Ice Light Tiger level 73. The first moment the creature's blood flowed into his body, Bai Zemin felt his veins freeze slightly and his whole body shuddered. He hurriedly controlled his blood flow, and as the speed increased, the light mist of frost began to give way until it gradually merged with his flesh and blood. The whole process of absorption and assimilation took approximately 10 minutes. Agility plus 30. Stamina plus 30. For the next 60 seconds, increase the power of light and ice type attacks by 15%. It's a pity to waste the temporary power increase, but I really need the stats. Bai Zemin lamented quietly. Moreover, seeing the plus 30 stamina, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. One of his stats had finally broken the 1,000-point mark. Just as he expected, a message from the soul record flashed across his retina. However, before he could focus on it, the door of his room was knocked softly, followed by Qin Ming's voice. "Lord, Miss Wu Yijuan is here." Approximately 20 minutes had passed since Bai Zemin gave the instruction for someone to bring Wu Yijuan, and considering that the two's villas were not that far apart, he judged that she was probably busy with something important. Without thinking too much about it, he calmly said, "Let her pass." The door of his room opened smoothly as those words left his mouth, and a moment later it closed again. This was the first time Wu Yijuan had entered Bai Zemin's room, and as she looked around she noticed that while it was somewhat messy due to the number of soul stones, treasure orbs, and other things on the bed, the room in general smelled extremely good. It was a smell she knew and longed for very much. Realizing this, she blushed slightly, and realizing that she was alone in his room, she blushed even more. Her mind went a little crazy, and she had to try very hard not to let two wild thoughts pop into her imagination. While it wasn't the first time she had been in a room alone with Xietain, it was the first time they had been alone together since she had become fully aware of her feelings. As if that wasn't enough, a bed was there. Blood Warlock, Succubus Partner in the Apocalypse. Chapter 381,000 Stamina Points, Internal Organ Strengthening. Wu Yijun felt as if her heart tried to burst out of her chest, and for a brief moment she even wondered if the man sitting on the bed could hear it beating. Since she finally came to accept and notice that she was in love with the man in front of her, an emotion she felt for the first time in her life, Wu Yijun felt that being in front of Xietain was a lot harder than it normally should be. Ironically, even though she felt a little shy and embarrassed, she didn't want to stay away from him either. On the contrary, the longer and closer, the better. Just as she was about to say something to break the silence and to avoid Xietain realizing that she was so nervous she didn't know what to do, his voice rang softly in the middle of the room. "Sit wherever you please, I'll be with you in a couple of minutes. Just let me finish with this first, eh?" Wu Yijun finally realized that Xietain had not looked at her yet. However, she also realized the reason why he was so focused on something else. In front of him were 5 different clumps of blood. 2 of them were much larger in size than the other 4, which were barely a few thin drops that probably didn't reach 100 milliliters. The floating blood did not draw Wu Yijun's attention too much, as everyone in the faction was aware that Xietain was in possession of a powerful skill that allowed him to control such an element and manipulate it practically at will. What caught her attention was the power that radiated from within and around the blood. Even she, who was a first-order existence, felt slight threat even though it was only blood. Wu Yijun was an intelligent woman, so she naturally came to the conclusion that this danger she felt did not come from the blood itself but from the creature to which that blood belonged in the past. As she wondered if that was the blood belonging to a powerful second-order beast similar to that terrifying bear they met in the forest, she watched as Xietain controlled one of the 2 larger blood globes and slowly swallowed it. Xietain closed his eyes and frowned slightly. When the blood of the goblin named Inak, whose level while alive was 74, he felt as if his flesh was being pierced by countless needles. If it wasn't for the fact that he had experienced pains that were a lot greater than this, to the point where his skin and flesh burned and to the point where his bones were crushed to dust, Xietain knew that he would definitely be rolling around on the bed while screaming in pain. Wu Yijun became somewhat anxious as the minutes passed, and she watched the frown on Xietan's face deepen little by little. Moreover, occasionally she could see the skin on his arms, hands, face, and probably every part of his body tingle as if there was some mysterious creature tugging at his flesh inside. About 10 minutes later, Xietain finally opened his eyes again and exhaled, letting the heavy air in his lungs out and relieving him greatly. Agility plus 30. Stamina plus 15. For the next 20 seconds, increase the probability of inflicting critical hits on your enemies by 5%. Without saying a word, Xietain looked at Xiein's blood, and after a moment he used blood manipulation to slowly make the blood glob go into his mouth in the form of liquid threads. Xiein's level was 87, considerably close to 3rd order. At the very least, Xietain was by far the closest enemy to level 100 that Xietain had met and faced to date. Ironically, he was also one of the easiest enemies to defeat despite being the most powerful of them all. This was because by the time Xiein's appeared before him, Xietain already possessed stats comparable to those of a peak 2nd order, and by the time Xiein's angered him through threatening his loved ones, Xietain acquired another 400 strength points after activating the 1st level of the skill Blood Berserker's Wrath unlocked at that time. Humans possess the ability to create atomic bombs, but cannot withstand their explosions. The reasoning behind Xietain not being able to consume Xiein's blood so easily despite defeating him so easily was very similar to the previous reasoning. When the blood of the former most powerful and highest goblin leader of the northern region of China entered Xiein's body, he immediately felt as if a 2,000-kilogram hammer had hit him directly on the head. For a moment, he felt like his world was spinning around him and he almost fell on his back on the bed. Then, his flesh seemed to tear apart only to regenerate once again in the next instant. His muscle fibers seemed to break into pieces countless times at the same time, regenerating over and over again. This whole process lasted a total of 20 minutes. During the past 20 minutes, Wu Yijun could only stare as Bai Zemin's face turned red and his eyes grew to the point of looking quite terrifying. It was obvious from the way he was gritting his teeth that the pain he felt threatened to drive him out of his senses. She felt anxious whether sitting or standing, as if she were a little girl arriving at elementary school for the first time leaving her parents at home. However, for the past 20 minutes, Bai Zemin's mouth remained closed at all times. Not even the slightest grunt slipped from his lips. His show of tenacity greatly surprised the only woman in the room. Not only did this make her care for him more, but she also unconsciously felt that this was how a real man should be. She didn't want him to suffer, but at the same time, she felt that his masculine charm increased dramatically. Bai Zemin was completely different from those men who had approached her in the past. All those young men from prominent families, wealthy, or multi-talented, they were all women in men's skin who, if they were in the man's place before her, would definitely be calling out the name of their mothers, fathers, grandparents, and the entire generation of their ancestors. After the hell finally ended, Bai Zemin slowly sat back down, and when he looked at himself, he realized that he was drenched in sweat. "It was worse than I expected," he said with a bitter smile. He really didn't expect to experience so much pain in return for so few stats. Strength plus 40. Stamina plus 40. For the next 120 seconds, increase physical attack power by plus 280 stat points. If 90% of the living, self-aware beings in the universe who were struggling hard to level up for 2 stat points heard what Bai Zemin had just said, they would probably curse him and those who brought him into this world for being so shameless. Really, the most effective way is to absorb soul power from other existences. Bai Zemin thought as he sighed and ruffled his somewhat humid hair. While one could obtain stats once by absorbing second-order blood before the body became immune, the pain in some cases was too great to receive a rather miserable compensation compared to the large amount of extra stats that could be obtained by absorbing soul power. Still, a boost of power was always welcome, and Bai Zemin was willing to experience the same pain multiplied several times over just for the sake of getting even a fraction of what he had just received. That's how desperate for power he was. "Hey, are you okay?" A soft voice brought them out of their inner thoughts, and as he looked to his right he remembered Wu Yijun was there. "Sorry. I was so focused on absorbing this blood that I couldn't pay attention to you properly earlier." Bai Zemin apologized with a somewhat awkward smile as he looked at the woman sitting on the couch by the window. Wu Yijun was wearing a pretty refreshing violet summer dress with ruffles that flowed down to just above her knees, covering her thighs but exposing her beautiful calves and shiny skin. Most eye-catching was that her hair was pulled back in a high ponytail, and this in tandem with her baby face, but an extremely hot body made her look extremely charming and seductive. It's okay. Don't worry about it." She hurriedly shook her head. Seeing her ponytail bouncing wildly along with her movements, Bai Zemin chuckled as he calmly said, "Give me 2 minutes, I'll be with you after checking a new record." "Oh, okay." Wu Yijun nodded as she kept her stare focused on him and his movements. Bai Zemin forced a smile into his heart and shook his head secretly as he saw this. Soon, he looked at a fixed point before him and began to roll through his records, easily finding what he was looking for as it had just happened. Your stamina stat has broken the 4-digit threshold without external support. Your skill, First Order Bronze Skin Level 5, evolves forcibly to the next stage. Bronze Skin, First Order Passive Skill, Level 5. Silver Skin, Second Order Passive Skill, Level 1. Silver Skin, Second Order Passive Skill, Level 1. Your skin becomes tough and strong enough to withstand large caliber bullets. Rank 0 physical weapons will not be able to penetrate your defense, and the effect of Rank 1 physical weapons is reduced by 10% against you. The strength of your internal organs is multiplied twice compared to the previous level. Automatically increases your stamina stat by plus 300 points permanently. A big smile lit up Bai Zemin's handsome face when he saw and verified that things did indeed turn out as he estimated. Although he didn't know that such a crazy increase was required to force a skill to evolve forcefully, he was at least fully aware that such a thing would probably happen at some point. If his body met the stat requirement and even exceeded that requirement, then the soul record had no need to use the power contained within the soul stones. It could simply use the stamina-type soul power that far exceeded the limit of X's rune to force it to evolve and adapt to the body. Because he had been carefully studying and learning about the soul record, Xietain managed to save a large number of unclassified soul stones, and more importantly, first-order soul stones. While this was only possible because he was a beast with human skin, at least his previous theory turned out to be quite accurate with only a few minor but inconsequential differences. In addition to strengthening his body from the outside, the skill silver skin also strengthened Xiein's internal organs to twice what they were before. This was an extremely good thing since his internal organs were stronger, and shock from blows would not hurt him internally as much compared to the past. In addition, his skin became softer and more delicate, which without neglecting the overall masculine look gave him a far more radiant appearance, briefly dazzling Wu Yijun as she observed all these changes from up close. "I'm sorry for keeping you waiting around here." Xietain finally shifted his eyes back to Wu Yijun and looked at her with an apologetic smile. This was not the time to dive into deep thoughts or analyze too many things. "Don't worry." Wu Yijun also smiled to see him that, despite the pain he had just experienced, it seemed to have been worth it as he had a smile bright as the sun on his face. "So, about the reason why I called you here." Xietain didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. "Why yes. Tell me." Wu Yijun became a little nervous and her heartbeat was disturbed. For an instant, she thought that maybe he wanted to talk to her about what happened 4 days ago, and that was why he had called her here. Of course, Xietain wasn't planning to do anything like that. At least not now. Instead, what he said was the following. "Do we have anyone capable of making potions or similar brews?" Blood Warlock, Succubus Partner in the Apocalypse. Chapter 381 Potions and Brews. "Do we have anyone capable of making potions or brews like that?" After those words left Xiein's mouth, he fell silent and looked at Wu Yijun as he waited for a response from her. However, even after several seconds, the room remained silent as neither of them said a word. Just as Xietain was about to ask if something was wrong, she said with wide eyes, "Excuse me? Potions or brews?" "Yes, potions or similar brews." Xietain repeated, somewhat confused by the surprise expressed by the beautiful girl in front of him, and patiently explained, "Just like in role-playing games and the like, magic potions with amazing effects, brews capable of assisting the consumer in combat, stuff like that. And no. I do understand what you mean by potions or brews. It may not seem like it, but I also played a few games in my life, so I am aware of the similarity of our status window to that of a video game character." Wu Yijun shook her head gently, and seeing that Xietain didn't seem to be joking, she said somewhat puzzled, "But even if our faction had someone capable of doing such stuff, how are we supposed to craft a benign potion and not a poisonous one? Even though our botany team has already studied roughly 100 mutant plants, it's still not enough to create something so mage-like." Besides, Wu Yijun seemed to have more to say, but Xietain raised a hand to indicate her to stop for a moment, something she obediently did while nodding in a sweet and cute manner towards him. "I understand what you mean," Xietain said calmly before adding, "However, the potions I'm talking about shouldn't be that complicated to make since investigators won't have to go around experimenting with different combinations or testing the effects." "I don't get it." Wu Yijun shook her head as her shoulders slumped into feet. Xietain knew that it was not easy to explain what he had in mind with words, so instead of wasting time he sent several drops of blood floating towards Wu Yijun. "That blood belonged in the past to a second-order existence I defeated not long ago," Xietain explained as he pointed with his right hand. "If you drink it, you will understand what I mean." Wu Yijun looked at the blood in front of her curiously before opening her mouth slightly. Her full red lips parted slightly, and under Xietan's control, the red blood gently fell onto her small pink tongue. This was not the first time Wu Yijun tasted second-order blood. She had consumed the blood of the second-order archaic bear when she finally evolved to first order. While the number of statistics and benefits she obtained was not that great, as she was barely able to drink around 50 drops before she had to stop due to her own mortal body's incompetence, it was enough for her to know for sure how precious that blood was. At the same time that she knew that second-order blood was a treasure, Wu Yijun was also aware of the pain and inconvenience one must experience. However, for the sake of becoming more powerful, she was willing to do practically anything. Not only did she want to become stronger for herself and her family, she now had another goal to fight and strive for. Wu Yijun gritted her pearly teeth as she felt as if her body was going to explode at any moment. Despite the wrenching pain, her black eyes were incredibly steady as she looked at the man sitting a few feet away. As Bai Zemin looked into her eyes without averting his eyes and his black eyes met her black eyes, he could not deny that he was secretly shocked when he noticed the girl's resolve before him. Wu Yijun had lived a Cossack life since birth. She had probably never experienced real physical pain other than a few scratches, and even the apocalypse did not change this, as so far she had never been in a battle even remotely close to the battles he or Shangguan Bing Shui had previously faced. However, she endured. She did not even let a sound escape from her mouth, even though her body was shivering uncontrollably as if she was a small boat in the middle of a raging sea. Even if the blood Bai Zemin was giving her was the blood of that female goblin named Kurano, since despite its higher level it was much lighter than the blood of the goblin named Abil, Wu Yijun's stats were not monstrously high as Bai Zemin's were. They were both two completely different beings inside, even though they were both humans born in the same world. Therefore, Wu Yijun was currently suffering pain that should be intolerable for a little princess like she had been all her life. However, she endured like a true queen. Approximately 10 minutes later, Wu Yijun's body finally stopped shivering and she received 2 messages in her retina. Agility +8. For the next 10 seconds, the chances of being sent flying by an enemy are reduced by 10%. Wu Yijun gasped at the second message. She could clearly feel her body becoming firmer than before, just like a mountain that could not be knocked down by normal forces. After 10 seconds, that strange sensation disappeared, awakening her from her shock. She raised her head, and even though some small beads of sweat were falling down her face, she still looked incredibly beautiful as she said with a smile, "Now I finally understand what you were talking about before." Bai Zemin just stared at her without saying anything for a couple of seconds. No one knew what he was thinking. Seeing him silent and looking at her so intently, Wu Yijun again felt anxious and inadvertently started playing with her hands. What's wrong?" she asked almost in a whisper, small enough that had it not been for the silence of the villa it might not have reached the desired ears. "It's nothing." Bai Zemin shook his head and said slowly, "I simply wanted to compliment your courage. Not only did you just unhesitatingly take something I gave you even though we've barely known each other for less than 2 months, but you even endured the pain like a true female warrior even though your whole life was probably smooth and prickle-free. I think such an attitude is worthy of praise." Bai Zemin was being really honest here. A person who ran every day might be able to run 20 kilometers without rest, but a person who had never practiced sports or stamina exercises would definitely fall down a lot sooner. What Wu Yijun had done had really surprised him a little. Wu Yijun smiled gently at the honest tone from him and said quietly, "Well, I think you will always get somewhere if you walk far enough. You will always get somewhere if you walk far enough. That's an interesting way of looking at life and saying never give up." Bai Zemin closed his eyes for a second and smiled as that phrase was imprinted in his heart. "My grandfather always said I should never give up once I set a goal." Wu Yijun looked at Bai Zemin with steady eyes and said with a smile a hint unusual, "Who knows, if I give up I might regret it the next second. Because maybe, at the next second I will get what I want and what I fought so hard for." "Wouldn't it be a pity then?" Bai Zemin was slightly dumbfounded at her words. The next instant, however, he forced a bitter smile into his heart. How could he not understand what she was figuratively saying to him? "I think that your grandfather is quite an optimistic person." In the end, he could only say that. Wu Yijun smiled sweetly and her eyebrows curved into a crescent shape, looking extremely cute. "So, regarding the records you just absorbed." Bai Zemin took the opportunity to slide the topic to what really mattered to him and said matter-of-factly, "Can you read the second message to me?" "Of course I can, just give me a second." Wu Yijun also did not continue with the previous topic. She believed that when things had to happen they would definitely happen. Another phrase her grandfather always told her was, "Not before, not after, everything comes when it has to come." After hearing that Wu Yijun also received the same bonus as him and its duration had not been shortened at all while the potency of the effect also stayed intact, Bai Zemin was surprised. She had absorbed far less blood than he had. When he brought this up to Wu Yijun, she was also surprised. However, she soon seemed to understand something and said somewhat uncertainly, "Isn't it? Isn't it that the effect is always the same regardless of whether it's 1 drop or 2 liters?" "Yeah. I was also thinking the same thing just now. Xietain nodded. Since that was the case, then everything was easier. I was thinking of using this blood and dissolving it in water. Xietain explained his thoughts to Wu Yijun slowly. My idea is to use just about 1 drop of blood and dissolve it in small 500 milliliter bottles. If the side effect works well, then we can try dissolving 1 drop of blood in a 1-liter bottle, and so on until the effect no longer works. When the effect stops working, we will simply use the option before failure. Wu Yijun's eyes lit up when she heard his idea. That's a really great idea. If only 1 drop of second order can be dissolved in a 500 milliliter bottle, then we can find or make small containers of about 50 milliliters and give 1 to each soul evolver before going into battle. That way, a single drop of blood will be enough to form 10 brews, which is equivalent to 10 soul evolvers boosted. And if a single drop of blood can be dissolved in a larger amount of water, then the result will be even more brilliant. This time it was Xietan's turn for his eyes to light up. He had not thought about what she had just said, but after thinking about it for a moment, he realized that Wu Yijun's words were indeed true. After all, how much liquid could a person drink? It wasn't as if a normal human could swallow 500 milliliters of water in 1 gulp anyway. Since the effect was activated by swallowing the blood and assimilating it, a large amount wasn't necessary. Look at this. Xietain drew out a few more drops of blood and sent them floating gently towards Wu Yijun for her to consume one by one. Approximately 40 minutes later, Wu Yijun had received several stat points. Although she was only able to consume only a few drops of blood and barely a single drop of Xietan's blood due to the abysmal power difference between the two, she was satisfied with the result. My God. 6 different effects, which is equivalent to creating 6 brews capable of empowering our troops on the battlefield. Wu Yijun covered her mouth with both hands as her eyes flashed with disbelief. She was fully aware that while it seemed that effects that barely increased X stats by 5% or 10% was little, in a battle between beings with equal or similar power, that difference would mark the victory and decide who would live or who would die. Second-order blood information should be kept as a highly classified secret. Make sure the entire investigation team knows the consequences of opening their mouths. As much as possible that all of them have family. Xietain looked at Wu Yijun and his eyes flashed with a hint of imperceptible coldness. Don't worry, I understand. I know what to do. Wu Yijun said, nodding towards him. She naturally was no fool, she understood the importance of this matter. Blood Warlock, Succubus Partner in the Apocalypse. Chapter 382, The State of His Heart and the State of Her Heart. Xietain and Wu Yijun talked for more than 2 hours about the matter of potions and brews. While the foundation of the main matter had already been settled, there were still many details that needed to be discussed in greater depth. After all, this was by no means a small matter. The matter of potions and brews could decide the future of the faction. It was no exaggeration to say that the survival of many was tied to this. Nor was it an exaggeration to say that a single potion could save the life of a soul evolver as, for example, the critical hit effect was activated in the midst of desperate combat, the tables of battle would turn immediately. Even for Xietain himself, regardless of his personal strength, the boost he could get from potions and brews was important to the point of being completely impossible to ignore. Even more so considering that his stats were higher and higher stats represented a higher percentage when it came to being boosted by the potion or brew consumed. In the end, Xietain and Wu Yijun came to the conclusion that it was better to allow a small portion of the second order's blood to be saved instead of being used to dissolve in water. In this way, the botanical team and the team of investigators that the faction was nurturing would be able to use a small part of the blood to test the effect it would have with different herbs. Who knows, in the future, there could be mana recovery potions, stamina recovery potions, potions that would speed up wounds recovery, and so on. The possibilities were almost limitless, limiting themselves only to what they already knew for fear of the unknown was definitely not the way to go. At least, it wasn't if they wanted to go far. Before Xietain and Wu Yijun knew it, the sun slowly began to settle on the distant horizon. The view from Xietan's room on the top floor of his personal villa was splendid, to say the least. The sky devoid of gray clouds was tinged crimson-red with hints of orange in the immediate vicinity as the sun slowly set to signal the end of a day and the fall of a new night. As Bai Zemin looked out at the outside world with a steady glance, hundreds of thoughts flashed through his mind at practically the same time. From the moment his eyes opened to the moment they closed again during a few insignificant hours of sleep, his mind was in constant turmoil, so the fatigue he felt was unimaginable to many. Am I doing it right? Could I do it better? How can I make everyone stronger faster? Should I start destroying the settlements of other powers without trying to be so merciful? Such thoughts were always alive inside him without anyone knowing, without anyone realizing that beneath his firm and confident appearance was actually a young man who in many senses of the word was a first-timer. As Wu Yijun secretly looked at the face of the man beside her illuminated by the crimson sunset, she could not help but let her eyes moisten slightly. The erratic beating of her heart surprisingly calmed down and her breathing turned steady and smooth enough for anyone to think that she had fallen asleep. When was the last time she felt so peaceful? So peaceful to the point where she could stay inside this room without moving for an eternity of time. Although Wu Yijun was a strong and considerably independent woman because her family's upbringing required it in order to survive in the political world, at the end of the day, she was a 23-year-old young woman. At such an age, she should be enjoying her best days at university, making new friends, meeting new people, committing mistakes, and learning from them. She should be enjoying this time, a time when she was like a flower at its most beautiful and brightest point in life. However, everything had changed. That quiet and seemingly bright life that was promised to her was taken from her hands even before she realized it. As they both stood in silence with thoughts that shared some similarities with each other but at the same time were intrinsically different, time passed. A few minutes later, as her gaze was lost in the horizon and her dark eyes lit up at the beautiful sight in front of her, Wu Yijun said almost in a whisper, "If you were given the choice to choose to go back to your previous life, just before everything changed, would you be willing to go in reverse?" Bai Zemin did not look at her, as his indifferent eyes that made it difficult for people to understand the depths of his soul gazed into the distance. He thought about what the beauty beside him had just asked him and easily came to a conclusion. If I were given the choice to choose to go back, to have everything return to how it was before this entity called Soul Record reached our world and be assured that my life and the lives of my loved ones would never again be dragged into a hell like the one we are living in at this very moment, then why wouldn't I do it? Wu Yijun was surprised to hear his response, but when she turned her face slightly to look at him and realized that he didn't seem to be joking about his decision, she couldn't help but ask, "Even if it means losing all the power you've gained so far after fighting countless battles to deaths? Even if going back and making everything return to normal means going back to being just a normal citizen with no power over anyone?" I'm sorry. I don't mean to offend you." She hastily apologized, realizing that her words could easily be misinterpreted. Bai Zemin smiled slightly and shook his head as he said, "Your words do not offend me in any way. For me, being just a normal citizen with no power is nothing to be ashamed of at all. On the contrary, I believe that normal citizens have more qualifications to be proud of themselves compared to those wealthy or powerful families. Because different of them, we, the poor and normal people, achieved everything by our own efforts while they remain mommies and daddies' children until the end of their days." Wu Yijun was plunged into deep thoughts as she listened to what Bai Zemin had just said and, to her surprise, she realized that he was right. Wasn't she, a grown woman, still being cared for and supported by her family? Even her future work would probably be influenced by her family. She blushed slightly, feeling for the first time in her life truly ashamed. It was only then that she understood the reason why Bai Zemin never felt beneath anyone despite his normal birth. Still, she couldn't help but say, "But losing all your power, are you sure you would be willing to let go it so easily?" Wu Yijun found that hard to believe. After all, humans were greedy and ambitious creatures by nature. It was extremely rare and close to impossible to find a truly pure and conformist soul capable of being happy with little. Many might say otherwise, but the truth of life was that one could not live off love and affection. Money and power had the capacity to move mountains, let alone to move the human heart. Unfortunately, Wu Yijun was wrong. She clearly did not know Bai Zemin at all. "The reason why I fight and the real reason why I am extremely fierce and tenacious against my enemies, but also myself, is all due to my family. Xietain said in a deep voice as he gazed into the distance with unwavering eyes. Each and every step I have taken since the first day this world became the hell it is today, always and without exception, has been expressly to secure the future of those I love and will love. You and many others may see me as a godlike existence at this moment, but that is only because so far I have always managed to overcome every obstacle that has crossed my path. But only I know that in this great universe, my existence is more insignificant than a grain of sand in the middle of the ocean. Although Xietan's voice sounded indifferent and seemed as if he was recounting something insignificant, Wu Yijun could faintly notice the pain, regret, and self-shame he felt. What kind of burdens was weighing him down? What were those secrets that he hid deep in his heart so that no one would see them for fear of being hurt? Wu Yijun had countless questions she wanted to ask the young man at her side, but when she heard his next words, they stuck in her throat. Because in the past I was weak, I could not protect the past of those I loved. Because today I am weak, I cannot protect the present of those I love. Xietain said with self-reproach. His eyes flashed with resolution and his voice was filled with murderous intent as he said, but that will not be like this forever. There will come a day when I will be strong enough to protect the future of those I love. And from then on, I will take care of their future presents. Wu Yijun felt her heart squeeze slightly as she felt Xietan's self-disdain and self-reproach in his voice. He was the man most acclaimed by countless women within the faction, he was the most powerful person everyone had ever known, a being with the ability to make the heavens rumble and the earth tremble, but that same man seemed to have a very low opinion of himself. In fact, Xietain did not consider himself a genius as Lilith always said. What was the use of being a genius? At the end of the day, being an amazing talent did not change the fact that he was weak, it did not change the fact that because of his own incompetence those he loved had to experience so much suffering and would probably experience many more even if he tried his best to prevent it. The only thing that others saw were his positive or negative points, his good deeds or his bad deeds. But everyone seemed to forget that he was also a human. Still, Wu Yijun couldn't help but say in a choked voice. Aren't you being too hard with yourself? You have already done and are doing an excellent job. You've done it better than anyone else, because I don't think anyone could have done it better than you. I think you should be a little proud of yourself. Xietain looked at her for a second and smiled bitterly as he shook his head. Proud? Of course, Xietain was very proud of himself. He was always a proud existence, and this was not so just because he had recently acquired a bit of power that in the eyes of the truly strong was insignificant. However, Wu Yijun still continued to fail to comprehend it. As he looked into her eyes, he noticed real concern in her stare. That beautiful pair of dark eyes were moist with small beads of tears that seemed barely contained and on the verge of falling. In a moment of impulse and believing that at the very least, she deserved to know about the condition of his heart, Xietain extended his right hand toward her. I think once you see this you will understand. And I also believe that once you see my heart, you will be able to make a better decision about what to do with your own heart. His heart? Wu Yijun looked at his outstretched palm and then looked at his face again. Seeing that smile that contained a hint of helplessness, bitterness, but at the same time gratitude, she finally understood. She finally understood that perhaps the existence called Xietain knew and thus carried burdens that neither she, nor Shangguan Bing Shui, nor any other woman could ever understand. Perhaps only a true goddess of heaven could possibly understand. She thought as she reached out her delicate hand towards his. Blood Warlock, Succubus Partner in the Apocalypse. Chapter 383, Stubborn Wu Yijun. In a world of crazies like this, being sane is craziness. Part 1. Slowly, as if afraid of something, Wu Yijun watched as her small hand moved closer and closer to Xietan's comparatively larger hand. Xietain, on the other hand, was a lot calmer than she was. As he looked into her eyes, he noticed uncertainty, revealing that the beautiful woman at his side was afraid of discovering or not being able to understand what he wanted to show her. But he believed that once she viewed the effects of his stone heart skill, she would come to understand that getting into his heart could very well be classified as impossible. No, not impossible, Xietain thought as in his head appeared for the 1000th time the shadow of the most beautiful woman he had ever seen in his entire life and whose smile was so dazzling as to oppress the rays of the sun. As the image of Lilith appeared in his head and in his heart, as he secretly wondered what she could be doing and if she was doing well, Wu Yijuan's hand finally touched his. Then, let her see. Let her see and decide for herself. Bai Zemin immediately started moving through his records and skills. When he found the record of the skill 3rd Order Stone Heart, he wanted to share that record with Wu Yijuan and let her see that tiny part of his soul. However, what happened next perplexed them both. As if they had been electrocuted by an electric shock of several thousand volts, Bai Zemin's and Wu Yijuan's faces changed at the same time as they hurriedly pulled their hands apart as a reflex action. Ugh. Wu Yijuan grimaced slightly as she used her trembling hand to tightly clutch her chest. Bai Zemin wasn't much better off than her either, as he also felt a sharp pain that was hard to describe. While he didn't complain as she did due to his much higher pain tolerance, that didn't stop the pain that made him feel as if someone had replaced the blood running through his veins with burning lava from scaring him. It was as if his soul were burning him from the inside out. When he finally felt himself regaining the breath that had been abruptly stolen from him, he looked at Wu Yijuan and asked worriedly, "Are you all right?" Wu Yijuan could not respond immediately as it was still extremely difficult for her to breathe. It was the first time in her life that she had experienced pain of such magnitude, to the level where even breathing caused her pain. The pain she felt while absorbing the various drops of 2nd Order blood was nothing compared to this. Bai Zemin hastily supported her and carefully let her lie down on his bed. He waited for a couple of seconds, but just as a precaution decided to go find Kong Lan. I'm fine. Just as he was thinking of leaving to look for the strongest healer of his faction, Wu Yijuan finally found enough breath to utter a few words. "Are you sure?" he asked with a slight frown. Wu Yijuan did not respond immediately and instead took several deep breaths. A few seconds after repeating the same process several times, her pale face immediately began to return to normal, and about a minute later she finally reverted to her optimal condition. "I'm really fine now. I really am. Don't worry." Wu Yijuan smiled warmly as she could feel genuine concern from him toward her. She felt that even if she had to experience the same thing several more times, she would be willing to multiply it a couple of times even if it was worth a gentle look like the one he had at this moment as he looked at her. Love was undoubtedly one of the most powerful emotions that existed. A double-edged sword that could lift one to the top or plunge one to the bottom of an abyss, and at the same time an emotion that could affect the rationality of the most string person in the world in just a second. Wu Yijuan, who was always rational but was experiencing such a powerful emotion for the first time in her life, was a clear example of this. Bai Zemin had no idea of the inner thoughts of the beauty on his bed. In fact, he had no time to think about it. Right now, his preoccupation was with what had just happened a minute or two ago. What on earth had just happened? Bai Zemin had an extremely deep frown on his face as his doubt-filled eyes stared at a fixed point in search of answers. If Lilith were present, he might be able to get the answers he was looking for. But with her so far away and somewhere unknown in the vast universe, it was absolutely impossible for him to know what had just happened. What was that shock earlier? Why did something like that happen? Bai Zemin was completely clueless. In the past, he had shared his records with Lilith on many occasions, and yet nothing even remotely similar to what had just happened when he tried to do the same with Wu Yijuan ever occurred. "Just now, you wanted to show me a record of your soul, didn't you?" Wu Yijuan's voice brought him back to reality, and when he raised his head to look at her, he nodded as he said in puzzlement. "Yes. A skill to be specific. No wonder for an instant I felt as if part of your soul joined with mine." Wu Yijuan nodded with a "so that's how it is" expression on her face. Then she smiled sweetly and said in a soft voice, "Even though it only lasted an instant, I clearly felt as if that part of your soul wanted to embrace mine." Bai Zemin was not surprised by this, as every time he shared his records with Lilith he felt something similar. Although it was not as exaggerated as Wu Yijuan described, the feeling was somewhat similar. Seeing his still confused expression, and even though Wu Yijuan herself had doubts as to how Bai Zemin had learned to do something like this, and more so, how he had such knowledge, she instead said calmly, "Don't overthink it. It's probably because your soul is much stronger than mine, so as security, my soul didn't accept your records temporarily moving to me." After listening to her words and analyzing them for a moment, the frown on Bai Zemin's face gradually began to recede. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that what Wu Yijun had just said made sense. Therefore, a few seconds later, his expression returned to normal. I think you're right. Bai Zemin sighed and sat down heavily on his bed, letting his body bounce gently due to the springs. You seem quite surprised by what just happened? Wu Yijun couldn't help but point out with slight suspicion, could it be that you've already done this in the past? Bai Zemin knew that there were some strange things about what had just happened and that trying to hide it would only do more harm than good, so he said half-heartedly, yes, I have done something similar in the past as an experiment. Wu Yijun looked at him, unable to detect lies in his clear eyes, so she finally shrugged her shoulders. Okay, I've taken up a lot of your time for today. Bai Zemin stretched his hand forward and chuckled as he jokingly said, don't worry, it won't hurt this time. Even if I were to burn alive in hell, I would still take your hand. Wu Yijun said as she looked into his eyes with a slight blush on her lovely face, taking his hand an instant after. You. Bai Zemin used a bit of strength to help her stand up gently and sighed as he heard her words. What? It's not like you don't know anyway. Wu Yijun stuck out the tip of her tongue playfully before saying, there's no point in hiding it when it's too glaringly obvious. Realizing that it wasn't possible to avoid the point and at the same time feeling that it wasn't right to keep a good woman like her on hold for something that had little chance of happening, Bai Zemin finally decided to broach the matter. Look. Sit here, let's have a little chat. I think it's necessary for you to know a few things. Bai Zemin sat on the edge of the bed again and carefully patted the place beside him. Since he could not show her his stone heart skill, then there was no choice but to explain things slowly and in words so that the girl next to him would understand and would have a better idea of what she was dealing with. Only then she could decide more wisely what she wanted to do and if the effort was worth it or not. Wu Yijun felt her heart begin to pound as she saw the complicated look Bai Zemin was giving her as he looked at her. Although she had been waiting for this moment, now that the time had finally come, she couldn't help but feel apprehensive. Bai Zemin seemed to understand her fears, for as he saw her hesitating on whether to sit next to him or flee the room, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he said in a helpless voice, don't overthink it, I will simply tell you a few things about my past and about me. I'll also explain one or two things you need to know, that's all. Oh, okay. Wu Yijun nodded, finally gathering courage and letting the weight of her light body rest gently on the elegant mattress. Bai Zemin didn't even feel the bed sink as she rested beside him, that's how light the woman next to him was. Neither of them said anything at first, but Bai Zemin knew perfectly well that he had to be the one to start the conversation. Therefore, after thinking a bit about what he wanted to say, he slowly stated, to be honest with you, I still find it kinda hard to believe that a girl like you has feelings for me. I know that the world has changed. I also know that if I were my past, you would probably never develop emotions for the Bai Zemin of that time. In this span of almost 2 months, less than 60 days of time, my personality took a tremendous turn. And believe me when I tell you that if you knew me before the apocalypse, you would definitely not be able to associate me with my current self. Taking advantage of the brief moment of silence he decided to take, Wu Yijun asked, would you mind telling me about your past? Bai Zemin turned his head slightly and looked at her with a small smile as he nodded, That's what I plan to do. I want you to understand who I once was and the biggest reason why I am who I am today. Wu Yijun nodded silently and took a deep breath. The palms of her hands began to sweat as a sign of how nervous she was, nerves and anxiety slowly growing due to the uncertainty and waiting. You see, as you may have already noticed, I don't have much experience with girls. Sure, even though my physical appearance was never particularly outstanding, I did have my strong points even before the soul record made me what I am today, so naturally, there were a couple of girls who asked me out. Unfortunately, because in the past a girl broke my heart in a rather cruel way, I always feared getting hurt again, but I feared more not being able to get back on my feet. Bai Zemin slowly began to narrate small fragments of his past that were necessary for Wu Yijun to know in order for her to eventually understand the crux of the whole issue he wanted to get to. A girl hurt his heart? Wu Yijun wondered what kind of girl could be so cruel and so simple-minded to hurt a man like him. Even without her knowing the past Bai Zemin, even if the present him was different, his essence as a person definitely could not have changed a lot. What made him who he once was, his identity must still be present somewhere. Therefore, from the point of view of a woman in love like Wu Yijun, whoever that girl was, she was definitely not right mentally. Blood Warlock, Succubus Partner in the Apocalypse. Chapter 384, Stubborn Wu Yijun. In a world of crazies like this, being sane is craziness, Part 2 last. The more Wu Yijun listened, the more her agitated emotions such as nervousness and anxiety seemed to calm down. However, this by no means meant that she was as calm and placid as her outward face suggested, since if Bai Zemin were to look into her eyes closely, he would easily discover a flame of anger burning in those two pretty dark eyes of hers. That's right, the usually calm and generally kind Wu Yijun was angry. No, to say she was angry was an understatement. She was furious. When she found out that at some point in Bai Zemin's adolescence there was a girl who was vicious enough to play with his heart, for the first time in her life she wanted to grab a woman by the hair and roll her all over the ground until she shined the floor tiles. After Bai Zemin stopped talking, she secretly gritted her teeth and said in a low voice, "How can that girl be so heartless?" Bai Zemin didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he looked at her out of the corner of his eye. Although the voice of the girl beside him was low and soft, it was impossible not to notice the anger boiling under the seemingly stable surface. "You don't need to overthink it. While I won't deny that it was an important part of my past, it's no longer important to me now. The reason I told you this is because I needed to get here so that you would understand the real reason why I may not be able to reciprocate your feelings." Wu Yijun's face instantly turned pale when she heard this. The river of lava that seemed to flow through her veins and filled her with anger and heat suddenly seemed to freeze and turn into a huge glacier that froze her blood completely and even made it difficult for her to breathe. "Why?" she asked with latent fear. Bai Zemin sighed in his heart seeing her like this. Regardless of what the reason might be, rejection was rejection, no matter how nice one made it look or sound. When the love one felt was not reciprocated, one was bound to suffer and cry. That was life after all. But this was especially the case for a girl like Wu Yijun, a girl who in over 20 years was just experiencing the first love of her life. Even if Bai Zemin was not rejecting her outright, his words basically suggested it from a certain point of view. At least, that was how Wu Yijun herself felt, and it made her little heart tighten. Bai Zemin had no way of knowing, but the truth was that the pain Wu Yijun felt at that moment was even greater than the pain she felt several minutes earlier when he tried to share part of his records with her briefly. The pain she felt came from deep within her existence, difficult to describe, a pain that robbed her of sleep and the will to live. Because my magic stat and my mana stat were more than 10 times higher than what a normal existence should have at the beginning of the evolution, the soul record seemed to give me some importance above the rest. At least that's what I think. Bai Zemin explained slowly as he stared at the slowly darkening sky outside the window. My experience in love, as I just told you before, was not good at all, and my broken heart somehow fomented for the most part my careful and distrustful personality towards people. This was especially so with women. Then, when the soul record turned my past into records imprinted on my soul, that particular record was apparently aggravated or given more attention than usual. As a result, approximately 24 hours after the soul record arrived on Earth, a passive skill automatically awakened in me. A skill? Wu Yijun asked with some difficulty, forcing herself to calm down. Somehow, it seemed that the really important thing was yet to come. A skill. Bai Zemin nodded and turned his face to look her in the eyes as he slowly said, "The name of this skill is Stone Heart, and it is a third-order passive skill." Lilith aside, this was the first time Bai Zemin told another person or living being about the existence of the skill Stone Heart. Although one of his greatest secrets was coming out, he was 90% sure that Wu Yijun would never use it against him. Besides, he somehow believed that she deserved to know the truth. A good-hearted girl should not have to go through something as bad as what he went through years ago. Wu Yijun's eyes trembled and her pupils constricted slightly when she heard the name of the skill. At the same time, her heart tightened a little when she learned that this skill even had such a high level. Third order. This was by far the highest level skill Wu Yijun had ever known and would most likely stay that way for quite a while longer. Stone Heart. She muttered unconsciously as she stared at him. Stone Heart. Bai Zemin nodded and said in a clear voice, "Just as the name of the skill suggests, the function of the Stone Heart skill is to protect my heart from suffering disappointment in the future by expecting something from others. Specifically, this skill makes it extremely difficult for people other than those close to me to move my emotions or touch my heart. Now I understand. Now I understand how a normal student went from being a citizen to someone capable of keeping his sanity and unblinkingly slaughtering so many people. Wu Yijun felt as if a great veil of mystery that was always there was slowly becoming clearer. Bai Zemin nodded, that's right. I don't know how many higher orders there are after Stone Heart evolves, but a third order skill is definitely powerful. And especially a passive one. Even though I had never killed anyone before, the first time I did it I felt no joy or sadness, my heart didn't move at all, and it was no different than breathing. That skill. It's too dangerous. Wu Yijun looked at him worriedly and pointed out, sure, now it helps you keep a level head in front of people and helps you make mostly rational decisions, but that can also cause you to be alone for the whole eternity. That's one of the problems. Bai Zemin nodded with a faint smile of helplessness. The skill Stone Heart not only prevents those foreign to me from having a lot of difficulties and making it nearly impossible for them to break into my heart, but this effect is doubled against the opposite sex. In return, my affection for those I love is greatly magnified. Wu Yijun's expression became incredibly sad as she looked into his eyes. To her, that helpless smile hid a great weight and sadness that no one could understand. She was not sad because she had just learned that her beloved had a skill that basically made it impossible for any woman to ever win a place in his heart, no matter how small. The reason behind her sadness was that the man she loved so much was suffering. If Bai Zemin's affection and attachment increased as a consequence of the skill Stone Heart, then Wu Yijun could not even imagine how much affection he felt for his family at this moment. Only now did she understand the reason why he had told her earlier that every single step he took since day one of the apocalypse had been focused on helping his loved ones. He loved them so much, he loved them more than with all his heart. However, because he didn't have the ability to cross an entire district by himself, in the end, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and hold on. But how much pain was he feeling? How heavy was his heart as he went to bed every night and thought about whether his loved ones were alive or not? How guilty would he feel as he enjoyed sumptuous meals every day while wondering if his loved ones were eating well? I'm sorry. I had no idea about anything. She apologized and shook her head vigorously as she barely managed to hold back the urge to cry. It's okay. Bai Zemin shook his head without saying much more about it. To be honest with himself, while he didn't appreciate others feeling sympathy for him, he also couldn't deny that it felt a little good to know that there was finally someone who understood one thing, that he was human, that he also suffered, and that he also needed understanding. So far, all he had done had been to advance without being defeated even once, which made everyone unconsciously look at him as if he were a divinity among mortals. But they were all wrong. Wu Yijun had realized precisely that. That's why she apologized. Because at the end of the day, she also ended up unwittingly believing that Bai Zemin was an almighty all-powerful existence, because that was how it had been until now. So, I think you now understand the reason why I told you what I said before. He looked at her seriously and said plainly, I don't want to give you false hope for anything, because I know how cruel it would be to do that. Therefore, I think it will be better for you if you make an effort to kill those feelings as soon as possible. I know it will hurt a lot, but I firmly believe that it is better to feel a lot of pain for a few weeks, months, or a few years, and not feel pain every day for the rest of your life. Bai Zemin was remarkably honest and hid almost nothing. He knew how painful it was to have one's emotions played with when one was in love, so he was not willing to become a piece of scum like those who taunted him and whom he once repudiated. The only thing he did not tell Wu Yijun was that in case anyone ever managed to conquer his love, there was a woman who at the moment had the absolute leadership of that position and hardly a contender would be born. Of course, all this was as long as the skill Stone Heart continued to be Stone Heart after evolving to the next stage. If at some point Bai Zemin managed to fulfill all the evolution requirements. Because if the skill Stone Heart changed completely, then things could be very different from what he thought right now. But the problem was, did Wu Yijun think the same as him? That's for me to decide, not you, she said out of nowhere, and when Bai Zemin looked at her he met her face filled with stubbornness as she stared at him. Whether or not it is impossible to carve out a place in your heart, that is yet to be seen. I firmly believe that it is only impossible if you believe that it is. Even stones will crack eventually. She got up from the bed and walked towards the door, leaving Xietain speechless. Just before she opened the door, she said without looking back, "If it were someone else, I would certainly advise her to give up to avoid suffering. But you know what? I, Wu Yijun, was always a woman who gives good advice to others but rarely follows it. You, Xietain, are the man I want to spend my whole life with, and as hard as it may be, I will fight for it no matter what." Did you not hear everything I just said? Xietain looked at her back and frowned slightly angrily as he said, "Are you crazy?" "Maybe I am," she replied and opened the door, "but, in a world of crazies like this, being sane is craziness." Bang! The door was slammed shut as if the person who had just left had struck an imaginary hammer similar to a dictatorial judge in a courtroom who had reached her irrevocable decision. Xietain looked at the closed wooden door, dumbfounded. His mouth opened and closed several times as if he wanted to say something, but not even a sound came out. In a world of crazies like this, being sane is craziness. Blood Warlock, Succubus Partner in the Apocalypse. Chapter 385 Ice Princesses Can Blush as Well, Part 1. When night fell, Xietain was sitting in the dining room of his own villa. Fortunately for him, he had two cute little angels who practically accompanied him every night at mealtime, so he didn't feel so lonely. "This meat is so delicious." Xiang Feng put both hands on her cheeks and shook her head tenderly. Luo Ning poked a small piece of meat from a creature called blue fish with her chopsticks and put it into her mouth quickly. As she felt the tenderness with which the meat of the unclassified fish melted inside her mouth, her eyes lit up and she said happily, "This fish is super deli too." The two girls sat on both sides of the main seat, from where Xietain watched everything with a faint smile on his face as he enjoyed his own meal. As he watched the two little girls enjoying their dinner and exclaiming with joy every time they found something that delighted their tastes, Xietain felt as if a part of his worries disappeared. Even if that feeling in which it seemed like the weight he carried on his back was lightened only lasted for an instant, that instant was very precious to him. "Xiang Feng, try this meat. The rice my mom cooked with the help of the elder sisters is also very yummy." The voices of both girls were like wind bells dancing in the spring breeze. Compared to the roars of the terrifying beasts and the growls of the zombies in the outside world as well as the chill of the night, anyone who stepped into this properly air-conditioned villa and listened to the cheerful and carefree voices of the two little elves enjoying the dinner prepared by Xietan's hired maids would definitely not be able to believe that right outside the front door the world was falling apart. After dining and enjoying some desserts, the maids began to clear the table in an orderly fashion. Even they had smiles on their faces. Because Xietan's villa was very large and there were too many spare rooms, he proposed that instead of going back to their homes in the middle part of the village, they could all stay on the main floor. 90% of the maids accepted Xietan's proposal without even hesitating, and there were even many of them who basically stopped seeing their former husbands in order to spend more time there. Living in the villa of the strongest person and the highest ruler of the village, these women who had previously suffered different levels of cruelty were fully aware that they would no longer have to worry about their safety. As for those who had husbands, they all knew that in this life one could not live purely from love, and even less so considering the current situation in the world where even the children would be willing to sell their parents for a piece of bread. "Mama, let me help you." Xiang Feng jumped nimbly from her chair and took some things from her mother's hands, making her smile gently and accept her help gladly. Xietain said nothing about it. Instead, he looked at Luo Ning and asked curiously, "Little Ning, what is your current level?" "Big brother Bai, I'm currently level 24. Luo Ning stuck out her non-existent chest and said in a proud voice, "Uncle Fu Xietain and the other strongest aunts and uncles are level 25, very soon I will catch up with them. Haha. Little Ning, you are growing up so fast." Xietain laughed and patted the little girl's head, causing her eyes to narrow like those of a cat satisfied with its master's caresses. The maids who listened to the interaction of the two silently as they went about their work were surprised and secretly looked at the little girl, barely 9 years old, in complete and total disbelief. Many of them felt a bit embarrassed that such a little child had the courage to do something that they, grown women, did not. When you reach level 25 and the soul record presents your evolution options, ask Fu Xietain and the rest. You can even look for me. Don't make hasty decisions just based on the name of the job, okay? Because she was so young, Bai Zemin had to be careful and do his best to prevent Luo Ning from making a wrong decision. After all, the first path chosen was from a certain point of view the most important, since that path would be the one that would open up different forks later on. Okay. Luo Ning nodded her head easily. She fully and completely trusted in Bai Zemin, as she knew that he would never say or do anything to hurt her. All right, little girl. Go back home or your big brother will get jealous and look at me as if I have stolen his lovely little sister's affection in the future. Bai Zemin chuckled. He. Luo Ning said nothing more, and after giving Bai Zemin a powerful killer kiss on the cheek, she ran off at such a high speed that it left the maids wordless. Bai Zemin shook his head and stood up with a smile before heading to his room. Unfortunately for him, even after trying for almost a full hour, he was unable to fall asleep. His earlier conversation with Wu Yijun and the words the beauty had said to him before leaving still weighed on his mind. So boring. Bai Zemin groaned and sat up in bed. Seeing the starlight beyond the sky, his gaze focused for an instant on the brightest star in the firmament, briefly recalling his previous conversation with Lilith about the firmament fragments and bringing back to his memory that distant past event with the far-off constellation of the Heavenly Wolf. Since wasting time trying to fall asleep was stupid as his head was filled with thoughts that weighed more than he initially estimated, Bai Zemin didn't even bother to take off his sleeping clothes and noiselessly jumped out the window as if he were a thief instead of going out through the front door like the master of the house. It didn't take him long to get to the workshop, and when he opened the door, what greeted him was a much larger space compared to the past. It wasn't that the shop where he worked had gotten any bigger, not at all. This was his personal workshop, and a large workshop shed was being built for the other blacksmiths who would be starting their training shortly. This large shed would also have the capacity to store a large number of forging materials, so Bai Zemin did not have to share his space with other people. The reason why the workshop seemed bigger and why the internal space had increased was because all the shelves that were filled to the brim with bottles and different blood containers were gone. When Bai Zemin arrived at the base, one of the things he did as soon as he had some free time was to take all the blood samples and store them in the liquid storage pearl. Bai Zemin took his blazing scale greatsword, and as he gently played with the blade, he easily noticed the large number of cracks that stretched across the length and breadth of the weapon. As if that wasn't enough, the tip of the greatsword had disappeared and was nowhere to be seen. That fucking goblin, I should have made him suffer a while longer. Bai Zemin complained aloud. The reason why the tip of his greatsword had ended up being destroyed, the real culprit had been that goblin named Inak. Back then, Bai Zemin had used his greatsword to stop the deadly attack that the goblin had fired at his back, and the power behind that attack had been too much for his greatsword that was already damaged due to the fierce attack that Bai Zemin had launched a few days earlier against that earthworm that was hiding in the subway. As he looked at the empty chimney, Bai Zemin sent a thought to his new friend, and immediately he felt movement inside his body. A few seconds later, like a small child who had just woken up from napping, the small deep blue flame shot out from Bai Zemin's chest and floated a short distance in front of him. The flames flickered and the atmosphere immediately brightened, giving it a more lugubrious appearance than it actually was. So, the soul power within you stopped being consumed after forming a soul pact with me? Bai Zemin asked as he looked at the small flame before him. Of course, he didn't get an answer to his question, and he didn't expect one either. Rather than a question, his previous words were more of a sort of affirmation. Okay, time to work, he said, and took the small flame in his hands, putting it into the forging furnace. Bai Zemin took out an unclassified soul stone and threw it into the furnace to let the endless blue lotus flame consume it. However, not to his surprise, the unclassified soul stone was devoured in an instant without leaving a trace. If it were earlier, Bai Zemin might have spat out old blood at such a sight. After all, soul stones were valuable to him regardless of whether it was unclassified or not. However, he now had a supply of tens of thousands of unclassified soul stones, and it might even be more than 100,000 considering the large number obtained from the goblins. Of course, even though that was a large number of soul stones, Bai Zemin also had to take into account that his soldiers needed soul stones to evolve their skills as well, so it wasn't as if he could do whatever he wanted with them. However, since his top priority was his own strength boost, spending a few thousand should be fine. Bai Zemin threw unclassified soul stones into the forging furnace. The endless blue lotus flame absorbed the power within the soul stone so quickly that if it wasn't for the large amount Xietain threw at the same time, it could easily seem like there was nothing there in the first place. It was only after about 200 unclassified soul stones that he began to see some growth of power in the little blue flame. Xietain was thankful that in his workshop he had several types of soul stones for forging magical weapons, or else his own supply might have been insufficient. Seeing that the result of the unclassified soul stones was not too good even after spending over 200, Xietain gritted his teeth and threw a first-order soul stone. The result showed itself immediately. The flame of the endless blue lotus flame burned much brighter than before, as the spirit of the flame had risen when it smelled the scent of a good meal. This time, it took a few minutes to consume all the power contained within the rock. Xietain judged that he should be fine for now and immediately got to work. The first thing he did was to make a small sketch of the type of weapon and approximate appearance he wanted it to look like. His weapon, of course, would still be a greatsword. Next, he took a large metal block about 20 centimeters long and about the width of a palm. "It really is heavy," he said as he felt his hand sink slightly. This block of metal was the rank 2 metal called lapidite, the strange metal he had found in the forest after killing the second-order existences that were fiercely fighting to obtain a precious plant that unfortunately ended up being destroyed by Xietan's fierce attack. "I wonder how powerful my physical attacks will become when hitting with a greatsword." Xietain couldn't help but rub his chin as he thought aloud. This metal increases its weight x2 relative to the Earth's gravity for every piece used. Its weight will undoubtedly be terrifying to the point where I fear I won't be able to lift the sword. However, in retrospect, if a powerful strike performed by a monster like Xietain using a heavy weapon of such magnitude were to be launched, the results would probably be anything but beautiful. Blood Warlock, Succubus Partner in the Apocalypse. Chapter 386 Ice Princesses Can Blush as Well, Part 2 Last. In fact, Xietan's imagination went a little crazy when he imagined an attack from him without holding back at all. When the resulting image flashed in his mind, he was 100% certain that even if a third-order existence appeared in front of him once his weapon was finished, he would definitely have enough power to make his enemy suffer the consequences. If another existence heard his words, especially higher existences, they would definitely scoff at him. A first-order existence believed to be capable of threatening the life of a third-order existence? Even jokes had their limits. However, if those existences were to see Xietan's status window, which was not at all in accordance to someone of his level, and if those existences were to see his active skills and manage to comprehend the enormous synergy those skills had with each other, they would definitely not think that Xietain was joking. But before the sword, I think I should prepare the proper tools. Until now, Xietain hadn't had much choice regarding his forging tools. However, now that a good metal had appeared before him, it was impossible for his heart not to be moved. The first thing he did was to use part of the bones from the skeleton of the second-order ape that Shangguan Bing Shui had killed. It was perhaps a quality that only started from the second order, but curiously, the bones of this creature had certain metallic properties, so when Xietain took it to the furnace and the endless blue lotus flame began to burn, instead of being destroyed, the bones slowly began to overheat. Crack. The sound of cracking after about 2 or 3 minutes of burning caused a sigh to creep from inside Xietain. "It really won't be easy," he muttered as he looked at the broken bones. Although they had not been useless, the current him had no way of using them to forge equipment, as his knowledge of blacksmithing was still not high enough. The endless blue lotus flame had been a flame used for combat rather than a forging flame. The memories that slept within the flame's conscience and will was destruction and annihilation, so something like be careful was new to this small flame that now burned with greater ferocity in the forging furnace. Xietain had to go through a long process of trial and failure before he reached success, and since he did not want to lose valuable second-order material, he began to practice with the flame using unclassified materials. Burn a little harder. A little less. A little shit. Burn. Like that, there you go. Try to remember that feeling from before. Xietain continued to give instructions to the endless blue lotus flame and tried to guide it as best as possible. It was not a simple task at all, as even after 3 whole hours, a large number of forging materials had been wasted. However, Xietain was fully aware that with the endless blue lotus flame's ability to sleep almost completely and with a barely awakened conscience, his job was no different than dealing with a newborn baby, so a lot of patience was required in this regard. Time passed, and before Xietain knew it, it was already 5 a.m. It was only another hour before the sun began to show signs of rising. It had been about 7 hours since he had started practicing the burning process with the endless blue lotus flame, and it had been something similar to tug of war. Xietain felt more exhausted than when he fought the archaic bear and almost lost his life in the process. However, one's efforts rarely go unrewarded. "That's it, that's how you do it," he exclaimed as he looked at the blue flame that was burning furiously as if celebrating its triumph. In front of him, the second-order ape's bones finally reached the perfect temperature where the faint gray had turned to bright reddish. So proud. Is this how a father feels when he teaches his child to ride a bicycle? Xietain wiped away his crocodile tears before taking the hammer and layering it with several layers of his mana. Even though it wasn't perfect and a lot of training was still needed as the time required to reach the culminating point was far more than would actually be needed, this had undoubtedly been a big step for the little endless blue lotus flame. Clang. 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 Xietain hammered hard on the second-order ape's bones, and although at first it seemed that the power was not enough, it slowly showed the results. The shape of the thorax bones began to gradually mold under the constant hammering thanks to the fact that the burning temperature of the endless blue lotus flame had caused the bones with metallic properties to temporarily lose some of their hardness, turning that hardness into greater moldability. Xietain wielded the hammer from different angles, slowly giving the bones the shape he was looking for. Approximately 30 minutes later, he stopped his movements and took a closer look at what was before him. Still burning red-hot, what was in front of Xietan's eyes appeared to be a mold for making muffins or cakes. However, the shape of the mold was exactly the shape of a forging hammer, and its size made it impossible for anyone to mistake it for a mold for making muffins or cakes. With the mold ready, Xietain looked toward the furnace and said in a serious voice, "Little fellow, I know it's hard for you to listen to me, but I need you to focus hard this time." The little endless blue lotus flame seemed to blink in response, or maybe it was just Xietan's imagination, but whatever the case, there was no choice but to take the bull by the horns and continue. He took a fragment of lapidite and threw it into the flames that burned non-stop in the furnace. The flames engulfed the material, but as Xietain expected, it was not easy to make a rank 2 mineral heat up in a matter of seconds. Seeing that even after 5 minutes the lapidite showed no signs of melting, Xietain gritted his teeth and threw 2 first-order soul stones. As the flames engulfed the 2 first-order soul stones, Xietain felt as if his heart was about to bleed. Fortunately, throwing fuel on the fire proved to be the best option. The endless blue lotus flame burned far more fiercely than before as it savagely absorbed the power of the new soul stones, just as if it were a thirsty man in the middle of the desert who suddenly encountered an oasis. Under its constant oscillation, the lapidite fragment quickly began to show signs of giving way. Xietain sighed a sigh of relief in his heart and hurriedly took the tongs. Here came the crux of success or failure. Try to focus all your heat on one point. Try to ignore everything except the metal. Xietain patiently explained his intention, and the endless blue lotus flame seemed to understand as slowly the temperature inside the workshop began to drop. As the surrounding temperature dropped, the speed at which the lapidite fragment heated up increased as a result of the heat focus. Xietain realized that he had to hurry, so he hurriedly took the mold and dipped it into a large container of cold water. Steam shot up to the ceiling as the temperature of the mold dropped abruptly after coming into contact with the freezing water. Xietain grabbed the tongs and quickly carried the now cold instead of fiery red mold back to the dancing flames. The cold water not only helped to keep the mold's temperature lower, but also served to temporarily battle against the blue flames that had lost ferocity as the endless blue lotus flame focused on the lapidite fragment, which at this point was already completely fiery red. Xietain took a fire poker and hurriedly rolled the burning lapidite fragment into the mold, which was rapidly showing signs of overheating. Next, he took the mold back to the flames and instructed the endless blue lotus flame to increase the temperature around the mold but to focus primarily on the mineral inside. A few minutes later, the lapidite fragment was completely melted under the endless blue lotus flame's constant oscillation, and Xietain wanted to shout for joy. However, now came one of the most important points, a process in which he had little or no power. I hope the mold can withstand the temperature of the lapidite, or else all my previous efforts will go down the drain. Xietain prayed to God, the devil, dragons, even ghosts. The now completely melted lapidite fragment had adapted to the shape of the mold, so that before Xietain there seemed to be a forge hammer burning with little flashes of lightning amidst the gurgling lava. Unfortunately, luck did not seem to be on his side, as approximately 20 minutes later, the mold began to show signs of not being able to withstand anymore. Xietain hurriedly picked up the mold again and took it back to the cold water basin, dipping it in as quickly as possible. The steam rose uncontrollably, and the workshop soon seemed to be enveloped by a white cloud. More than 100 liters of water were evaporated in a matter of seconds, but the temperature of the burning lava hardly dropped at all. Even so, this served to prevent the mold from silting up so quickly. However, Xietain was not happy at all and instead had a grim expression on his face as he thought about what to do next. The cooling from before had only bought him several seconds, or maybe 1 or 2 minutes if he were lucky. Besides, judging by how the lapidite in a liquid state still burned so brightly, Xietain believed that even a river could be evaporated before it cooled down completely, so submerging it in water didn't seem to be a really viable option either. Just as his expression sank deeper and deeper, he felt the door to his workshop gently open, and when he looked in that direction, his expression brightened as he muttered aloud, "My ray of light in the midst of darkness has come at just the right time." Shangguan Bingshui had gone to look for Xietain at his villa as she wanted to ask him something important. However, when she got there, the maids who had just awakened told her that he was apparently sleeping. She found this strange, so she went to knock on the door of his room, only to find that no one was actually there. She was quick to judge the place where he might be, so she immediately went to his forge shop. Not to her surprise, she felt several sounds coming from inside. However, when she opened the door, a large cloud of steam assaulted her. Just as she was about to ask Xietain what he was doing to cause so much steam and why he kept the door closed without letting it out, she heard words that startled her. "My ray of light in the midst of darkness has come at the right time." Her blue eyes stared at the man several feet away, and for a moment she didn't know what to say. However, she didn't have time to think things through too much at all either. Xietain ignored everything in the world and hurriedly moved forward, crossing the distance between her and him in an instant. "Hurry, I need your help here." Shangguan Bingshui, still shocked by what she heard earlier, unconsciously let her feet carry her as Xietain pulled on her arm urgently. Both of them did not notice that as the events unfolded, a distinctly unnatural blush appeared on the face of the cold and indifferent ice princess. Blood Warlock, Succubus Partner in the Apocalypse. Chapter 387 What Happens When the Blood Emperor and the Ice Princess Flirt? Part 1. Because Xietain was too anxious about the fast-rising temperature of the hammer-shaped mold, he had no time to pay attention to Shangguan Bingshui. If the mold was burned and the lapidite fragment turned into lava fell to the ground, Xietan's losses would not be light at all. Not only would he be losing all the work done after more than 7 hours of effort, but he would also be losing a precious block of rank 2 ore. Xietain was definitely not willing to suffer such heavy losses, so when Shangguan Bingshui appeared in the midst of his despair, it was no different to him than an angel descending from the heavens. As for Shangguan Bingshui herself, for a moment she felt something peculiar that she could not identify correctly. However, she did know that as she felt Xietan's big hand hold hers to rush her to the work table, she felt that for some reason she could not keep 100% calm as she had always done. "Bingshui, help me," Xietain quickly urged. "Help you?" She looked at him still in a daze. "Quickly. Use your skill and freeze this." Xietain didn't give much explanation as the mold began to lose shape faster and faster. If he didn't hurry, everything would be lost, and even if they didn't manage to contain the heat in the end, the shape of the hammer would distort to the point where it would become completely useless. Shangguan Bingshui quickly calmed down, and looking at the place pointed out by Xietain, she was immediately able to judge what was happening. The whole situation became clear to her in an instant. The steam, the reason why he said those words, the cause behind his anxious expression as well as his haste. She sighed as if relieved of something and then stretched both hands forward as she sent a wave of mana to one of the runes engraved on her soul. The skill second order ice maker level 1 activated at her command, and the mist condensed in her hands stretched forward. An instant later, the mist whose color wavered between white and light blue swirled, surrounding the hammer-shaped mold in a few blinks. "Seal," she said in her distinctive cold, indifferent voice. The mist seemed to stagnate for a brief moment, and in the next instant, it flashed into light. "Phew." Bai Zemin let out a huge sigh of relief at the sight of the ice block on the table. However, even though the biggest of his worries hadn't happened, Bai Zemin knew that it wasn't over yet. Inside the hammer-shaped mold, the yellow lava still burned fiercely as if trying to free itself from the ice which imprisoned it. What's wrong with this lava? Shangguan Bingshui asked in surprise. Although the sealed lava was far from being able to break free from the bonds of her ice maker skill, she was surprised that it did not turn into a pile of ice. It was obvious that it was not lava made of ordinary rocks and normal fire. Do you remember the rank 2 ore I showed you earlier? Bai Zemin looked at her with a smile. You mean that stuff called lapidite something? Shangguan Bingshui furrowed her eyebrows slightly, somewhat unsure. Lapidite. He nodded before continuing, that's it. I was trying to forge a new forging hammer since the normal hammer I'm using now will probably have too much difficulty shaping a rare precious metal like this. Even if Bai Zemin empowered the normal hammer with his mana, the amount of work he had to do due to not having a proper working tool was much larger than it actually should. Therefore, before setting to work on a new weapon, he decided that the wisest and smartest thing to do would be to forge a hammer using the most valuable metal he currently had in his possession. Shangguan Bingshui nodded, finally understanding everything as she turned her eyes to the hammer-shaped mold. Since Bai Zemin did not have the ability to mold the metal at will due to the lack of tools, he had no choice but to create a mold that would fit the shape of the hammer he wanted and then melt the metal completely before putting the liquid inside the created mold. It was assumed that after melting the lapidite liquid into the mold, I would just have to wait for the heat to subside so that the lava would settle once again. But I didn't expect that even a mold created from the thorax bones of a second-order mutant beast wouldn't be able to contain the heat. Bai Zemin couldn't help but smile bitterly. He looked at her and said with genuine gratitude in his eyes and voice, "You really saved me this time. If it wasn't for your timely arrival, I'm afraid that more than 7 hours of work and valuable materials would have been wasted." Shangguan Bingshui stared at him, saying nothing to his words. Her blue eyes looked like a scanner, staring at him as if she wanted to see into his soul. Bai Zemin felt a little awkward at the intense stare, so he asked, somewhat perplexed, "Did something happen? You?" Shangguan Bingshui frowned slightly, but the next moment her expression returned to normal as if nothing had happened. She sighed, and while continuing to keep her skill active to cool the contents sealed in ice faster, she said with some helplessness in her voice, "Bai Zemin, you should be more careful with your words." "Excuse me?" He looked at her with wide eyes. Shangguan Bingshui shook her head and stopped looking at him. Now that she had calmed down and understood the situation, she could finally realize the reason why previously her heart fluctuated strangely. It was just that she didn't want to believe it, so she vehemently denied it. She refused to believe that this fluctuation was her emotions in motion, even though she no longer felt anything unusual now. Seeing that she didn't seem very willing to talk, Bai Zemin shrugged his shoulders and also didn't attach any importance to her earlier words. Instead, he said, "By the way, if you don't have something urgent to do, would you mind helping me freeze the hammer? It'll be much faster and I can get to work sooner." "All right." She nodded easily. "Actually, I was looking for you because I need to talk to you about something. Tell me." Bai Zemin replied as he gently jumped up and sat down on the work table. Shangguan Bingshui only now noticed that he was still wearing sleepwear, and the corner of her mouth twitched a couple of times as she looked at him closely. "About Camp Baiquan, what will you do with them?" Camp Baiquan. Bai Zemin thought about this question a long time ago last night, so it didn't take him too long to respond now. "We will finish them off. We will crush their forces completely until they submit." Shangguan Bingshui looked at him silently, and he did not evade her gaze. After almost a full minute, she finally couldn't bear it and looked away as she said in a neutral voice, "So this is how it will all end after all. I'm afraid I don't have time to do it as smoothly as I would like." Bai Zemin replied and then revealed, "I have to conquer China in a few months. Is it because of your breakthrough mission?" "Yes, it is because of my breakthrough mission." The workshop remained silent after that. But this silence did not last long, as Bai Zemin had not yet finished. "Bingshui, I would like to ask you for a favor." "A favor?" She looked at him in confusion. A proud person like Bai Zemin would definitely not ask favors from someone easily. Even when his life was at stake during several battles in the past, he didn't ask for help from anyone, nor did he beg anyone for support. Therefore, she was genuinely curious to know what could be so important to him. Currently, you are one of the few people I trust enough to ask this of. He nodded and sighed as he said, after conquering China, I'm afraid I'll have to leave Earth for a while. Shangguan Bingshue's face changed at such a revelation and her voice subconsciously pitched up. What do you mean by that? Then, Bai Zemin began to slowly explain what was happening. The way he had obtained the title irregular after killing with a single attack 2 second-order beings, despite still being a first-order existence, and the function of the title. Rather than the function of the title, what Bai Zemin explained to her was the special skill of the title but left out the bizarre but ominous description. Then, he told her a bit about the requirements he needed to fulfill to evolve to the second stage of evolution so that she understood the reason why he said he needed to leave Earth for a while. I see. Shangguan Bingshue didn't know what to say or feel about it. On one hand was the fact that he received a strange and powerful enough title that allowed him to undertake space travel to reach worlds with a power that somehow or other more suited his current strength and growth speed. On the other hand, there was the fact that the young man in front of her had received a breakthrough mission that limited his time to only 12 months, 1 year. If he failed to complete those crazy and nonsensical requirements, then all his effort would be wasted. Therefore, he had to leave this world. Because the current Earth did not possess the ability to spawn so many second-order monsters so casually, let alone third-order monsters. Even after almost 2 months of apocalypse, first-order existences were still rarities that could not be found everywhere like unclassified existences. While feeling a little uncomfortable inwardly, Shangguan Bingshue couldn't help but wonder what kind of existence the man in front of her would one day become. With everything that had happened, she had forgotten for a moment that this stubborn and proud man aspired to become the most almighty existence in the universe. Your strength and my strength. The disparity only continues to grow, and I fear it will only grow even more. Shangguan Bingshue smiled bitterly and shook her head. Bai Zemin tried to smile, but he could not. What Shangguan Bingshue had just said was true. It wasn't just her, Bai Zemin's strength was growing so fast that it was most likely that each and every person he knew would never even be able to see his back. Don't worry, he said, trying to ease the slightly heavy mood a bit. No matter how strong I get, we'll still be friends. If someday you become stronger than me, will you look down on me? Of course, no. Shangguan Bingshue hurriedly shook her head and stared at him as she said in a softer voice, friends in life and friends in death. That's how it is. Friends in life and friends in death, huh? Bai Zemin repeated before smiling slightly. That's a good way to put it. Hey, Bai Zemin. She suddenly raised her head after lowering it and while looking at him asked somewhat hesitantly, that title of yours. Doesn't it allow you to bring a second person? A second person? Bai Zemin blinked in surprise. Eyes wide open, he said somewhat uncertainly. It shouldn't, should it? Shangguan Bingshue's eyes twinkled uncharacteristically as she realized that he wasn't sure if his title could let him carry one or more companions. If that was the case, didn't that mean she had hope? If she could follow him to a more evolved world, while the danger would be much greater, the chances of becoming more powerful would be much higher. At the same time, she could prevent that great gap between her and him from growing any wider. Blood Warlock, Succubus Partner in the Apocalypse. Chapter 388 What Happens When the Blood Emperor and the Ice Princess Flirt? Part 2 Last. For some reason, Shangguan Bingshue slowly began to feel that she became obsessed with not wanting to fall too far behind Bai Zemin. Strangely, she did not wish to be ahead. If it happened then perfect, but if not then she would definitely not lose sleep over it. All she wanted was to keep an eye on the back that she could barely see at the moment. Whether this was due to her competitive spirit or her natural pride, Shangguan Bingshue did not know. She just knew that she definitely did not like the idea of completely losing sight of him at all, and that was enough for her to work hard and force herself to exceed her own limits countless times. But if I bring you with me when I leave, then that might bring too much trouble. Bai Zemin frowned and shook his head. Trouble? Shangguan Bingshue looked at him and said slightly displeased, I didn't know that taking a friend with you so that she can become stronger too is troublesome. Bai Zemin rolled his eyes and said a little speechless, hello? Bingshue? Are you still asleep or what? You know, well, that's not what I meant. Then what is it? Shangguan Bingshui asked, crossing both arms under her chest and unconsciously causing her prominent mountains to rise even more. Bai Zemin could not appreciate the moment at all, for when he saw her remove her hands from the ice-sealed mold he panicked and immediately had to check to make sure nothing went wrong. This time it was her turn to roll her eyes. Calm down, child. The remaining ice is enough to finish sealing the heat completely. In a few more minutes, the hammer will be complete, child. Bai Zemin blinked when he heard that word and couldn't help but think of Lilith again, as she often called him like that playfully. Even though he really wanted to ask the beauty next to him what part of him looked like that of a child, he decided the right thing to do was to shut his mouth. He looked at her and noticed that she now had her elbows resting on the work table, her body leaning slightly forward, and her delicate chin resting on her hands as she stared at him. Shangguan Bingshui was wearing a snow-white dress devoid of imperfections that hugged the curves of her body delicately. In fact, this was a considerably modest dress, just like most clothes she wore, as the length was long enough to barely cover even her knees. However, there was a very small neckline that did not really reveal anything unless one looked from the top down. The problem was precisely that Bai Zemin was sitting on the work table and Shangguan Bingshui was leaning forward, standing on the floor. The corner of Bai Zemin's mouth twitched a couple of times as for a second his eyes moved unconsciously to that patch of white skin with a barely visible but definitely deep crevasse in which countless men would be willing to die. His eyes only delayed merely for a brief second before he turned his face away slowly. Shangguan Bingshui inclined her head slightly and was about to ask what's wrong when she saw Bai Zemin point downward. I say, Bingshui. Do you really think I'm a little child, or do you just think I don't like women at all? He said in frustration. Damn it, this senior has been fighting on the front lines without a good rest for almost 2 full months, while big beauties willing to come into my bed every day tempt me relentlessly. Do they think it's easy to hold back? Bai Zemin secretly cursed as he activated blood manipulation to calm down his crotch and prevent it from waking up. Shangguan Bingshui was stupefied when she heard what Bai Zemin said, but when she looked down and saw the very subtle but clear view of her cleavage, she immediately understood what he was referring to. Her expression did not change, so it was hard to tell what she was thinking as she straightened her posture and then sat down next to Bai Zemin. Even though he was approximately a head taller, it was impossible for him to see anything from the angle he was at unless he were cheeky enough to let her see him struggle to do so. A somewhat awkward silence surrounded them both as for an instant no one knew what to say. Shangguan Bingshui was secretly tremendously embarrassed. She basically trusted the man beside her to the point where all her guard was gone, but the problem was that she sometimes forgot that he was a young and healthy man. No, rather than her forgetting, the problem was that since Bai Zemin never showed any signs of lust or interest in women, she unconsciously even came to think that, I guess you are attracted to women, after all. She said in a joking tone to break the silence. What the hell? Bai Zemin turned his head and looked at her somewhat wordlessly. Then, as if he had become a little more daring, just like when he spent his time with Lilith, he said in a deep voice, You want me to show you how much I like women? If there was one thing no man could ever tolerate, it was having his manhood questioned. Least of all a man proud and arrogant of himself like Bai Zemin. Oh? Shangguan Bingshui also looked at him, except that her expression was slightly amused. Her lips curved into a smile, and she said with raised eyebrows, How are you supposed to prove that? Bai Zemin looked at the beautiful woman beside him and could clearly feel the emotion known as lust slowly awakening within him. He was, after all, a perfectly healthy man who also desired beauties, and it just so happened that the beauty next to him was without a doubt one of the most beautiful women he had ever met in his 20 years of life. However, Bai Zemin knew perfectly well that Shangguan Bingshui was joking. If he did anything, she would definitely fight him and would be disappointed. Besides, Bai Zemin himself also had no intention of doing anything to her, even though, at that very moment, he felt lust towards her. Shangguan Bingshui was also surprised to see the small flame of lust burning in the eyes of the man beside her. But instead of being angry or surprised by this, the real reason behind her surprise was herself. She couldn't believe what she was doing right now. Was it what she had just done for the last few minutes, flirting with him? What difference did it make? Bai Zemin secretly took a deep breath, and as the blood flow in his body slowed down, his heartbeat also slowly returned to normal. The flame of lust began to subside until a few seconds later it finally disappeared completely. During this whole time, both of them had been staring into each other's eyes with different complex emotions in their hearts. Looks like this is already over. Xietain got down from the work table and hit the ice block hard, causing it to break into countless pieces. Shangguan Bingshui followed his movements while also taking a deep breath to calm herself. The two were a grown man and woman, so they clearly easily noticed each other's emotions. But in order for the good friendship they had built up to continue as such, there were things that were better left unsaid out loud. How about the hammer? Do you think you can work better with it now? She asked as if nothing had happened and still sitting on the work table. Xietain pushed what had just happened to the back of his mind and with a little effort broke the mold made of bones carefully. Then he took the hammer by the handle and immediately felt the weight of between 100 and 200 kilograms. Even though he had used a pretty big lapidite fragment, the weight of the hammer surprised him a lot. Moreover, what Xietain did not expect was that the electric property was still there, so blue lightning flashed on the body of the hammer like playful little snakes. Damn, doesn't this mean I'm the rightful heir of Asgard? He said aloud. Pfft. Ha ha ha. Shangguan Bingshui couldn't help but be surprised only to start laughing out loud when she heard Xietan's funny comment. She laughed as loud and as free as that night inside that forest thick with dangers in which they both opened up and became close friends. In the span of a week or two, Xietain had made her laugh more than she did in years, and it was something she appreciated very much. Therefore, she too decided to forget what had just happened while secretly vowing to herself not to be so naughty again. Xietain sighed in relief at this and with a small smile began to read the records of the hammer. Refined crusher. One-handed weapon. Rank 1. Physical attack power 600. Magical attack power 200. It has a certain chance of paralyzing the enemy depending on the level difference. Durability 5000/5000. Description: a hammer created in a clever but rather improper way by a novice blacksmith with intentions of obtaining better forging tools. Its high physical attack power makes it easier to fashion metals, but be careful how hard you hit or it could turn into a terrifying weapon. Pooh. What? Xietain almost spat on the floor when he saw the physical attack power of the hammer in his hands. Damn, this hammer has almost the same number of physical attack power as my main weapon. Although it's just a hammer meant for blacksmithing. Moreover, it even had 200 points of magic attack power. Shangguan Bingshui was curious to see Xietan's attitude, so she gracefully approached, bringing a gentle breeze along with her movements. Placing her small hand on the surface of the hammer and reading the records, even she was startled before her mouth twitched slightly as she murmured. Really? This hammer has almost the same power as my sword, but if we add the magic attack power then it far surpasses it. Xietain looked at her and said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, I didn't even put effort into this stuff, but that's how it came out. Shangguan Bingshui forced a smile and said slowly, maybe. We underestimated the power of a precious rank 2 or too much. Xietain also forced a smile and nodded slightly. However, he was actually secretly ecstatic. He had found a large quantity of lapidite, so he couldn't wait to forge a new sword for himself. His attack power and overall battle power would definitely increase tremendously by then, and even if a third-order existence appeared before him, Xietain was confident of prevailing. Just as those thoughts appeared in his mind, the sound of footsteps from outside caught his attention. By the time Xietain and Shangguan Bingshui looked towards the still-open workshop door, they saw Chen He standing there staring at them with a calm expression. Xietain shook his head secretly. This guy really had to arrive now? He even looked timed. He subtly glanced at Shangguan Bingshui, standing a step away from his body and whose small hand was just inches away from his as she was still holding a part of the hammer. Chen He, is something wrong? He asked calmly. It wasn't like he had to explain himself to anyone anyway, it was just that if possible he didn't want misunderstandings. Shangguan Bingshui didn't show many reactions either. In fact, she simply took her hand away and took a step back but stayed at a fairly close distance from Xietain. Blood Warlock, Succubus Partner in the Apocalypse. Chapter 389, Soul Affinity, Soul Mates, Part 1. Chen He looked for a moment at Shangguan Bingshui and then at Xietain. Although he was naturally a bit jealous seeing the clear closeness between the two, especially seeing that his beloved was clearly in comfort there, he did not feel that it was too strange. Chen, he could be a man in love, and while love sometimes blinded people, he was not an idiot. On the contrary, Chen he was a really smart man, and it was not for nothing that he had the second highest grades in one of the most prestigious universities of the world, Beijing University, where even foreign students came. It was absolutely impossible for him not to notice the closeness that Shangguan Bingshui and Bai Zemin had grown closer. Although he did not know what had happened in the North Camp when the two of them left to conquer it, it was obvious that whatever had happened helped to increase the mutual trust between the two of them greatly. As to what level that trust had increased, Chen he had no way of knowing. The only thing Chen he did know was that, at the very least, Shangguan Bingshui was clearly very comfortable being together with Bai Zemin, and this was enough for him to be surprised. He was pretty sure that apart from Wu Yijuan there was no second person who knew his beloved better than him, which was precisely why he was surprised, because he knew the kind of person she was and her distrust of men in general, as well as the reason for this trait of hers. Chen he really didn't know what else to do. He had been fighting practically without rest and had even spent a few days without sleep while hunting monsters to level up as fast as possible, now being a level 39 first-order existence. However, even though his power had increased tremendously, he still couldn't make the woman he was trying to impress look at him. Sometimes, it was impossible not to feel frustrated. However, looking at that intoxicatingly beautiful face with which he dreamed of day and night, those blue eyes that had been imprinted in his soul, Chen he felt all his frustrations disappear without a trace. He had been lingering after her for about 10 years, he would definitely not give up. He firmly believed that one day she would notice him and understand that they were born to be together. As for Bai Zemin, of course Chen he was jealous of him. However, jealousy was one thing and hatred was quite another. Chen he did not hate Bai Zemin in any way, on the contrary, he actually respected him a lot, and while there were many things he disagreed with regarding his decisions because they were both men with different philosophies, Chen he could not deny that Bai Zemin had the talent to lead. Bai Zemin was powerful, talented, fearless, and did not let strength go to his head too much. From a certain point of view, he was a considerably perfect man. Chen he had even noticed how Bai Zemin's appearance had improved to the point where he was not even behind him at all. Chen he admired Bai Zemin, far from hating him. It was just that he also saw him as a rival and threat when it came to love. Chen he, is something wrong? Hearing Bai Zemin's question, Chen he snapped out of his inner thoughts and blinked several times before calmly saying, "Yeah. Actually, I was looking for you to ask you about the future of Baiquan Camp." Baiquan Camp. Bai Zemin looked at him and then looked at Shangguan Bingshui as he slowly said, "What a coincidence, she also just asked me the same thing a few minutes ago." "Oh?" Chen he looked at Shangguan Bingshui and calmed down a little. Shangguan Bingshui looked at Bai Zemin, but the latter didn't look at her anymore. Instead, he walked to a corner and picked up another lapidite fragment while calmly saying, "Chen he, do you think you can destroy the Baiquan Camp's defenses completely and force them into submission? Destroy their defenses?" Chen he blinked in confusion. However, Shangguan Bingshui seemed to understand what Bai Zemin meant by those words as she looked at him in amazement and said somewhat uncertainly, "You mean you want to fight them and defeat them in battle?" "Yeah." Bai Zemin nodded as he put a lapidite fragment into the furnace and signaled the small blue flame to burn slowly. "I want their forces to be crushed to the point where they can't put up any resistance. More accurately, I want them to dare not put up any resistance. I have no time for playing games, I wish to control everything as fast as possible." This? Chen he hesitated upon hearing this. Subjugating and destroying were two completely different issues. By destroying the defenses of Baiquan Camp, hundreds and even thousands could die in the process. It all depended on whether they were willing to fight to the bitter end or if the top leader or leaders would end up surrendering. But if not, the death count would be massive. As Bai Zemin watched the lapidite fragment slowly begin to overheat, he waited patiently and did not press for an immediate response. Shangguan Bingshui only showed initial surprise, but her emotions soon calmed down completely. Honestly, she didn't care too much about how many enemy soldiers or soul evolvers died. If they were enemies, then naturally some would die and some would live. Therefore, she observed the expressions on the faces of the two men inside the room and analyzed what they might be feeling based on their facial expressions. Chen He's expression was that of a hesitant and even insecure man. It was clear from the erratic movement of his eyes as well as the constant fidgeting of his fingers that his emotions were not at ease and his thoughts were heavy enough to not let him stay steady in one place. On the other hand, Bai Zemin's expression was completely opposite to Chen He's one. His face was faintly illuminated by the mysterious blue flame burning in the furnace, his black eyes reflected the flame softly while glittering with a hint of mysticism, his jaw was firm and well delineated, all his features showed self-assurance and self-confidence. Shangguan Bingshui could not help but feel that although Chen He was older than Bai Zemin in terms of age, in terms of demeanor and attitude he lacked a lot comparatively speaking. While observing the opposite behavior of the two men as if they were black and white, Shangguan Bingshui unconsciously felt that a self-confident yet firm man was undoubtedly far more attractive than a hesitant one. Of course, Shangguan Bingshui was fully aware that Chen He's hesitation was completely normal and Bai Zemin's firmness in his decision was the abnormal thing here. After all, Bai Zemin was basically asking to massacre and oppress, something that a person who 2 months ago was studying to become a high government official like Chen He could never accept so easily. After what seemed like an eternity, Chen He finally responded. "All right, let me do it." Shangguan Bingshui could not help but be surprised again, and even though her face hid her emotions, she looked at her childhood friend with eyes that practically spoke for themselves. It was as if she were silently saying, "Are you sure about that?" Bai Zemin didn't say much, he simply nodded and continued to watch the small blue flame at work as he casually tossed an unclassified soul stone into the furnace. "I'll do it, but I can't do it alone." Chen He pushed as he noticed that Bai Zemin didn't say anything. "Of course." Bai Zemin finally looked at him and calmly said, "You can mobilize the Blood Whip Legion troops. Let Fu Qigong help you in case you need to plan something. I'm sure that as a former military man he will be able to give you good advice, and considering that he was previously betrayed by his former superior, he definitely won't hold back. However, if possible I would prefer that you use brute force and leave the higher-ups of the Baiquan camp with no choice but to surrender." Chen He looked at Shangguan Bingshui for a moment and as if he had made an important decision, straightened his back and said in a deep voice, "Understood. When do you want me to start?" Bai Zemin smiled faintly and said calmly, "Before you attack, send a messenger. Let Fu Xietain do it. I want him to leave a letter where the Baiquan camp will be given 24 hours to surrender and hand over their forces willingly to our transcendent faction. Otherwise, when I, Bai Zemin, step upon their base, the conditions they will receive will not be so good." "What? Why not just attack by sneak attack? It would be a lot easier and our side will suffer fewer casualties." Chen He gawked at him. Shangguan Bingshui sighed and replied in Bai Zemin's place. "While it might be a little easier to defeat the Baiquan camp with a surprise attack, endless trouble will come in the future. But if even after they were granted enough time to prepare they are crushed, no one in the future will dare to object to Bai Zemin's rule and his grip on the enemy forces will be stronger than ever." Bai Zemin looked at her with slight surprise but then smiled and said calmly, "It seems we think alike?" "No." Shangguan Bingshui shook her head and rolled her eyes as she said, "I just know you well enough to know a little about how crazy you are." "Ha ha ha ha. Thank you." It wasn't a compliment. Chen He's mouth twitched several times as he watched from the side. Apparently, in fact, things were more complex than they seemed to him. "Then, I'll go pass your order to Fu Xietain and use those 24 hours to prepare the manpower." Chen He said and then added, "Bingshui, can you help me? Your prestige among the men who just joined the Blood Whip Legion that arrived from the north will definitely make everything smoother." Shangguan Bingshui frowned slightly upon hearing this. Bai Zemin would perhaps need her ice maker skill to forge and besides, she had yet to hear the favor he needed to ask to her. However, she could not deny that Chen He's words were indeed reasonable, so she found herself in a dilemma about what to do. But Bai Zemin decided for her. "Go with him," he said calmly, and while turning his back to the two of them used the tongs to remove the red-hot lapidite fragment. "Besides, go with him to the front as well." "What?" Shangguan Bingshui looked at his broad back in surprise. "Why are you so surprised?" Bai Zemin gave her a sidelong glance and said in an indifferent voice, even though Chen He is powerful, we can't be sure that there isn't a soul evolver stronger than him among the enemies, can we? Chen He's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Although he was confident that he could crush the enemy's war tanks and any interference, he naturally wouldn't refuse to spend time with his crush even if this was a one-sided love. I guess that you're right. Shangguan Bingshui was forced to nod even though she somehow felt that something was not right here. Then, she added, will you be all right with your forge? Don't worry. Bai Zemin waved his hand casually and said calmly, even if I lose a few stuff it will all be due to my own incompetence. Besides, from mistakes you learn. Before Shangguan Bingshui could say anything, an amused voice came from outside. Even though I don't have an ice skill as powerful as Bingshui's, maybe I can help you with this. Everyone looked outside and noticed Wu Yijun standing a few meters behind Chen He. She was holding a bottle of water, but the main issue was that the water that by nature should be inside the bottle was actually floating in midair and dancing around her casually. Blood Warlock, Succubus Partner in the Apocalypse. Chapter 390 Soul Affinity, Soul Mates, Part 2. That is. Bai Zemin's eyes widened as he saw the capacity to levitate water that Wu Yijun displayed with a proud smile on her beautiful face. Shangguan Bingshui and Chen He were also clearly shocked as none of them could stare away as the small rush of water gently swirled around her. Honestly, I wanted to hide this skill until my mana stats were high enough to do something meaningful. But I guess it's also okay to show it now. Wu Yijun said with a smile and then frowned slightly as she seemed to focus on something else. The water around her clearly received some sort of command as it gradually and slowly began to ease up the movement. Then, it floated a few millimeters from the mouth of the bottle and very slowly began to fall inside once again. Although the movement was slow and clearly inexperienced as it took several seconds to perform the feat, Wu Yijun managed not to lose even a single drop of water in the process. Is that water manipulation? Bai Zemin asked in pleasant surprise. Since Wu Yijun was one of the faction's greatest high commanders and the deal of support she had given so far to the faction's development were enormous, Bai Zemin had allowed her to learn the skills she thought were useful to her instead of handing them over to the base. Furthermore, as a first-order existence, Wu Yijun naturally enjoyed benefits that a normal soul evolver did not. Therefore, it was no wonder that Bai Zemin did not know about the existence of her acquiring such a peculiar skill, since unless Wu Yijun herself decided to show it no one would ever know about it. Moreover, judging from the expressions of Shangguan Bingshui and Chen He, Bai Zemin came to the conclusion that Wu Yijun really had not told anyone about this new skill of hers. It's not water manipulation. Wu Yijun shook his head and entered the workshop as he said with a small smile, but, even though it's really not as good as your blood manipulation skill, this hydrokinesis skill allows me to control water almost with complete freedom and even create almost ice-level frozen water. Oh? Bai Zemin felt curious and approached her as he said, would you mind sharing that skill with me? Sure. Wu Yijun replied sweetly and stretched her hand forward. Shangguan Bingshui and Chen He looked at each other for a moment in confusion only to see the next moment see Bai Zemin take Wu Yijun's hand and say to her, you just need to think about the record you want to share. In this case, focus on me and this skill called hydrokinesis. Okay. Wu Yijun nodded and began to do what Bai Zemin had just explained to her. However, apparently it was not as simple as Bai Zemin thought it would be, since even after several seconds Wu Yijun had not succeeded. But after thinking about it for a moment, Bai Zemin realized that clearly sharing a specific record with another existence naturally could not be easy. After all, doing so meant that they would temporarily be duplicating that record, which at the same time meant increasing the soul burden of both beings. From a certain point of view, he was really an anomaly for accomplishing such a thing on the first try. But Wu Yijun was also a rare talent. It didn't take her more than a few seconds to discover the trick and she finally succeeded. However, the unthinkable happened. Again, as if an electric shock of several thousand volts coursed through their bodies from their joined hands, both of them were forced to separate immediately as a reflex action. Wu Yijun's face turned slightly pale, but in contrast to the first time she did not feel overwhelming pain as when Bai Zemin tried to share his record with her. Seeing the change in Bai Zemin's expression and the pale face of her best friend and practically her sister, Shangguan Bingshui closed the distance of a couple of meters immediately and supported her as she hurriedly asked, Yijun. Are you okay? Why yeah? Wu Yijun nodded with a slightly gloomy face. Bai Zemin frowned tightly, but this was not due to pain. Such pain to him was insignificant despite not feeling well at all. The reason behind his deep frown was that with what had just happened, the theory why he could not share his record with her because his soul was too powerful had now been practically crushed into thousands of pieces. Wu Yijun's soul was naturally far weaker than Bai Zemin's soul. Not only was she several levels below him, but the quality of soul power by which both of their souls were composed was like trying to compare the skies with the earth. There was simply no comparison to be made as the two sides were worlds apart. So what was the real reason why they had just received such a heavy shock? Bai Zemin felt that he was close to finding the answer, but just when it seemed to be there, Shangguan Bingshui's voice made that thought disappear. What just happened? Bai Zemin looked at her and noticed that she was looking at him in confusion with clear concern. He sighed and shook his head as he said, Believe me, I am as lost as you are about this. Shangguan Bingshui frowned and after a few moments thought she corrected her previous question. Let me rephrase it then. What were you two going to do but failed and received some backlash strong enough to make Yijun's face go from healthy to sickly in an instant? Bai Zemin sighed again and gave a brief but concise summary of what he tried to do. He also included that the day before he and Wu Yijun had tried when she was in his villa, but they had failed miserably as well. Although Chen He and Shangguan Bingshui felt it was a bit peculiar that Wu Yijun had been at Bai Zemin's house yesterday, both of them did not say anything about it. On the other hand, Chen He said, Are you sure this works? Of course I am sure. Bai Zemin looked at him. I've tried it with Lily and everything works perfectly. Lily? Chen He and the two girls were at a bit of a loss before they remembered. Because Lilith was gone, she had left a clone of herself with the appearance of Lily. However, that clone could only perform simple actions and wasn't very smart, so it had been working in Bai Zemin's house doing soft jobs, and thus Shangguan Bingshui and the rest hadn't seen her much recently. To be honest, I was very surprised when I failed to share a certain important record with Wu Yijun yesterday when she visited my room. Bai Zemin said without thinking too much, but the theory she had put forward regarding the setback was quite solid, so I didn't attach too much importance to it. However, now that even when she tries to share a record with me this happens, even though the pain experienced was much less compared to if I tried, I'm afraid things aren't as simple as soul power difference. Your room? Shangguan Bingshui couldn't help but stare at Bai Zemin, catching some words and meanings that surprised her. Yes. Is something wrong? Bai Zemin also looked at her, only that compared to the somewhat awkward look Shangguan Bingshui was giving him, his was a confused look. Without waiting for her good sister or anyone else to say anything, Wu Yijun hurriedly interjected, He called me to his room to discuss an important matter that you will soon learn about. Just that. Shangguan Bingshui's blue eyes shifted between Bai Zemin and Wu Yijun. It was quite obvious from the way she was looking at them that she somehow doubted the words Wu Yijun had just said. Bai Zemin was taken aback for a moment as he looked on as Shangguan Bingshui looked a bit complicated and Chen He smiled slightly from the side. However, he didn't care too much about the matter and instead continued on to what really concerned him. Wu Yijun, could you share your record with Chen He or with Bingshui? You think the problem is you? She looked at him. Something like that. Bai Zemin didn't explain too much and simply nodded. I'm sorry to have to ask this to you, although there's pain in failing. It okay. Soon, Wu Yijun and Chen He held hands first. She focused on her hydrokinesis skill and wished to share that record with him. Both of their faces contorted a little in pain and their faces turned slightly pale. But just when Bai Zemin and Shangguan Bingshui thought they were going to fail, Chen He said with surprise in his voice. Oh, now I understand why you said it's a powerful skill despite the clear problems it imposes. Success? Shangguan Bingshui asked hurriedly. Yes, it worked. Wu Yijun nodded and naturally disengaged her hand from Chen He's. Then she added, even though it is an extremely uncomfortable feeling and I honestly don't want to do it again, I did feel a small part of my soul and part of his soul come together for an instant. Chen He nodded and added excitedly, indeed. That little part of Yijun's soul represented the record of her hydrokinesis skill from what I could see. I didn't know we could do something like that. Let me try. Shangguan Bing Shui approached Wu Yijun and took her by the hand. This time, I will try to share the record of a skill of mine with you. Okay. Wu Yijun nodded easily. Both beauties' faces wrinkled a little, giving the impression that they had eaten something ugly, but after they released their hands and their faces returned to normal, Wu Yijun said cheerfully. I could see it. Besides, the uncomfortable feeling I felt with you for some reason was a lot less than what I felt with Chen He before. I know. But you're right, the feeling is quite uncomfortable for my taste. After doing these weird experiments, I really don't want to do this anymore. Shangguan Bing Shui shook her head. Bing Shui, can you and I try it now? Chen He proposed and extended his hand towards her while looking at her with his characteristic faint smile. Shangguan Bing Shui looked at him, and seeing the smile on his face, she sighed. Chen He was really handsome, and his good looks had increased even more after the advent of the soul record and the constant evolution through the purification of his soul. He truly had the ability to drive countless women crazy with just a smile. Unfortunately, it was unlikely that any feelings would be born on her part to him when it had not happened yet, despite all the years they had spent together. Just as she was about to politely decline, she noticed that Bai Zemin was watching everything from the side in silence. Intrigued, she asked. Bai Zemin, did you find out anything? Bai Zemin rubbed his chin and looked at the blue flame burning in the furnace. This is just a theory, but what if the reason why we sometimes succeed and sometimes don't, as well as the reason why we sometimes experience different degrees of pain in our soul, is due to our soul's affinity with each other's soul? Affinity of our souls with each other's souls? Everyone looked at him in surprise. Bai Zemin continued as if he was talking to himself. Just like water and fire, if we take two masses with equal power, one hot and one cold, the result will be that the two will clash because they are opposites, and in between the clash steam will be produced. If we take that steam as the pain resulting from the collision between two opposite poles, then I think it is quite logical. Blood Warlock, Succubus Partner in the Apocalypse. Chapter 391, Soul Affinity, Soul Mates, Part 3. In the past, the existence of something as abstract as the soul of a person or of a living being, in general, was simply a theory, a sort of specter or energy that under a series of ideas or evidence not scientifically proven ended up becoming a mystery. However, with the arrival of the unknown entity called soul record, whose purpose was also a mystery, the existence of the soul in the body of living beings was immediately confirmed. The reason why the existence of the soul came to light was thanks to the mana that the seemingly omnipotent soul record awakened. When the mana awakened, the intelligent beings on earth were able to sense within their bodies that diffuse energy in the form of a mist called soul. The soul of a living being was the very representation of force. Not only the physical force, but the soul also represented vitality, strength, power, stamina, agility, etc. The soul represented the limits of the body of each living being, and the way in which everyone could have access to their soul was through the status window that displayed with the will of the soul evolver. When a living being absorbed part of the soul power of another living being, the soul of the number one living being became more powerful, and therefore the statistics increased, since the limits that represented the capacity of that living being received a boost that we could notice or not notice thanks to the status window. However, although the soul was basically the representation of the capacity of each living being, among mankind there were always different theories or thoughts about it. For example, romantically speaking, there was a famous phrase that had traveled the world, and regardless of culture surely every human being had heard at some time in their lives: soulmates. What were soulmates? This was a question that had no clear answer, since the existence of the soul itself was a mystery. However, there were many theories and definitions for romantics who firmly believed in the existence of the love of their lives. The most popular thought concerning soul mates was that, when two people were soul mates, the degree in the depth of affinity reached the maximum possible between the two. This could involve similarity, love, romance, platonic relationships, comfort, intimacy, sexuality, sexual activity, spirituality, etc. Therefore, humans have always asked themselves at least once unconsciously, if soulmates exist, where is mine? Is she/he the right one? Is this love true or false? So, when Bai Zemin talked about the affinity between two different souls, the reactions of the people in the workshop were different. Shangguan Bingshui looked deep in thought as she stared at no one in particular, so it was extremely difficult to understand what her thoughts or feelings were regarding what she had just heard. Wu Yijun had a considerably bad expression after hearing Bai Zemin's theory. As for her, the fact that their souls were not compatible was simply like receiving a bad omen in the middle of a storm. As for Chen He looked quite fearful. His expression turned from having a warm smile to seriousness, and he looked at her outstretched hand with hesitant eyes. Anyone who paid attention to him would immediately understand that he was no longer so sure about wanting to take his beloved's hand to check if they could share records. As for Bai Zemin, he was unable to appreciate the different emotions of each as he was staring at the small flame in the furnace. It was only after several seconds of silence that he turned his face and, noticing the awkward atmosphere, said with a smile, "Why are you all taking it so personally? Didn't I just say it's just a theory? I'm not saying that my words are 100% factually correct. In fact, most likely everything I said isn't even close at all." However, none of the three said much even after hearing this. The main problem lay in the fact that Bai Zemin was analyzing everything from a logical point of view and had left out emotions. The aspect of soul mates or romanticism never crossed his mind while he was elaborating the above theory based on what happened. However, this was thanks to the passive effect of stone heart. Those who did not have a powerful skill to keep their minds away from emotions did not enjoy such a privilege. After a moment of silence, Shangguan Bingshui interjected, "I think that while it might not be as you say, your words make quite a bit of sense if you ask me. Besides, I just came up with a somewhat far-fetched idea." "Oh?" Bai Zemin looked at her. Since she was apparently the only one capable of reasoning with clarity at the moment, he asked, "Can you tell me more about this idea of yours?" However, Shangguan Bingshui shook her head and said with apparent calm, "I'm afraid I better not do that right now. However, I would like us to try to see if between the four of us we can share our records, since this idea I just thought of will depend on that in order to be feasible. If it can be carried out, in the first place, that's fine for me." Bai Zemin shrugged his shoulders. Wu Yijun also nodded without saying too much, but it was clear that the unease still lingered in her heart. This? Chen He, on the other hand, hesitated. But seeing that everyone was looking at him, he finally gritted his teeth and nodded, "Okay. Let's do it then." There was no place to run. Besides, thinking back, wasn't this also a good opportunity? If he and Shangguan Bingshui could share records, then it meant that, even if Bai Zemin's theory wasn't 100% correct, his soul and hers had some synchronicity. Shangguan Bingshui looked at him without saying anything and her eyes flashed uncharacteristically. Then, Bai Zemin looked at the three people in front of him and slowly said, "The result of me trying to share my records with Wu Yijun was failure. The result of Wu Yijun with Chen He could be said to be a rather poor success, as the discomfort they both felt was not pleasant at all." Shangguan Bingshui continued with what he was saying, "As for Yijun and myself, even though I was indeed able to see the record of her hydrokinesis skill, the feeling of rejection was still there. It was probably the same as what she felt with Chen He, wasn't it?" "Yes. I honestly prefer not to do that again." Wu Yijun nodded and said earnestly, "Even though when I try to share records with Bai Zemin I feel pain, my soul doesn't reject as like with Chen He. I think there is definitely something strange here." Bai Zemin rubbed his chin for a moment and then nodded, "I see. I guess there's still a lot to learn regarding soul power and soul record." But after he said these words he laughed at himself. How could there not be much to learn? This journey was just beginning for all of them after all. So, shall we begin? Shangguan Bingshui looked at Bai Zemin and Chen He. "That leaves the three of us. Yijun already made her attempt with each of us." "All right." Bai Zemin and Chen He nodded. "So, do you two want to try first or?" Bai Zemin looked at Chen He. Since a few moments ago he seemed eager to try. Bai Zemin himself didn't care who went first or last. To him this was just a minor analysis for further study, as they were just scratching the top of the secrets of the soul. Chen He seemed anxious, just like before. However, this time he was anxious about the results that would come out. For some reason, he wanted to delay the inevitable, but a soft, neutral voice beat him to it. "Then, I'll go first with Chen He," Shangguan Bingshui said, and extended her white palm forward as she looked at her childhood friend. Chen He looked at the beautiful hand suspended in the midair, waiting for him to take it. For a moment, he simply stood there, stunned, staring at it. How many times had he dreamed about holding her hand? Probably too many to remember. However, little did he expect that when the opportunity would finally show itself to him, it would be in such circumstances where his heart could not rest easy due to the constant anxiety born of negative thoughts. Shangguan Bingshui naturally understood what Chen He was thinking, therefore she did not press. This could be the opportunity to show her precious friend that they were that and only that, friends. She really appreciated Chen He very much, however, the appreciation she felt for him was that of a friend for her childhood friend. It could even be said that she saw him as a caring brother. Therefore, she really hoped that he would be happy. Unfortunately, even without joining hands to feel each other's soul, Shangguan Bingshui was somehow sure that there could only be one ending here, an outcome that Chen He would surely not like, but which would perhaps help to kill all possible hope. After almost 2 full minutes of silence, Chen He finally took several deep breaths and extended his hand forward. Bai Zemin and Wu Yijuan easily noticed how Chen He's usually firm and confident hand trembled slightly for every inch it moved forward, closing the distance with Shangguan Bingshui's clearly smaller hand. Just as his and her hand were about to touch, Chen He stopped his movements as if hesitating. However, Shangguan Bingshui closed that small breach by taking a small step forward and casually grabbing Chen He's hand. Chen He's mind went blank for a moment at the velvety softness that filled his senses when his hand came into contact with Shangguan Bingshui's hand. He felt as if he were touching the most expensive silk in the world, and his heart pounded madly just by touching such a casual part of her body as her hand was. However, Chen He did not have much time to enjoy the sensation that was transmitted to his brain through the palm of his hand, because the next moment his face turned pale as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Shangguan Bingshui, not wanting to delay this any longer than necessary and not feeling too comfortable even though the hand she was holding was that of a good friend, hurriedly followed the steps previously explained by Bai Zemin and sent the record of one of her passive skills towards Chen He. When that small fragment of her soul was surrounded by Chen He's soul, not even 2 seconds passed when both of their faces turned pale. As if a blazing fire were burning between their hands, Shangguan Bingshui and Chen He hurriedly let go and walked several steps away with white faces. A thin trickle of blood dripped from the corner of his mouth while she held a hand to her chest as if she were experiencing great suffering. Bai Zemin and Wu Yijuan's faces changed at the same time and they both stepped forward to hurriedly support them. "Are you all right, Bingshui?" Chen He. The pained expression on Shangguan Bingshui's face was on the level of Wu Yijuan's when she tried to do the same with Bai Zemin the day before. On the other hand, Chen He looked even worse, as if not for Bai Zemin's quick support he might have collapsed after stepping back a couple of steps. "It's no good." Shangguan Bingshui shook her head as with Wu Yijuan's help she rested her weight on the work table. "His soul and mine are too different. The rejection is just too high." Blood Warlock, Succubus Partner in the Apocalypse. Chapter 392 Soul Affinity, Soul Mates, Part 4 Last. The rejection is just too high. When those words came out of Shangguan Bingshui's mouth, Chen He's already pale face turned even paler and a thin trickle of red blood silently slipped out of the corner of his mouth, dripping softly onto the ground. Seeing this, Bai Zemin hurriedly used his own blood manipulation skill and sent a small but powerful flow of mana and magic into Chen He's body. Just as Chen He instinctively tried to protect himself against the invading energy, Bai Zemin's voice stopped him. "Do not resist. Let me help to calm your disturbed blood flow." Chen He nodded silently, and as Bai Zemin supported him to sit on another work table, his mind was in chaos as he stared at a fixed point with lost eyes. Even as he felt the pain recede rapidly and his altered blood flow return to normal, he failed to feel better at all. Because just as Shangguan Bingshui had just said, the rejection between both souls was too huge. In fact, Chen He clearly felt how it was Shangguan Bingshui who restrained her own soul, or else the damage his soul would have received when he tried to get closer would have been a lot greater. Shangguan Bingshui shook her head as if she were a bit dizzy and did not speak too much. Only Wu Yijuan's soft voice was heard as she moved between her two friends trying to check their conditions. However, since the problem was internal and not external, there was nothing anyone could do. Even if Kong Lan were here, her healing skill couldn't do much since it could barely heal physical injuries, not soul ones. The soul was still a mystery to everyone on Earth despite now being aware of its existence, therefore, it was extremely dangerous to try to experiment with it. However, despite knowing what they were getting into, Xietan's group took the risk. Regardless of what their motives might be, romantic or other, they all knew in their hearts that the world in which they now lived was no longer the safe Earth of the past. Risks were necessary to become stronger, and knowing at least one of the secrets of the soul would undoubtedly make them more powerful, since the reason why they became stronger every time they absorbed part of the soul power of another living being was precisely because their own souls were strengthened accordingly. After several minutes, Shangguan Bingshui finally seemed to feel better as she walked off the work table and stepped closer to Chen He. Seeing his bitter look, she sighed in her heart. How could Shangguan Bingshui not be aware that the reason behind her friend's miserable appearance was none other than her soul's rejection of his? More than the actual pain experienced, Chen He's grief stemmed from Shangguan Bingshui's own spirit and essence fiercely rejecting his. If not for her restraining her soul, Chen He might have received real damage. That's how strong the rejection was. Chen He, are you fine? Chen He raised his head and looked at her for a moment, not immediately responding to her question. After a few moments, he smiled bitterly and nodded as he said softly, I'm fine. This small hurt will most likely heal after absorbing some soul power. It's not a big deal. Xietain frowned and asked, do you think you will be able to carry out the attack on the Baiquan camp? If you think it will be a bit heavy while you are not at your peak condition, then just let another legion move. However, Chen He shook his head and slowly stood up as he said, it is not necessary. I will let Fu Qigong prepare the soldiers. In the meantime, I will go hunt beasts and zombies to solve my problem. If you say so. Xietain shrugged his shoulders. Wu Yijun looked at Chen He and asked worriedly, Chen He, you. Are you really all right? I'm all right. Chen He smiled slightly, not looking forced at all. He looked at Xietain and asked, earlier, you said that this whole gist of the affinity between souls was just a theory, right? That's right. Xietain nodded indifferently. Even though I have my basis for saying what I said, I am just a mote of dust in the midst of this great universe. It is impossible for me to know everything, let alone about something as mysterious and mystical as the soul. I see. Chen He nodded and didn't say much more. He just looked at Shangguan Bingshui and walked towards the exit. Shangguan Bingshui shook her head while Wu Yijun looked at the two of them with complicated eyes. As two of the people who knew best about Chen He, both women knew perfectly well that he had used Xietan's words to find an escape from what had just happened. However, what Xietain said was the truth. All this was just a theory with no real basis other than small coincidences based on events that could have unfolded by different coincidences of diverse magnitudes. Therefore, it was also acceptable for Chen He to do what he did. Just as Chen He was leaving, he suddenly seemed to think about something and stopped. I almost forgot. It still needs to be tested if you two are successful in sharing soul records. Chen He said as he looked at Xietain and Shangguan Bingshui. Shangguan Bingshui looked at Xietain. She also seemed to want to give it a try as her blue eyes seemed interested in the proposal despite the sickening discomfort she felt when that feeling of rejection enveloped her whenever her soul rejected others. However, Xietain shook his head and said calmly, we'd better leave it as it is. Although I have yet to check if I can share my records with you and Bingshui, both of you are clearly not in optimal condition. Let's forget all this soul affinity stuff for now and rather focus on absorbing as much soul power of the highest quality as possible to become more powerful. I think we may be getting too far ahead of ourselves by trying to experiment with our souls. I'm afraid if something goes wrong, there could be major problems that no one wants to see. I see. Chen He nodded after thinking about it for a moment and was secretly surprised to feel relieved. Was he scared of the possible outcome? Of course, he was afraid. What if Xietain and Shangguan Bingshui managed to unite part of their souls while holding hands? Chen He was not willing to see such a thing happening. Even if he had decided to think that the theory put forward by Xietain was fruitless and riddled with defects, unconsciously he did not want his childhood crush to succeed in doing with another man what he could not do with her. Therefore, when he heard that Xietain did not want to continue the matter temporarily, Chen He felt a little relieved even though he really wanted to see the final outcome. Without saying anything else, he quietly walked away. On the other hand, Shangguan Bingshui pursed her pink lips a little at Bai Zemin's words. Her beautiful blue eyes flashed with a glint of deception. However, she did not say anything about it, as she was fully aware that what he had just said was completely valid and rational. It was just that Shangguan Bingshui really wanted to know what the outcome would be when Bai Zemin's soul tried to embrace hers or vice versa. Oddly enough, she was really looking forward to that moment. The beautiful ice princess was a bit surprised to realize that she felt as if she were a little girl anxiously waiting for the Christmas present under the little tree. In fact, even though mostly Shangguan Bingshui's expression did not change too much, Wu Yijun noticed the clear deception in her eyes. However, Wu Yijun did not think too much of what she saw, and Shangguan Bingshui did not think too much of what she felt either. Therefore, despite and regardless of how complicated both women might feel about what had just happened or what did not happen, none of them mentioned the matter of soul affinity. At least not regarding the experiments, as Shangguan Bingshui couldn't get something out of her head. "Hey, Bai Zemin," she said as she watched him set everything up to start working. He looked at her with questioning eyes. "About Lily, but..." Shangguan Bingshui asked calmly and neutrally, indifferent as always. "You really were able to share your records with her even though she's just a normal human?" That?" Bai Zemin's eyes flashed as if he understood something and nodded calmly. "In fact, when I shared my records with her, her soul didn't feel the slightest rejection towards mine, and my soul seemed to feel very comfortable with hers. That was precisely why I mistakenly assumed that everyone could share their records with different existences, since when I did it with Lily in the past I never felt any kind of anomaly. Only now I know that nothing is as simple as I thought. Perhaps this theory of mine is wrong after all." "I see." Shangguan Bingshui nodded after a moment of silence. When she looked to the side, she was surprised to see Wu Yijun staring at her. Although Wu Yijun felt it was somewhat strange for Shangguan Bingshui to ask such a question, she soon seemed to realize that her friend was doing this for her. After all, it was no secret that she was in love with Bai Zemin. Wu Yijun thought it was most likely that her good sister was trying to ask the question in her place and thus prevent Wu Yijun herself from being embarrassed or ashamed by asking such a question. After all, the meaning of that question would change if it was Wu Yijun who asked it because of her feelings. Therefore, after thinking about this, Wu Yijun gave Shangguan Bingshui a look of thanks. However, Shangguan Bingshui was extremely confused in her heart as she noticed Wu Yijun's look of thanks. Why was she silently thanking her? Shangguan Bingshui was dumbfounded about it. Just as the three people inside Bai Zemin's workshop were silently recapping what had happened, hurried footsteps from outside caused the guard of the three to rise unconsciously. Even if this was a forbidden area for most, nothing was 100% safe. "Bai Zemin, are you inside?" A sweet voice sounded from outside. Wu Yijun and Shangguan Bingshui immediately recognized Kai Jingyi's voice. However, both women noticed the close manner in which she referred to him, shocking them. After all, this was the first time both women were present to hear Kai Jingyi calling him by name and not leader or king. The two girls looked at each other silently, noticing the peculiar glint in each other's eyes. They silently grasped that apparently Kai Jingyi and Bai Zemin were closer than they really seemed. At least, they were close enough that she could completely ignore the power scale and address him by his full name. "Come in," Bai Zemin replied calmly. Kai Jingyi wore leather armor that hugged her petite body perfectly, giving her figure the grace and seduction that belonged to her by nature, but that normal clothing could not do justice to. She looked truly beautiful, and the small but distinct curves of her silhouette gave her a charm that from a certain point of view was even higher than that of a woman with an explosive body like Nangong Lingxin. However, her beautiful face, enhanced by evolution, was tinged with anxiety as she stepped into the workshop. It was obvious that she did not bring particularly good news. Blood Warlock, Succubus Partner in the Apocalypse. Chapter 393, Not Knowing the Immensity of the Heavens and the Earth. A small sound of surprise escaped out of Kai Jingyi's mouth involuntarily as she stepped into the workshop after opening the door and noticing that apart of Bai Zemin there were two other people present on the scene. She had crossed paths with Chen He on the way here, so she incorrectly assumed that Bai Zemin was probably alone now. Therefore, she didn't think too much when she called out his name earlier. Although Bai Zemin trusted Kai Jingyi 99.9% because according to the skill attached to his title lower leader assured him that she would never betray him due to the title loyal follower he bestowed to her after sharing a tiny part of his soul with her and Kong Lan, in reality, they only acted close and without too much inhibition when they were in private. Therefore, both Kai Jingyi herself and Kong Lan usually referred to Bai Zemin in a respectful manner in front of other people. It was also precisely because of this that Shangguan Bingshui and Wu Yijuan were surprised when Kai Jingyi called by his name before, and apparently very naturally. This would be nothing strange in the past, as China was a country where people referred to another person by their full name as a sign of respect. However, now that a society based on noble ranks had been established within the newly named Transcendent faction, for a subordinate to call the higher leader by his full name could be seen as disrespectful. Kai Jingyi, is something wrong? Bai Zemin asked calmly, despite seeing the slightly nervous and worried attitude of the beautiful girl who had just walked into his workshop. As for the matter of Kai Jingyi calling him by name, Bai Zemin didn't think too much about it. To him, such things were insignificant regardless of the difference in position within the faction. From Bai Zemin's real point of view, they were both comrades on the battlefield and comrades who had each other's backs. Kai Jingyi firstly bowed slightly to Shangguan Bingshui, as Kai Jingyi herself was a noble level 2 while Shangguan Bingshui was a noble level 1. Shangguan Bingshui simply waved her hand gently and shook her head to indicate that there was no need to do such a thing in this situation. Then Kai Jingyi nodded with a smile towards Wu Yijuan, with whom she shared a title of the same level. Finally, she looked at Bai Zemin and bowed deeply before speaking. A few moments ago, an envoy arrived from the Baiquan camp. He claims to be the nephew of the mayor of Baiquan subdistrict and demands the surrender of our group as well as handing over all armed forces. Shangguan Bingshui's eyes flashed weirdly when she heard this, and Wu Yijuan couldn't help but shake her head while secretly forcing a wry smile. What a coincidence. Bai Zemin said with a grimace of disdain on his face. Turns out I was planning to attack them soon, but apparently they might have the same plan. That's good too. He looked at Wu Yijuan and asked, could you cool this metal? Apparently, I won't be able to get to work right away, and in the process, I'll be able to see what your new skill is capable of. Leave it to me. Wu Yijuan nodded with a serious expression and immediately activated her skill hydrokinesis. Seeing the water floating before him, Bai Zemin didn't feel that it was too surprising. Even if she could levitate water, the temperature of the lapidite fragment caused a large tub of water to evaporate in a matter of seconds. What could 500 milliliters of water do then? As if sensing Bai Zemin's doubts, Wu Yijuan smiled slightly and explained in a calm manner. My skill hydrokinesis is a first-order level 4 skill from the moment I received the skill scroll after defeating a first-order black-scaled fish. While this skill does not allow me to manipulate the water element at will, as I currently cannot form solid objects and can only give simple shapes like spheres, and while this skill does not allow me to make water out of thin air like Bingshui's skill, it could be said that hydrokinesis is a skill that is somewhere in the middle ground between manipulation and makerda. Everyone inside the workshop felt as at the same time Wu Yijuan's words came out of her mouth, the temperature fell slightly and a light mist of beautiful sapphire color surrounded the water ball. Hydrokinesis allows me to control the temperature of the water to some extent and also allows me to control the movements of the aquatic flow without spending any mana at all. However, the focus requirement needed to control this skill is quite high, and to top it off it consumes fixed mana points for every certain amount of time while the skill is active. Wu Yijuan calmly explained as she made the ball of water at low temperatures envelop the lapidite fragment. Before the eyes of Bai Zemin and the other two ladies, the burning lapidite fragment caused steam to rise towards the ceiling while the water Wu Yijuan controlled seemed to be on the losing side. However, she seemed to send out a large sum of mana all at the same time as the temperature of the water plummeted even more to the point where it almost became completely frozen. The speed at which the water evaporated dropped tremendously, and the red color of the metal slowly began to recede as the natural color gradually returned to normal. The more mana I use, the greater the effect shown by the skill hydrokinesis. Wu Yijuan said with a slightly pale face. That's why I wanted to wait until my mana reserves were more prominent, so I could do something more noteworthy. I think this is already noteworthy enough. Shangguan Bingshui remarked as she looked at her best friend with a proud expression similar to that of an older sister proud of her little sister. Indeed. Bai Zemin nodded and reminded, I believe that when your plant empowerment skill and your hydrokinesis skill evolve to higher stages, the effect and synergy between these two skills will surely not disappoint anyone. If at some point Wu Yijun acquired the skill of making plants or growing plants, if at some point her hydrokinesis skill acquired the ability to make plants or crops grow faster, Wu Yijun would undoubtedly become an extremely terrifying existence as long as she was in favorable territory. Wu Yijun's eyes closed and her eyebrows curved into a crescent shape as she smiled sweetly. The small dimples that formed on her cheeks as she smiled made her cuteness and sweetness shoot skyward at rocket speed. She really is like a little succubus. Bai Zemin secretly thought as he saw the innocent expression on her beautiful face, creating a great contrast as far as her curvy body was concerned. In terms of face and body, Wu Yijun was the one who most resembled Lilith when it came to innocent yet seductive charm. After the lapidite fragment cooled down, Bai Zemin simply left it on the work table as he was going to continue working when he solved the immediate important matter. Little friend, come back home. Bai Zemin squatted in front of the forging furnace and stretched out his hands towards the blue flame. Shangguan Bingshui had been curious regarding the strange deep blue flame, so now that Bai Zemin seemed to finally make his move, she felt that she could satisfy that curiosity of hers. Bai Zemin, that flame is a treasure? That's right. He said as with a swift and fluid motion the flame shrank to the size of a fist and struck his chest, disappearing beyond his sleeping clothes in an instant. Kai Jingyi and Wu Yijun looked at each other in shock, while Shangguan Bingshui's sky-colored eyes widened slightly as she witnessed such a strange act. For an instant, the three ladies had thought that the flame was going to attack, but instead of hurting Bai Zemin, it simply disappeared as if it had integrated with his body itself or simply vanished into nothingness. When Bai Zemin stood up and noticed the surprised looks the three ladies were giving him, he calmly explained that blue-colored flame is actually an epic-grade treasure that I obtained after opening the single green treasure orb that I acquired after slaying 4 of the 5 leaders of the goblin army that attacked the north camp back then. The eyes of the three ladies flashed with understanding when they heard this, and Shangguan Bingshui nodded as she said, But why are you talking to the fire? Her voice was somewhat awkward as was the way she was looking at him. But this was understandable considering that no matter how many crazy things were going on in the world, the fire was still just fire in everyone's eyes. Regardless of whether that fire was a treasure, Shangguan Bingshui felt that it should just be a more powerful fire than a normal one, but that was all. Bai Zemin chuckled and shook his head lightly. This treasure is called Endless Blue Lotus Flame, and while it is now an epic-grade treasure, in the past it was a god-grade treasure. Or at least that's what the records engraved on the flame say. I don't know what a god-grade treasure is and not if it is the highest level of treasures, but I assume it must be pretty high on the chart and thus the Endless Blue Lotus Flame has its own will and conscience. It's just that after falling from god-grade treasure to epic-grade treasure, the Endless Blue Lotus Flame's conscience went into a state lower than semi-conscious. But even then, the flame still seems to understand my words after identifying me as its master. I see. That makes sense. Shangguan Bingshui nodded in surprise as did the other 2 girls beside her. But, who would have thought that you would obtain such a valuable treasure? Now it will be much easier for you to forge and you will be able to launch more powerful attacks, right? Bai Zemin simply smiled slightly without commenting too much about it. To be honest, even he had no idea how powerful his fire-type attacks would be if he used the Endless Blue Lotus Flame's power when casting them. This? Kai Jingyi interrupted. About the nephew of the Baiquan Subdistrict's mayor. You girls go to the meeting hall first, I'll go put on something more appropriate. Bai Zemin looked at his clothes and sighed. Even if the other party is just an ant, it won't look good for me to show up there wearing pajamas. After all, you have an image to take care of. Wu Yijun smiled teasingly as she looked at him. In the meeting hall, where the functioning of the 3 legions of the Transcendent faction as well as the delivery of noble titles had been set up before, 3 people were in the company of Bai Zemin's head maid, who was there to serve them tea or deliver snacks if requested. 2 of the 3 men were standing behind a frivolous-looking young man whose eyes kept glancing at Qin Ming's curvy body. Damn it, these bandits dare to leave me waiting here and treat me as they please? Who do they think they are? The young man did not try to hide his voice at all. When Qin Ming heard the arrogant tone and scornful words of the young man of about 25 sitting on the couch no more than 5 meters away, her face trembled imperceptibly. In her heart, she scoffed at this person who clearly did not know the immeasurability of the heavens and the earth. It was this type of person that the young supreme leader of the faction hated the most and tolerated the least. If Bai Zemin did not appear, then all might be well. However, if Bai Zemin really did come? Qin Ming could only secretly shake her head as her lips curved upward slightly. Blood Warlock, Succubus Partner in the Apocalypse. Chapter 394, Being arrogant but not having the strength to back it up. When the young man sitting on the couch noticed the small smile on Qin Ming's pretty face, he immediately felt heated. His name was Bai Jian, and he was the nephew of Bai Yong, the mayor of Baiquan Subdistrict. Bai Jian's mother was Bai Yong's younger sister, and from a very young age he was always loved by everyone in his family. He was always a respectful child who got good grades in school and never used his family's power to oppress anyone. However, this changed when at the age of 15 Bai Jian was rejected by the girl of his dreams. In the Baiquan subdistrict, the mayor's authority was basically supreme and was only below the true ruler of the entire Yanqing district. Being one of the 4 highest authorities in Yangning district along with 2 other mayors of large sub-districts as well as the general ruler of the district, Bai Yong's family naturally enjoyed a great number of benefits and the power in their hands was not small. It was just that Bai Jian was not fully aware of this until, after being rejected and in a fit of anger and sadness, he decided to order several people to kidnap this girl. After getting away with the girl's body, frightened by what he had just done, Bai Jian killed the girl and ordered to bury her corpse. However, he was a young man inexperienced in the world, so he and his henchmen left a series of tracks that made the police get to the bottom of the matter, finding him as the culprit. It was then that Bai Jian discovered that his family had the power to protect him from the wind and rain. This was because despite what he had done, no one came to arrest him and the girl's family said nothing, moving to another part of the country after receiving a large sum of money. From then on, Bai Jian's respectful character practically disappeared completely, and as if he started to relieve himself with all the women in the world due to his broken heart, he started to use his family's power to do whatever he wanted to do. How many women were affected because of Bai Jian? He no longer knew the number, but probably more than a dozen. This number increased enormously as the world changed and due to the brilliance of his uncle Bai Yong, who mobilized the police forces of about half of the sub-district to establish a firm base in the midst of all this chaos. With so much power backing him up in a world where the powerful make the rules, Bai Jian felt like he was the king of the world and basically did whatever he wanted whenever he wanted. As Bai Jian became more and more impatient and seemed to be minutes away from attacking Qin Ming without caring at all that it was the enemy's base, the large wooden door opened wide. Attracted by the sound, Bai Jian turned his gaze toward the fountain expecting to see the beautiful petite woman who had welcomed him several minutes ago. It's about time, his words caught in his throat when he saw the most outstanding group of women he had ever seen in his 25 years of life. Shangguan Bingshui in her demure but perfectly beautiful white dress, which matched her flawless skin as smooth as that of a newborn baby, made an appearance as her impossible-to-hide curves swayed tantalizingly with every step she took. Her cool gaze and slightly raised head were signs of a proud and arrogant woman capable of awakening both lust and desire for conquest in men. Wu Yijuan wore a spring pink dress, her dark eyes seemed to sparkle playfully as she curiously looked at her surroundings. The curves of her body were clearly more striking than any of the 3 women who had just walked into the room due to her smaller stature and her baby face giving her the appearance of a baby-faced beauty with big breasts. Unlike the 2 aforementioned women, Kai Jingyu was wearing her leather armor as due to her assassin evolution path her clothes were extremely comfortable. Her petite body coupled with her seemingly sinless smile created an extremely tempting image for men with particular tastes. In short, all 3 were undoubtedly beauties. Even more so after constantly evolving in the wake of soul purification and empowerment, which as a side effect improved physical appearance. Beauties. Great beauties. Bai Jian swallowed as he muttered. His eyes could not leave Wu Yijuan's body and Shangguan Bingshui's immortal fairy-like face. These 2 women were undoubtedly the greatest beauties he had ever seen in his entire life. Bai Jian was cursing himself for not coming on the previous occasions, or otherwise these two beauties might already be in his arms. However, now that I'm here. He secretly chuckled as his lips curved upwards and he crossed one leg over the other, leaning back on the couch with an arrogant and confident look. Wu Yijuan's eyebrows immediately furrowed as she felt the practically naked lust with which the young man on the couch was looking at her. If it was in the past, then she might not mind since she was used to it. However, for some reason, she was not at all comfortable with that kind of eyes anymore. She wanted only a man to give her that kind of look. Kai Jingyi did not had any reaction at all. She really didn't particularly care about the way men looked at her. From her point of view, eyes didn't hurt but hands did. If any man thought he could extend his pig's feet towards her, then her dagger would probably end up stuck in the pig's throat. Shangguan Bing Shui felt the gaze of the young man sitting on the couch and her blue eyes glittered chillingly. If it was in the past, she would have had to bear such impudent glares. However, with the way things were in today's world, even if she froze the offender to death, no one would say anything. Much less considering her position within Bai Zemin's faction where she was above thousands and only below one. However, Bai Zemin, who was now dressed in casual clothes, gently taped on her arm as if telling her to hold on for now. Therefore, she reluctantly endured. However, her eyes were like daggers as the moment she sat up she looked at the person who seemed to be completely unaware of the danger in which he was. Bai Zemin sat up and surveyed the two men standing behind the young man. One of the men was wearing a black suit. He was tall, about 6 feet 2 inches in height. He had a shaved head and looked quite fierce with his powerful jaw. Furthermore, the aura exuding from his body made it clear that he was a first-order soul evolver whose level definitely could not be underestimated. The second man was less striking, slender and of normal physical build. His eyes were slightly sunken inward and his small nose slightly upturned. Although Bai Zemin generally did not judge people by their physical appearance, the soul evolver, whose power was also within the rank of the first order, was quite ugly even after evolving so much. He looked quite a bit like a rat now, so one could try to imagine how ugly he was before becoming a first-order existence. So, you are the rumored leader of this bandit faction? Bai Jian asked as he looked at Bai Zemin arrogantly. Of course, Bai Zemin didn't look at him yet, and as he observed the two men he noticed that they both looked quite relaxed as they looked at Kai Jingyi and Wu Yijuan. These two men probably felt that the soul power of the two women was lower than theirs due to the natural aura of their bodies, so they were not too worried. As for Shangguan Bing Shui and Bai Zemin, the two of them looked at Shangguan Bing Shui several times because of her beauty, but they did not seem worried. This was because Bai Zemin and Shangguan Bing Shui's soul power was so far above both of them that none of the two noticed anything, which made them mistakenly think that both of them were just normal humans. After getting a rough idea of the other side's strength, Bai Zemin finally looked at the young man whose face was getting uglier and uglier after being rudely ignored. So, who were you again? He asked with a faint smile as the arrogance in his gaze grew to the point of completely disdaining the other side. Kai Jingyi couldn't help but chuckle as the other two women who were sitting on the long leather couch looked indifferent. Even Qi Ming, Bai Zemin's head maid, had a slightly arrogant look on her face as she looked at Bai Jian. Since her master was someone powerful, she, as his employee, also deserved some respect. Just like the saying, before you hit the dog you must first look at the owner's face. No one could touch Qi Ming casually unless they were willing to suffer the rage of Bai Zemin. Bai Jian's face became serious as he straightened his posture and then leaned forward slightly. As he stared Bai Zemin in the eyes, he said in a deep voice, "You don't need to know who I am. You only need to know that if you don't hand over your power to me right now so that I can hand it over later to the higher-ups of the Baiquan camp, your fate will be no different from that of a dying dog." Bai Zemin shook his head when he saw the attitude of this person in front of him. Although Bai Jian was older than Bai Zemin, Bai Jian's character was like that of an immature child. He, like all of Bai Zemin's enemies to date, could not see the immensity before his eyes and as a result would suffer a miserable fate. "I do not like your arrogance, nor do I like your words. Let me tell you what I will do with you," Bai Zemin said as he leaned forward and looked at Bai Jian with a faint smile. "I will break your legs, your hands, then hand you over to my advance troops to see with your own eyes how the Baiquan camp you rely so much on collapses like a card castle in the middle of a storm." Then, I'll take you in front of your uncle and your good-for-nothing mother and let them decide if they'd rather keep you alive or die in your place. How's that? Doesn't sound bad, does it? Bai Jian looked confused at first. However, after his brain processed what he had just heard, he began to laugh out loud as if he had gone mad. Ha 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 ha. You want to destroy my uncle's Baiquan camp? Laughable. Bai Jian managed to say in between his wild laughter, leaving aside Commander Jing Shun's over 10 war tanks and professional military troops, my uncle has over 5,000 armed men and nearly 300 soul evolvers. You, a small warlord leading less than 10,000 survivors, surely don't even count 5,000 armed men, let alone hundreds of soul evolvers. You will be crushed in an instant, dumbass. Shangguan Bing Shui could not help but say such word. Why did men have to be so stupid? She couldn't help but look at Bai Zemin secretly as the thought that he really was different from most took root more and more in her. Bai Jian had basically exposed the Baiquan camp's government forces and part of the military forces due to his arrogance. As if that wasn't enough, he had also made it clear that despite having more than twice as many survivors in their base, the number of soul evolvers from the Transcendent faction was greater or at least not less at all. Bai Zemin and the rest felt that they were on the right track by prioritizing empowering humans instead of relying on firearms. Blood Warlock, Succubus Partner in the Apocalypse. Chapter 395 Imminent War. Heavy weapons were very useful in the present day. It could be said that the one who controlled the largest amount of heavy weapons was the king. After all, the power of heavy machine guns had the ability to pierce the defenses of first-order creatures as long as the soldier managed to hit the enemy correctly, taking into account that first-order creatures could still be considered as rarities and at least 80% of the soul evolvers should still be somewhere in the unclassified rank. The power of heavy firearms was indisputable, not to mention the kings of the land, the mighty and almost unbeatable war tanks. Just the IFV-M3 possessed enough power to break the defenses of a second-order creature that did not specialize in defense. One could imagine then what the mighty war tanks could do. Probably even defense-focused second-order beasts would suffer under the cannons of these ferocious metal beasts that for years were mankind's most powerful mobile land weapon. The fact that the Baiquan camp had around 10 battle tanks, as Bai Jian had just revealed in a fit of anger expressed through his wild laughter, slightly surprised Bai Zemin and the girls. After all, considering the current stage of the apocalypse, the Baiquan camp possessed enough capacity to resist the attack of second-order beasts without major problems as long as it was not an agility-type beast and they had enough ammunition. In fact, as long as they had enough ammunition to replenish their weapons, the Baiquan camp could defend against enemy attacks for at least a year, considering the speed at which the beasts and zombies evolved at, unless they were unlucky enough to attract more than one second-order existence. However, Bai Zemin and leaders like Shangguan Bing Shui, Wu Yijuan, Chen He, and others had decided to focus primarily on developing soul evolvers instead of focusing on developing or searching for too many firearms. Basically, while the Baiquan camp relied on the firepower created by mankind in the past, the Transcendent faction established by Bai Zemin's group decided to rely more on the power of evolved humans through continuous strengthening by absorbing the soul power of other living beings. At first, Bai Zemin had planned to let Chen He take care of this little problem. After all, he didn't have to do everything. However, suddenly the desire to know whether his Blood Spear Legion, composed of over 700 soul evolvers, or the several thousand men armed with modern and ancient weaponry of the Baiquan camp were more powerful. Therefore, he decided to stop wasting his time talking to insignificant beings. Evangeline, kill those two first. Before everyone could even react, the space inside the hall shuddered for a moment and in the next instant a silhouette appeared behind the two men standing right behind Bai Jian and were serving as bodyguards. The two men were first-order existences whose levels were between 30 and 35, they could be considered as elites among humanity, and the fact that they reached that level and stage in just under 2 months was a commendable feat even if everyone's growth had accelerated due to the rapid growth of the world. The first instant Evangeline appeared behind them, both men immediately felt the change in the atmosphere as a huge killing intent weighed down on them. However, before they could even activate their skills, Evangeline's death's kiss dagger seemed to turn into a bright flash. Swoosh! Swoosh! The movements of the two soul evolvers who had probably been sent by the former mayor of the Baiquan subdistrict stalled and their eyes widened. A moment later, a thin red line appeared on the tall man's throat. The black-suited soul evolver put both hands on his throat as he took several steps back. However, this did not stop at all the blood from slipping through his fingers. On the other hand, the smaller rat-like man felt a stabbing pain in his chest, and when he clutched at the heart area, the blood also began to gush out. It didn't take long for the two men to collapse on the floor, in their own pools of blood that slowly grew larger and larger. The smell of iron soon permeated the previously clean room, and the silence prevailed as even the sound of insects seemed to stop. The face of Bai Jian turned as pale as a sheet when he turned back to look behind him and saw an incredibly beautiful foreign-looking woman gazing at him with the coldest eyes he had ever seen in his entire life. For the first time, Bai Jian felt death looming over him. Do you have any idea what you have done? He finally woke up and looked at Bai Zemin. His face was still pale, and his courage seemed to have flown out the window, as even his tone of voice no longer had that arrogance and superiority from before. I see that you are no longer as wild as you were a moment ago. Bai Zemin still had the same faint smile on his face, not worried at all, even though with mere words he had taken the lives of two humans as if he was killing pigs instead of beings of his own kind. I don't like it when someone shows me disrespect, he said as he stood up and closed the distance between him and Bai Jian coolly. I also don't like it when a brat like you, who has no idea about how hard life is, threatens me. His hand moved at lightning speed, and no one saw his movements with clarity. All they heard was the sound of bones cracking into what seemed like hundreds of small pieces, followed by the boar-like cry of a pig being slaughtered from Bai Jian. The pampered young man of the Bai government family fell off the couch as his limbs were crushed beyond all recognition. He writhed on the floor, and his back arched at different angles as his arms looked like old rags flying everywhere. Standing in the corner, Qin Ming's face was indifferent as she watched all this in silence. Her heart was not disturbed at all despite the bloody scene before her in which two lives were lost and the limbs of a third were crushed to dust. In the past, Qin Ming had suffered from Lei Su's physical abuse and had seen the atrocious things that the four previous leaders of the main base where Bai Zemin's forces were centered carried out. Although it had only been about a week of abuse, that single week made Qin Ming understand through beatings and torture that this new world was no different from a jungle where countless lions would fight to lead. Since Bai Jian was only a lamb and had challenged the fierce lion that Bai Zemin was, his fate was destined to be miserable. This was a certain fact that Qin Ming knew from before it happened. From the moment Bai Jian stepped into the hall while looking at everyone with disdain, Qin Ming was 100% certain that that young man would definitely not go back out the door he came in through using his legs. Do you want me to kill this man too? Evangeline asked calmly as she looked at Bai Jian in the same way a leopard would look at an ant. Nah. Bai Zemin shook his head and said with a faint smile, I promised to let him live so that he could see with his own eyes how his fantasy world self-built by his childish mentality protected by his family collapses with a single blow. Evangeline shrugged and said no more on the matter. As far as she was concerned, killing 2 or killing 3 made no difference. Why didn't you try to make those 2 men submit? Shangguan Bing Shui stood up and while looking at the corpses of the 2 soul evolvers. These 2 were definitely elites and could enter the 10 strongest even in our faction. Wu Yijuan also had the same doubt, so she looked at Bai Zemin. Her beautiful face, that would previously pale at such sights, remained impassive. Although she had not killed any humans so far, she had seen enough death that the loss of a few lives would either shock her or shake her core. Those 2 definitely wouldn't have submitted. Kai Jingyi replied in Bai Zemin's place. She looked at him with a faint smile and asked back, Isn't that right, leader? Yes. Bai Zemin nodded and looked at everyone seriously before saying in a deep voice, This always happens in novels after all. The bodyguards of the young master, who thinks he's invincible, always attack the protagonist's group by shouting some arrogant words regardless of whether the protagonist suggests letting them go alive. Everyone was silent as Bai Jian fainted on the spot with white foam coming out of his mouth. The corner of Kai Jingyi's mouth twitched a couple of times when she heard this. However, she simply nodded and said in a low voice, Yeah. That's right. After locking Bai Jian in a vehicle prepared specifically for capturing wild beasts and studying them, Bai Zemin immediately began to give a series of commands. The first thing he did was to communicate to Chen He that the Blood Whip Legion did not need to move, and when the talented archer asked dumbfounded why such a sudden change of heart, Xietain simply said that the Blood Spear Legion would be moving to carry out the task that had previously been entrusted to him. While the Transcendent Faction's logistics team worked to prepare the necessary quantity of supplies so that the assault team that would be heading to the front lines would have a trip devoid of food needs, 600 soul evolvers were kept on standby inside the military barracks until the order to mobilize was received. Several soldiers prepared the vehicles while the mechanics team made sure that everything was in order. The citizens of the Transcendent Faction easily noticed the smell of gunpowder floating in the air. Seeing the modified vehicles constantly coming and going, as well as the serious and even excited expression on the faces of the soldiers patrolling the streets, it didn't take a particularly smart person to know that something big was going to happen soon. While all this was going on, an off-road motorcycle shot off into the distance through the gate in a southerly direction. Approximately 20 hours later, and under the care of Xietain, almost all preparations were completed. Now it only remained to wait one more day until Fu Xiefeng returned, and then the first large-scale war between soul evolvers and modern weaponry would be carried out. Several soldiers riding bikes rode through the streets of the Transcendent Faction, and under the eyes of hundreds and thousands of citizens, they shouted from different points of the mini-city. His Majesty Xietain has personally given the decree to move in a southerly direction. Our objective this time will be to control the forces of the Baiquan camp and take over their resources, with His Majesty himself leading the attack. All those who have family in that area, do not lose hope. Once His Majesty reigns supreme, the living will one day meet again, without a doubt. Many super survivors who only longed to live in peace and feared defeat were frightened when they heard the announcement of the impending war. However, despite being in the minority, there were many others who cheered loudly and shouted out loud the name of Xietain while crying tears of joy when they heard that at least they would have a chance to, perhaps, see their loved ones again. Blood Warlock, Succubus Partner in the Apocalypse. Chapter 396 Family Names, Wu and Xianyuan. The main road that led south from the base where the Transcendent Faction was located to the Baiquan camp was in the past filled with destroyed vehicles, trees that had been uprooted by some mutant beast or simply collapsed after being hit by some large vehicle, etc. The road was in such a deplorable condition that it was basically impossible to drive a vehicle, let alone a caravan of vehicles driving in that area. It was simply undoable unless a large number of human power was mobilized to slowly remove the trees and move the vehicles or other obstacles out of the way. After about a week's time, the troops that had been led by Zhongde shortly before Xietain left for the north of the district had finally succeeded in clearing the road. While this now made it possible for vehicles to circulate basically without major problems except for certain areas where the road had been destroyed, in reality it also had certain consequences. For example, one of these consequences was that the Baiquan camp finally discovered the location of the base called Beginning Village. When the united forces of the government and the military discovered that just at one day's distance there was a human camp with more than 1,000 survivors, everyone was thrilled. After all, 1,000 survivors was a large sum of human power, and from the Baiquan camp's point of view such a camp should definitely not possess the power to oppose the weaponry they had. Unfortunately, during the first clash between Zhongde's advanced forces and the Baiquan camp, the results did not satisfy the high command at all. The power of the more than 50 soul evolvers armed with heavy weaponry led by a brave young man like Zhongde caused some of the most prominent soul evolvers of the Baiquan camp to be wounded, some of them even on the verge of death. Realizing that the other side had sharp teeth, the top commanders of Baiquan camp had come to the conclusion that it would be best to try to have a trialogue. Through some pressure as well as some advantages, the beginning village would probably surrender, it was what they thought. Unfortunately, no matter how hard they tried, they were pushed back. Moreover, now that they were finally willing to fight a war, they were surprised to discover a couple of days ago that the small base with just over 1,000 survivors now numbered over 9,000. Inside the government building at Camp Baiquan, several people had gathered around a round wooden table, totaling 14 of them. 12 of these 14 people were actually important figures within the base, and a single word from each of them could easily decide the life or death of the others. So, a man around 50 years old, but whose complexion still looked imposing, surveyed the people around him and slowly said, "What do you think we should do about this beginning village, as they called the place where they are settling?" Even though my nephew Bai Jian insisted on going and I even sent 2 powerful soul evolvers with him, I doubt very much that the leaders of the other party will easily submit. I think we should crush them," said a man dressed in military uniform wearing several medals. His stomach was slightly bulging, giving him the appearance of a woman 3 months pregnant, and his head was completely bald. His small fingers gave him a rather suspicious look, but no one inside the room dared to scoff at all. "Crush them? Commander Jin Shun, do you really think everything can be settled by using violence?" A young man wearing an extremely eye-catching violet-colored suit asked with a slight smile while hugging 2 beautiful women. This young man was Mo Zan. Mo Zan was only 27 years old, and in the past, he was the leader of a small gang. When the apocalypse fully broke out, together with several of his confreres, he managed to break through the ranks of power, and in a very short time he ended up becoming the most powerful soul evolver on the base after cooperating with Mayor Bai Yong. "Mo Zan, aren't you ashamed to say those words?" said a beautiful woman of about 29 to 30 years old. Her expression was proud and at the same time slightly cold as she watched Mo Zan enjoying the body of the 2 women, clearly awkward with the aggressiveness of the powerful soul evolver in front of so many people. This woman's name was Shin Mei, and although her strength was slightly lower than Mo Zan's, the number of soul evolvers under her command was higher since before the apocalypse broke out her husband had been a heavyweight in the sub-district mafia before he turned into a zombie. Mo Zan simply laughed and said nothing. However, it was obvious from the way he looked at Shin Mei that his thoughts were pure lust as he used his eyes to enjoy every curve of her form. "Mo Zan, Shin Mei." Bai Yong, the man who had spoken first, said faintly. Mo Zan simply chuckled and said nothing more while Shin Mei snorted. The 2 of them, despite their differences, were under Bai Yong's direct command. It was Bai Yong who controlled the most supplies, and no one really knew where he hid them, so the vast majority of soul evolvers were under his control. On the contrary, the vast majority of military power rested in the hands of Jin Shun. With around 5,000 men armed to the teeth and several vehicles of all kinds prepared for war, there was absolutely no one who dared to underestimate this little fatty. The relationship between Bai Yong and Jin Shun had never been good. The 2 men secretly fought for supremacy, but no one really dared to take the first big step, so except for small fights under the table, no big things worth mentioning happened. Bai Yong knew how terrifying the firepower of heavy machine guns, IFVs, war tanks, and other modern machines under Jin Shun's command was. At the same time, Jin Shun was fully aware that while his modern weapons were terrifying, the mysterious power of the soul evolvers was not to be underestimated. So, the 2 of them reached a kind of equilibrium, and thus Baiquan Camp was enjoying somewhat of an inner peace. However, that did not mean that the 2 men did not secretly try to take over each other's power. For example, leaving aside Bai Yong and Jin Shun, the other 10 people were somehow related to the 2 of them. Therefore, the real power of the base was undoubtedly in the hands of these 2 men. When 2 of Bai Yong's allies jumped in to hit Commander Jin Shun's proposal, the commander's side naturally did not stand idly by, and soon the entire meeting hall became quite agitated. The 2 armed soldiers and police force officers guarding the entrance to the hall could even hear the voices from outside. However, none of them had any change in their expression, as this happened quite often when dealing with overly important matters. About half an hour later, the meeting continued in the same manner. Many raised ideas, but most rejected, so the atmosphere quickly heated up. "Damn it." Jin Shun slammed his fist on the table and blurted out, "I've been telling all of you that we needed to placate those bandits for a month now, however, none of you listened. Look now. Those damn bandits have become powerful enough to bear the weight of almost 10,000 people." Hearing Jin Shun's anger-filled words, everyone immediately shut their mouths, and even Bai Yong frowned without saying anything. After all, if it was true Jin Shun had wanted to send 1 or 2 war tanks to the north, not to shoot, but as a dissuasive weapon. If it were before, it was highly likely that Beginning Village would collapse after seeing the 2 iron giants. However, such a thing was no longer possible because the high command of Baiquan Camp had sent several spies who had pretended to be survivors, so they knew a few things about the current situation of the enemy faction. The organization was pretty good, the security within the walls of the beginning village was basically perfect, the distribution of troops was strategic, the constant movement of soldiers and soul evolvers coming in and out with new supplies or survivors, etc. They definitely have some talented people with them. Bai Yong said calmly. Not only must they have some people with government backgrounds capable of forming a makeshift but firm cabinet, but they must also have the support of people with great military knowledge. Otherwise, it is simply impossible for a bunch of bandits to form a turtle shell-like bastion like that. Bai Yong had secretly tried to corrupt several of the higher-ups in Bai Zemin's faction. However, he was surprised to find himself up against a huge, thick wall that he could not get through no matter how hard he tried. No matter what Bai Yong promised, be it beauties, status using his position as a true member of the government, vast amount of supplies, soul record treasures, forged equipment, etc., everything was rejected. But Bai Yong had no way of knowing that unlike him, who made use of his position to sit in the seat he was in now, Bai Zemin had started from the bottom and at least 90% of the people who followed him right now, in the past were just workers, students, and even gang members or ex-convicts. In contrast to Bai Yong and Jin Shun, 90% of the higher-ups within the Transcendent faction raised and established by Bai Zemin had been saved by him in some way or another. These people not only respected Bai Zemin or were grateful to him, but also greatly enjoyed the many benefits promised and provided by Bai Zemin. Moreover, unlike Bai Yong and Jin Shun who relied on the power of other people or modern weaponry, Bai Zemin was truly terrifying. All those who saw him in action at least one time had already lost all intention of betraying him because they instinctively knew that this young man who was once just a normal college student would definitely rise to great heights. In the Transcendent faction, everyone knew that Bai Zemin was considerably fair. He did not mistreat those who did not deserve to be mistreated, did not murder those who did not deserve to be murdered, bestowed honor and glory on those who deserved it, and even did not make use of his power to take private property from others. Therefore, the vast majority preferred to follow him in silence rather than risk losing everything for a small improvement in status. If the traitors won, then all would be well. But if they failed, it was clear to everyone that Bai Zemin was by no means merciful, and even he himself made it clear that the traitors would be slaughtered and their families enslaved. No one wanted to risk before such punishment. Now that you mention it, didn't a girl named Wu Yijuan claim to be Premier Wu Jianhong's granddaughter? Jin Shun suddenly looked at Bai Yong and leaned back in his chair as he slowly said, "Mayor Bai, don't you think you should cede your position to this girl with the last name Wu?" Humph. Bai Yong snorted. How could Bai Yong not understand the thoughts of an old fox like Jin Shun? If Bai Yong really surrendered his position, Jin Shun would definitely try his best to overthrow Wu Yijuan and take full power. After all, in Jin Shun's eyes, dealing with an immature 23 or 24-year-old girl should not be too challenging compared to dealing with a cunning old man like Bai Yong. Just because that girl has the surname Wu doesn't mean anything. Bai Yong sneered. Does someone who has the surname Xian Yuan immediately become a relative of Sir President? Blood Warlock, Succubus Partner in the Apocalypse. Chapter 397, Plan Against the Snake Without Knowing That the Snake is Already in Their Dens, Part 1. Just because that girl has the surname Wu doesn't mean anything. Bai Yong sneered. Does someone who has the surname Xian Yuan immediately become a relative of Sir President? Heh. Jin Shun scoffed in a low voice and said no more about it. The thoughts of the two men were clear enough for everyone present to see. It was clear that while Jin Shun wanted to make Bai Yong hand over his position, Bai Yong was naturally unwilling to hand over the command of power he currently held. After all, who would be crazy or willing enough to give up everything to an unknown girl? Forget about an unknown girl, even if that girl named Wu Yijuan really was the granddaughter of Premier Wu Jianhong, a person whose ambitions were growing more and more like Bai Yong would definitely not give up his strength so easily. Now that the world had changed and the old society collapsed, everyone had their own thoughts. Bai Yong and Jin Shun were no different. Both men were ambitious enough to want to build a new China from the ashes of the old one and become the founding fathers of the new motherland. It had been almost 2 months, but the central government had sent no sign of any movement, so everyone firmly believed that the top leaders had fallen or at least were not in a good enough situation to worry about anything other than themselves. Therefore, no one feared being labeled a traitor of the country. Besides, the winner was the king and the loser was the thief. Whoever succeeded in unifying all of China again will be the true hero, regardless of whether they were a rapist or a serial killer in the past. History books were written the way the winner wanted them to be written. Besides, even if that Wu Yijuan girl really is the prime minister's granddaughter, she doesn't have the qualifications to revoke the position Wu Jianhong himself bestowed on me. Bai Yong finished as he saw the weird looks he was getting even from some of his allies. Damn old fox, Jin Shun snorted in his heart. Bai Yong's words were in a certain way true. After all, what if Wu Yijuan really was the prime minister's granddaughter? It wasn't as if she could do anything about it anyway. Back to the main point, according to reports the leader of the other side seems to be named Bai Zemin. Bai Yong picked up a stack of documents and frowned. Although we managed to attract some soldiers from the other side as spies, they are actually just lower caste soldiers with no real position within the enemy establishment. In short, you spent resources for nothing? Jin Shun tried to put as much pressure on Bai Yong as possible whenever the opportunity appeared. Indeed, when Jin Shun said those words, the face of everyone inside the hall changed slightly and they looked at Bai Yong with questioning eyes. Resources were extremely valuable. Even more so after discovering that the land seemed to be experiencing certain problems, as no matter how hard they tried, all the planted seeds ended up strangely dying. Under such negative circumstances, every grain of rice consumed was 1 grain of rice less, and while it was true that Baiquan camp enjoyed a good amount of meat, the reality was that with over 20,000 survivors, to take care of the daily consumption was just too high. In contrast to Bai Zemin, who possessed power high enough to go into a forest plagued by mutant beasts on his own, the soul evolvers of Baiquan camp needed to plan for several days and set up large hunting teams before going into enemy territory. Therefore, it was no easy task to hunt mutant beasts and get the meat. In fact, there were many times when the losses outweighed the gains. Although the Baiquan camp had a special soul evolver that possessed the ability to lure mutant beasts out of the forest, no one dared to accept the idea of luring the enemy out of the den. This was because if they managed to lure a few unclassified beasts, then all would be well, but if they lured several first order to a large number of several thousand unclassified creatures, then the security of the camp would be compromised. Under such circumstances where everyone was aware that a single mistake meant the end of everything, no one dared to be too bold. As a result, the Baiquan camp could barely sustain itself with the current daily consumption, but if things continued like this, they would definitely be meeting their doom in the not-too-distant future. Precisely because of this, everyone's expression turned a little ugly as they looked at Bai Yong after hearing that he had been wasting resources. Bai Yong's expression also changed slightly as he perceived the change in the atmosphere. He was fully aware that despite controlling half of Baiquan camp's forces, the truth was that a single mistake was all that was needed to fall from the paper throne on which he was sitting. However, Bai Yong soon calmed down. Without saying a word, he took a picture out of the folder in his hands and silently passed it to the person next to him. The person next to Bai Yong was a middle-aged woman of around 50 years old. However, despite having already reached such an age, there were hardly any wrinkles on her face that, instead of making her look old, gave her an extra touch of maturity, and even the few strands of white hair looked like ornaments among her lustrous jet black hair. The name of this woman was Bai Wei. She was Bai Yong's younger sister and Bai Jian's mother. At the same time, Bai Wei was also the person in charge of controlling the police forces in place of Bai Yong, so her power could not be underestimated at all. Bai Wei's eyes flashed quizzically as she saw the picture before her and asked, a little surprised, "Who is this young man?" Bai Yong looked at her sister and secretly sighed as he noticed how her breathing seemed to turn slightly heavy. Bai Wei was actually a soul evolver as well. While her level was below 15, she had enough strength to protect herself in most normal cases, and her beauty had also returned to when she was around 40. The only problem was that she was a bit prurient when it came to young men, and Bai Yong was fully aware that the young man in the picture was undoubtedly the most handsome man his sister had ever seen. Therefore, it was understandable her reaction. "That young man is the leader of the enemy camp, Bai Zemin," Bai Yong said in a deep voice as he took off the picture from Bai Wei and passed it to someone else. Bai Wei froze when she heard this before a glint of disappointment flashed through her eyes. However, she soon seemed to think of something and quickly perked up again. No one knew what she was thinking. The rest inside the room were also surprised when they heard Bai Yong's words and quickly began to rush the others to see the image of the young leader. While everyone was calling Xietain and his troops bandits in a loud voice, the truth was that they all thought differently. A person who led a group capable of surviving for so long in a chaotic world like the one they were currently living in despite carrying the weight of almost 10,000 survivors was definitely someone to be admired. As the picture of Xietain passed around the table, Yong continued. That image you are looking at was secretly taken by one of the spy soldiers I managed to secretly corrupt. After saying this, he looked at Jin Shun for a moment, which caused the latter's face to darken. Yong sneered at Jin Shun with a scornful face and continued. The amount of information I managed to get about this person named Xietain is not too much. His name, 20 years old, and it is also said that he possesses enough power to flatten the ground 1 kilometer before him using blood spears. As Yong slowly narrated what he managed to learn about Xietain, Shen Mei, who was the last to receive the picture, took a detailed look at the image of the young man in front of her, and her heart could not help but be a little moved. The image had been secretly taken from the distance, so it was a bit blurry. However, in the picture, she could see his full figure wearing black armor and his face was also partially visible. The picture was taken a day after Xietain returned from conquering the North Camp, and as a result, there was a slight smile on his face as he was still enjoying the overwhelming victory he had experienced. Although Shen Mei was 30 years old, like all living beings she also knew how to appreciate pretty looks, and Xietain was by far the most handsome man. She considered that even if his overall appearance had improved due to evolution, his general features must not have been bad at all in the past. After all, to reach such a level of handsomeness it would probably be necessary to reach the second and even the third stage of evolution. Shen Mei by no means believed that anyone had reached such a level yet. Of course, Shen Mei had no way of knowing that previously Xietain could only be described as slightly above average in terms of appearance, and while his level had not yet reached the second or third order, the purity of his soul somehow compensated for it. Mo Zan noticed Shen Mei's bright eyes and his expression sank. He had always tried to get between her legs, but Shen Mei was an extremely proud woman who never looked at any man, so now that he saw her seemingly interested in a pretty-faced boy, he suddenly felt unhappy. Flattening 1 kilometer in front of him using blood spears? Pure bullshit. Even my skill fire wheel can't do that, let alone some shitty blood spears. Mo Zan scoffed disdainfully as he squeezed both beauties' breasts in his embrace hard. The faces of the two beauties turned pale and they had to restrain the urge to cry out in pain as they continued to smile to save themselves from trouble later. Such things had happened before, no one wanted to suffer at Mo Zan's hands when he was in a clearly bad mood. Yong looked at Mo Zan and said calmly, I also find it hard to believe, but that's what some of those who were present on the day when another camp in the north attacked them using a group of several soul evolvers and several dozen armed policemen. Everyone was silent and even Mo Zan did not find much to say this time. However, Jin Shun snorted and said coldly. Even if he is strong, what? He can fight off the bombardment of 13 war tanks while evading a hail of heavy bullets. Even if I get beaten to death, I refuse to believe that a 20-year-old brat who hasn't experienced the cruelty of the world can do something like that. Mo Zan immediately nodded and said disdainfully, in this case, I must agree with Commander Jin Shun. Before he was just an ordinary citizen who studied obediently. I refuse to believe that in 2 months a person can undergo a drastic change unless he miraculously obtains a skill that changes the way he behaves. I guess you're right. Yong nodded after thinking for a moment and the others nodded in agreement as well. Mo Zan's words were quite reasonable. If such skills were normal, then fools could become geniuses in an instant. While no one denied that such skills existed, no one believed that such a thing would appear so soon after the world changed. Blood Warlock, Succubus Partner in the Apocalypse. Chapter 398 Plan Against the Snake Without Knowing That the Snake is Already in Their Dens, Part 2. Of course, little did the high command of the Baiquan camp expect that Xietain had actually acquired at the beginning of the apocalypse a skill that almost completely changed his attitude. No, perhaps more than changed his attitude, the stone heart skill caused Xietan's emotions to become firm and allowed him to make decisions without hesitation. There was no doubt that one of the main factors behind Xietan's great and fast growth was the skill stone heart. Even if he was brave and had great talent for magic and close combat, his unwavering mentality was undoubtedly what allowed his diminutive body in comparison to the burdens that weighed on his shoulders not to collapse. "So, what do you suggest, Major Bayong?" Shin Mei asked after handing over the picture, but not before giving it one last look. Bayong carefully kept the picture, for which he paid more than he expected, and said slowly, "Although I really don't think that having an all-out confrontation against people who are clearly powerful, I'm afraid we have no choice but to do it. So it really is war. I wonder how many will die in the process. We're finally going to wipe out these savage bandits. After conquering another camp with so many survivors, I bet that this Baizemin has a lot of supplies in his base. If we manage to get our hands on all his treasures." The room immediately became noisy as everyone began to comment loudly. Some agreed to attack, others seemed unsure. While some seemed to be a little afraid of the possibility of being defeated and losing everything, others firmly believed in the power of the Baiquan camp, so they were already thinking about the treasures they would get after the victory. "We finally agree on something." Jin Shun nodded in satisfaction as he gave Bayong a self-satisfied look and said, "If you had listened to me earlier, those bandits wouldn't have been able to grow to this extent and everything would be much easier." Bayong sighed and while forcing his forehead said quietly, "The problem is those 20 million zombies. If we want to grow beyond the Baiquan subdistrict, we have to spread north and south. To the north is the faction of this young Baizemin, and to the south millions of enemies. If we stay like this, stuck as we are, it will only be a matter of time before a hard enemy shows up." The most efficient way to reach the southern district was to cross using the Eastern Dragon's Back. The Eastern Dragon's Back was a huge bridge that stretched for over 100,000 meters, where the only thing underneath was water. The other way was to head northwest or northeast and cross another district and then go around it and finally reach the southern district. However, this would take weeks in the past, not to mention now that the world was no longer the way it was. This was precisely the reason why Baizemin constantly aimed south. He did not have time to spend several months circling districts before finally finding his loved ones. Therefore, the two sides were destined to clash. It was only a question of whether the clash would be sooner or later. "Is there no way to come to an agreement?" Shin Mei asked with a frown. Even though she had been a gangster's wife in the past, it didn't mean that she loved war and death. She was just a woman in love, and for love anyone would do anything. If there was any way to avoid war, then Shin Mei hoped to find it. "I'm afraid it will be difficult." Bayong sighed and shook his head as he explained his thoughts. This person called Baizemin must definitely be powerful to rise from being nothing to leading a large faction in such a short time. Unlike people like me or Commander Jin Shun, who already had a solid foundation before the apocalypse, this Baizemin established everything from the ground up by himself, and to do something like that you need to wield a great deal of power. Shin Mei was silent when she heard this. In all the past meetings, Baizemin never showed himself. Bayong continued, "According to reports, he is a very proud person who prefers death rather than submission, and judging by the way things are going, I'm afraid he will definitely not hand over his faction. Now we can only hope that Baijian manages to lure him out using the position of police forces leader as well as an important position in the government cabinet. Otherwise, we can just fight. Ha ha ha. I wonder if that Baijian guy will manage to do that, or will his arrogance go to his head?" Mo Zan laughed out loud, ignoring Bai Wei's gaze. Shin Mei also frowned at the thought of Bai Jian's arrogant attitude. She couldn't help but say in a low voice, "I'm afraid that Bai Jian might bring more problems than solutions. Even more so considering how lustful he is." Bai Wei slammed the table and said angrily, "My son may be lustful and have many faults, however, he is definitely not foolish enough to not see the big picture." Shin Mei sighed and shook her head. "Let's hope that's the case." Mo Zan scoffed and said no more. From his point of view, whether it was one Baizemin or two Baizemins, the only difference was one more head to chop off, and that was it. His current level was 45 and he was very close to reaching the threshold of the next stage. He could feel the soul power inside him almost touching a boundary barrier. He was fully confident in his power and feared no one. As long as he was not caught by heavy weaponry, Mo Zan firmly believed that there was no human capable of taking him down. After discussing a few more details, Bayong looked at Jin Shun and said in a deep voice, "Commander Jin, I hope we can put aside our differences at least for a moment. The present and future of the entire base rests on our shoulders. Jin Shun also put on a serious expression and said in a dignified voice, "Don't worry, Mayor Bai. For the sake of the country and the people, we, the army, will give our all to root out the bandits who took advantage of the instability of the motherland to plan a takeover." The expression of some people in the hall became quite amused as they looked at Bai Yong and Jin Shun with weird eyes. It was clear that the two men were making use of their positions again to throw dirty water on someone else's head. However, one needed righteous reasons to launch a fierce war like the one that was soon to break out. By using the name of the country and the people to eradicate traitors as a base, even if the central government ever recovered, the top commanders of the Baiquan camp could immediately excuse themselves and their actions as them saving the Chinese people from the clutches of a dictator. Bai Yong also understood Jin Shun's thoughts, so he too nodded and said deeply, "Commander Jin is a hero. I hope you will order your military troops to cooperate with my special forces to attack the enemy. If the two of us join hands, then even if this Bai Zemin person is really as strong as the rumors say, he will definitely fall. Take them to a point that they can't get out of, and they will die before they can escape." Jin Shun quoted. "Our numbers are definitely at least 4 times greater than the enemy's. Even if the enemy leader is a 4-armed, 2-headed monster, he will have to fall from exhaustion. Since an agreement has been reached, I will go and prepare. I will do the same for my part." The two men stood up and gave orders to the people on their side within the hall. Then, with the two leading the way, they all walked out together before splitting up to go give orders to the forces they were leading. Little did they know that an enemy had already sneaked into their base while they were discussing the war. Dressed in threadbare clothes and with several patches of dirt on his face, Fu Xiefeng tousled his hair to make it look like a bird's nest of straw and mingled among the survivors who occasionally entered the base. Although there were a large number of soldiers guarding the north gate of the base as they were aware of the existence of another camp at the north of their current position, Fu Xiefeng had no trouble getting through, as not only did his body smell extremely bad, but he also had no belongings on his body. After a quick search, the soldiers did not want to stay close to a smelly and worthless survivor, so they sent him off in a hurry after giving him a couple of slaps. If it was Zhong, those soldiers would definitely have died horribly. However, Fu Xiefeng was calmer, so he didn't mind too much, and it wasn't as if the slaps of normal humans meant anything to him. Therefore, after enduring a couple of slaps on the head and ridicule, he successfully entered the enemy base. As he looked around, he noticed that this base was in roughly the same condition as the North Camp after 3 days of improvement following the arrival of Bai Zemin, Shangguan Bing Shui, Nangong Lingxin, and Nangong Yi. In a nutshell, and at first glance, the Baiquan camp was in slightly better condition than the North Camp before it fell into the hands of the Transcend faction. Big Brother is Big Brother after all. Fu Xiefeng whispered proudly as he secretly compared beginning village and Baiquan camp. His respect and admiration for Bai Zemin grew more and more every day. Like him, Bai Zemin had been just an ordinary man before the apocalypse. But in such a short time he had managed to establish a base that, although it was much smaller than the Baiquan camp, the foundation was undoubtedly firmer. After all, even though Bai Zemin had a much thornier start than people who already enjoyed high positions, all the power of the Transcendent faction was firmly in his grasp, in contrast to the Baiquan camp, which was divided into 2 large groups and several smaller ones. Because Fu Xiefeng had nothing to do at the moment and could not simply sneak into the private areas of the base in broad daylight, he simply wandered around the base and pretended to be just another survivor. He heard several rumors of which he could not be sure, but he also got some information while wandering around the market. Apparently, the soldiers are more restless than usual. I wonder if they are preparing for the war. Fu Xiefeng thought secretly as he watched people pass by from inside a dark and wet alley. This is the 10th group of soldiers I've seen pass by in 4 hours, and if add to that the other 10 police groups, I think it's safe to assume something big is going to happen. Fu Xiefeng stood up as the sun went down and muttered, "I'd better get moving too. I have to hurry back to base to report this to the Big Brother." Making use of the night cloak, Fu Xiefeng's active skill invisibility showed great effect in evading patrols. This, in conjunction with the active skill suppressed presence, made it extremely easy for him to leave the base and then sneak back in without having to go through so much trouble. It was just that when he re-entered the base, his clothing was no longer that of a dirt-covered survivor. He wore black leather armor, a dark metallic-colored dagger. He even wore a white bone mask on his face capable of protecting his head from smaller caliber bullets. Quietly and unnoticed, Fu Xietain charged into the deepest parts of the base. His first target was the military base of the enemy. Blood Warlock, Succubus Partner in the Apocalypse. Chapter 399, Plan Against the Snake Without Knowing That the Snake is Already in Their Dens, Part 3 Last. The night was cold to the point of being almost unbearable. Wind seemed to blow from all four main directions, and living in a district surrounded by forests definitely didn't help to overcome the cold temperatures. The trees were swaying so fiercely that one often couldn't help but wonder how the roots had not yet been pulled up from the bottom of the earth. But in fact, were it not for the fact that the trees evolved to become monsters 2 to 10 times their former size, they would definitely have been sent flying on several occasions when the wind became especially wild. In the deepest part within the central area of the Baiquan camp was where those with power and prestige lived. The truly powerful were somewhat judged by how close to the center they lived, but no doubt they were all big shots with many contacts within the establishment. Some of these privileged survivors had formed their networks from before the apocalypse, while others managed to rise up in the midst of the chaos. Just like the proverb, whenever there is chaos, some will fall and some will rise. Regardless of this, the closer to the center, the greater the status and power one possessed within the base. This was because right at the center of it all was the military might, the base where the war tanks, IFVs, jeeps mounted with heavy machine guns, combat trucks, off-road vehicles modified to survive in the apocalypse, etc., were stored. In addition to the vehicles, heavy arsenal such as machine guns, sniper rifles, assault shotguns, as well as the necessary ammunition for the different types of firearms were also stored inside a large facility built using the bones of several mutant beasts so that even normal soul evolvers would have trouble breaking through the defenses of the large building. Around the perimeter were several men armed to the teeth with professional military training, but even those unarmed possessed the ability to fight against several people at the same time because apart from the rigorous training they had undergone, they were all soul evolvers as well. Even if they were only level 5 to level 10 soul evolvers, they were undoubtedly as powerful as level 15 or 20 soul evolvers with no experience in real death combat. Even if a first-order soul evolver wanted to sneak into this area, they would definitely not be able to do so without alerting anyone. At least, not if they were a common first-order soul evolver. "Hey, who do you think will win the battle against that faction north of our position?" a burly soldier asked, bored. "Is that even a question?" Another soldier chuckled and replied confidently, "Commander Xietain has control of a complete arsenal. If it wasn't because we didn't have enough manpower, those 2 or 3 M3 Bradley wouldn't have been left behind in that forest, and if it wasn't because of that coward dog named Fu Qigong, we could have gotten even more guns and ammunition. But even then, I doubt that the other side could do more than put up a little resistance." "I guess so. The power of the war tanks and mortars will probably be enough to wipe out the enemy's morale." The first soldier sighed. Then he seemed to think about something and said quietly, "It seems that Sergeant Fu Qigong joined the enemy side. I overheard this information by chance when I went to take some documents to Commander Xietain, so don't go around opening your mouth all over the place. Is that right?" The second man became serious when he heard this. He gritted his teeth and said viciously, "That dog with the surname Fu. He refused to come with us, and because of his stubbornness many brothers were killed, but he easily surrendered to a random gangster. If he appears in front of me on the battlefield, I swear I will be the first to pull the trigger without hesitation." The two men continued chatting with each other as they patrolled the area, occasionally running into another group. No one really believed that anyone would be so bold as to sneak into the most secure area of the entire base, so although they were alert, they were actually quite relaxed. Unnoticed by anyone, a black-clad silhouette flickered through the soldiers at lightning speed. This silhouette was, of course, Fu Xietain. After breaking through several defensive perimeters and taking almost 2 hours of time, he finally managed to get here. After arriving at the core of the base, Fu Xietain did not immediately move in and instead spent nearly 3 hours studying the enemy's movement pattern to adapt to their movements and then try to devise a charge plan. After studying the movements of the evolved soldiers in the base, he finally found that between each group's encounter there was approximately 60 seconds difference. Simply put, Fu Xiefeng needed to close the distance between the outer part and at least the middle part in that period of time, since immediately after those 60 seconds all the groups would line up with the building as the center point. If it was in the past, when he was still just a normal college student, Fu Xiefeng definitely could not possibly have performed such a thing. In fact, he would probably be so nervous at this point that his legs would be shaking. However, after going through a month of fierce training under the regimen set by Fu Qigong for evolved people with Chen He's help, Fu Xiefeng became very skilled. Although he was still far from reaching the level of an assassin at Evangeline's level, he would definitely be able to enter the top 10 of the best assassins in the world if this was before the apocalypse. Of course, apart from the training he received, what helped Fu Xiefeng the most was his perfect active skills to carry out this kind of task. When he found the perfect opportunity, he did not even hesitate for an instant and immediately rushed forward after jumping off the top of the wall he was hiding on. Fu Xiefeng's feet had barely touched the ground when he immediately activated invisibility, suppressed presence, shadow steps. Then, like a ghost, he flashed using the few shadows in the surroundings whenever he had the opportunity to pass between the various groups of evolved soldiers. The skill Shadow Steps was a first-order level 2 skill, so it was naturally incomparable to the second-order level 5 skill Lightning Movement. However, the advantage of the skill Shadow Steps was that in addition to making no noise at all, it also increased camouflage by 15% when using stealth skills. Several soldiers with keen senses seemed to notice something strange, so their muscles tensed immediately. However, after looking around and not noticing any incidents, they simply shook their heads at the questioning looks of their teammates before continuing to patrol in silence or chatting quietly. When Fu Xiefeng passed by 2 other Evolver soldiers after silently breaking through the defense of more than 5 groups, his steps almost faltered as he heard them speaking negatively about Fu Qigong. However, he continued to move forward as his eyes flashed coldly. These treacherous and shameless people really don't know the meaning of the word honor. Fu Xiefeng thought as he forcibly suppressed his rising anger. He, like most of those in the faction under Bai Zemin, knew perfectly well that Fu Qigong's group had been cruelly betrayed and abandoned by Battalion Commander Jin Shun and the squads that made up the group. However, these people dared to badmouth behind his back and say such words without any shame. Fu Xiefeng made a sidelong glance, remembering the appearance of those people. Then, he continued blinking between the different groups. When there were only about 10 seconds left to reach the time limit, he quickly jumped to a corner where there was a small shooting range where he waited for 15 more seconds with a lot of patience and nerves. In the end, Fu Xiefeng had to stop more than 4 times, and there was one instance where he came really close to being caught after making a small error in judgment. However, about 5 minutes later he finally managed to get inside the building. However, rather than calling it a building, perhaps it would be more accurate to call it a huge hangar. Fu Xiefeng's eyes sparkled as he observed the vast amount of machinery inside the hangar that easily stretched at least 500 meters long and 500 meters wide. Box after box of ammunition, dozens of vehicles mounted with machine guns, about 20 M3 IFVs, and another 10 normal IFVs. There were also several rows of weapons that were under lock and key in other rooms, with several cameras capable of detecting the heat of anyone who came within a certain range. But what frightened and surprised Fu Xiefeng the most were the 13 giant steel beasts at the end of the hangar whose cannons pointed toward the hatch in a menacing manner. When had he, a normal student and son of an average family, ever seen such monstrous war tanks up close? Never. Not to mention that those war tanks were his enemies even if they were now turned off. Fu Xiefeng observed and studied the area before moving. He took out several devices from his backpack, and the first thing he did was to take off the bone mask covering his face to put on a pair of infrared vision goggles. Fortunately, his worries proved unnecessary as there were no apparent motion detectors or invisible alarms. But this was also natural considering that 80% of the weaponry inside the arsenal Jin Shun ran out of was basically vintage equipment, so it would be too strange if they had such advanced technology. One thing that perhaps needed to be stressed was that up until now, Fu Xiefeng had kept his invisibility skill active at almost all times. This was only possible because after successfully evolving to First Order and acquiring his Storm Assassin job, the mana consumption to maintain stealth or lightning-like movement speed skills had decreased by 20%. That was the passive skill he had obtained after evolving. Although this passive skill was nowhere near as brutal as the Blood Will passive skill that empowered by Xietain greatly the more enemies he was surrounded by and even served as an enemy alert, obtaining a 20% decrease in the consumption of a certain group of skills was undoubtedly a great bonus. Not for nothing, the job of Fu Xietain was also a rarity that few in the universe possessed. I'll leave you a little present before I head off to finish the task that Big Brother entrusted me with. Fu Xietain whispered softly, and a devilish smile appeared on his face as he took out a small box the size of a cigarette box from his backpack. While there were a few soldiers inside the hangar, the security was simply pitiful when compared to the danger outside. Fu Xietain had no trouble reaching the first of the 13 war tanks and silently rolled across the floor until he reached the bottom. After hiding and securing the small box at the bottom of the war tank, Fu Xietain emerged and continued rolling on the ground and reached the second war tank. He did the same as before and continued like this until 10 of the 13 tanks finally gained an extra unknown object at the bottom. Fu Xiefeng's eyes flashed with a hint of regret as he stood up and looked at the large number of vehicles and the remaining 3 tanks. It was a pity that he only had 10 of those dangerous toys with him, or else the battlefield seemed 2 days from now would surely be a lot of fun to watch. The enemies would hardly know what hit them. After confirming the enemy firepower, Fu Xiefeng quietly stepped out and more easily than before managed to avoid the perimeter of the evolved soldiers. But instead of leaving the core of the base completely, he charged toward one of the larger and more enlightened villages. Surely someone important lived there. Blood Warlock, Succubus Partner in the Apocalypse. Chapter 400 Exposed, Dangerous Face-Off. The villa Fu Xiefeng was targeting was quite luxurious and the surrounding lighting was quite exaggerated. At the very least, he estimated that a person within the top 5 of this base's power scale should live in this place. The reason Fu Xiefeng came to such a thought was because although no armed guards could be seen with the naked eye, he noticed that hidden in the bushes, on the rooftops, even on some of the balconies, there were several soul evolvers hidden in the sparse shadows which had clearly been left on purpose as the light bulbs had been placed in such a way that certain areas would remain dark forever. But none of you can catch me. Fu Xiefeng's mouth curved slightly upwards and his eyes glittered as he surveyed everything from the rooftop of another villa less conspicuous than the first. With a swift leap, he dashed forward, and when he reached 50 meters in distance, he immediately activated invisibility one more time. His body seemed to blend in with the surroundings, and his footsteps became light enough to go unnoticed amidst the silence, not to mention a night with howling winds that were similar to the roars of lions. Fu Xiefeng took no more than a couple of seconds to reach the target property and very easily overtook the soul evolvers hidden in the shadows. None of them noticed anything strange at all, as not only Fu Xiefeng was a holder of a special job within the First Order existences, but the other party had levels ranging from level 5 with level 12 being the highest. After circling the 3-story villa several times, Fu Xiefeng found a place to sneak through. Taking some distance, he jumped as far as he could while continuing to run in midair, and when his feet touched the wall, he jumped a second time, this time reaching the roof of the villa. Without delay, he evaded the 2 female soul evolvers carrying sniper rifles and quietly slipped inside the building, using as an entrance a skylight that had probably been left open by the owner of the house to let the wind flow gently along with the starlight. When Fu Xiefeng's feet touched the red carpet of the top-floor hallway, he seemed to sense something, so he immediately jumped into an open room and pulled out his dagger while leaning his back against the wall. So, you're telling me that Boss Lu's son slept with his friend's girlfriend? That's right. The rumor is spreading fast. It seems that young Master Chen was furious when he found out that his girlfriend put a green hat on him, so he threw her alive into the zombies, and now he's looking for young Master Lu but can't find him anywhere. Probably Chief Lu is hiding his son. As one of the police chiefs, Chief Lu's prestige is not inferior to Sir Chen at all, so it's unlikely that the matter will escalate any further. Who knows? But that girl sure doesn't know what's good for her. Stabbing the back of the person who took care of her despite having nothing in the world. That's the way things work. I guess you're right. Fu Xiefeng held his breath and closed his eyes as he tried to think about something else to calm his heartbeat to avoid being caught. However, realizing that the footsteps of the 2 people were of normal, unevolved human women, he relaxed a bit. Gossiping, Fu Xiefeng could not help but want to hear more about the melodramatic drama, but in the end, he simply dashed off in the opposite direction from where the two women dressed as maids were heading. Because Fu Xiefeng was unfamiliar with this villa, he had to tread carefully as he didn't know where each door would lead. If he ended up opening the door that led to the room of a powerful soul evolver present, then he might cause several problems, so he had no choice but to proceed carefully. After walking slowly and carefully along 2 corridors, Fu Xiefeng judged that the 3rd floor was probably occupied only by the master of the house, and the basis of this thought lay in the fact that so far he had just seen a few maids who were making sure that everything was in order before leaving without delay to the lower floor. While it was true that Bai Zemin liked having his bedroom on the highest floor of his villa, it could not be said that everyone liked it as well. Fu Xiefeng himself was a clear example of this, as despite having his own villa no less luxurious than the one he was currently sneaking into, he preferred to stay on the middle floor. From the maidens who passed by and were gossiping among themselves, he learned that indeed the person who lived in this villa was one of the most high-ranking people in the Baiquan camp. Moreover, apparently, that person was a woman. Now feeling a lot calmer, Fu Xiefeng began to search through the rooms one by one. He carefully opened the doors, and after taking a quick look through the small slit, he simply left everything as it was before and then moved to the next one. Even after checking more than 10 rooms, all Fu Xiefeng found were empty rooms. There was literally nothing in them. Just when he wondered if the owner of the house had strange tastes and perhaps preferred to sleep on the floor instead of the comfort of a bed, he finally hit the jackpot. A room decorated in a slightly luxurious manner, but not to the degree Fu Xiefeng expected, appeared before his eyes after opening the 2nd door of the 1st corridor next to the main staircase leading to the lower floors. The floor was carefully covered by a carpet made from the pelt of what appeared to be a purple panther. The curtains covering the large window were also silky purple, and even the bed covers were deep purple. Aside from an oversized bed, the room had only a dresser, a nightstand, and a desk with a wooden chair. Although the furnishings were sparse, Fu Xiefeng estimated that the price of the curtains alone could make an average worker like his father cry tears of blood to pay in the past. After making sure no one was in, he quietly closed the door behind him and walked to the dresser. Damn it. Fu Xiefeng blushed as he saw the sexy underwear of all kinds of colors in the top drawer. There were 3 rows filled with black, red, pink, white, navy blue, etc. colored bras. Another 3 rows filled with panties of all kinds of colors, but some of them were so small that Fu Xiefeng couldn't help but wonder if that could even be considered a panty or not. Then there were 3 other rows stuffed with carefully packed and unopened pantyhose. There were even several sexy lingers there. Damn it. He muttered again and had to bite his tongue hard to keep from being distracted by the beautiful sight in front of him. Although Fu Xiefeng possessed enough status and power that a large number of ladies were willing to sleep with him into Bai Zemin's faction, some of them even beauties who in the past would not have even given him a glance, Fu Xiefeng himself was an extremely shy young man who had difficulty communicating with the opposite sex. In fact, except for Kong Lan and Kai Jingyi, Fu Xiefeng basically did not speak to any woman other than his older sister, who now lived in his villa after being found by Bai Zemin when he headed north to conquer the enemy camp. Fu Xiefeng felt footsteps from the staircase, and fearing that another maid might appear, he quickly took something out of his bag, a letter. Then, he made sure the letter was in a visible place while with trembling hands he placed it on a bra at the front of the main drawer. If the landlady wanted to take a shower tonight, she would definitely see the letter. Just as Fu Xiefeng was about to jump out the window, a cold voice sounded from behind him. "Didn't your mother teach you that sneaking into a lady's room isn't polite?" Fu Xiefeng's pupils constricted abruptly, and as if by instinct, he activated the earth bracelet's effect. Swoosh, the wind whistled behind him as a sharp object was thrown towards his back. However, thanks to his quick reaction and just an instant before he would be hit, an earthen spike shot out from the magic circle that shone above the floor. Bang! Ugh! The earthen spike exploded after colliding with the sharp object, and several fragments struck Fu Xiefeng's body, forcing him to retreat a couple of steps while internally thanking his armor, or otherwise he would have definitely been injured. After all, the earth spike was not a normal earth spike, it was a skill that came from a treasure. After making some of distance between the entrance of the room and him, Fu Xiefeng looked ahead and saw a beautiful woman standing right in the middle of the doorway. The woman had a pretty sexy body, nothing extremely over the top, but she definitely stood out in what she had to show. Her face was quite nice, not Shangguan Bingshui level beauty, but definitely a beauty. However, that pretty face seemed to be covered by a layer of frost as she looked at Fu Xiefeng with dagger-like eyes. Fu Xiefeng activated invisibility on the spot and his body blurred before disappearing. However, the lady who had just arrived was clearly not normal as she simply snorted and her dark eyes took on a strange, bright red color. Her gaze suddenly shifted to the side and with a swift movement, she threw another sharp object. Fu Xiefeng, who had darted towards the window the first moment his skill was activated, sensed something, and when he looked behind him over his shoulder, he was shocked to see the devilish look those glowing red eyes were giving him. When he saw how the beautiful woman's hand trembled, the moonlight that barely penetrated the silk curtain shone and a small object the thickness of a needle was reflected for an instant. Fu Xiefeng leaned as far as he could to the side while gritting his teeth in preparation for the impact. Swoosh. Surprisingly, however, the small object passed just 1 inch from his head, leaving nothing but a small mark on his bone mask. Fu Xiefeng didn't think too much about it and pulled out a strange seed from his pocket before squeezing it with all his strength, but without breaking it completely before throwing it against the wall in front of him. Bang! The strange cracked seed finally broke apart after hitting the wall, and immediately after that a dense cloud of green smoke flew out everywhere. The woman's expression changed slightly when she saw this and hurriedly jumped back as she kicked the door, leaving the room and sealing most of the smoke inside. An instant later, however, the woman sensed that something was wrong and hurriedly opened the door. Despite having inhaled the greenish gas, her organism felt nothing strange. Obviously the other party had made her believe that it was some kind of poison to escape. Shen Mei didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she looked at her open bedroom window with the curtains flapping fiercely due to the strong wind blowing from outside. Her icy expression from before when she looked furious disappeared without a trace and she silently walked towards the closed dresser drawer.